Shasky. Take him out. You're listening to
50 on the shot clock. Curry behind the back dribble. Has Thomas on his hip down the lane. The floater's up and good, and he got fouled. The wizardry of number 30. And he calls for the Warrior fans in attendance. And they cheer.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. And the Warriors get a much-needed victory. Oh, we all needed that one. And what do you know? They beat the Sixers tomorrow. They'll have a winning road trip. They'll clinch a winning road trip. Stephen Curry. You heard the shot right there. 12 of 24. 29 points, JK. Jonathan Kaminga. There's a conversation to be had there. A lot of slander came his way. 28 big ones yesterday, 10 to 12 for the free throw line, a double-double. Pajimski continues to shine. Obviously, Klay Thompson we'll get into. But good morning, Shaska. What's going on, man?
Good morning, and I'm glad you started with Jonathan Kaminga. I know we'll get into the whole Super Bowl media day today, and it's, we're inching closer to this big one. I'm very excited to talk to Baldy today. He comes up at 7:30. But watching Jonathan Kaminga, the athleticism is so, it's eye-popping. The discernment, his ability to go from 0 to 100 in the open court is just something they have never had with this team. Like, maybe going back to Jay Rich, you know what I mean? Like a guy who could just yam on anyone. Obviously, the free throws are a huge element because when you're clutch, he had some fourth quarter free throws late.
Huge.
I thought at the end of the third quarter and at the beginning of the fourth quarter, he kind of put his stamp on the game. Yep. A couple of transition plays, a couple of nice rebounds, scoring in the paint. They had like 70-something points in the paint.
72 points in the paint, 72 to 38, and JK set the tone in the third quarter with 2 monster dunks.
Yes.
And even at the beginning of the game, you saw a shift in the Warriors' pecking order offensively. The offense ran through JK. Whether it was in the split action, mid-post, and he's given the Warriors something they haven't quite had since Kevin Durant. A guy you could just give the ball to and say, go get me a bucket.
Yes, that's true. Very different from KD.
Very different from KD.
But you're right. No,
but basically the same premise.
That's a good point.
Can you go get me a bucket, set up in the mid-block, 10 feet out, hit the fadeaway? JK, we all knew he had this. Well, not everybody knew he had this potential. He's taking a lot of rocks and a lot of people threw stones at him. A lot of people. Well, he's here now.
Agreed.
And so 28 points, 10 rebounds, the whole double-figure stat, 27 straight games with at least 10 points. Let's just throw that away. That's a given now. Talk to me when he doesn't score 20.
Is he there? Okay, Draymond's so important. You can't quantify all the... Dre had some pocket passes that were just sick to JK underneath the hoop. Is he their second-best player right now? Right now, the last couple weeks?
His January was the best January he's had in his career. So right now, he is playing... Like, Draymond's playing some good defense, but I think he's struggling.
I feel like I'm slandering Dre when I say that.
But no, I don't really get caught up who's the first-best player, second-best player, third-best player.
He's their second-most reliable scorer.
But you know what? He is their guy where you can dump him the ball. Hey, go get me a foul call.
Yes.
Go get me a bucket.
Yes.
Go put pressure on the rim. Get to the rack. Run on the break. Crash the glass. He's giving you all those elements here, and he's growing by the game, growing by the possession, and he's winning over the trust of Draymond Green and Stephen Curry. Finally, one of the youngsters has meshed with the veterans, and the veterans have embraced Jonathan Kaminga, saying, you know what? You're pretty damn good. Yeah. Come carry us for a stretch.
Yeah, it's really exciting watching his maturation. Like, we all saw, I think most people saw the raw abilities.
Right.
The stuff that didn't show up in the box score that we've been talking about, dude, his help defense was so much better.
He was tenacious.
So much better. His on-ball defense, I think, has always been really good. He's rebounding. I think he's around the ball more in terms of, rebounding. It looks like he's boxing out more. And then can I throw in 2 other guys who I think are playing just really smart? I just say smart, instinctual basketball. Pajemski and Guy Santos? Pajemski's played pretty good ball this year. Guy Santos? So many hustle effort plays on the second effort rebounds where he's tipping it and going up. I don't know what he'll end up being. He feels like a role guy. But Pajemski as a second playmaker off the bench, I like what the young guys have kind of given to this team right now.
Well, he started yesterday, Brendan Pajemski, in place of Andrew Wiggins. Pods had a really good floor game. I thought he was stellar. Rebounding, pushing the pace. Look, he's got to learn how to catch and shoot. And teams are going to give him these open shots, and he's got to hit these open shots. He was 0-4 for the three-point line. I didn't like the fact that he missed the 2 flagrant free throws. Shots got to get a little better.
Claxton, what are you doing?
But you know what? Pajimski's feel for the game.
Yes.
I'm not mad at that. Not mad at that at all.
I feel like I'm getting a little sourpuss here. CP3 is going to come back. You would think at some point. GP2 is going to come back at some point. That's going to cut into Pods' playing time. I don't think Pods is going to be an all-star at some point. Maybe he is. I mean, there was a point in time I didn't think Steph Curry would turn into the top 10 player of all time. And I don't want to put shackles on the young man of Pajemski and try to say what he's not, but I want to see him continue to play this year, and I'm fearful that some of these vets are going to return, and maybe he loses some of his run and some of his pecking order.
Let's see what happens at the deadline.
Okay.
Let's see what happens at the deadline. You know, I'm not saying Chris Paul's going to get traded, but I have a hard time. You know, Chris Paul's been very good for the Warriors this season.
Agreed.
But there is a pace issue when he does play.
Yeah.
There's also a clutch issue when he does play because he's a guy who's not going to turn the ball over. He's going to get you in the right spots.
Good point.
So I don't know what happens, but I think Steve Kerr now, and I think he's proven it on this road trip to the last 3 games. I'm closing with certain guys. Finally, Steve Kerr said, I got a feel for the game. I need to close with who I close with. So last night, and we'll get to the Klay clip. Klay Thompson didn't close. Klay Thompson attempted 1 shot in the second half. Now, he didn't play in 30 minutes. But it was obvious that game he didn't have it. And it's been a tough stretch for him. You know, the last 8 games have been horrific for Klay Thompson. He's played a lot. He's only missed 2 games. You wonder if the back-to-backs are starting to get to him. But boy, after the game, he said some things, and the body language really, it didn't concern me, but I felt for him. Because the same slander that went Jonathan Kaminga's way last season, a lot of people try to tell me that Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome deserve to play over Jonathan Kaminga. A lot of people who were privileged enough to have microphones in front of their face and do shows tried to slander Kaminga and say he was immature, he couldn't play, he was unplayable, he didn't have a good IQ, he wasn't smart enough, he doesn't pass, doesn't rebound. Well, those people are now the same people who are ridiculing Klay Thompson left and right. And look, we know what Klay is right now. He's a shooter. That's about it. It's not the same guy. It's not the same guy who could defend. Now, I do like the way he grabbed rebounds yesterday.
That's what I was going to say.
Boxed out, 6
I thought he had a couple nice passes to Looney, and Looney missed a couple layups. But I don't know. I feel
he sacrificed shots this season.
Yeah.
But what irks me about the Klay dialogue is we're going to do one of our own like that.
Well, that's the thing.
This guy helped you win 4 championships. This guy gave his ACL, his Achilles for this organization. He's embraced the Bay Area. He's a statue guy. And you know what? That sucks. That sucks from a fan base. Like, this is how we're going to do Klay Thompson. We know what he is. We knew he was never going to be that best player. And he knows that he's not that best player anymore. But some of the dialogue around Klay Thompson is just nasty.
I would preach empathy to everyone out there. Like, just, you know, it's really, you're calling it nasty, disgusting. The part that I struggle with, stop screaming. And we did this with JK when JK was on the bench. And JK hasn't accomplished a tenth of what Klay Thompson has in the NBA or for the Warriors. But we'll take these screenshots and we'll throw them on the internet, and we'll take these little clips and these videos and they go viral. And I look at some of the comments, and the humanity is lacking when we're talking about some of these guys. And I know that I've critiqued Klay at times. I feel tremendously bad for the guy. I mean, I just do. I feel really bad for him. He's going through a tough time right now. I know that he was interviewed in the locker room, and the thing that I saw was I saw a human who's going through a tough time right now, and I thought he had tremendous courage to be honest. And sometimes honesty, people want to dissect it a million different ways, and I felt bad for him. I feel really bad for him.
Well, the guy's been honest the whole time, which for me, which is why, you know, I get labeled as a Klay apologist and all this stuff. But I'm just like, what more do you want from an athlete as a fan? He gives you honesty. Mm-hmm. He lets you know how you feel. He doesn't sugarcoat anything. Don't we want that from our athletes? Don't we want that? What happened to loyalty? A guy who was homegrown, drafted, memories we'll be talking about 20 years from now, Klay's a part of.
Of course.
Some of our best basketball memories. You know,
he's the greatest two-guard in Warrior history.
Not even close. Not even close.
You know?
So I just see some of the stuff where we got to kick somebody down when they're down. And last year was JK. Last year was Moody. And the dialogue about Jonathan Kaminga, oh boy. Jonathan Kaminga is proving a lot of people wrong. A lot of people. But why do we do this as sports fans?
Do you think it's a large segment? Because I don't think it's the largest segment. I think it's a loud segment. I don't think it's a large segment.
Well, I don't know. I have no idea. We take a lot of calls, and a lot of people say Klay needs to take a lesser role. Well, I've watched Klay Thompson sacrifice shots this season. Yeah. Now, at times he chucks shots up. You're like, why are you forcing it? But the numbers are down in terms of shot selection, shot attempts, three-point attempts. And look, he's shooting 37.5%, which is a career low. A lot of people will take 37.5%. You know what I'm saying?
Are you kidding me?
This is the drop-off, though,
Andrew
with Klay
Wiggins
Thompson
would take that.
So when he's sitting there on the bench, and he's distraught, it's not that he doesn't want to celebrate his teammates because he mentioned it after the game, but he's having a reflection of himself, thinking like, damn, man, is this it for me? Am I ever going to get back to the player that I once was? Like the harsh reality of what it is. And you bake into the fact that he doesn't have a contract. He may be playing his last 40 games in a Warrior uniform. We don't know.
That's heartbreaking.
That's heartbreaking for somebody like that. When you 13 years.
I mean, you were drafted. I call 21-year-olds, they're basically kids. I know that they're adults and they can go to war for this country and you can buy an alcoholic beverage and you can buy cigarettes and all those. Like, I understand. But to me, a 21, 22-year-old's still a kid, right?
Yep.
On a level. You go from a kid to a grown man in an organization. He spent more time there than he did even in grammar school.
Right.
You know what I mean? If he went to one grammar school all the way from first grade all the way through. Like, I have tremendous empathy for what he's going through right now. In a way, there are two guys that it reminds me of. Like, there's a clear Navarro Bowman parallel when it comes to the body just giving out on you.
Yep.
And I felt so bad for him at that point in time. The other guy who I was thinking about, and this is more basketball, is like Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony had a very difficult time adjusting to not being the best player on the team. Now, Klay wasn't Steph, but he's very close. I mean, very close.
Right.
And I think this is me. People can disagree. I think the hardest thing in sports is to go when at the top level from like a 98 overall. We're going video games here. A 98 overall down to like an 88.
Right.
When you're an 88 or an 85 and you're a role player, like an Iguodala, he comes to the Warriors as a role player. I think it's easier for your skills to diminish down into the high 70s and you become like a 78 overall. I think it's easier for you to acquiesce. I think it's really hard to go from a 98 overall down to an 85 or an 86. I just think that's a big drop.
He can't even guard guys with quickness anymore. And it's sad to watch him try to guard guys at the point of attack. It's just not there. So they'll figure it out. And, some of the rhythm and some of the rotations and some of the inconsistencies with the lineups have affected him. It's affected everybody at some point in time when you got guys in and out of the lineup and you're playing with different guys. But he took one shot in the second half, and I thought, look, he played 30 minutes. It's not like he only played 15. Just didn't close. And finally, Steve Kerr, in 2 to 3 games on this road trip, has had a great feel for the team, said, I need to close with this lineup to go get a win. And I have no problem with that, but I do want to play Klay here reacting to everything that happened. Here's Klay Thompson on not closing the game last night.
What are they talking about? You ain't played to finish the game? I got to finish the game. Follow the response. Who the f*** cares?
Well, I haven't asked that yet, but I haven't done.
Huh?
I haven't asked it yet.
Oh, you might be about to. I'm asking you for it. I don't reckon.
You didn't feel so. That's obviously going to be a story. It's all good.
Yeah, these guys played great. He played great. DP, Johnston. And Dave, winning trumps all.
Is this an adjustment for him a little bit? I mean, he's done it in a few games, obviously.
Yeah. You kidding me? Go from one of the best players. It's hard for anybody. I'll be honest with you.
I wanted to get
the visual of it, the body language was, gosh, that stole the show after a win, a much needed win. And you just look at the face, you look at the expressions, and the reality of you may not be back here. The reality of, boy, you can't do much unless people create for you, which is why going to another team may be best for him. And the read and react system maybe a thing of the past. But, boy, he was down and out. You hear Steve Kerr. Here's Steve Kerr on stand with the hot head.
If a group's playing well, you just stay with that group. That's kind of a general rule. And so we stayed with the group because they were really competing and making plays, and they had the momentum. So I didn't want to stop the momentum.
And finally, Steve Kerr has gone to that route because we see Sacramento when Moody hits 4 threes in the fourth quarter. You come back with Wiggins. And I thought, boy, you came back with Wiggins, but Moody should have been subbed out. It should have been Klay Thompson. Said that in real time. Finally, Steve Kerr just, hey, man, I need to win games. So it doesn't matter. He said it at the beginning of the season. It's not about feelings. It's about who's rolling right now. Guy Santos was rolling. Klay wasn't.
So, no, he was. If you take a short-term view, within that game, Guy was giving them a lot of second-effort plays. I wrote his name down over and over and over in that fourth quarter because of his effort. And he got some big rebounds, and he's a really good help defender. He does a great job moving his feet with his hands up. But, zoom out a little. Guy Santos is playing at the end of the game over Klay Thompson. I can understand that's a tough pill to swallow if you're Klay. And I'm not ripping Guy Santos, but come on, where was this guy a month ago?
I mean, where was he a week ago?
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. So
but Klay still
I
got
have
30
tremendous
minutes.
empathy for
Klay still got his 30.
I know, but you said at the beginning of the year, closing there's a badge of honor for these guys closing, and there's a pecking order. It is a very macho. I don't know, man.
It's about being on the floor. Saying, hey, I impacted the game.
Have hubris.
I was in the last 5 minutes, which I always thought was the biggest thing coming into the season. Everybody was fixated on who starts. It's about who's finishing. Klay's starting, but he's not finishing, and that's bothering him. Let's go to Nick in San Jose. Nick in San Jose. Good morning, brother.
Hey, guys. I'm, first of all, really happy for you with the Niners and everything, and I'm pulling for them even though I bleed silver and black. I also want to say to you, you guys have brought such a humanity to this Klay situation, and he will be a statue. My son, even though he's 8 years old, has his signed jersey in his room, and I'm so thankful for him. Now, what Klay can control is his body language, and he can control still being a leader among the other players. And I'm sad that last night is a needed win, and it kind of gets, again, devoured by, Klay's feelings. But he's a human, and I get that, so I'm trying to be empathetic. Unless Dunleavy gets a third serious score and all Klay has to do is read and react and do a couple dribbles, he can't close games. He just can't close games, because if he was even 60% of the old Klay, we win the Hawks game a few days ago. So my question is, fellas, what do we do by Thursday to really get a third score to change his team? Because from my perspective, and I hate to say this about Looney as well, I love him. I say you keep Kaminga, you keep Curry, and you keep Dre. And you, other than that, I'm open to getting rid of everyone. And I'd love your thoughts on that, guys, because let's face it, we're maybe a 7-9 seed team right now. And there's no way we can go all the way. Well,
I thanks for the call, Nick. If you're asking me, do you trade Klay Thompson? I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you do that midway through the season, because Klay, with an expiring contract, isn't going to get what you think you're going to get.
Middle of the season, I have a hard time thinking.
Yeah, mid-season trade for, you really want to trade away Klay Thompson?
Can you think of anyone of his stature in Bay Area sports history who was traded at the deadline?
No.
Maybe Ricky Henderson for another team, but he didn't build that equity within the organization. Do you know what I'm saying?
Jose Canseco? No, but even then, he didn't build that equity with the A's.
Not with Klay.
Yeah,
he was great. I'm not denying. You're right. Canseco's a good one, actually.
McGuire got flipped to St. Louis, but you know what? The A's were done. They were rebuilding. They were retinkering.
Those are two good ones, though. I have to say, those are.
I mean, that's.
But they're not on the level.
They're not on the level of Klay.
They're not on the level of Klay.
Not even close. Not even close. But we're going to talk Klay. Also going to talk Jonathan Kaminga. It's Super Bowl week, of course. A lot of good stuff from Super Bowl week. But J.K.
You ever heard the Paul Simon song, "Train in the Distance"? That man is the train in the distance, and it's coming up very fast.
Man, J.K. is a problem.
He's a beast.
A beast. Y'all still want to trade him? Please. San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says we are 5 days, 9 hours, 4 minutes, 35, 34, 33 seconds away from kickoff of the big game. And big shout out to Pete's Coffee. We're going to Vegas for the game thanks to Pete's Coffee. How about that? Pete's Coffee sponsoring the Morning Roast. Huh? What up, Pete's? Okay, wait, we got something special going on with them a little bit later in the program as well. More coming up, brought to you by The Farmer's Dog.
For you, today, tomorrow, together.
From better poops to more energy. When you switch your dog's food to the Farmer's Dog, the effects can feel... to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
See ya.
Seeing a comment on YouTube, GG All In SF. Klay is not the reason for the 4 titles.
I mean, come on.
Tell me you haven't watched Warriors basketball without telling me you haven't watched Warriors basketball. That's all I'll say about that. Hey, if you want to have breakfast with the roast, you have a chance at 7:30 and 8:30. We'll be offering you a chance to have eggs and toast with the roast. Tune in at 7:30 and 8:30 to learn how you can win. The contest will go through next Tuesday. Or actually, excuse me, next Tuesday. We'll go through tomorrow.
This Tuesday. Today.
Today. Is that it?
Yep, today is the last day to qualify.
Damn, I thought it was tomorrow. How many people are coming? 20?
10 winners. Each gets a +1.
Wow.
So that gives you 20 total. You want to hear the winners so far?
No, we don't need it. We'll do it at the end. We'll do it tomorrow. Or at the end at 8:30.
Sounds good.
So we'll give you a question.
The boy doesn't know the zone as well as you do, Bonte.
Tell me about it, Tony. Prop Chicken, by the way, in Oakland will provide the food. Ari and Max, the owners there. Shout out to them.
Great
for the hookup. Proposition Chicken will be serving the breakfast. All right, JK, Kerr, Steph Curry, BP. One thing I love about this road trip is we're seeing the youngsters mesh with the veterans. And last year, I just thought last year, there's 2 different teams. There's youngsters, there's the vets. The whole 2 timelines. Started this season, 2 teams, the youngsters and the vets. Finally, we're seeing Kaminga and BP integrated with the veterans. And you know what? They're playing some good ball. And you know what? Get out your feelings if you're not finishing or starting. It's about winning games. You're 22 and 25. You want to make a run for the playoffs? It's not about what you're doing, how many minutes you're playing. It's about winning basketball games. And finally, Steve Kerr's road trip, he's turned that leaf over. I got to win games. Forget feelings. If Wiggins is not closing, fine. Wiggins is not closing. Recently, it's been Klay Thompson. And you know what? It is what it is. If you want to finish, you have to play better. And right now, Klay Thompson is not playing good basketball. So he got us 30 minutes, but he didn't finish. Obviously, it affected him mentally. Physically, he's saying that physically he feels great. Mentally, he doesn't. Mentally, he's in another world. So we got to get him right mentally.
I was listening to Drew Brees talk about, just his decline, right? And Drew Brees is one of the, I think people underrate. He's one of the great athletes you've ever seen, even though it doesn't look like it. The guy could dunk a basketball. He's 6 feet tall. He could have chose any sport he wanted to play. And he was talking about his decline as an NFL player, where his body was giving out on him. And he's like, the film knew, the coaches knew, my teammates knew, but the mirror didn't know. And he was talking about how difficult it was for him to look at himself in the mirror and accept all these things that he used to be able to do, that he couldn't do them, at the level he wanted to. And it was very difficult for him to process. And I think it's easy for me, it's easy for other people to go well, just accept a different role and get accustomed to your new reality. And when you've been doing something at the level that they've been doing it, for as long as they've been doing it, as proficient as they've been doing it, gaining money and fame and titles and winning and the positive reinforcement that comes with the camaraderie of the team over and over and over.
Right.
It's easier said than done.
Yep.
And I think that it's really difficult. Jerry Rice was talking about, I couldn't be a number 3 wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
I could still play. In my mind, I couldn't accept that I wouldn't be out there enough. I couldn't come to that realization. And I feel really bad for Klay Thompson. I really do. And I'm not trying to throw him a pity party. And I know he wouldn't want me to, but I think it's a lot easier said than done for people to, he just accept it. We need to have a little more humanity in how we talk about these athletes. I said it with Jonathan Kaminga last year in the playoffs, and I know people lose their minds, and I get that this is a business, and I understand our feel-goods are wrapped up in these professional athletes who are making lots of money. That doesn't mean that they're not human. Just because you've made a couple $100 million doesn't mean tragedy, professionally or personally, can't happen to you. And so I don't know, man. I have tremendous empathy. I wanted to give Klay Thompson a hug when I was watching him in the locker room. I felt bad for him.
Eddie Johnson mentioned on our show early in the season, the first week of the season, Eddie Johnson said, I love Klay Thompson. I love everything that he's brought to the table. But, man, sometimes you just get old. There ain't nothing you can do about it. Nothing you can do about it. Then our boy Frankie Ice. Frank Isola, the Yes Network, does the Brooklyn Nets pre- and post-game show. Listen to Frank Isola at halftime.
And how about Klay Thompson? There are moments you actually feel badly for him. Yeah. He just doesn't look anything like the Klay Thompson we remember. His release is too quick. He doesn't look comfortable shooting. He had a couple of threes that weren't even close, Bob.
Weren't even close. Well, nobody was close in that first half.
It hurts.
Well, let's be real. Bully said it at halftime yesterday. You needed a hard hat on. Because there was nothing but bricks going on in the first half. So it wasn't just Klay.
Did anyone else hit a three besides Steph yesterday?
It was nasty. Was
he the only one on the Warriors?
He was the only one to hit a three.
Yeah.
He was 4 of 11. The rest of the team was 0 for 11.
Hey, you know what? They'll credit them for attacking
the paint.
But B, again, take a step back. In the framework of the game, Lester Quinones and I can't believe I'm saying, and Guy Santos were playing better, and were helping this team, and they were giving a little jolt. But take a step back, Lester Quinones, and I'm not disrespecting.
Well, Lester was 1 of 7, but more so defensively in his hustle. 50-50 balls. You just need energy.
They were playing more in the last 8 minutes than Klay Thompson. I take a step back, and that's hard to swallow. Look, again, I say this out loud. Klay Thompson is better at what he does in terms of playing basketball than 99% of us would be in any profession that we're ever doing, myself included. You might be the greatest plumber in your mind on the job site, and Klay Thompson is one of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percentage of people out there to do what he did. So I think we need to have a little empathy. That's all. This is very difficult. You're watching it in real time, and it's playing out in the public.
Here's Curry's message to Klay.
He wants to shoot the ball better. I know he wants to be out there on the floor. He's a champion. He's the guy that's been as much a part of all of our success as anybody. The challenge as we get deeper into our careers is the adjustments that we all have to make to try to continue to win at the highest level. So the way this game works, there's ebbs and flows. There's down periods in the season. There's times where it's your time to shine. You have to stay locked in, stay ready. I haven't talked to him specifically about it, but it's about just staying, positive, staying ready. He still played 30 minutes, and he made a lot of, timely plays for us. So just stay in it because everything comes back around.
Right, he wasn't horrible defensively. I thought he rebounded well, but, he played 30 minutes, and he should play 30 minutes at the stage of his career, especially with the injuries that he's had. Just didn't finish, and that's why it's a big deal. But it was a big deal when Wiggins didn't finish, and then we'll get over it. Originally, it was a big deal that Chris Paul didn't start. Then we got over it. We'll get over Klay Thompson not finishing. We will. It'll be okay.
Steph Curry.
It's not the end of the world.
Steph's a great teammate.
Steph's the man.
I mean, his empathy, compassion, his support. I mean, the guy's one of the greatest teammates ever.
And they're going to pick Klay up. Klay will have some good games down the stretch. He will. But the ascension of Jonathan Kaminga. Finally, one of these youngsters have popped. Now, Jordan Poole popped, and then he got popped, and, that was that. No. Jonathan Kaminga looks like he's going to be here for a while.
The combination of power and strength and speed.
We haven't had that since Chris Webber.
Thank you. It's
maybe
been
Latrell
25 years.
Maybe Latrell Sprewell.
But that was the 90s.
Yeah, I know.
When did he get traded? 98?
Yeah.
I mean, think of how long ago that was. There are people with children right now in grammar school who don't even remember Latrell Sprewell.
No, they don't. And he gives you a guy where it's just like, boy, I could go get a bucket. Let me drop it off to Kaminga, and let me go get a bucket.
He has the reverse Samson. In the Bible, Samson cut his hair, and he lost all his powers.
He cut his hair.
He cut his hair, and the guy's been amazing.
He's hooping right now.
He's been amazing.
So Warriors going to win. They could clutch a winning road trip tomorrow with the win against the Sixers. Kate Scott Sixers. How about that? How about that? 3 games under 500. All right. We're going to get to Media Day. We got our sound rolling in for Media Day. Opening night at the Super Bowl. A lot of Niner fans so far in Vegas. A lot of Niner fans. Will it be a pro-Niners crowd? We'll get to Media Day. Shanahan. Was Shanahan sauced? Do you have a beer or shot? I don't know, but I liked that Shanahan yesterday, and I loved his answers about Brock Purdy and being a game manager. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
Bang, bang, not again. You're going to the
Superbook.
Call it anytime. Get excited.
Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee.
This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And if you want to be featured on our Red Gold hotline, give it a ring now and leave a message. Let us know how excited you are about your team being in the big game. 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880. Brought to you by Sensation Wine, the wine company. Experience some of the best wines you've yet to discover at sensation.com. Niners, Chiefs, Super Bowl week. Opening night thoughts, Shasky?
Both teams are loaded with talent. That's number one. Look at, obviously, Travis Kelce, because of what's going on with him and Taylor Swift right now, his stardom is like through the roof, right?
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
I think Andy Reid is I don't know, maybe I'm just in the sports bubble, so I'm fascinated by him. I find him to be one of the most incredible characters in sports. Just the look, his demeanor. He's got a very shrewd, kind of comedic way of delivering things.
Well, I love the way how he said, thank the Raiders for letting us use their facility. We know about the rivalry here, but thank you for it. It was almost like, yeah, we got your facilities. We're getting ready for the Super Bowl in your house.
He's so funny, isn't it? I mean,
subtle jab.
Maybe it's the commercials. I don't know. I really like him. I love his demeanor. I think I think he's great. And then Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes. We're watching one of the greatest athletes ever. And when he went up onto that podium and said something to the effect of, I'd be exactly like Steph Curry.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Hard for me to deny him.
Right. Yeah, no doubt. I remember doing a show with the voice of the Niners back in the day, The Afternoon Delight. The old Afternoon Delight. We had Mitch Hostess on, the voice of the Kansas City Chiefs. And he brought up, Mahomes is like Steph Curry. I said, come on, dude. Like, let's stop. Well, Mitch, you got me on that one.
Aging like fine wine.
You got me on that one, Mitch. You sound like a prophet because he is like Steph. And that stat line, Spinoni was talking about that stat line last year where Mahomes came into Levi Stadium, threw for over 400 yards. It's one of the 5 best quarterback performances I've ever seen in a regular season. It's not like I don't say that flippantly. We've watched football since we were 6 years old, 5 years old. This guy's the truth. And that's why I'm just thinking to myself, boy, just score 30 at least. Score 30. It's going to be hard to stop this dude.
And I've told you, I think part of what makes the Warriors run as special as it's been is they did it in the height of the LeBron era. I mean, come on. Coming off the Heatles and what was going on with LeBron when he went to Cleveland, did any Warrior fan in their right mind think that we would be battling with him for championships?
No.
So when you won that first, for most of us in our lifetime, the first championship against LeBron, yeah, I weigh that one a little heavier. And that's just me. If you can knock off Patrick Mahomes, yeah, I'm going to weigh that one a little higher because this is one of the greatest players I've ever seen. Part of the Eli mystique is Eli knocked off Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
That's just part of it.
Beat Mahomes, man. Gosh.
I mean, think about Montana's mystique. Montana beat
Elway, Marino.
Thank you.
Esiason. Kid Anderson
was one of the great quarterbacks of the 70s.
Yeah, he was really good.
In terms of proficiency in passing. But, I do believe that adds to your legacy. Part of why we view Staubach and Terry Bradshaw the way we do is because they went against each other. And I know we forgot about the 70s and we don't want to give them love, but that's a big part of it.
Doug Williams beating Elway elevates Doug Williams. Not only being the first African-American to lead a team at quarterback and win a Super Bowl, but you do it against Elway. In that Super Bowl, I remember my old therapist, Mr. Warren Taylor. We used to always talk sports in our therapy sessions, and he's just like, that Super Bowl, Bonte, it was all about Elway. Elway being Superman. Elway this and Elway that. And to see Doug Williams do it on that stage and outduel Elway. Phil Simms, he gets elevated because he goes 22-25 in the Super Bowl. In Super Bowl, I want to say 16, maybe 18, but it was at the Rose Bowl against Denver to beat him 39-20. Phil Simms outdueled John Elway. He gets elevated. So if Purdy could get on that field and dissect that Chiefs defense, and you're hoisting a Lombardi with Mahomes going into the locker room without a trophy, Brock Purdy cemented.
This guy starts his season in the AFC Championship game, Patrick Mahomes. I mean, he's ridiculous.
Well, he just won his first road games in the playoffs. Can he do it on the road? He's never played a road game in the playoffs.
You want to talk about an absurd... That would be like when we were talking about the Warriors. Remember when people used to say they have to have home court advantage? And you and I would be like, they just need to steal one.
They just need to get... Yeah,
it's the same way with Mahomes. Like, we overthink these things. Like, but he's never won a playoff road game. Oh, the Super Bowl doesn't count?
Well, the fact that he goes to Buffalo in those conditions, then he goes to Baltimore in those conditions. If Bomani was on the show the day you were out, Bomani told Spinoni and I, he considered that Ravens team one of the greatest ever.
It's not aging well.
No, it does, but I understood what he was saying.
They were.
I understood what he was saying.
Yeah.
The analytics loved this Ravens team. That's why.
The analytics.
They did. They're like statistically.
Not the game I'm watching. The analytics. I mean, Jesus.
I love that Thursday night feature. I love the analytics feature on Thursday Night Football, though. It's great.
No. Look, there are certain it should be a tool, right? But the problem is that it has been analytics is a numerical way for people who don't understand sports to talk about sports, and that's the part that drives me nuts.
Like GG all in San Francisco, he shouldn't be allowed to talk sports.
Why is that?
When he says Bradshaw was basically Trent Dilfer.
I mean, come on.
Trent
Dilfer would die to have Terry Bradshaw's career.
Hey, can we block this guy on YouTube? We don't need bad sports takes like that. This is awful. This is awful. Go watch Bradshaw. Coming out of La Tech.
Yeah, thank you.
He wanted to sling that thing.
Come on.
That's why him and Chuck Noll always got into it. He wanted to sling it.
The Steelers drafted him without seeing him ever play football. Isn't that crazy?
Al Davis convinced Terry Bradshaw to stay with the Steelers, and it changed their dynasty forever. That was before they won, and Terry Bradshaw wanted to leave because of Chuck Noll. Al Davis said, no, you should stay. Probably regretted that, but
the Oakland A's and the Giants and the Raiders and the Niners get in trouble for Balco and everyone, steroids. The Pittsburgh Steelers of the 70s are the most roided out team of all time, and no one ever brings it up.
Mean Joe? Why was he so mean?
Come on. I mean, all these guys take roids. I mean,
I agree, but I'm just saying we act like
it's football. It's pro football, dude.
I mean, Sean Merriman won
Does anybody care about steroids anymore?
No.
Do we care about our athletes taking
Tony
steroids?
Mandarich.
Can I give you another?
It ain't my body. It's their body. That's all they're hurting. It's their body, not anybody.
I'm not even convinced that it's necessarily hurting if you do it properly. Anyway, and I don't want to say that because there are kids in the car. B, the other takeaway I have. I don't know why us, like in the Bay, but like I feel like Debo gets a diva label, okay? When I think of diva, I think of someone who's super, I don't know, flamboyant on the sideline to the point where they're frustrated. They got to get the ball. They're screaming and yelling at teammates. They don't block. Maybe they don't want to run through contact. Like my diva, in my mind, the diva mold is something totally different. And I think we filed Debo under diva because of some trade demands a couple years ago.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's the way he went about his business.
And I didn't love
the social media stuff, the bar, when they were like 49ers, he's like doing his throws like, yeah, I'm done with the Niners. I'm going to scrub them off. That was it. But on the football field, I don't know who said Debo's a diva. I've never heard that.
Well, I've seen the label thrown around.
Well, I've never seen it. I don't know
diva,
who said that. Instagram follower?
Well, no, like
Johnny 54321.
Philly fans, Rams fans, like teams that he's run through. But like when I think of diva, I think of someone who like, the cameras are in my face. I'm going to lean into it and show you how my wild personality. Debo's so understated at a podium. And the guy means business. And listening to him yesterday, I'm like, he is completely locked in.
I don't know who's ever said he's a diva because on the football field, he doesn't play like a diva.
No,
now, I don't know who's saying these things. If it's Philadelphia Eagles fans, then that's just fans talking. All right? Why do I care about fans talking? Anybody in the media, anybody out there calling him a diva? Well, C.J. Gardner-Johnson tried to say he's a running back. Well, all he did against Detroit was catch 8 passes for 89 yards. I mean, like they said he didn't run great routes. Well, it looked like he ran a great route right in the third quarter on that drag route. Boy, that was beautiful.
Debo's the ultimate 40 time means nothing. Because when he has the ball in his hand, no one ever catches him from behind.
And that's what I'm saying. He runs good routes. He catches the ball. He uses his hands. He trucks people. He was even trucking people with the injured shoulder. So I don't know where the diva label came from. I never thought Debo was a diva. I thought he was a little immature in the way he handled those negotiations.
That I agree with.
Came in out of shape. But you know what?
Yes.
Hey, I don't see diva tendencies with Debo Samuel. He may be a bit bougie in the way he dresses. That's fine by me. Ain't nothing wrong being bad and bougie. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Bad and bougie.
Come on.
It's our first Migos drop of the day. I like that. No, it's just I see him at the podium. I see him at the podium, and I think a lot of guys that play the skill position spots, they when you get into the Super Bowl and you've got all that kind of media, you're selling a brand or you're trying to grow your whatever, your personality or your profile online. Just him and Ayuk, I'm watching those guys, and the way they play football is the same way that they were conducting themselves at the podium. Professional, businesslike, very serious. I'm not going to give you I'm sincere. I'm going to give you Ayuk was talking about his JC, Sierra
College.
He was talking about how much that program meant to him as a person and how that family, and you have such deep roots with junior college. I was thinking, dude, I love hearing him explain his story. How many people know that he played JC football?
Not a lot of people. And that's tough. I see a lot of guys get lost in the sauce in JC. A lot of talented players in JC, JUCO. But then you should celebrate these guys who do make it past those 2-year junior colleges to go from Sierra to Arizona State to being a first-round pick to being in the doghouse to have a back-to-back 1,000-yard receiving seasons. Mm-hmm. And now you have the best duo wide receiver the Niners have had since T.O. and Jerry Rice. And it's not even close.
No,
I think we all know. Who cares if Ayuk is a 1 or a 2?
They're great together.
He's a 1 on this team, and they're a great tandem.
They're great together.
They're great together.
I agree.
When you look at the data, all the numbers this year with all the wide receivers, Ayuk did a lot more with less opportunities. Less opportunities, and he made it work.
Way more efficient. I think that's it. The whole year of the Niners offensively was about efficiency.
Right.
And he's a big cog of that. What did you think of George Kittle's performance yesterday?
George was George. George was George. But the guy who stole the show was Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, I was thinking it was the young kid. Was it Jeremiah? What was the kid's name?
He's good. Yeah. He's been around for a while.
To me, MVP of the day. Young man from Las Vegas. He was phenomenal.
I'll give him an MVP. But the guy who stole the show was Kyle Shanahan. And he may have been a little sauce, but I loved his answers. Yeah, I loved his answers. He was wearing his fit. He had his Nike lows on. He had his ducks on, the low tops. Shanahan was feeling himself. And then he talked about, somebody asked him about his conversation with Jed York on training camp. This is what's going on. Let's hear from Shanahan and how Shanahan explained it.
It's funny to hear Jed say that because it wasn't the smartest moment I've ever had. I mean, when an owner comes in after training camp practices and is like, hey, how's the quarterback? And what he means is the starter or the second. And you in irritation go, I don't know, but our third guy's the best. That's not what he wants to hear. So that's why he remembers it very strong. But that was just more, Brock was so good right away with every rep he got. He was always the same. And he only got a couple of them. So it was easy for me to say, because in his few reps, he was the best. But if you know that for a fact, I mean, then you do what you do right away. But he was the best, but you ease that on. And every time he got a little more reps, it was the same as when he only got 2. And so when it was all said and done and he got a lot of playing time, it was like, oh, this looks exactly like what I told you when I was irritated. And he only had 3 reps. And I said, no, he's the best, but that's what was so real about Brock. That's why after his 7 games, his rookie year, even when he got hurt, we knew what we had because he'd been that way in practice every day, and it was the exact same way in the games.
Hey, you know what? That's the best I've heard Shanahan.
Why did he say that?
He was so relaxed. Like, the past few Super Bowls, he's been tight. Sometimes at the podium, he gets tight. But you know what? If he had some sauce, if he was dipped in sauce, if he had a brownie, I don't care. It's the best I've heard Shanahan. Very open, very thorough. Not mad at it.
I'm not convinced he was, quote unquote, drunk.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Who knows? That feels reckless.
If he had a beer, who cares?
Well, I mean, think about it this way. He might have major anxiety. We don't even know. When I see him at the podium, I do believe he's a guy who probably suffers from some level of anxiety. We all have it at some level. And maybe he needed to take a little of the edge off in however way, whatever that means for him. I know for me, back in the day, I used to, take a shot here or there to cut a little of the tension before my wedding, for example. I was so scared and worried and afraid of making a fool of myself on the dance floor, ruining the day for my soon-to-be bride. So it's a big moment for him, man. I got no problem with it.
Joe's had a really good couple years.
But I was fine with Shanahan. Speaking of that, by the way, Get you some 95.7 The Game gear right now at breakingtea.com/957. Got all sorts of cool stuff, 49ers apparel for you to wear this Sunday, as well as some awesome gear. Repping the shows here at 95.7 The Game. Go to breakingtea.com/957. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco. The San Francisco Sheriff's countdown clock. The kickoff says we are 5 days, 8 hours, 25 minutes, 50 seconds, 49, 48, 47, 46 away from kickoff of the big game. And a big shout out to Pete's Coffee. We'll go to Vegas because of Pete's Coffee. They wanted to sponsor us. Thank you, Pete's. Thank you. Game manager. This is what I want to get to as well. Game manager. We've been talking about this, and I sit here and scratch my head and say they're all game managers.
To a degree, yes.
They manage the system.
Yes.
Now, if you need to make a play, make a play.
Yeah.
But we all manage the system. The reason why quarterbacks get booted is because they don't know how to manage a game. Well, here's Shanahan on the whole game manager label.
Well, it's such a weird conversation to hear the whole world talk about this, but like, in my opinion, there's no such thing as a great quarterback if you can't be a game manager. Like, so I don't get how being a system quarterback and a game manager is a negative. Like, the job of a quarterback is to manage the game, and it is to run the system. The system's what you work on all week. That's what the O-line works on. That's what your 5 eligibles work on. That's everything. And the quarterback, if you want to be great, you better be able to run that system, and you better be able to manage the game. But if you want to stay in that position, understand that no system is going to be perfect. There's going to be times where you have no answers. And if you want to stay there, you better make some plays. And that's how you become a consistent quarterback. You're a game manager, you run the system right, and you can make plays. And if you don't have those 3 things, it's a matter of time. 1 game, 2 game, 2 years, it's a matter of time. But Brock does all 3 of those things, so I don't get what we're talking about.
Such a great
It's a great answer.
When you
best I've heard. Shanahan.
When you think about why Brett Favre doesn't have more championships,
it's because he was reckless, and he tried to go outside the system and thread the needle, and he ended the season. Over and over.
If I was gonna make like the number one reason why Tom Brady has as many huge victories in the Super Bowl and in the postseason as he does, I can't think of another guy who rarely put the ball in harm's way the way he did. And just took what the defense gave them. He made an entire career off of it. Now, did he hit a seam route with Gronk all the time and thread the needle to Welker and Edelman and all? Yeah, of course. There's a time and a place. Like he said, you manage the system, you manage the situation, you make plays. I don't know. That's a great answer.
I thought it was an awesome answer from Shanahan. And it's something that I've always believed in. I never got the whole game manager thing. Like, some quarterbacks are like, hey, I don't want you to blow the game for us. So I'm going to take the ball out of your hands. We're going to go run heavy. That's playing not to lose. But a game manager, yes, all quarterbacks manage a game, just like a pitcher. Pitcher's managing the game.
Catcher,
on the diamond.
Yeah.
Catcher,
Yeah,
pitcher,
yeah.
the battery.
Point guard.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah,
You're managing
totally
the game. Why did it become a negative connotation? When did it become a negative connotation?
Well, because I think that we filed, not you and me, but just the people, game manager is a negative because it's like, hey, you manage the situation, don't do too much. And like when I look at Patrick Mahomes, why Patrick Mahomes is so unique, he gives me all of the wild, you can't script it type of plays that are broken. And plus, he gives me all of the game management stuff. He has the least amount of turnover-worthy plays in the entire NFL in the postseason.
Yeah, and go look at the Baltimore game. Manage the game. Wide receiver screen, tight end screen.
Just take what the defense gave.
Take what the defense gives you. Did that against Buffalo, did it against Miami. Patrick Mahomes is doing that. Tom Brady made a living off of doing that.
Yes.
Joe Montana made a living off of doing that.
Troy Aikman.
Troy Aikman made a living off doing that. Manage the game. Don't make the mistake. Brock Purdy does that. It's a good thing to be a game manager. I don't get why it's, again, I love the way Shanahan broke that down there yesterday at opening night. He also talked about how he evolved as a head coach.
I mean, you evolve with your players. It's so weird. It wasn't just like my playbook we were running then. We were running what we thought was best with our players versus that defense. And now we're in a Super Bowl where we got a similar team, but they're definitely different. And we are similar, but definitely different. And the way it evolved is the way their fronts and coverages have evolved. So we'll be ready for it, man.
So that's Kyle Shanahan with Michael Robinson at NFL Network. Michael Robinson was pulling the Deion Sanders, going around asking all the questions there. So Shanahan, whether he was faded or not, it's a Monday night in Las Vegas.
I'm not.
The game plan's in. They're going to practice. He's focused. He's fine. I enjoyed Shanahan yesterday. You know what? After our conversation yesterday about this Super Bowl being the Shanahan Super Bowl, the way he spoke yesterday, you know what? I may be flipping a little bit. It's like, man, Shanahan was very, very outgoing, taking the bullets for his team, going out there, breaking down what a game manager was, the conversation with Jay York. I thought Shanahan was in his bag last night.
He brought something up there about like how he's evolved, and like the essence, to me, the essence of coaching is you maximize each individual that you have for the collective good, and you try to make the best of the situation. And I think that in football, we've become so scheme obsessed, right? That the best of the best, Andy Reid, Kyle, Belichick, their schemes are always evolving.
Right.
The last guy to coach the Niners before Kyle was Chip Kelly, and I'll never forget this. It's one of the things that sticks in my head. He had a very specific prototype for wide receiver. You had to be 6'1", 210. You had to run this route.
Right.
He said, quote unquote, I don't use the fullback.
Right.
And someone asked him, well, even if I gave you Mike Allstott, you wouldn't be able to find a way to use him. He goes, nope, my system doesn't use the fullback. And I'm thinking to myself, well, you're the most stubborn fool who's going to get ran out of the league in a heartbeat, because the way the league is, sometimes you get a great tight end, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you get a fullback, sometimes you don't. Guys emerge. You have to take what's best about your team that year or week to week and who's available and make the most of it against that opponent. And when I look at Kyle, the evolution from 2017 to where we are now, they were throwing to Lewis Murphy fade routes.
Right.
Think of what they're doing now. They've got jet sweeps and smoke screens and slants and deep ins and flags, and the offense has evolved dramatically.
Andy
and that's
Reid
what makes Kyle different.
And on the flip side, Andy Reid. He had Brad Childress for a long time in Kansas City as his spread game coordinator.
Yes.
To learn the spread game. Andy Reid, on the other side, has evolved his offense from traditional West Coast pro-style system, near, far, whatever, two guys in the backfield, fullback, tailback, screen passes, West Coast offense, timing routes to, now you're getting 5 wides, you're getting 4 wides, you're getting a variety of jet sweeps. So all these coaches, good ones, they evolve. They evolve. And it's good to see Shanahan evolve, but Andy Reid is involved as well
Andy Reid's amazing
on the other side. So Andy Reid is going to be a problem here as we break. Your chance to win a spot for Eggs and Toast with the roast is coming up at 7:30. Prop Chicken is providing us with the breakfast. Also, Brian Baldinger, 7:30, live from Las Vegas. He'll join us in 18 minutes, and that's what's coming up. Brought to you by Custom Audio.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zinni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zinni.com.
The week that we've been...
on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
So the other night, and we're going to get right into the 49ers here against the Chiefs. It's Super Bowl week. Can Sunday be here any quicker? Baldy in about 11 minutes. Warrior postgame the other night, Zucci Man was DMing me. Sublime came up and you answered it correctly?
No. That's not what happened. Zucci Man, get your facts right.
What happened?
Bully brought up Sublime to describe somebody's game. I forget who. So he asked Fezzi, what does it mean, Mr. Vanderbilt? Fezzi was like, this and that. So Bully read the description. And then I asked, where's Zena Kate at? She knows. I need Zena. And then we're talking. And so I was like, you know what? I'm going to have some fun. We just lost to the Hawks. I'm going to add a laugh here. So I said, you know, Bully, he goes, what's wrong with you? And I go, you got me on Sublime. I thought you was talking about the band in Long Beach. And he was like, and now the Sublime definition, here, let me pull it up because it's a funny definition. You like that? Like that?
I don't practice Santeria.
If I could do whatever, I do what I can to get a laugh on TV, right?
No, I love it. I love that your musical palette has expanded to include the Long Beach band with the Old English tattoos.
So it had something, the definition that Bully popped up on Google has something to do with chocolate cake or chocolate pudding, right?
It is Sublime. Shout out Snack Pack.
Yeah, there you go. And so Bully's like, you're just thinking about the chocolate cake. And I was like, yeah, that does sound kind of good right now. But yeah, that was that.
I'm out on cake. I like the frosting, couple bites of cake, and I'm good. I need the ice cream there.
I'm not a big sweets guy. Just period dot.
So Sublime as an adjective of such excellence or beauty as to inspire great admiration or awe. Quote, Mozart's sublime piano concertos.
Oh. Yeah. Kyle Shanahan's sublime play calling really puts me at ease.
Possibly.
JJ San Jose spent $4.99 to say this. The Mahomes slurpage getting out of control. Why are we acting like they blew out the Bills or Ravens? This year's Chiefs was all defense. Well, they're in the Super Bowl. And why are we acting like, as 49er fans, that we didn't just fight tooth and nail with the Packers and the Lions? Our asses could be at home right now. We may not have seen an NC title game if Darnell Savage doesn't drop a pick six, if Carlson makes a field goal. So we can't be talking about the Chiefs. They're here. We're here. As Jonathan in the San Francisco says, we're there. We're here. They're there. It don't matter how you got here. You ever heard of survive an event, son? I'm not going to pick apart Week 16 regular season. Well, they lost to the Raiders on Christmas Day. What does that matter now? It doesn't matter. It's a thing of the past.
I was listening to Patrick Mahomes talk about his Super Bowl week routine. The guy has been in the Super Bowl so often, he has a Super Bowl week routine. So I know we want to oh, the Niners are getting disrespected. No, he's one of the greatest players in all of sports, and he's at the top of his powers. Of course, he's going to get an appropriate just due.
Yeah, just watch the quarterback doc. Think about that. How's that quarterback doc aged?
Oh, brilliantly.
Marcus Mariota, Kirk Cousins, and Patrick Mahomes. Does he still have America's heart after his performance in the quarterback doc?
I thought Brittany Mahomes, to me, came away the best because I didn't like Brittany Mahomes before watching the doc, and then after watching the doc, I was like, oh, no. A, she's a great wife and a great mother and all that stuff, but in terms of, she's all in on the lifestyle,
yep.
of him being all dedicated to his sport, and it was a small glimpse into what it takes to be great in your particular sport and how the whole family has to be all in, just all in. And it was I thought it was very inspirational. And I know a lot of people don't like her for whatever reasons.
Why do people hate the wives?
I found tremendous respect from her.
Here's my thing when it comes to relationships and girls or whatnot. And some people, oh, man, that girl's annoying. And I just think, well, you don't have to live with her. Why are you worried about her?
Well, she loves
You're not the one cuddling with her. Patrick Mahomes is. That's his wife. Why do people get annoyed with some? I don't get what's so annoying about her. Because she represents her dude?
It's kind of the celebrity thing. Like, you know, back in the day, the Princess Diana obsession. And, you know, I think society has always been fascinated by, we don't have a king and a queen here in America, right? We have power couples, right? You know, Ben and J-Lo or whatever. And so we dissect the hell out of their relationships.
Right, yeah.
So I'm with you.
It's weird.
It's a societal thing.
It's really strange to me.
I mean, look at Beyonce and Jay-Z right now. They're getting a lot. I've seen a lot of social media think pieces on them. And I'm like, we don't know. We never know. Dude, I got best friends. I don't know really what's going on in their marriage. I just, whatever, man.
Yeah, Brittany Mahomes represents her husband to the fullest.
Here's what I know.
She rocks with Pat.
Here's what I do know.
Why are people upset with that?
Relationships are hard. I don't care what they are. Whether you and your parents, you and your siblings, you and your children, you and your significant other. They're all hard. They're tough to maintain.
It's just weird that people spend time dissecting other people's relationships when their relationships aren't going well. You know what I mean? Like, who the hell am I to critique Brittany Mahomes? To me, she represents her dude. She's in every game. She's rocking with him. She gives him the space to get ready for football. What the hell are we worried about? Brittany Mahomes, she's fine to me.
Would you want your wife rooting for you like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Hell yeah.
Exactly. Tyler Miller, you're right. Misery loves company. They do. It does.
Her cousin.
Just jealousy.
Well, think about it from a Bay Area point of view. Don't we all love when Chris Lincecum is watching Tim Lincecum? Don't we love it when
you know what? There's a lot of think pieces on that.
What do you mean?
He needs to get out of the way.
No.
He's too involved in Tim Lincecum.
I loved it.
When I worked at the other station, that's what I used to hear all the time.
I loved it. No, okay. I didn't realize.
Said no, but to your point,
I didn't realize.
To your point, people would, Chris Lincecum.
Well, like Del Curry and Sonia and Steph's wife and all that. Like, I love that. I love seeing that because to me, it's very relatable.
Right.
You know, when again, we're CYO, it's not the freaking pros, but like when one of my nephews, cousins, whatever, family members is having a game, the whole family shows up. We all support. That's what normal families do.
So 510 Comcast Business Text Line. People got sick of Brittany Mahomes and Jackson Mahomes doing TikTok dances. Once they stop doing those, she's been fine. We're worried about TikTok.
Who's following Jackson Mahomes?
He does have a lot of followers.
Well, I don't.
He does have a lot of followers. Jackson Mahomes, a very interesting cat. Very interesting. Anyway, if you want to be featured on our Red Gold Hotline, give it a ring right now. Leave a voicemail. Leave a message and let us know how excited you are about your team big in the big game. All you have to do is call 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880. Brought to you by Somsation Wine. Somsation Wine. There it is. The wine company. Experience some of the best wines you've yet to discover at Somsation.com.
You know, one of the things that I was big takeaway from last night, media day for the Niners and Chiefs. My God, there's a lot of Niner fans there.
So far.
Wow.
So far.
I mean, maybe they'll be in a late arriving Missouri crowd or Kansas crowd. I don't know. But I'll tell you right now, sounded to me like it was a Niner home game.
Here's Kelsey on the booze.
And it's been absolute. Y'all are firing me up, making me want to play right now, baby. I love the booze, man. I love the cheers, baby. Keep them coming, Niners gang. Keep them coming.
I love that. Here's Mahomes on the booze.
Playing a great 49ers team, but we're going to go out there, play our best football, and see what happens. I appreciate it, Niners Nation. We're here.
Oh! Niners fans, he's calling you out.
I like that.
Travis Kelce has kind of like a Paul Wall Southern twang going the last couple of years. Is that like he changes we all do it. He changes the inflection on his voice there.
Right.
It was very interesting. Kelsey's an interesting one.
All right. Let's do this early today. We got Baldy live in Las Vegas.
Look at this man.
Look at Baldy in Las Vegas. He's ready to roll. Shirt unbuttoned. You know, my man had a night. I seen him all over NFL Network yesterday. So Baldy, we'll get to him in just a second. But how would you like to have breakfast with the roast? Be the first caller right now in the contest line to answer this question correctly, and you will win one of 10 spots available. Call our contest line, 415-523-4652, 415-523-4652. And the question is, when the morning roast started, who was the third co-host along with Shasky and I?
technically the first co-host.
Yeah, I mean,
and I was the third co-host.
the
If
driver.
we're being 100% honest.
When Langford did the pregame show, he would go so-and-so, Shasky, and Bonte coming up. So actually, I was the third.
Really?
Hey, he would say that all the time.
Well,
it's like, damn, I didn't get top billing.
We do have that great drop from Tim Roy and Jim Barnett.
We do have that.
We have to pull that somewhere.
So the question is, when the morning roast started, who was the third co-host along with Shasky and myself? With that said, let's get to Shark Week. Oh. Well, at times in that NFC Championship game, we heard from John Lynch and Steve Wilkes. There wasn't a lot of urgency coming from the 49ers defense. Hopefully they fix that for the Super Bowl as we get connected with Brian Baldinger, courtesy of the Boxer Girls and Guest Line, and presented by our proud partner, Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Baldy live in Las Vegas. Day 2 of Super Bowl week, man. Opening night was last night at Allegiant Stadium. Vegas is booming. Can't wait to get down there, Baldy. Look like you got some sleep, though, man. I'm surprised. Surprised you showed up, Baldy.
Well, I wouldn't say that, Bonte. I wouldn't say. I mean, it was the beginning of a long week. I've got to figure out exactly how to pace myself here because there's a lot going on. Phones ringing all the time. Let's meet up. So I got to figure out a way to make sure I can get to Sunday with my voice and, you know, somewhat of a healthy-looking glow here this morning.
When did you first start to hear, because you've been part of the NFL for so long, Baldy, when did you first start hearing rumblings about the NFL possibly having a Super Bowl in Las Vegas or even having a football team? Because now, Shasky and I were kicking this around yesterday. 5 years ago, it was hard to imagine Las Vegas becoming the sports capital of the nation. Seriously. They got a hockey team that's won a Stanley Cup. Yep. WNBA team went back-to-back. They get all the prize fights, boxing, UFC. They're going to get an NBA team. They're going to get a baseball team. The NFL draft was there. The Raiders are there. Now we got Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas. Would you first believe that, wow, Vegas could be hosting big-time events when it comes to the NFL?
I thought, Ante, that's a great question, Bonte. I honestly think that the success of the Vegas Knights kind of greased the skids for everybody. Winning the Stanley Cup, the way that they did it, the fandom that showed up. I mean, hockey in Las Vegas, who would have thought, you know, all that. But I thought once the NFL saw that, and hey, you know, players weren't getting in trouble, there wasn't a conflict, you know, it was just another rink in a city that really took to sports, obviously, with, you know, everything that's going on. And so I thought that really helped. The Raiders needed a new home. Levi was not an option. And so I thought they're looking for a new home. Vegas has had success. The city is growing like crazy. There's a support here for sports. I thought that was kind of the beginning, Bonte, even before, you know, they made the move.
All right, Baldy, let's get into this team, this Chiefs team for a second.
Yep.
You're a lover of sports like I am, and there are certain players that are just like in the middle of their career. Before they even hit 30, we could feel they're generational. They're old times. You know, Steph, Ricky Henderson, LeBron, Magic, Jordan, Ken Griffey, right? Certain guys.
Yeah.
I think Patrick Mahomes is one of those kind of guys. What does the film tell you about who Patrick Mahomes is as a quarterback? When you look at film more than anyone, Baldy, who is he?
Well, he's in that category of, you know, the athletes you just mentioned. He's in that category in real time. It's interesting, Joe, because, you know, I'm getting that question in some form or another quite a bit. And, you know, I was in Baltimore last week, and I've been around him a lot, going back to Texas Tech. But it's kind of amazing. His routine never changes. Like if I go to Golden State here, if I go down to the arena and I watch Steph, he's got his warm-up coach. The warm-up never changes. It doesn't matter if it's, you know, a Tuesday night in February or it's the NBA Finals. The routine never changes. And honestly, that's what Mahomes is. Like when you watch him warm up, he came out on the field at MM&T Bank Stadium last week, and he had his sweats on. He runs over to the bench. He sits down with the trainers and, you know, the ball, you know, and all the equipment people, and he kind of shoots the, just like talks it up there for a little bit, and then he takes off the cape and he starts warming up the arm. And everybody, the entire receiving corps, backs, tight ends, receivers, they all start like catching these passes from him. And it's a warm up that you could take. I don't care if it was 33 below in Kansas City against Miami, last week in the mist against Baltimore, or if it was week 1. Yeah. The routine never changes. And I feel like when he threw that first touchdown pass to Travis Kelce against Kyle Hamilton, the perfect throw that it was, it's perfect, and it was perfect, and it had to be perfect against Hamilton. But he makes the same throw on the same route 10 times to Travis Kelce in warm-ups. And it's almost like it's just an extension of all of what he does to get ready to play a game. And it doesn't ever deviate. And I think the great ones have that sort of a warm-up and that sort of preparation and practice habits.
Well, Baldy, I'm glad you brought up Travis Kelce because I'm looking at his route tree for Baltimore. I'm like, this guy's playing street football. This is something you play in the street. He's not even running routes because of the rapport that he has with Patrick Mahomes. It's some of the best chemistry we've ever seen from a duo, whether it's Montana to Rice, Brady to Gronk. Now we get Mahomes to Kelce. How can the Niners, because Kelce catches 11 passes on 11 targets, just fascinating stuff in the AFC title game. When you don't know what route he's running, and he's not running normal routes, what's the best method to try to take him out of this football game on Sunday?
Well, the problem with trying to take him out, to your question, is that most of the catches last week were behind the line of scrimmage. And so they run these routes. They were running these same routes when, before Travis Kelce ever got there, before Mahomes was ever the quarterback. Alex Smith was running these routes to tight ends. But, they're looking at how the defense is deployed, and if you're off, they're going to throw 3-yard stick routes. They call it stash rash for whatever reason. That's the name of it. But they threw a bunch of them last week that were just drive starters. 4 yards turns into 6 yards. 6-yard routes turn into 8 or 9 yards.
Right.
They ran on 4th and 2 in the opening drive of the game. They ran sprint right option. Joe Montana was running that same route in 1981, to probably Brent Jones if he was there then. But, on the backside, Kelce's just running a drag that they never throw. They never throw the drag on the backside, except it's Kelce. And Mahomes just flipped it to him. Like, it didn't even think twice about it. And so the rapport is there, but I believe that you've got to get hands on Kelce.
Yeah.
Like, you just can't let him get started. You can't let him get into your routes. And Baltimore really didn't do that. It's not really how they play. They can. If they had to do it all over again, they probably would change it. But I think you've got to get your hands on him, and it's worth it to do it. And make Mahomes wait on him, and if it's not there, make him go someplace else.
When I look at some of the great duos in sports, at least in football, Brady to Gronk, Brady to Welker, Brady to Edelman, Joe to Jerry, Steve to Jerry, Kaminga to Irving. What makes Mahomes and Kelce unique from some of the other great combinations that the league has seen?
Well, first of all, you got to understand just how big Travis is. Like, he's got he's every bit of 6'5". He's got great length, and he's so smooth as a runner. And then he's got his hands are as fast as his feet. So, like, he can just be running in full, he never looks like he's running full speed because he glides. And that's when you watch him warm up, that's what he does. He just glides. So he covers a lot of ground very easily. And so when you got a player that has that sort of length, and then he can just glide, you almost can't be wrong sometimes if you're just throwing it to a spot. He's easy to locate when you're running a scramble drill, or it's the play after the X's and O's, is over, and Mahomes now in scramble mode. Like, all those things make him an easy target. And then he just understands, like, if he was playing basketball, he would understand low post basketball and how to get you on his hip and how to, you position himself. And so all those things, they look like they're tricks or secret chemistry. All those things are in play. And when you listen to either one of them try to describe the question you just asked, Joe, like, where's the chemistry? They can't even describe it. They really can't. And sometimes you just can't put words on it. You just have to show video of it.
Yeah, no doubt. Brian Baldinger here on No Money Roast, courtesy of the Boxer and Gerson guest line. Thinking about this Niners defense, Charvarius Ward said in the second half against Detroit, they ran a lot more man defense. They got out of the zone because Detroit was just slicing them up. Now, Kansas City, they kill zones. We know that. How much can you get away with playing man defense against Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, especially with Andy Reid calling the plays?
Well, the problem you have, if you're going to play man or a lot of man, or at least perceived man coverage is that Mahomes is going to read that coverage, and that's when he can be dangerous, take off with it. If he sees Dre Greenlaw turning and running, with the tight end, with Kittle, with Kelsey, that gives him an open lane to go, and he'll take it. He'll take whatever you want to give him.
Right.
Whatever down and this and this. So it's like you have to change it up. You got to mix it up. You got to give him different looks. You just can't play straight man. It might be the best way to defend that team, but it's not the best way to defend Mahomes.
If a bunch of aliens came down to Earth and they said, explain why Andy Reid is good at coaching and at play calling, how would you break it down for them?
Well, it would start like this, Joe, that I don't think anybody in any profession loves his job more than Andy loves his job. So it starts there. It starts with just a complete love of the game. I remember when he first got the job in Philadelphia, and I went over and I met him day one, and I was doing one of his games early on, and he brought me into his office, and he had this binder that he showed me that he was putting together under, when he was there with Mike Holmgren in Green Bay, and it just his level of preparation, the old 5 Ps, prior preparation prevents poor performance, all that's, like he had that going on in that binder. Like that thing was his Bible, and then he's a tireless worker. Honestly sleeps, I don't think he gets 4 hours a night. But he can exist on that. Most people can't. He's not a caffeine. He doesn't drink caffeine, all that stuff. But he can exist on 3 or 4 hours of sleep and put all of his attention into game plans and tinkering. I remember when they got T.O. in Philadelphia. His whole offense changed.
Right.
The day he got T.O. It was bombs away. So he's always been able to cater his offense and tinker with his offense to whatever personnel he has. And even last year on the touchdowns to Sky Moore and to Kadarius, he found that motion in a game that Jacksonville ran against the Eagles, and Doug Peterson ran that motion, and he saw where the Eagles struggled with it, and they got 2 touchdowns off it. So there's nothing new under the sun. There's nothing that he won't try to unveil as he prepares for this game.
Yeah, it's a scary thought facing Andy Reid. Coming off a bye week in the Super Bowl, we're talking to Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast, as we do every single Tuesday at 7:30, courtesy of the Boxer Girls and Guest Line. All right, Niners offense. Brock Purdy, Deebo Samuel coming back against Detroit the way they did. What's the way to attack the Kansas City defense of Spags here? Do you run the ball? Do you pass the ball? What's the balance of attack here that you see from this Kansas City defense where Shanahan and the Niners offense could exploit it?
Well, I think this is one of those games where Kyle Shanahan's first 15 is really going to be important. He's going to throw formations at him. He's going to throw motions. He's going to throw a lot at him to see how Spags really kind of lines up. Like last week against Baltimore, they lined up with 3 big linebackers. They stuffed the run on the first play and really discouraged Baltimore from running it early. They did the same thing on the first play of the third quarter, and it worked. So I think it's really important to see how Kyle kind of reads because Spags' game plan can be as varied as any in this league.
Right.
He's the best big game coordinator, defense coordinator that we have seen in 20 years.
Yep.
And he's got really smart young players that play a lot of different positions. And so I think it's really important to see how Kyle kind of reads. It's just like that first 2 rounds in a boxing match where you're just kind of feeling each other out. And I feel this is the matchup of the game. Kyle Shanahan against Steve Spagnuolo, and how you get Brock into good positions and where they attack with the ball,
right?
And how often McCaffrey gets it and how he gets it and what runs take off. So I think this is the matchup of the game that's going to dictate the game, and I think it's really important for Kyle to kind of read the tea leaves of what Spags is doing to figure out. Obviously they came out in the second half against Detroit. It was like, let's attack.
Right.
We're attacking. We're down 17. We got to, and they did. Now I don't think they're going to start the game like that. But it will be interesting to see how Spags matches up against the formations and shifts and motions that Kyle's going to throw at him.
So on the Brock Purdy thing, what's it like for a player like Brock Purdy? This first big scrutiny week. This is huge. This is not like anything else he's ever been. How do you not let it consume you? Like all of the paralysis by analysis, just the hype, everything that's going into this. The guy a little bit. So how does he not let this all get to him?
I think one of the reasons why he's been as successful as he's been, Joe, is because he has not let any of that stuff affect him. The outside noise and the detractors and all the stuff that's out there. I mean, he's the center of the universe right now. And I think he's just as level-headed as always. We've all seen the clip last week of Nick Bosa in the locker room saying to him, like, man, how like, are you always this confident? Like, Nick is asking him. Like, I was second pick in the draft, and I'm not this confident. I wasn't always this confident. So I think the way he's wired, and one of the reasons why Kyle fell in love with him early was because he seemed like he was just detached from all of the noise. And so I think that's part of it. I think some players that have played in this game, you know, George Kittle, whatever, have played in the Super Bowl, they can tell him certain things, but I don't think they will. I don't think they're going to like, hey, you know, there's a 30-minute halftime in the, you know, the pregame, you know, with the flyovers and the national anthem and all the, like, it's different. Like, they can say that to him. I think he's I think he kind of knows already, like, when the kickoff happens and we take the field, like, I know what I'm doing. And I think all the other stuff that goes on that can be part of the atmosphere, that can really take away from what your concentration should be, I think he's got this figured out.
Yeah. Baldy, what makes this Chiefs secondary so good? Because the matchup, you're right, Shanahan, Spags, that's a fascinating matchup, could determine the game. But Debo, Ayuk, Jennings against that Chiefs secondary, what makes that Chiefs secondary so good with Snead and McDuffie and company?
Well, he's got a lot of really good young talent. Trent McDuffie is as good a corner as we've seen come into this business. He can play inside, he can play outside, he can play, you know, down in the box. They got a lot of Joshua Williams, Jalen Watson. They got a lot of good young players. But really, the king dog is L'Jarius Sneed. Like, L'Jarius he plays the game. Like, honestly, I feel like he should be back in that era with stick him on his hands.
Wow.
And just punking guys at the line of scrimmage.
Lester Hayes.
He's going to take his shots on all these guys, whether it's Ayuk or Debo. He's going to challenge them. And, like, he's not afraid. Like, if they get behind him, he's got help. He's going to pick his spots like he did Tyreek in the game, where he just jammed him at the line and, like, literally broke his spirit, you know, you know, on the play. Like, he didn't recover. Like, L'Jarius he's going to get paid a bunch of money this offseason. But he, you know, the guy can flat out run, and so he feels like he's got catch-up speed. I think he's got all that. Justin Reed was just one of those free agent finds that you just go, all right, he's in a bad organization, Houston, but he'll flourish in Kansas City.
Wow.
And I think, you know, they all wear T-shirts. In Spags, we trust. You know, Spags hates it. He hates the T-shirt. He wish they wouldn't do it, but it gives them, like, a lot of attention. But that's truly it. They believe in what Steve is doing. And so while they blitz in a way where he's always looking for an opportunity to blitz, he can't tell you when he's going to do it on, you know, Tuesday morning. But game day, he's looking for that chance. And if you're going to do it as often as in the way that they do it, you can't break down on the back end. You can't give up 6. And they don't. And so they're all in. They're all sitting in the front row, you know, during meetings, taking their notes, making sure they know what they're doing.
I mean, that fourth quarter, the last Super Bowl, Chiefs-Niners, Chris Jones dominated down the stretch. Yep. I mean, he just dominated. And I see these PFF advanced grades of, like, the playoffs and where Chris Jones ranks, and I'm like, how is he so low when I watch this guy and all he does is dominate? He just, crucial moments, they need a big play. He gets a pressure. He forces the quarterback to make a mistake. He lines up all across the line. How do they slow this man down? To me, he's one of the best players we don't talk about enough in the league. I mean, this has got to be one of your favorite players, right, Baldy?
Yeah, he is. In fact, he came over to me on the sideline just as he was going to the locker room before the kickoff last week. And just basically, I appreciate everything you do. But I'm going to answer the question, but I'm going to ask this question to you, Joe, first.
Yeah.
You're a baseball fan.
Yeah.
You got your San Francisco Giant hat on, okay? Who's your favorite closer of all time?
Oh, of all time? I mean, I'm probably going to go Rod Becker, Rodnan for the Giants. And Mariano Rivera or Trevor Hoffman would be the answer.
All right,
overall.
Mariano, Trevor, but you got your favorite. He's a closer. Like, there's a lot of great defensive linemen in this league. There's a lot of great defensive players. Not all of them know how to close. Like, he knows how to close. He knows, like, if you go back to AFC Championship game last year against Cincinnati, like Joe Burrow couldn't drop back to his 5th step and he was getting hit. Like, he's a massive guy that moves, got light on his feet, got ballerina feet. He's going to find the pigeon on your offensive line, and he's going to wear him out, whatever that is, and whoever that is. He's just gonna find the weakness.
So where is that weakness? Where is that weakness on the 49ers offensive line this week? I mean, because they're playing well right now, running the ball. I know
they play well as a group, but Chris will let you know on Sunday.
Yeah. So we'll see where it is. We'll see if he's lined up over McKivitz or Brindle. Oh, it's going to be fascinating stuff. Christian McCaffrey in this game. I feel like we need to see a heavy dose of Christian. I know we talk about the touches, and next year, coming off of 400 plus touches. Well, next year's next year, Baldy. Next season's next season. It feels like CMC needs to touch the ball at least 25 times in this game.
Well, he can, and he will, if you can sustain offense. If you're 3 and out, it's hard to keep giving the ball to Christian McCaffrey if he's on the bench.
Right.
So it's all about sustaining offense and staying on the field. You stay on the field and they get 70 plays, he's going to get 25 touches.
Right.
And so that's paramount. When you're in Philadelphia and you're 3 and out, to start the game 2 straight series in a row, you're not going to get McCaffrey into a rhythm. The more touches he gets, the better he gets. And so, he's got 4 touchdowns in the postseason. He'd love to make it 6. But he's got to, you got to put him in a position to do it. I want to see how Kyle gets him matched up in a passing game against who he gets him matched up, because he can do that. Not all the time, but you can get your matchup when you want it. He's done it in a lot of games against linebackers that they probably don't feel like he can cover. Maybe it's Drew Tranquil. Maybe it's double moves against Willie Gay. I'm not sure what it is, but there's going to be a matchup in a passing game where it's just going to be Steph Curry ISO'd, and you're just going to clear it out for him.
All right, Baldy, I want to squeeze in some because we're coming up against it. Rapid fire. Just give me quick answers on these ones. Guy on the Chiefs who's flying under the radar.
I would probably say Justin Watson.
All right, I like that. Guy on the Niners who's flying under the radar.
I'd say Tig Brown.
Okay. Have you met Taylor Swift yet?
No. I know she's from Reading, Pennsylvania. And at one point in my life, we were going to move to Reading, Pennsylvania, and that's the only connection I have. I don't know any songs. I couldn't tell you one song.
Okay.
I'm with you, Baldy.
Who's the celebrity you have to run into this week?
Well, I mean, I'd love to see Bono on Friday night. U2 at the Sphere. I'd love to see that.
Winner of this game.
I just can't go against Mahomes. I can't do it, Joe. I want to pick the 49ers, and I think, they have everything it takes to win the game, but I just can't go against the combination of Mahomes, Andy Reid, and Spags right now.
I'm not mad at you for that. I'm not mad at you.
I'm not here to upset the 49ers.
No, it's all love. It's all love, buddy.
There's still time to kind of, there's still some film to unveil and to watch before Sunday, and something might trigger me. But early, it's Tuesday morning, guys. Things can change. But right now, it's just hard for me to go against that trio of men I just mentioned.
Where are you going to eat? Where's the spot you got to go eat in Vegas, Baldy? Because we'll be down there this weekend.
Tomahawk?
I was just eating a tomahawk last night at Barry's up here at Circa. I was in the meat. I took a picture in the meat locker with all the cuts of meat right there. Man, I felt like this is the only place I want to be, is in this meat locker, trying to figure out what my next meal is going to be.
Man, so you'll be at the game Sunday. I hope you are, right?
I'm not going to be at the game. I'm flying home on Saturday.
No.
Oh, you got to be kidding me, Baldy.
I'm going to break it down literally Sunday night after the game.
We're going.
Films.
All right, we don't get in until Saturday. I don't get in until Saturday night, so we're going to miss you, Baldy. We're going to miss you.
Well, I'm going to miss you then too, guys.
Hey.
But we'll reconvene and maybe talk about a 49er victory in Super Bowl 58, in that massive war chest of the 49ers.
Baldy, one last thing here. If you were starting a team from scratch, all the players who've ever played this game, are you taking Mahomes number 1 overall?
Yes.
Yeah, not a question.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Why is that a shock?
That's what we're going up against.
No, I know.
That's what I've tried to tell people.
Hey, Baldy, last year when Mahomes came to Levi Stadium,
wow.
I swear to God,
Over
I think Mahomes did last year at Levi Stadium. He took for 423, 5 touchdowns. It's one of the 5 greatest regular season performances I've ever seen from quarterbacks. You remember the old Jim Kelly, Steve Young game at Candlestick Park? It was over 1,000 yards. Yeah, Drew Bledsoe and Dan Marino, Joe Robbie Stadium with the baseball infield. They're going at it, going 38-35. Mahomes, what he did last year at Levi Stadium. So I think we understand what Mahomes is. That's why I feel like the Niners got to score at least 30 in this game to have a chance. At least 30.
I think that's probably right. I think they've got to put up a 30 spot. It might be one of those games what we've just seen 2 weeks in a row now where they got to come down the field, to win the game at the end, and get into the 30s and win it.
All right, Baldy. What did you think of Shanahan last night, by the way, before we let you go?
A little loose, huh?
I was happy with Shanahan's answers, man. Some people think he was a little loose.
I didn't see it, so I didn't know.
Oh, you didn't see it? All right. Nah, he was talking. A lot of people thought he maybe have a shot or two, but hey, it is Vegas. It is a Monday night. Go enjoy yourself.
Yeah, piano
Look, he's
bar.
under the spotlight. He's under the spotlight. You know, one way or the other, he's under the spotlight. Let's see, he's a master play caller. He needs, I thought 2 years ago, Sean McVay was a master play caller down the stretch, final drive of the game to win the game. It was all Cooper Kupp. Kyle's going to need that kind of performance.
All right, Baldy. Enjoy Las Vegas, man. Survive out there. We'll continue to watch your work on Twitter at Baldy NFL, man. We'll talk about
you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Always.
Anytime, Baldy. Brian Baldinger here on the Boxer and Girls and Guest line on 95.7 The Game. Baldy go with the Chiefs, and I'm not mad at him. How can you pick against Mahomes? I get it. And you're surprised about him taking Mahomes. We know who Mahomes is. He is Jesus on cleats.
He's 28.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Jesus on cleats. Are you surprised?
Well, yeah, it's not surprise. It's just the thudding reality of, I said to Baldy, who does this for a living, played the game, I respect his opinion maybe more than any other person not named John Madden in the history of the game or Bill Walsh. I said, who would you take number 1 overall to be on your team right now in the history of the game? And you're taking that guy? And he's not 38. He's 28.
You said the history of the game or just right now?
I said the history of the game.
Oh, I didn't know. History of the game. I missed that part.
I said the history of the game.
The history.
Number 1. Fantasy draft of all the players that you could have.
I'm mad at him for that.
No, but Bonte, that's a statement.
It is. I didn't hear the history part. I missed the history part. That's wow. History now, I'm a little more
It
shocked.
jarred me.
I thought he just said right now. Right now, I was like, yeah, no brainer. History? He's probably a top 10 pick.
That's tough.
He said number 1 overall.
Jerry Rice. Oh man, that's tough.
Over LT.
Yeah, I know. That's a lot.
You could. There's a lot of. All right, injury report time. I am shook.
Eric Armstead continues to deal with foot and knee injuries, but that is not keeping him out of practice. George Kittle has not been a full participant in practice this week as he battles with a toe injury, but they're playing. They're at opening night. They were talking. They're not skipping the Super Bowl. They will be in uniform. There'll be a full goal by Sunday at Allegiant Stadium. The injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Plus, we're going to qualify one more listener to have Exit Toast with the Roast. We'll have the last winner's name coming up on the other side. It's all coming up on the Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
I have a 6-pack. It's just under the dad bod.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A Tuesday morning here on the roast. Super Bowl week. Super Bowl week. And the San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says we're 5 days, 7 hours, 26 minutes, and 39, 38, 37 seconds away from kickoff of the big game Sunday in Las Vegas. Big shout out to Pete's Coffee. We're going to Vegas for the game. Thanks to Pete's Coffee. We'll be out there Saturday night up until Tuesday. We'll do the shows from Monday, Tuesday from Las Vegas. I believe Steiny and Guru going out there for Thursday, Friday. Little Radio Row action. But thank you to Pete's Coffee for sending us to the big game. Good work to all the graveyard shift workers. If you're at work, what is happening? Drive safely on the roadways. I know the rain is dissipated, but still drive safely. Don't text and drive. Really, your life is not worth it. Good morning to all the overnight dancers. You know they're making a killing in Sin City. Forget the ones in San Francisco, probably in Las Vegas. Nobody's out here. Business is dead out here. Oh, we shouldn't talk about that. 888-957-9570.
No, don't talk about that.
Saw a ghost. I love how uncomfortable he gets.
I'm just letting you walk the plank, my friend.
No.
And I was worried.
What are you worried about?
Wait, is that me? And I was worried. Is that me pretending to be Pinocchio or... And I was worried.
Who was that?
It's me.
That's you?
Yeah, it doesn't sound.
What was he worried about then?
And I was worried. Who knows?
What are you worried about? Were you worried about Mahomes?
Yeah.
Here's what Mahomes said about the Niners defense.
You have to have respect for them. I mean, they have a great defensive line, great linebackers, and they do a great job of their rush patterns and rush packages. And so, obviously, you got to trust in your offensive line that they play a great football game. You have different times where you help out with protection and stuff like that. And then whenever I need to get the ball to my hand, I have to get it out of my hand. So, I mean, that's definitely the biggest thing that I have to do. We're playing a great 49ers team, but we're going to go out there, play our best football, and see what happens. I appreciate it, Niners Nation. We're here.
Oh! Niners fans, he's calling you out.
You know, Michael Mills says strippers don't listen to sports talk radio. You are a liar. I met some strippers who listen to the morning roast. You better believe they do.
That's tough.
We got all kind of people listening to the roast. Drug addicts.
One in my life.
Students. You never met a stripper in your life? Stop lying. The cat.
I'm a little in shock.
What did Shasky say back in the day? The Bloods and Crips listen to the show. The gangsters are listening. The techies are listening.
The lawyers.
The big bosses. The lawyers. The cops. The firefighters. The sheriffs. They're all listening.
Bonte, the more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
What are you nervous about? RJ? You guys nervous about Mahomes?
You scare me, Bonte.
Here's the issue.
You guys getting scared?
The all-time greats in a one-game scenario can do, like they're capable of doing anything. And so I think that looking at the regular season, looking at the playoffs for the Kansas City Chiefs, there were two different seasons for them. Like during the regular season, they were completely up and down. They had some bad losses, and that offense didn't look right. It does feel like they're playing their best football right now at this time in the season. But I look at these individual greats, and in these one-off games, whether it's a Game 7 in the NBA or Major League Baseball, or whether it's a playoff game in football, the all-time greats can muster up plays where there are no plays and can do things for long stretches of a game in these standalone opportunities, these do-or-die spots. And yeah, Mahomes is the number one. If this were any other team, right, I would be talking about how balanced they are, and this guy can, and they have great players, Chris Jones and Kelsey and Pacheco. They got a lot of guys. He brought up Watson.
L'Jarius Sneed.
There are a lot of players on that team. They're not just Mahomes, but he's that good.
He is that good.
I mean, he's an all-time great.
Nobody said it was going to be easy. Let's go to let's get out to the phone lines, man. We haven't taken a lot of calls today. Let's do it for the last 2 hours of the show. By the way, Jesse Sapolo, four-time Super Bowl champ, is going to join us at 8:30. 8:30. Jesse Sapolo, baby, former guard center with the 49ers. Cannot wait for that. Let's go to Clark the Shark. Clark the Shark, what's happening?
Brothers, Bonte, Belafonte, Cup of Joe, Sam the Man, how are you all doing? God bless you guys.
God bless you, Clark the Shark. What, you tell me what's going on. What's going on in South Carolina?
Oh, man.
What's going on in South Carolina? What's the latest and greatest?
Oh, it's sunny. It's nice. It's a little chilly, but other than that, it's doing great here.
How's the wifey doing?
Hey, I'll tell you.
Hold on. How's the wife doing?
wifey's in the Philippines for 5 weeks. In fact, we're getting a place in the Philippines.
Oh, wow.
We're going. Yeah, I'm probably going to be moving to the Philippines.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
How are you going to listen to us late at night?
The Philippines, they have the
They have
internet.
Wi-Fi.
I'm not sure if you're aware of this.
YouTube. No, I'm just saying. Wow, I got to come visit you. Manila? Where are you going to the Philippines?
Yeah.
Man.
Well, we got a place, a beach house, and we're going to get a farm too. So we're going to do both of those things.
Clark the Shark, let me know what I can do to help. What you got on the game?
Yeah, you strike me as a farmer.
All right, Joe. That's not funny. Yeah, I'm not much of a farmer, but I'm going to learn. I'm going to learn. Anyway, on the game. Hey, this reminds me of when the Niners in the 85 Super Bowl, Marino's coming in. How are they going to stop Marino? He's the greatest quarterback. He had just come off with the greatest year any quarterback had ever had, and they found a way. And here's the deal, is if the Niners look at all the great players, I think they're all going to play great out of their minds. And I think, there's this ladybug effect. I think there's a destiny working here. I don't know. Sure feels like it, but I know that the Chiefs are a great team, but this is how it ought to be, right? Yep. We need to beat the best, right?
There you go, Clark the Shark.
Anyway, that's my take here.
Hey, you make sure you let us know when you move to the Philippines. I want to keep in touch with you, Clark the Shark.
Oh, I'll be calling you still.
All right,
That's where all the unique Jordans come from.
Yeah, they do.
Some say they're not real, but that's okay.
I wouldn't know nothing about those. If it ain't authentic, it ain't me. If it ain't authentic, it ain't me. I saw somebody on Twitter, they were complaining about the replica jersey being messed up. They washed it. They didn't wash it inside out, and it was on wall. And they were like, oh, this is messed up. First of all, you made the mistake of buying the replica.
Well, that's maybe all they can afford.
Well, oh, look at you.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I don't knock anyone.
Authentic. Authentic. Oh, Mr. Oh.
What? And I was worried. What's wrong? Like, what?
Wait, Mr. What?
Yeah, I don't know what. Like,
I'm saying
there's a Mr. But then there's noises after that.
I'm in a good mood. I'm just saying, don't waste your money on replica jerseys. It's not worth it. They mess up in the washer. That's all.
I have a replica jersey.
No, he did. He just said, jersey. Maybe that's all they could afford.
That's why I have it. It's like $250 for those authentic baseball jerseys.
And when you're buying them for kids too, you don't want to buy a $400 jersey for a kid.
Don't complain about them getting messed up. That's all I'm saying. It wasn't a kid. It was a grown ass kid. It was a grown ass adult. Doesn't have anything to do with kids. Kids get the little shirts and whatnot. So I don't do Fugazis.
Well, I have a hard time buying, and I know people out there, they want to buy the new stuff that's coming out. It's got the Super Bowl logo on it. Until the team wins, it's really hard for me to buy any of that merch, any of that stuff. Like they did it with the Giants gear back in the day. They would have the World Series patch, and yeah, it's cool to get a hat with the World Series on. But when they lost in 2002, people were walking around with a World Series patch where they lost, and I don't know. It bugged me.
I don't wear championship. I only wear the Super Bowl stuff for the NBA final stuff. If they win,
yeah,
I don't buy any.
See,
of that stuff.
I'm in agreement with you. I kind of hold off until they win.
415. Good morning, Roast Crew. I'm a criminal defense lawyer on the peninsula. I love your show, as do other lawyers.
Thank you.
Some judges and sheriffs. Keep it up. That's Skinny Kev.
Skinny Kev.
You know Skinny Kev?
No, but I might need representation one day. And
what would
Skinny
you?
Kev.
Well, you don't need representation.
Got a lot of lawyers listening to the show.
You be snitching, man. You don't need no representation.
Having multiple
you got the
lawyers
cops.
is a good thing.
You got the cops, man. You be snitching. Let's go to the line. Oh, one more text I wanted to read. 650. Is there a sports show with a higher Pinoy audience than a roast?
No.
No, everybody. The Filipinos
represent for the culture.
The Filipinos love 95.7.
Exactly.
It's not just us. They love the entire station.
And it's like, come on.
All right, let's go to Richie.
And we got a Pasoy problem in the clubhouse.
Richie in Queens. Richie, what's happening?
That guy.
Hey guys, how are you?
I'm good.
Good. Boy, I'm just trying to analyze this game, and I'm thinking about certain points during the season, how things change. I think the Niners were going such an incredible pace, and then they hit that Raven game. Not been as dominant since then. Really fought to win those two games. I thought they'd be a little easier to get through. then about the KC, how bad they were considered 4 or 5 games ago. They couldn't hold on to a pass. They had no receivers. They got beat up by the Raiders on Christmas. And you look at what they are now, and you just say, well, who gets the edge at this point? You know, I think it's going to come down to, with the Niners, I really feel that a big part of the game is going to have to be Samuel and McCaffrey, especially with the quick passes. I think those two guys can make big plays, big yardage plays out of small little receptions. I think that's going to be a big part of it. Because Spagnuolo has been phenomenal defensively in these kind of games. So, and Jones and McDuffie have been really, really good defensively as cornerback. So, you know, it's really going to be a really interesting game. It should be a good game. You know, we've talked about Purdy. I've called in the past. My feeling is got tuned into you guys because, like I said, the East Coast football was horrendous this year. So one of my favorites, you know, I'm a big San Francisco Giants fan, and I also root for your team, the Niners. So I picked them to win it. And I'm going to stick with it. But their defense has got to pick it up, like the KC defense has picked it up.
Good call, Richie. Good call.
Debo and CMC are crucial to whatever they're going to do this week. I believe that it's no one guy. I think they're going to need a balanced attack to be able to beat this team.
I think they're going to need everybody.
Yeah.
George Kittle, Ayuk, Debo, McCaffrey. I think they need all Pistons.
It's all hands
firing.
on deck.
All Pistons firing in this engine, man. They need it all. They're going to have to score some more. You cannot give up possessions. Baltimore comes out in that AFC Championship game, goes 3-and-out right away. Right away. You're like, damn. KC goes out and scores a 7-0. Now, Baltimore responded, but KC really controlled the tempo in the first half. I believe they had the ball for over 20 minutes in that first half against Baltimore. Completely took them out of their game plan. Kansas City, even in Super Bowl 54, for the most part, I mean, they held the ball for 33 minutes in that game in Super Bowl 54, so they controlled the clock. But especially in that first half, they went on long clock-eating drives. Kansas City will do that. This isn't the Mahomes, the Tyreek Hill, boom, boom, boom. Now, they could do it with MVS. They could do it at times with Skylar Moore. But Kansas City will love the control tempo and keep Brock Purdy off the field. So you got to maximize your offensive possessions. It's going to be a long day with Mahomes on the other side. Let's go to BPA. BPA, what's happening?
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Morning.
You know, that last caller, I don't normally comment on other callers, was pretty smart caller about sort of the arcs of their seasons, you know, changing. Niners after the Ravens and all that. But I think I just can't. I'm kind of going in realistic. I don't ever recall going to a Super Bowl with the Niners with this little confidence in the defense. I mean, when the head coach is calling out effort issues in the NFC Championship game, that's bad. That the defense couldn't summon the wherewithal to get it up for the NFC title game. And so, yeah, you just hope that there's something, you know, that they can coach it up and come up with like some sort of innovative game plan defensively versus what they did in the last few playoff games where they came out obvious, prone, defensive. And, yeah, that's the hope. But I don't have a lot of confidence that Wilkes has it in him. So
what fan does have
I know Butcher agrees.
Yeah, I mean, BPA, why do you live your life so worried and scared? You live.
No, I'm good. Hey, trust me, I'm good. I'm not scared. But like, yeah, that's.
You said you had low confidence.
I want to win the game.
You know, you said you had.
I want to win.
Yeah, you don't have any confidence.
I have a low confidence in the defense that just gave up 500 yards to Jared Goff. Yeah, I think that's a pretty reasonable statement.
Detroit had one of the best offenses of all of football.
Yeah, it's 500 yards to Jared Goff in an NFC title game. I don't think there's
Jared Goff threw for 4,500 yards this year.
Yeah.
But they are facing Mahomes and Andy Reid. We can agree that we probably, even though Detroit has a very promising and an excellent roster of the personnel is really good offensively. This is Mahomes and Kelsey. I mean, these are legends. These aren't just good players. These are legends.
Who had a better regular season?
What?
Who had a better regular season?
I throw the regular season out the window. This is the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I mean,
all right.
I can't.
I'll just ask the question.
Well, the answer is this. Did the regular season matter for Kansas City against Miami, against Buffalo, or against the Baltimore Ravens?
Jared Goff they should have won that NFC title game, the Detroit Lions. I mean, they should have won that game. They blew that game.
I like Jared Goff. We can all acknowledge, like, there's Goff, and then there's a couple of
I'm not
steps
saying
up,
he's
and
on the same level as Mahomes.
I mean, they're not even.
But he had a better year than Mahomes. Hell, he had a better. In the playoffs, Goff was flawless.
I could poll 100 fans and say, hey, who do you fear more?
No, of
in a
course
playoff
you're going to
game?
fear more. You're going to fear Mahomes more. That's not the question, though. But what I'm not going to do going into the Super Bowl game, it is what it is. One team's going to win, one team's going to lose. It's for all the marbles, and we're playing in the damn Super Bowl. And yeah, we got to go through Mahomes, but damn it, this is the same Mahomes. Well, he's a little different, but you had him down 10 in Super Bowl 54. And I've got a better quarterback this time around.
Yes.
I got better weapons outside. Brandon Ayuk is an upgrade from Emmanuel Sanders. Debo's better than Debo we saw his rookie year. So why the hell am I going to go into this Super Bowl game fearing? They should be fearing Brock Purdy in this offense.
No, I think
they should be fearing Christian McCaffrey. The hell, I'm sick of going into every week. We go into this fear factor. Oh my God, we fear Mahomes. We know what it is. Mahomes is great.
It's acknowledging.
But if I get
the
Nick
strengths
Bosa
and
on his
weaknesses.
horse coming around the edge, Nick Bosa could disrupt this football game. Like he did in Super Bowl 54.
Well, we're gonna
disrupt the game.
I don't think it's like fear. I think it's more like, hey, like, here's what we do well. Here's what they do well. Here's what we don't do well. Here's what they don't do well. And sometimes, like, the weakness right now, one of the weaknesses of the team, yeah, I don't know what I'm getting from my defense, quarter to quarter, half to half. And I think in a lot of the previous Super Bowl versions or teams that were trying to get to the Super Bowl under Shanahan, the defense was a little more stout, and I had a little more faith in where they were at and where their strengths are. Like right now, what is the strength of the defense?
Rushing the passer, hopefully. Hopefully.
You
hopefully.
No, I'm saying, like, what has been...
They've been disappointing, but you know what? I'll give them credit. In the second half, they didn't give up a touchdown until there was a minute left in the game.
Well, I was going to say their strength is turning the ball, making the other team turn the ball over.
Well, they didn't do that, really.
Well, they got a huge fumble.
They got the one fumble.
And then 2 interceptions against Jordan Love.
The one fumble. It's a bad decision by Jordan Love. So they stood up. They stood up. In that second half, Fred Warner, Drake Gorilla played with their hair on fire. Nick Bosa played like a man possessed against the Detroit Lions. So, look, they got to see us, too. Our defense ain't no chumps. We're disappointed because they're not playing up to their capabilities. We see this defense play lights-out football at times this season. They have. Believe it or not, they have. They only gave up 17 points a game in their regular season. Now in the playoffs, these get a little hairy, but you know what? When they needed to stop against Green Bay, they got the stops.
They did.
When they needed stops against Detroit, they got stops.
Well,
They're not going to play perfect football in the playoffs.
No, but I'm looking at this. So, like, there's an injury update. Eric Armstead, he's not practicing. He's dealing with a foot and a knee injury. He's expected to play. He doesn't look like the normal Eric Armstead. And, that's a big issue for this team because they're thin on that defensive line. And he's one of the guys making a lot of money. And so because he makes what he makes, it's harder to round out the rest of that defensive line. We've clearly talked already about Chase Young's effort level. Randy Gregory's been okay, but nothing to write home about. And Javon Hargrave's had a couple of plays here and there, but we need a little more. And so, yeah, I think that going into this matchup, I was hoping that our defense throughout the playoffs would kind of show up a little more and they'd be a little more ferocious in terms of that front seven. And it feels like occasionally Bosa, Greenlaw, Warner, and I'm praying outside of that. And that doesn't bode well. I think the best way to beat Mahomes is constant pressure with 4.
And they can get that. They can get that this week against these tackles. These 2 tackles with Kansas City, Jawar Taylor, Donovan Smith. They're both top 8 when it comes to holding penalties. All right? They hold a lot. Bosa's already put it out there to ethos. Hey, when I know on tape, they hold a lot. Donovan Smith and Jawar Taylor can be had on the edges. And then you don't have Thuney playing inside. Joe Thuney, they're all pro guard. He's out this game with a pec injury. So can you get pressure inside with Javon Hargrave? Let's not act like Kansas City lit the world on fire in these playoffs. They didn't score against Baltimore in the second half. They got shut down.
No.
They got shut down. The run game got shut down. Their pass game got shut down. They hung on for dear life. All right? Let's not act like this offense is world beaters. This 49ers defense can show up and get pressure on Mahomes, and I do believe they'll do a better job of stopping the run against Pacheco. Their run game's a little more predictable, but now, can they get on the edges with some of their guys? Absolutely. That's a problem. With the jet sweeps and everything, getting on the edge, chipping our edge rushers. We got to clean that up. You got to clean that up. But you know what? I'm not. Like, Mahomes is great. He's all-time great. But this team ain't the greatest team I've ever seen.
No.
They don't got the greatest weapons I've ever seen.
No.
I'm not. up here pooping my pants and, oh, my God, Mahomes every time he's shot. You know what? I got Brock 30. I got Brock Purdy, who averages 30 points a game. I got my offense, too. They got to deal with us. They got to deal with the brain and Shanahan. So, you know what? It is what it is, man. But I'm not. Yeah, there's a fear factor. Mahomes is great. We know that. Yada, yada, yada. But you know what? Steph Curry lost finals before, too. LeBron has lost NBA finals. Tim Duncan lost some finals. Burt lost before. Magic lost before. I mean, losses happen. We can beat the Chiefs. We're going to beat the Chiefs, man.
I'm looking at their receiving core, and Rice is a nice player, a very nice player. I feel like this is one of the easier. In the last 2 weeks, meaning Detroit and Green Bay,
weapons.
Going in, I thought they had better personnel at wide receiver than what Kansas City has. And so that encourages me because I do feel like Diamond Lenore is playing pretty good ball. Charvarius Ward's been pretty good. And Ambry made a play, in the NFC Championship game. This feels like a better matchup. But when I watch back that Detroit game, I think about how much Laporta got anything he wanted. Now, maybe that was a byproduct of the way they were running the ball, Detroit, or what they were doing schematically to kind of take some pressure off some of those cornerbacks with those wide receivers. I do worry about Kelsey, but I think the wide receiver matchup for these corners is much better this week.
It is, but they've got some speed. Rice is coming along here at wide receiver for the kids, and you know what?
And Valdez-Scantling makes plays. I hate to say it.
Brian Baldinger mentioned Tig Brown, Jair Brown, the rookie out of Pitt State. He said that's a player who's flying under the radar, and I do think he's a very important player because he may get matched up on Kelsey at times.
That's a tough match.
He's going to have to play the deep third at times, the deep middle as a safety. You know what? He's struggling. He's struggling a little bit. Tackling, and that's the one thing we haven't talked about yet this week. The Niners got to tackle. 4-yard catches have to be 4-yard catches. They can't turn into 10-yard catches. You have to be able to tackle, get these dudes on the ground, and make them work for every single inch. But Jair Brown's got to tackle, and he's got to close some of those gaps, especially on pass plays. I think about the 3rd 18, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Jair Brown, man, step up. Let's go.
I mean, how about the 3rd and 12 run play where everybody's laying back? Like, there were a variety of 3rd down plays. The defense just was really bad. That's undeniable. And I mean, when you bring up deep 3rd down plays, then I think of Mahomes and Tyreek Hill, which sucks. But no, you're right on the tackling. There's no doubt they're going to have to wrap up better, and that's where I look at Isaiah Pacheco. In the playoffs, he's averaging about 24 touches a game and about 100 yards. He's a guy who will run through multiple tackles, so it's going to have to be gang tackling.
Yeah, no doubt, and he runs hard, and he ran hard last year in the Super Bowl. All right, coming up on the Russ, Jesse Sapolo, 4-time Super Bowl winning offensive lineman with the 49ers. He'll join us coming up. Some of the memories he had in the Super Bowl, some of the memories he had of getting ready for the Super Bowl, the week that is leading up to it. We'll get Jesse's thoughts on that, plus your chance to win a spot for Eggs and Toast with the Roast. Coming up at 7:30, Proposition Chicken provided us with breakfast. That's what's coming up in the game. Brought to you by Flag and Anthem.
I'm not scared.
And I was worried. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Marowest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. The biggest day in football is right around the corner.
Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Nice night from Stephen Curry in Brooklyn. He loves Barclays Arena. 29 points, 12 and 24. Hit the only 4 threes the Warriors hit last night. They're 4 of 22, Steph 4 of 11. Warriors get a bunch of need to win. They take the floor tomorrow against the Sixers. And if they beat Philadelphia, they'll have a winning road trip. Go figure. 5-game road trip? They can go 3-1. Then Thursday, whatever happens with Indiana, hey, plays with house money.
They are playing a good brand of ball right now.
It's not bad.
It feels like Jonathan Kaminga is coming of age.
Oh, yeah. There's going to be a lot of takes walk back about Kaminga. It was nasty work last year. Some media members, some fans, basically insulted the guy's intelligence.
It's unacceptable.
He didn't have any IQ. Well, it looks like he's got a very good basketball IQ. When you need a bucket, boy, he can go get you a bucket. Get to the lane. Good to see Jonathan Kaminga said. But, hey, it's time to qualify our last person for Exit Toast with the Roast. Be the first caller on the contest line to answer this question correctly, and you'll win one of the 10 spots available. Call our contest line, 415-523-4652, 415-523-4652. The question is, what are the 2 words that Bonte Hill says to kick off the start every show? 415-523-4652. What are the 2 words that I say to kick off every single show? Love it started to piss me off. Is that it? Is it Spinoni's having a meltdown? Is it Sausalito Shasky? Those are 2 words. Spinoni's miserable. Those are 2 words. Snitch and Shasky? Burley Game Butcher? I'm having a meltdown. Bougie Bonte? Overnight Dancers? Overnight Dancers, those 2 words. What 2 words do I start the show with?
Here we go. I don't want to give it away.
That's 3. That's 3. That's 3.
It's here, and then we go is combined. We go. It's all in one.
All in one. Here we go. Here we go.
Dak.
Here we go. Pasoi problems? Sea legs?
And we got a Pasoi problem in the clubhouse.
The Niners cadence is red 18, red 18.
What did Baldy say that play? Stash rash? They call it a stash rash? That's 2 words. Do I open the show saying, stash rash?
Very briefly, I know you referenced the Pasoi. You said that there's a Pasoi problem in the clubhouse. Not sure if you caught this yesterday on Instagram. I don't follow this guy, but someone screenshot it and sent it to me. Jock Peterson signed with the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Oh, yeah, I did see that over the week. That happened over Friday, right?
Yeah, but he put a post on his social media where he's wearing the purple. It's clearly photoshopped. And one of the comments in there says, I don't blame you for leaving San Francisco. The whole city has turned into poop. And that's from Fat Mamba 626. Jock liked it. Good riddance, Jock. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, that fat.
No, we're not going to body shame.
No, we're not going to body shame. But you know what? Like I told you guys, Tommy Pham slapped the Bay Area soul out of that young man. And it happened one day in Cincinnati. He's never been the same. So good riddance. He went from the Bay anyway. He was
just real quick on Jock. I heard from very reliable people his work ethic with this team as someone making the most amount of money on the roster of the regular players, and his leadership was horrific. And it's kind of sad. I mean, you could see it. You could see his physical decline in terms of how he carried himself, but like not taking batting practice, not doing things seriously, had like 4 coolers filled with liquor in the desk. We talked a lot about Bonds and the 2 recliners. Bonds was always ready to play and was always in tip-top shape. This guy was more worried about the post-game spreads and the cocktails he was going to serve and the money he was going to steal from young guys who were coming back and forth on the taxi squad than he was about honing his craft. It's kind of disgusting what I heard from multiple people regarding Jock Peterson.
Well, he's, blame Farhad. Farhad's making all these moves. Giants, I mean, San Francisco Giants.
Well, no,
I mean, it's absolutely pathetic what's going on with that organization. And I'm just sitting back laughing.
Well, the vitriol that not you, but like people out there have toward Klay Thompson right now. Klay is trying his hardest.
Right.
And his bot, he's in shape. He's doing everything he can. He's just slowly declining. Jock Peterson gave up.
Yeah, he didn't work hard.
That's the guy we should be directing vitriol and anger. He's a nobody in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, a guy who stole $20 million from us.
Exactly.
But we got a 13-year veteran who's helped us win 4 championships and provided some of our best moments in the world. And I see people talking about Klay Thompson like he is Jock Peterson. I told you, Jock, the minute he got slapped.
You called it.
The worst thing to happen.
You called it.
And they brought him back for $20 million. So the Giants are just a laughing stock. That's what they are. I don't even get mad about them. And I was actually thinking about this driving around yesterday as you wear that SF hat.
Yeah. I apologize for even bringing them. It's Super Bowl week.
No, you know what? Swear to God, I thought about this the other day driving around as you wear that Giants hat. Just jogged my memory. I said, what if I just became a fan of baseball?
Like the Rob Lowe.
I've got my Bo Jackson jersey. What if I just went to go buy a Pete Rose jersey, Cincinnati?
It's a sick-ass jersey, though.
Wear a Brooks Robinson jersey for Baltimore.
That's a sick jersey.
Wear a Griffey jersey. Forget being a Giants fan. I'm just going to be a fan of the game. I'm almost ready to give up my Giants fandom because of Farhad Zaidi and the way they run their operation.
Please don't.
No, I may do that. Because I'm also tired of Giants fans, too.
Well, that's its own conversation.
All right, anyway. I'm not tired of Jesse Sapolo. I need more Jesse Sapolo in my life. 4-time Super Bowl champ, offensive lineman. I wish he could line up on Sunday. We need him up in the interior. He did it all for the 49ers, winning those 4 Super Bowls. He's a legend in our minds here in San Francisco. Should be a Hall of Famer. Jesse, good morning, man. How are you doing? Welcome to the Morning Roast.
Good morning, man. Thank you for having me on. How you guys doing?
Oh, man, we're doing great as we talk to Jesse Sapolo, of course, on the Boxer Girls and Guest line. And look, we're fired up for Las Vegas. I don't know. Will you be down in Las Vegas? I know we'll get there this weekend. Will you be at the game, Jesse?
Yes, I'll be at the game. I got in yesterday, so, it's exciting. I'm sure this is the first time the Super Bowl's ever been held in a venue like this, Las Vegas, where, the city that nobody sleeps. So it's exciting for our faithfuls to come in.
Hey, talk about your memories of getting ready for the Super Bowl. What is this week like for the players?
Well, usually most of the work is done last week. This week is about refining, still practice at full speed, but the contact, you pull back a little bit on it. I know yesterday they had a media day, and they're going to have some media commitments in the next couple of days. But as the days gets closer to the game, you start feeling you need to be by yourself and remove yourself from your family and everybody else because this is your one shot to become the best in the world.
Jesse, when you look at this right now, there's a lot of guys on both sides who've played in a Super Bowl already. How did your experience change from your first Super Bowl to your last?
Well, the first one was really, really exciting for me. And then at some point, maybe my third one, you started thinking about, hey, this is a chance of my generation of 49ers to make history, and we did make history as the only club to go 5-0 in that period. But yeah, at my last Super Bowl, I played with a guy named Ricky Jackson, who was a nemesis with the New Orleans Saints for a long time.
Yeah.
And to see him at our ring ceremony act like a little child, he was just jumping up and down. It made me more happy for him than I was for myself. But, a lot of different things. At some point, you start playing for history, and then you start playing for someone that deserves to be a world champion. There's a teammate of yours, and it's very similar to, a lot of our young players. They need to play for Trent that way. So I think that's how I felt the more I won Super Bowls.
I'm glad you brought up Trent because you were a guy with tremendous size, great speed, great hand-eye coordination. I mean, I look at Trent Williams. I can't think of a better athlete to play that position. Well, what do you see when you watch Trent Williams play? Because we've been so lucky to have him at this point in his career.
Athletic, a lot of experience, You know, a lot of the things that some of the tricks that he uses makes me laugh, you know, because I know he's at this stage of his career. He doesn't have to grind all the time. He can use that experience and athleticism to get away with some of the blocks that he does. And a big fan of Trent. I think he's a great leader for our young guys, especially the guys, the two young guards inside. And now we got Feliciano that's playing well inside there. So, like I said, there's someone that I can identify with because I came back from heart surgery, and he came back from having cancer, and he's one of those guys that I'm just hoping that can win a ring this week.
Yeah, we're hoping he can win a ring. We're hoping Christian McCaffrey can win a ring. And we're hoping Brock Purdy can win a ring, Jesse. And Brock Purdy's been a topic of conversation in the football world, some nasty dialogues there. But Brock Purdy, what's your evaluation of him when you watch him run around there and make plays for the Niners?
Well, you know, I spoke at his Mr. Irrelevant banquet in Newport Beach. The Niners sent me there. And I talked to him about, you know, I was 11th round draft choice. So I feel like a Mr. Irrelevant coming out. But, you know, a lot of people say it's premature for us to compare him to Joe Montana. And not that I'm comparing him to Joe, but there's a lot of similarities in their games. The ability to process defenses, throwing at a spot, anticipation, it's one of his strengths. And we saw last week, and I knew that all along because I saw it in preseason. We saw last week that he can actually scramble and get out of trouble, you know, which is what separates him even more from what Jimmy G can do. You know, Jimmy took us a long ways, and we'll always be thankful of that. But I think Brock's ability to anticipate, solve defenses in a short period of time, and then get away from trouble. And if it wasn't for his legs, I honestly didn't think we could win that game last week.
Were you there at the game?
Yes, I was there at the game.
That's what I thought. We had talked with Bryant Young last week. Walk me through your experience watching that game. I mean, I saw a little bit of both Joe and Steve. I mean, no one's saying that he is those guys. Those guys are all-time legends. But his ability to escape trouble, and he was running recklessly, but getting first downs, and he made some big-time throws. I mean, walk us through the experience. Was your heart racing like it was ours?
Yeah, it was. You know, because I just felt like, wow, we cannot let this game get away from us. And the thing that made me a little nervous is our defense didn't prove that they could stop them in the first half. So even if we have a great second half offensive game, we need to stop their offense. And thank God our defense came out and got the job done. But with Brock Purdy, you know, everybody's saying he can't play from behind. He can't put a team on his back. Well, I don't know, you know, what people are seeing, but, you know, what he did last week from 17 points down to bring our team back, and now we're in the Super Bowl. I love an underdog story, and I don't know why a lot of the sports shows are hard on him. You know, I'm thinking, you know, people should fall in love with this guy because, you know, he's not expected to do anything, and here he is. You know, it's a great example for a lot of kids that are not looked at very highly, that, you know, if you believe in yourself, you can do something with it. And so that's why I'm a big fan of Brock Purdy's, and I think a lot of America will be cheering for him to get it done.
No, I'm with you, Jesse. I'm definitely with you. Do you still keep in touch with Eddie D by any chance?
Yes, I stay in touch with Eddie D. I saw him about 5 weeks ago at our Alumni Day when he came in, so it's always great to see him.
Do you text him during the game, or have you texted him since the Niners have advanced to the Super Bowl?
No, I haven't texted him, but I'm sure, you know, knowing Eddie D, he was probably kicking things in his kitchen during the first half. But.
What can we do to get Eddie D back out to a game, man? If people want to see him, I'm thinking about, I see Jan York up there, Dr. John York, and, you know, Eddie D had his fingerprints over this organization. I would love to see him out there in Vegas, and I know he loved Vegas. That was his town.
Yeah, I remember we had our reunion here for all 5 Super Bowls.
Yep.
I think about some 8 years ago, and we did it here at the Paris Hotel. So, but you're right. He likes Vegas, but also, if you look at Jed, has done a nice job of kind of copying his uncle. Because for us to consistently play in NFC Championship games, and this is what I tell people all the time, I got 4 rings, but I lost 4 NFC Championship games. So the only reason I'm sitting here with 4 rings is because I was able to keep taking my shot with the team that I played on. And, our young players, Brock Purdy and these guys, keep taking their shot, and sooner or later they're going to break through, and I think they're going to do it this Sunday.
How do you stop Chris Jones? You're an offensive lineman. I mean, this guy, he's just an absolute monster. What do they got to do to slow this guy down?
Well, first of all, it's a mental thing. I played against some of the defensive lines that Minnesota came in with 71 sacks one year. I mean, think about that. That's like having 6 guys with double-digit sacks, and they had 2 Hall of Famers, and all 4 of them were Pro Bowlers. They had John Randall, they had Chris Dolman, they had Keith Millard, so those lines were dangerous lines, dangerous players. I think it's a mentality, when I coach the kids that I coach now, or that I try to train a little bit, I say, you can't play scared. And they look at me like, what do you mean? I'm not scared. I say, I don't mean that you're scared to get hurt, but sometimes you're so hesitant because you're so nervous about who's lining up in the front of you. You have to have confidence in yourself. That the reason you're in the league and you're playing in that position because you're good. Sometimes you overly respect someone, and then you stop playing scared. And I think Chris Jones has earned the reputation that he has. But we all have a starting point, and I think our 2 young guys inside, this might be their starting point to make a real big name for themselves.
Yeah, Aaron Banks has played well. And what about Feliciano? He's come out of nowhere here and he's taking that right guard spot, and he's played some good football, Jesse.
I think he's stabilized us a little bit, as far as our pass protection. I think we got a great young line. If you remember, one of the most dominant teams in the history of the NFL was our '89 Super Bowl team. That beat Denver 55-10. We alternated 2 positions by quarters. Bubba Paris and Steve Wallace alternated by quarters, and then Bruce Colley and Terry Tosh alternated at right guard. So, as long as you have a lot of depth and you have guys that play together, I think you can have a great football team.
How worried are you about Mahomes, Jesse? You said you were nervous in that title game. We'll let you leave with this one. My man over here, Shasky, I get it. Mahomes is the best in the business. He's a problem, no doubt about it.
He's the outlier.
What do you think of Mahomes, Jesse? You played with Montana and Steve Young. You were blessed.
Well, obviously, the greatness of Mahomes can't be denied. But at the same time, if you want to be a champion, you have to be willing to go through anything to get there. I remember we were a young line in 1988, and we went to Chicago to face that defense, with Mike Singletary, Dan Hampton, and Richard Dent, and 31 below zero, and everybody was writing, I'm from Hawaii, California players are soft, and we went in there and beat them 28-10. It's all in the mind. If you're willing to pay the price to become the best in the world, then you step up and get it done. It's as simple as that. Like I said, you can't. You can respect people, but you shouldn't fear anyone.
Yep.
If you want to become a world champion.
If you're scared, go to church, right, Jesse? If you're scared, go to church, man. Let's go out there.
That's why I went to church on Sunday.
This is why Shasky goes to church. I did pray. I'm not going to lie, Jesse. I prayed at halftime only because I knew what would come on sports radio if the Niners had lost. I was praying for that aspect. Anyway, we'll see you at Super Bowl Sunday, man. Can't wait to see you in Las Vegas. Jesse, always good to talk to you.
Always good to talk to you guys. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Jesse Sapolo, no doubt about it, here on the Boxer Girls and Guest Line. 4-time Super Bowl champ, a swing guard, center. One of the best ever. I love Jesse, man.
So, went to church on Sunday, right? Go out there. It's me, my wife, son, my mom, my aunt, and her granddaughter. And the priest at St. Cecilia's 9:30 Mass is like, all right, so next Sunday, we have a tradition. We're doing a sock drive. We do it every year for the Super Bowl. So I want you to come to church in the morning if you're here. And I promise you, I will bring the good vibes. and we're going to go Niners, and we're going to win. And he starts going in on this Niner thing, and the whole place starts going crazy. I'm telling you, man.
What was your prayer? Word for word, what was your prayer when you sat there and closed your eyes?
Well, you're not supposed to say that out loud, but I definitely gave money. I wrote a check to the collection plate.
Look at you, big money man.
I gave my church a little something so that they know, and I tried to light a candle on behalf of the 49ers. I believe in these things. We're working on a baptism coming up here, so trying to get my soul and my money right with
Sounds like
God.
you're trying to buy God off so that the Niners win.
Look,
Paulie Walnuts did the same thing in Sopranos.
Exactly. Well, there's a lot
until he didn't.
But no, look, I'm telling you right now, God's a Niner fan. I believe that.
Really?
I do.
You believe that?
Well, God was a Warrior fan.
No, God's a Niner fan. Yeah. Where was that in 2021?
I thought he was a Notre Dame fan.
2022.
What?
I thought he was a Notre Dame fan, yes.
No, that's touchdown Jesus.
They haven't scored many touchdowns in Notre Dame recently. If he's a Niner fan, why the hell did he put us through last season?
See, because you don't know about Job. The book of Job. Job had 10 children. The house collapsed. He lost. And I literally heard the homily this week. And what ended up happening was he lost all of his 10 children. He lost his business, everything. And he kept saying, why do I still have faith, even though all of these tragic things have happened? It actually hit me in the soul because of a lot of the things we've been going through as a family. But I'm telling you, being faithful and having faith, even after all of these horrible things have happened, eventually something good will happen because God always has a plan. I'm telling you.
And that's why Farhan Zaidi got an extension.
Exactly. And going back to the Bible, David versus Goliath, we're going up against Goliath. We're going up against Patrick Mahomes. The man is 10 feet tall, and we've got a tiny little slingshot. His name is Brock Purdy, and we are coming to take down Goliath.
We're actually God is. He loves us so much. We won an NFL championship since 1994. He loves us so much. We had to suffer through the Seattle game and Richard Sherman talking trash. He loves us so much that he said, you know what, Kyle Williams, you're going to fumble twice because you know what? It builds character to go through adversity and to still have faith. We're going to test your faith. Despite having the lights go out and losing the Super Bowl to Baltimore, we're going to the Super Bowl against Mahomes. And with 7 minutes left, we're up 10. And God said, you know what? It's not the time. South beats Miami. It's not the time to break your Super Bowl drought.
Sometimes you don't know the blueprint, B, until it's all said and done.
Somebody said God is bad with money.
No, honest to God. Honest to God, I shouldn't say that. But, B, is there a team in professional sports that has knocked on the door more than the Niners in the last 15 years without a championship?
Boston Celtics.
That's a good one. They've been to how many finals?
They've been to one finals, but they've been knocking on the door at Eastern Conference Finals, which is the equivalent to a championship game.
That's a really good one. No, that's a good one.
Baseball. The Tampa Bay Rays have been knocking on the door many years.
They've been in the playoffs a lot.
A lot. World Series appearance.
That World Series was,
Yeah, it was the pandemic season.
Oh, the 2020, yeah. The 2020.
They've been to 2 World Series. They've lost both of them.
I know the Heat won, but in the last 10 years, they've been to 3 and lost 3.
So there you go. The Heat is a good one. And they had a lot of success with the Heatles and stuff. So that's a good one. Like, the Niners are in a very, weird spot in that they've been wildly successful. They just can't get over the hump. Yeah. And that's why I'm calling this one, we have to finish. This is not about anything other than finish the job. That's what this week is about. We've gotten close. We're right where we need to be. Now it's all about finishing the job.
You know what? We should, after the NFC Championship game, we talk about prayers and religious stuff, and I'm gonna leave the religious stuff alone from here on out. It makes people uncomfortable.
I'm just telling you what my priest of St. Cecilia
408 says, I tell all my friends the game is biblical. I'm not going there. But can y'all not make jokes about God?
It's not a joke.
People are so comfortable talking about God like he's some human being. 520 says, Bonte, Joe Shasky is finally in the zone.
I am. Let's go.
All those losses are testing our faith.
They are.
What happens if the Niners lose on Sunday? We go, you know what? God just wants us to wait a little longer.
He has blessed Mahomes. The devil won again.
The God wanted to do Andy Reid a favor.
What did you make of Mahomes' shirtless photo going viral all throughout the internet where everyone was surprised that he didn't have a ripped six-pack?
I don't know. Let's hear from Mahomes when Spinoni gets it. Because I didn't see what the big deal was, but a lot of things on the internet, I can just kind of say, wow, that's a big deal. Well, maybe I'm just getting too old. But it's like he had his shirt off, and people were like, "Oh, he got dad bod." Well, he is a dad.
Well,
I wish my body looked like that.
I was just gonna say,
you guys want to see my body? You guys want me to take off my sweater right now?
His body looks.
Do you guys want me to take my sweater off right now?
No,
will it go viral?
I'm good. I'm good off that.
I have a six-pack. It's just under the dad bod.
See,
that's how I feel. I've got an 8-pack, but it's under the gut.
There's not really cut like. There's a couple of them, like Cam Newton was like a physical specimen. But when you're talking about quarterbacks, like look at Brady, look at Burrow, look at Josh Allen.
Right. Brady at the end of his career, his physique was incredible.
Toast helps, yes.
Totally different. But I would say this, that I truly believed that Colin Kaepernick lifted too many weights at one point in time, and he lost some of the dexterity and normal athleticism, just the movement, the fluidity, I guess, of the movements. Like, I thought he was a little too ripped. And I'm critiquing on a curve here.
What's Brock Purdy look like? What's this?
You ever seen Jimmy looks phenomenal with his shirt off.
Who, Jimmy Garoppolo?
Yeah, a couple of times they showed. I mean, the guy he's chiseled.
I've not seen that.
Yeah.
I have a six-pack. It's just under the dad bod.
What's the thing that he has?
Why did that go viral? Because it's Mahomes and he just did.
The Chiefs posted a video on their social after they won the AFC
I saw the video,
game, and someone just caught it with his shirt off, like barely, like his stomach, and they just kind of made fun
looked like a bad angle.
It was.
Yeah, I'd die to have that body.
He doesn't play like a dude in dad bod. I'll tell you that much. Dudes with dad bods can't throw a football like that.
I think you need a little dough. It's harder for them to get you down in the pocket. Like, look at Big Ben. He's a big guy. It's hard to bring him down.
Not everybody naturally has the V, the chiseled V. Like, TOs are TOs for a reason. Have you ever seen, like, Willie Mays, when they show Willie Mays in the 50s take his shirt off? Willie Mays, he wasn't lifting weights. He looked phenomenal.
Oh, Spadoni, man. Don't look at me. Look at Spadoni, man. It's his fault.
What'd I do? The V-cut. You know what I'm talking about.
But you did the way you, like, thrusted with it.
Oh, I didn't mean
it was like DX generation.
I'm not doing the X-Pac. I'm not doing the X-Pac.
I was ready to give a good old pause, man. Good old pause.
I have a six-pack. It's just under the dad bod.
Oh, man. Yeah, Chuck Peterson drew down. You're right. He had a six-pack.
Well, like Pablo Sandoval was not somebody who would win a beach competition. No. His dexterity and athleticism was like a hallmark of his game. Hand-eye coordination.
Jock Peterson didn't have hand-eye coordination?
No, Jock Peterson. What an inventor.
Prince Fielder, another one.
Prince Fielder. Cecil Fielder, his dad. Or Cecil Fielder.
Did you see the other Guerrero kid got drafted?
Yeah, I did. Yep, I did.
16 years old. I guess signed. 16 years old.
Yeah, Giants. Thought they were getting a star. We're still waiting on the star. The Giants. Mike Krukow told us 3 months ago the Giants will get a star this offseason.
I saw a think piece that Matt Chapman's the right guy at the right time at the right place to be a star. I'm like, oh, my God. You don't know the definition of star.
See, this is what I don't like. We start talking religion. 408 Comcast Business Text Line. Shasty's got my faith at an all-time high. I can tell Bonte ain't that religious as his lacking in faith. Oh, okay. Well, listen, I'm not that religious, but I'm the most confident human being at this damn station. Tell you guys all the time when you're doom and gloom about the 49ers, hey, it's going to be all right. Told you about the journey. It's Super Bowl or bust. Oh, my God, Super Bowl or bust. You can't say that. What are you scared of? I've got all the faith in the world that the Niners are beating Mahomes. You know, am I going to drop to a knee on Sunday and say, please, God, win this Super Bowl? It is what it is. It is what it is, man. It's D-Day on Sunday. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's Mahomes in the way of us winning the damn Super Bowl. It's perfect.
I will admit this now because I don't want to think about this the rest of the week. They lose this game, I'm going right back to my hotel room and I'm going to sleep.
Right after the game? You're not going to go on the field or nothing? Not going to do any videos? You're not going to do a hit?
Maybe a sad walking video with, hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yeah, I'm not even thinking like that. If we do lose, then you know what? I'll get there. But right now I'm thinking about winning. What I'm thinking about is all the videos we're going to do with Brock Purdy doing Snow Angels at Allegiant Field. With Javon Kinlaw, Mook Dog talking about, man, my journey. They counted me out. And Javon Kinlaw, Mook Dog's walking around with a Lombardi. That's what I'm envisioning. That's where my mind goes.
Is Mook Dog going to put the Lombardi in his mouth like the squirrel?
I don't know. Did you see Jameis Winston explain how Why he ate the W?
No, I missed that.
Oh, my gosh. In the thread. Love it. In the thread. If you get Jameis Winston, I sent it in the thread. Pull that sound. Jameis Winston yesterday. It's pretty good. Really good. I think you're going to laugh out of it. By the way, get your 95.7 game gear now at breakingt.com. breakingt.com/957. We got all sorts of cool 49ers apparel for you to wear this Sunday, as well as some awesome gear repping the shows here at 95.7 The Game. Go to breakingt.com/957.
Can this game get here any quicker?
No.
How many days?
San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says we are 5 days, 6 hours, 26 minutes, and 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25 seconds away from kickoff on Sunday. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco. And big shout out to Pete's Coffee. We're going to Vegas. Thanks to Pete's Coffee. We're going to Vegas and the game. We got credentials for the game.
They've got this drink that I like there. It's got a lot of sugar, but I love it. It's called the Black Tie. I'm telling you, it's my afternoon delight.
I just go straight coffee.
Little jolt.
Just give me Major Dickinson's with a little bit of almond milk, and I'm good to go. I used to work at Pete's Coffee.
Really?
Yeah.
Which one?
Fillmore in Sacramento.
Oh, okay. I go to the one on Sloat.
Yeah, they used to call me the best cappuccino maker in the city.
Really?
Dry,
what exactly
wet.
is a cappuccino?
So cappuccino's like you get a couple shots of espresso, and it's mostly milk, but you foam up the milk.
Oh,
so
it's
you can
frothed
do
or whatever?
you can do a lot of foam. Like some customers be like, I want lots and lots and lots of foam. So you get the milk and you kind of what is it, the espresso machine. It's a way I can't describe it, but yeah.
Well, so
I
we
should be a barista.
We just bought a Nespresso at the house, and I know that's very quote unquote wasteful by most people's assessment, but it's much quieter and more efficient for me. And I'm using these pods, and I got the Pete's pods, and I'm telling you, dude, game changer. But I'm doing the double espresso, and then I pour a little bit of this oat milk that I like, Forager oat milk, and I pour that in there. What would that be called if I was ordering that at the barista?
2 shots of espresso could be just a latte.
So
lattes or cappuccinos are very, very similar.
Okay, what makes a latte? Is latte cold or hot?
No, they could be cold or hot.
Oh, okay.
Cappuccinos could be cold or hot too.
Iced lattes. Yep.
There you go.
Is that? Oh, okay, gotcha. I didn't know that. Okay.
There you
Everything's cold now. That's the big thing now in the last decade.
Well, that I understand. Yeah, and the amount of sugary drinks people drink very early in the morning, because I always, I pre-order and then I get to there and there's all these drinks laying out and I'm like, there's a lot of sugar being consumed in the morning.
Go to Uncle Charlie in Richmond.
Uncle Charlie,
long time no talk.
Hey, like Macho Randy Savage said, we're going to shoot them up. Bang, bang. That Kansas City, that's Mahomes going down. Super Bowl champs, Super Bowl ring number 6 for the bang, bang. Not a game. Parade around the Bay Bridges. We're going to win.
Yay!
My guy sounded like he was needing a Mucinex. And, was that the same Uncle Charlie?
Lance to make him dance.
Well, we found out, narrator, Lance did not, in fact, make the team dance.
He didn't make nobody dance.
The only thing he did was dance to Dallas.
Let's take him to school. Kaminga. Oh, there's some people who's got to walk back some things about Jonathan Kaminga. Shine, young man, shine.
Majemski down the near side. Passes to Draymond to Klay. Klay doubled, feeds Kaminga. Look out, another dunk for Jonathan Kaminga. Back-to-back dunks for J.K. And it's 49-47. Thompson with the assist.
That was Tim Roy, and that was Taking Him to School, brought to you by Peralta Community College District. Spring is free at Lady, Berkeley City, Merritt, and the College of Alameda. For more info, visit peralta.edu. Brendan Ayuk, you're actually right. Let's make some overnight dancers dance. That's for sure. Remember that video?
I do remember
make
that
them
video.
dance. Oh, they danced. And they danced some more.
Last night I was in the car and Tim Roy hit me with the old school elevation sensation from Jonathan Kaminga, and I was so excited. It's one of my favorite calls.
The dude is hooping, man. hooping, and the offense ran through him. Whether it's split action, getting the ball down to the post, getting them to set screens. Pods and Kaminga ran a lot of that offense last night. They handled it well. Now, the first half, as Willie said at halftime, the first half was just awful. He FaceTimed me. They FaceTimed me from the studio. I didn't know what the hell we were watching in the first half. That was nasty basketball. Nasty.
I'm noticing that Steve Kerr actually ran more high picks than I can remember.
Yeah, he did.
Throughout the game, not just at the end of the game.
He's adjusted it a little bit.
He has.
The great coaches have to evolve. Kaminga's so fun to watch. And you know what? The Warriors win tomorrow. Winning road trip. Winning road trip. Boy, winning road trip. That's all I want. Now, Pete's Coffee is going to sponsor us. Going to Las Vegas. And I've always loved Pete's. First coffee shop I ever worked at. Really helped my social skills. Seriously.
Really?
Like, because you're forced to talk to customers. You're forced to talk to people who are interacting. You know, I wasn't a real talkative guy. Go figure. But I met some cool people.
Wait a minute.
Cool people. Seriously.
You weren't a talkative guy?
No, I was shy, man.
Really?
Shy guy, yeah. I don't like talking.
And I was worried.
Well, RJ Fairfield says the more I talk, the more worried he gets. So
You scare me, Bonte.
how scared is he right now to Super Bowl?
Are you serious?
Like, I do want to ask fans, how do you go into a big game like this? What is your mindset? Are you just all, hey, we're winning, or do you fear the worst? Because like sometimes my mindset goes, and I can feel it, and now it's like, you know what, I got to flip this. Where all you're looking at in your head, you're envisioning Mahomes touchdown passes to Kelsey. You're envisioning Brock Purdy pick sixes. You're imagining fumbles. You're imagining the Niners in the fourth quarter when the camera pans to the bench and they're losing, and then the reality of losing the Super Bowl. And I'm like, you know what? I got to snap out of this. What am I, having a nightmare? What am I, Tony Soprano?
No, I think for me, and I know how others are different, like there is a natural tension and anxiety that I have before anything. It doesn't matter what we're doing. I'm coaching, I'm playing, I'm watching. It doesn't matter. I get a natural anxiety, just period, okay? And then as the game goes on, I'm amped, I'm down, I'm up, I'm all over the place. I go the full gamut of emotions. That's me. And what I like to do for these big games, if I know I'm not going and they're on the road, I like to do something in the morning to occupy some of my anxiety.
Move around, right?
Yes.
Shop, maybe get some coffee, walk around.
9 holes, something.
Yeah.
Like I got to do something in the morning. And yeah, maybe go get some coffee, go for a walk, little bike ride, something. I have to do something.
Yeah, I can't wait to get up in Vegas.
I call it nervous energy.
Yeah. How far is the Excalibur from the Legion Stadium?
It's we're right there. It's like I just did it the other day. It's probably a 10-minute walk.
You got to Google it.
At most.
I love that.
At most. You have to go down this long strip, MGM on your left, and then boom, you're right there.
Oh, okay. I thought Spinoni was getting on the mic. No? You don't want to say anything?
Spinoni's miserable.
He is miserable. Lakers fighting tooth and nail with the Charlotte Hornets.
3 straight wins. Gutsy win over Charlotte.
The amount of people I've heard from who are going to Vegas for this game.
Just to go. Are they going to the game or are they just going to Vegas?
Like I saw George last night. George Borges, we had a game.
Boy. Oh, God.
And George
God
and Izzy are going.
God bless your soul.
They're
are they going to the game?
Yep.
Oh, they're big ballers. So.
Yeah. Richie Bologna's going. My buddy Richie.
Izzy Borges flies private to Boulder, Colorado. I mean, she's
stay out of their business.
No, I'm not in their business. She puts it on Instagram. That's in everybody's business.
Okay. Well, they're going.
You know.
I know that Craig Sargent's going. I know that
of course,
you and I are going.
He better go.
Yeah, I know who else is going. Oh, my buddy JJ's going. I saw Nick Newman in Vegas.
No, are they going to the game, though?
I would assume the majority of these people are going to the game.
They're spending 8 Gs, 9 Gs. Woo-wee.
Well, that's the one thing. You know what? Let's talk about it on the other side because I do want to bring this up. I feel like the real fan
get priced out.
We're getting screwed.
No, we had this conversation last week. All right, we got a break. All right, we'll break. Filmo Mike on the other side. Ooh, Filmo Mike. That's a tease. What does he have to say about the Super Bowl? That's what's coming up in the game. Brought to you by Robert Half.
I smoke with Mike, though.
The road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Robert Half research indicates...
Well, this is a cover song, but do you know who this band is?
Old Town? Some Disney band? Who is this?
One of the singers, this guy's singing George Michael. You may have heard of him. Careless Whisper.
Okay. That's not doing nothing for me.
Turn it up. Because I got to have faith. There's also a rock song that covered this as well. It was at was that Blink-182, Linkin Park? Who was it?
Who is this?
This is George Michael.
This is just George Michael?
This is his version, correct?
Correct. I don't think this is Wham. I do think this is just George Michael.
Wham is the band?
Yeah. There's multiple covers of this song. Covers meaning people replicated it.
Yeah. Limp Bizkit? Some people say Limp Bizkit.
Oh, it might have been Limp Bizkit. Limp Bizkit had a moment in time.
It did. They did.
Did it all for the nookie. They're your kind of band. B, I'm looking at these Super Bowl tickets.
I thought of Beyonce when you said that for some reason because she has a song Kitty Cat on the birthday album.
What?
And you said nookie. I don't know. I was just listening to Beyonce. Literally listening to Beyonce.
Don't talk about that.
I'm going to just leave that alone.
B,
let me just stop.
Allow me a second here. I want your opinion here.
Vanessa Bonadero, Bonarello, excuse me, from Pete's Coffee here. Let me just be cool. Let me be cool.
So, I've been very lucky, fortunate, blessed to be able to attend as a fan a lot of different sporting events, right? And I've sacrificed, whether my wife allowing me to sacrifice or me as a single man finding a way to scrounge it up even though I didn't have a lot of money. I've been able to go to a lot of games, okay? A lot of different games. I've been to a World Series game. I've been to an NBA Finals game. I've been to countless NFL playoff games. And I understand that there are, you got to make your money, right? This is a corporate business that the NFL is running. I understand all of that. And the Super Bowl, more than any other event in any other sport, is as corporate as they come. And they've got partners that they've got to, appease to. And they got to throw, there's a reason these big mega conglomerates are spending the amount of money that they are. And then they get a suite and they get a booklet of tickets. And I get all that. But on some level, I think it really does suck. And I get it. I get the business side. I do. But it really does suck that the Super Bowl featuring the 49ers, we get, I think it's about 30% of the season ticket holders. And I've been a season ticket holder for the last 3 Super Bowls, and I haven't qualified. I'm not mad. It is what it is. It's a lottery. I don't know what it's based on. But I do think it does suck that the average ticket price for the NFC Championship game was $1,000, give or take, for the lowest seat to get in. And now it's $8,000, $9,000, $10,000. That's 10x. 10x. And that doesn't include, room and board and the flight and all the things that's involved in it. Man, it's just, for the diehard real fans out there that support their team, it does suck that the Super Bowl, the setup of the Super Bowl is the way it is. And I get it. I just feel like the media is so detached from it. They don't understand that the real true diehard Niner fans that have been there for every playoff game, thick or thin, been there through the regular seasons, the up and downs. it sucks that they don't even get priced out. They get completely shut out. Like, it's not even, like, I get it. The finals, real Warrior fans, I'm sure, couldn't afford finals tickets. Those finals tickets were expensive. I'm not saying that this is exclusive to the NFL, but this is on a whole nother level for the Super Bowl.
10 G's to get you in the building. You got 10 G's?
I mean, that's beat.
10 G's,
That's
baby.
a huge chunk of a family's income.
Oh, I would never do it.
You know,
so now
like,
I'm looking
I'm
looking at $6,000 for nosebleeds. Ooh, wow. $6,000 to get into a football game.
Not including the fees and all the other stuff.
Yeah,
like in Boston, I was looking at all the prices. Game 4, which they thought was going to be a closeout, like, type of game. Warriors versus the Celtics. I believe it was $900 up in the top nosebleed. That's before the service charges and all that. That's a finals game. There's only 20,000 seats.
Yeah.
That's just the money that it costs it's crazy.
Yeah, it is wild, and it's not going to drop at any point because they're still selling.
Of course.
And people still find their way in there. And if you're a team that, maybe it's once in a lifetime for somebody, like, you know what, we're just going to do it. We're going to splurge, we're going to splurge, we're going to splurge. But, no, I'm with you there. It does suck that regular fans, casual fans, the fans that are there every single week, they can't go. They just can't. So it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. Let's go to the lines. Philbo, Mike, what's happening? You're on the roast, Philbo.
Hey, man, let's just take this into consideration, man. Y'all talking a good subject. The prices in 1995, average ticket price was $200. The inflation is $374. So if you buy it now, it's actually $374. So I don't know why the hell it skyrocketed. I'm scrolling through. 2014 is $1,500. So I don't know how I got from that to where we at now, but it's a damn shame.
Thank you.
It's a damn shame because it's like, I understand it's a once in a lifetime event, but at the same time, you got to look out. Not even look out. You got to make something happen for just the people. Like, if you want exclusive area on the 50-yard line, charge them hella much. But don't charge the people in the nosebleeds and just trying to see the game some astronomical amount, because you know what? Guess what happened during COVID? No fans was in the game.
Yeah.
And everybody got paid.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear about, we need the money for this and that. No, you don't. You just making an excuse to make it whatever you make it. But I really feel, bro, we have a chance to really beat the Chiefs. Yeah. And Bonta, you said something to me. You said something. I'm gonna go off the air after this. But you said something that was real. They're not that good of a team. I don't know what the hell people like smoking or drinking, or they feeling like they're all this great. They're really not that great. They're a good team. They got Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Chris Jones, a couple of players. But guess what? We got so many players. It's scary. So when Cam Newton said Brock Purdy is the 10th best player on the team, okay, and
great, yeah,
that's why we should win. That's exactly why we should be blowing their ass out.
There it is, Philbo. I love that energy. And he's the 10th best player on the best team in football. And Cam? And does your quarterback have to be the best player on the team? Does he have to be? Like the Detroit Lions, who's their best player on the team?
Well, I guess I would ask, who was the last Super Bowl winner where the quarterback wasn't the best player on the team? I'm asking out loud. The Denver Broncos?
Denver, well, Super Bowl 50, no doubt. No doubt.
I mean, but am I missing one?
Yeah, there's plenty. Joe Flacco, was he the best player on the Ravens?
That was
before that.
Yeah.
I'm just naming Super Bowls.
Yeah, no, I know, but like recent memory, it feels like the quarterbacks have been the best.
Was Stafford the best player on the Rams?
Well, Cooper Kupp won the MVP that year for the game. Aaron Donald, you could make an argument, was the best player, but I mean,
the quarterback.
That's a good one. That's actually a good one. That's a good one. But I think they would tell you.
Was Brady the best player on Tampa Bay when they won a Super Bowl?
Ooh. That defense was really good. I don't know anyone. See, I think the casual's not going to put like Levante David ahead of Tom Brady because of the name recognition.
I was going to say Brady against the Rams, his last Super Bowl with the Patriots.
Edelman
won the MVP.
That's true.
Yeah, Edelman was the best player on the field.
God, that Super Bowl.
Stephon Gilmore
was. I thought Belichick was the best player. Was the best guy on the field. He was incredible.
Stephon Gilmore played his ass off.
Yeah, Gilmore was really good that year. That's a good call.
So when you think about it, the Patriots, when they won against the Falcons, Brady was really good, but so was Edelman, so was James White. So I think you can't win without the quarterback being the best. Like the Saints won that Super Bowl against Indianapolis. I don't believe Drew Brees was the best player on the field. Pierre Thomas was really, really good in that game. Really good.
Hank Baskett was the best player for the Saints.
Wow.
Basket.
Look
now
at that.
That's a name.
I like that.
I haven't heard in a long time.
It's Antonio Holmes.
That's a name I've not heard in a long time.
Larry Fitzgerald looking up at the scoreboard, sprinting to the end zone against
Larry
the Pittsburgh
Fitzgerald,
Steelers.
one of my all-time favorites.
So I don't think the quarterback has to be the best player on the team. He needs to be one of the 10 best players, no doubt. Now you may get away with the Brad Johnson here and there. You may get away with the Trent Dilfer. I mean, even Garoppolo, Garoppolo wasn't the 10th best player. The Niners should have won that damn game. That does tick me off.
So in L.A., the cheapest ticket was averaging $5,823. That was in 2022. 2023, it jumped up to $8,837, and then this year is over 10.
Wow. Somebody texted 415 saying that Marino Montana Super Bowl tickets went for $5,000.
The one in Palo Alto?
Yeah, Stafford Stadium.
Was it because that Vegas, what I've heard the argument is, Vegas has a smaller stadium. I'm like, okay, well, it's not like it's 20,000 people.
It's about 66,000.
Yeah. It's a big stadium. I was there. It is a big stadium. It's nice.
It's really good.
Gets really loud. I am bringing so much Excedrin for that game. It's going to be so loud in there.
So, I want to ask the fans, what do you do to get ready for a big game? What is your routine? Like Shasky told you his routine. My routine is just to go on about the day as usual. Once I get to the stadium, that's when the butterflies start to kick in because I know we're about to kick off.
No nerve.
I try to just make everything normal. I got my game face on, put my fit on, make sure all my ducks are in a row. Hey, we got this done. Lights off. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go.
You don't have any nervous tendencies, like some people eat when they're nervous. Some people work out when they're nervous.
No, when kickoff comes, I start kicking my leg.
Start right now.
Start bouncing. I start doing that because I'm anxious to get this game going.
I
you know what I'm saying? It's not even nervous. It's like, let's go. Let's get this party started.
And you got to feel those jets coming over.
Jets coming out now. We're not going to be able to see the Jets, right? Because we're indoors.
That's my favorite part of a Levi's game is when the Jets go right over us in the end zone.
It will be loud in that stadium. Let's go to Jesus. Jesus is South City. Hey, Zeus, what's happening, man?
What's up, Jesus?
What's up, Bonte? What's up, Shasky? This is Julius there,
what's up?
Niners game. What's up, my bro? How you doing?
I'm doing great. What a game, huh? You ready for this weekend?
Oh, man. That's why I wanted to chime in. I wanted, what Bonte was talking about, the nervousness when he was talking about thinking of Mahomes throwing 2 TDs. I was going to go out there, but I'm so nervous. What if the Niners fail? And listen to this though. What my what if details? Because do I want to be in Vegas if that happens? So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna stay here and do it with family. But my what if goes to right now. The Niners are already behind the 8 ball in 3 different categories. I see. 1, the field is messed up. 2, nobody's really talking about Bill Vinovich is the referee again from Super Bowl 54.
Yep.
You know what I mean? How many holding calls did he miss in that game?
It's true.
And he's a ref that supposedly is in the playoffs. Let him play. Well, Bosa on that 3rd and 15 with that big bomb to Tyreek was held where the whole world could see it, and it didn't get called. And then you have the Taylor Swift effect. She's brought in $345 million to the NFL just in her short time. So it makes me think that the NFL wants her face seen everywhere, and it scares me. And like Fillmore Mike said, we have the better team. But when the Niners are facing all that, it's like it's pointing to the NFL wants the Chiefs to win. And I'm that's why I don't want to be out there. I'm nervous. And Bonte's like, what do you do before the game? I already know by 12 o'clock I'll probably have my first drink. No lie.
Hey, Zeus, I love you, bro. I miss you, man. Call in more often.
Yeah, no, I know. I need to. Julius like, Dad, can you not sell your Super Bowl tickets? Can you bring me? And I'm like, son, they don't give us Super Bowl tickets.
Taylor Swift.
By the way, we got he just hung up, but we got that email immediately after the game. You did not win the Super Bowl tickets. I was like, gosh darn it. Like, it happened before I even got to the truck.
Damn.
I know. One thing that
Who
I would
wins
say,
them? How many fans win Super Bowl tickets?
So I told you, my dad got the 81 '84, and then he won in 1994. Okay, so that's three of them.
So he traveled down to Miami?
He didn't. My grandfather did.
So you win tickets. So how many fans, like a percentage of the fans?
Well, they say 30% of, not season ticket holders, but 30% of the tickets allocated at the stadium go to the Niners, 30 go to the Chiefs, and then the rest goes to corporate or whatever, right? And I'm sure there's a small percentage that go to the hosting site of the people that are SBL holders or whatever. I call cap on that. I want to see the raw data. I want to see a real lifetime lottery to be able to find out who the hell's going to these games.
Yeah, I don't know who's winning these games.
It feels very like BS.
I've never met a person who won the lottery for these Super Bowl
in
tickets.
recent memory.
Ever. I've never met a person who's won these tickets.
The other point that he brought up was the field thing. And just, again, I'm trying to keep up with the story as it's evolving.
Let's play from Schefter. Schefter explain the story with the 49ers practice field.
I can tell you, having spoken to various Niners people already, they don't seem particularly pleased. Now, they're going to be on the practice field for the first time today at noon Pacific, but there already have been complaints that there are seams in the practice field, that it feels like they're walking around on a sponge. I guess the NFL last week laid sod on top of the field turf, and this has nothing to do with UNLV. UNLV is kind of an innocent bystander in this, and the league has rules or bylaws or procedures that are set up that call for the Super Bowl practice fields to be checked out and mandated by December. And last week, they're laying the turf on there. Now, the league is saying it's not a player's safety health issue, not in violation, all those things. That's fine. I can tell you the Niners are not happy.
And you know what? They're not happy. And Michael Silver's got a story in the Chronicle about the turf and the NFL kind of botching this. How does one team get the state-of-the-art facility at the Raiders facility, go to the Raiders facility, state-of-the-art turf, state-of-the-art dome, inside practice field, and then one team goes to UNLV, outdoors. Now, I was tipped off with this Friday night. I didn't think it was going to be a big deal. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Huh. And then it became a big deal. Now, Shanahan said yesterday that, hey, we're good. We're all good. We'll make it work. But I did hear the 49ers at one point threaten to say, you know what, we'll do our media obligations. We'll take our ass back to Santa Clara and prepare for the Super Bowl. This is not up to par.
Do you remember last year? Because I did some research. There was a long podcast on this that Lighthearted actually did. George Toma, the quote-unquote sod father.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So he's this older guy. He's in his 90s. Yep. He had been the head of grass and stuff for the NFL forever. Well, in the last 5 to 10 years, a different guy took over. And George Toma was a consultant. He was not the main guy. And he talks to baseball, and he talks to soccer, and he talks to NFL groundskeepers at all these different stadiums. And he made a great point. He was talking about how the groundskeeper at, like, let's just use AT&T Park, for example. That guy's going to know his terrain and his climate and his grass better than anyone.
Yep.
Well, the NFL has this different guy who comes in. His name's Ed Mangin. Mangin, excuse me. He comes in and he takes over and he thinks he knows everything.
Right.
Well, he totally botched last year's thing in Arizona. He overwatered the field. The field didn't dry out. It didn't grow properly. It never caught into the grass. And it was a huge nightmare last year. Now,
even though they put that tarp outside in Glendale, Arizona.
Well, that was the thing. He watered too much. And they said he should have let the sun. This is the main guy saying, the sod father said he ruined the grass, okay? The same guy did this thing with the Niners. And they basically put sod on top of turf. Any one of you could do this in your backyard. Good luck. It's like putting sod on top of concrete. What are we doing?
How do you get this?
What are we doing?
What are we doing? And that's a disadvantage. You don't want nobody out there slipping. You can't be crisp in practice. You heard what Jesse Sapolo was talking about, and I've heard Britt Jones say this over the years. You want to be crisp in practice. You want to be flawless in practice getting ready for the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Are you going to be able to do that on a terrible field? On the field that, Roger Goodell said, hey, it's up to par. We had our people test it out. It's going to be fine. Shanahan just took the high road and said, we're good. But I guarantee you Shanahan behind the scenes was like, this is a joke. But this is crap.
Here's the simple fix, and this is the part I don't understand. They only practice for a couple hours. Why couldn't the Chiefs go in the morning and the Niners in the afternoon, or vice versa?
Well, the Chiefs are being the Chiefs.
Yeah, I think it's weak. No, but I think the league should have stepped in.
They should have.
This was a simple fix. You're both going to practice. You're not watching film at the facility. You're going back to your hotel.
Yep.
Both of you, one of you gets the afternoon. Like, okay, Chiefs, you're the home team. You get preferential treatment. Do you want afternoon or mornings? Like, this was a very easy fix for me.
I agree.
And it's an indoor stadium, apparently, for the Raiders facility.
Yeah,
and
they have indoor and outdoor.
So
they have like 4 practice fields.
What are we doing?
Yeah, no, it's a joke. It's a joke.
And look, I'm not trying to. This is the part that pisses me off. It's going to make Niner fans and the players look like crybabies and whiners and like we're creating excuses. All we're asking for is equity. We're asking for equality across the board, right?
It's a Super Bowl. It should be.
Thank you.
It's a Super Bowl. Can't get fairness, so.
Now, what about the official?
Bill Vinovich. Just take matters into your own heads and make the referees irrelevant.
Well, I love that Bosa called them out on the holding.
He did.
From the get-go. That was a Phil Jackson-like move.
That was great. That was great. We'll see what happens. I'm not the biggest fan of this crew. I'm not. Will they let holding calls go away? Will they let them play? Will they let them play on both sides? Don't know. I haven't even looked into the official stat yet. I've avoided that one for now. Seriously, I just don't even want to do it.
He's one of the guys, if you don't know who he is, Google Bill Vinovich, and you're going to see his face, and you go, oh, that guy.
Yep.
There are certain referees, that guy.
Let's go to Boz in San Jose. Boz, what's happening, man?
What's up with y'all, man? How y'all doing?
What up, Big Boz? What's going on, Big Boz?
Man, ain't too much, man. Wishing I could be down there going to the game, man, but I think it's hitting too much for your boy.
It's crazy prices, bro. It's really ridiculous.
Yeah, it's not right.
Yeah, man. So I mean, I tripped off it because I've been to the last 4 championship games. So I was like, I'm blessed in that regard. But can I get it one time? Can I get the ball once in my life?
Once, man. Just one time.
And then also just a quick little rundown for the team. I feel like they should just ride the guys from 2019. Let Kittle and Debo just go crazy, man. Don't put too much on Purdy. Purdy already didn't put in work for us. As far as that Lions game, I had to stand an ovation, man. Give him his flowers. But let's not put too much pressure on him. Let's let the guys in 2019 get that redemption.
I'm with you, boss. We need this one. We need this one. Pro Football Reference has a page for Bill Vinovich. Believe it or not.
Do they?
I've just pulled it up. It's like season totals. What are these? Flags, visitors, home percentage, win. I got to really look into this. Kind of do it live. Tough to do it live on there, but look at the game logs here. All his games. So looking at 2023, how many flags? How many penalties? The most penalties. So he did the Lions-Bucks game. 5 penalties in that football game. 5. Just 5. He did Colts-Texans, the winner-go-home game. That Saturday night, there was 11 penalties called in that football game. So, it's interesting. It's a lot going on here with the stats.
To me, like the amount of penalties and all that, it's like situational.
It's when you call the penalties.
Yeah, exactly.
What the penalty is.
Like last year, the Bradbury play at the end, I thought it was a penalty. A lot of people didn't think it was a penalty.
It was a penalty. It was a penalty.
I thought so too.
Philadelphia just likes to cry. That's what they do.
Well,
by the way, the little fella, did he see that video? Can we get that video out to the little fella with all the Niner fans shaking hands with Lion fans? There was no fighting then. Let's put some good stuff. Don't be one-sided, little fella. What is he doing now? Ripping Odyssey? That loser. Philadelphia.
It's about 10 side swipes in that 3 sentences.
Philadelphia, man.
Did you see their new City Connect jerseys?
No.
They don't look anything like... I don't like the City Connect for baseball when, for example, Boston has yellow and baby blue.
Yep.
It just doesn't make any sense. The new City Connect Philly ones are ugly, and they have great uniforms. Why are you... I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
Nike has limited every team to 5 uniforms this year, which is weak. Because to me, baseball has so many classic threads.
I haven't even looked at them yet. Go ahead, Spino.
I kind of prefer that, though, than what the NBA's doing. Limit
too many jerseys in the NBA.
I actually think there should be a perfect, medium. So I'm actually cool with 5. Once it gets into 10, 50, it's what are we doing here?
Did you hear about the Yankee jerseys are changed? So the road Yankee jerseys, thank you. The road Yankee jerseys are going back to the 60s, so there's no white outline on the road jerseys. It's just the dark blue.
I like that.
I do too.
I like that.
Because I don't know if you saw the Field of Dreams game. They were wearing those throwbacks, and they looked glorious.
Yeah, I do like that. And I like hearing from Baldy. How you defend Travis Kelce? That's what Baldy said.
I believe that you got to get hands on Kelce.
Yeah.
Like, you just can't let him get started. You can't let him get into your routes. And Baltimore really didn't do that. It's not really how they play. They can. If they had to do it all over again, they probably would change it. I think you got to get your hands on him, and it's worth it to do it. And make Mahomes wait on him, and if it's not there, make him go someplace else.
What makes Kelce so hard to defend, Baldy?
Well, I mean, first of all, you got to understand just how big Travis is. Like, he's got he's every bit of 6'5". He's got great length, and he's so smooth as a runner. And then he's got his hands are as fast as his feet. So, like, he can just be running in full, he never looks like he's running full speed because he glides. And that's when you watch him warm up, that's what he does. He just glides. So he covers a lot of ground very easily. And so when you get a player that has that sort of length, and then he can just glide, you almost can't be wrong sometimes if you're just throwing it to a spot. He's easy to locate when you're running a scramble drill, or it's the play after the X's and O's, is over and Mahomes now in scramble mode. Like, all those things make him an easy target.
How to defend Kelce. Easier said than done.
I was listening to Tyreek Hill talk about football intelligence and how a lot of people don't think that Tyreek Hill is like this football IQ. But right. Andy Reid was explaining how Tyreek Hill, he could explain to him a route or a concept on the sideline, and he'd go out and he'd execute it flawlessly.
Right.
Because his football IQ's through the roof. And Tyreek Hill, this is Tyreek Hill, who has football IQ through the roof, said that Kelce's the smartest player I've ever played with.
Doesn't surprise me. Just look at the way
he just understands where to go and
understands open spots.
Yeah.
That's why if the Niners run a lot of zone, Kelce will find a soft spot in the zone.
Yes.
And look, he's a mismatch, man.
He's a beast.
I love Fred Warner. I love Drake Greenlaw. Travis Kelce is a handful. Do you double him? Do you go one-on-one outside? I don't know how the Niners are going to do this. Steve Wilkes' game plan, I can't wait to see it on Sunday. But, Baldy's talk about Andy Reid, and then he gets to Shanahan on how Shanahan will maybe attack the Chiefs' defense. Here's what Baldy said about that.
Well, I think this is one of those games where Kyle Shanahan's first 15 is really going to be important. He's going to throw formations at him. He's going to throw motions. He's going to throw a lot at him to see how Spags really kind of lines up. Like last week against Baltimore, they lined up with 3 big linebackers. They stuffed the run on the first play and really discouraged Baltimore from running it early. They did the same thing on the first play of the third quarter, and it worked. So I think it's really important to see how Kyle kind of reads because Spags' game plan can be as varied as any in this league.
Right.
He's the best big game coordinator, defense coordinator that we have seen in 20 years, and he's got really smart young players that play a lot of different positions. And so I think it's really important to see how Kyle kind of reads. It's just like that first 2 rounds in a boxing match where you're just kind of feeling each other out.
And Baldy later called it biggest matchup of the Super Bowl.
This is the matchup of the game. Kyle Shanahan against Steve Spagnuolo, and how you get Brock into good positions and where they attack with the ball,
right?
And how often McCaffrey gets it and how he gets it and what runs take off. So I think this is the matchup of the game that's going to dictate the game, and I think it's really important for Kyle to kind of read the tea leaves of what Spags is doing to figure out. Obviously they came out in the second half against Detroit. It was like, let's attack.
Right.
We're attacking. We're down 17. We got to, and they did. Now, I don't think they're going to start the game like that, but it will be interesting to see how Spags matches up against the formations and shifts and motions that Kyle's going to throw at him.
B, I think about why football is so beloved in America, and there's this gladiator physicality aspect to it, this athleticism to it, but it also blends the cerebral and the schematics and the strategy and obviously the scarcity of games. Like, there's a variety of reasons, but hearing him talk about, like, the biggest matchup is not a player versus player. It is the mind of Shanahan against the mind of Spagnuolo. I mean, we know that there's going to be more to it, but that's why this game is so – the sport is just on top of the world right now. It blends both.
Yeah, that matchup between Spags and Shanahan, the Niners offense against the Chiefs defense, and the Chiefs do have a really good secondary. L'Jarius Sneed is so good. Bump and run. How's IU going to get off the line of scrimmage? I can't wait for that matchup. Debo Samuel, are you going to press Debo the way you're going to press Tyreek Hill? Can't wait to see that. McDuffie, Reed. But Spags puts his guys in the right spots over and over and over again. You heard Baldy during that conversation. early downs, the Chiefs took away the Ravens' run game. And Detroit did that to the Niners in the first half. Early downs, the Niners could muster up. Nothing got first down. Their first down run plays were getting stuffed for 2 yards, 1 yard, 3 yards, 2 yards. So that matchup, and he brought up the first 15 plays. The first 15 plays, we'll have an idea on how well the Niners can move the ball against the Chiefs. Very fascinating stuff for Baldy.
The area that, and I later this week, I actually wrote down 5 plays I want the Niners to run in the first half. And we're going to go through it. I want to hear your opinion on it. But the thing that I keep thinking about is, I know it's a ridiculous thing to say, but it's things that I want to see them do. I want to see them do against Kansas City. I think Spagnuolo is going to try to take away the middle of the field for Brock Purdy in terms of the short, controlled passing game, right in the middle of the field. That's the area that I think he's going to try to take away. And if I'm the Niners and I'm Brock Purdy, I think I'm trying to throw to the outside and over the top early to open up the middle of the field.
Well, that's what every team is going to do, right? I mean, we saw Green Bay. They sold out to shut down the middle of the field. They sold out for that. Detroit, in the first half, they sold out to take away Brock Purdy's first read in the middle of the field. The whole league, though, Shanahan wants to hit the drag route, the in route, the slant route. They want to play between the numbers. So can Purdy make some throws outside the numbers in this game? We'll see. Maybe you may not have to if you run Christian McCaffrey and you give him a heavy dose of McCaffrey. You got the run game rolling. But there's no doubt Kansas City will try to take away the middle of the field. That's what every team does. They're going to watch the Baltimore tape for Christmas Day.
Yes.
And then they say, oh, look at Baltimore.
Do they have a safety that good?
Justin Reed's pretty damn good.
He's good. Is he better than Hamilton?
Justin Reed's good. He is good.
Oh, we've got a special guest coming in.
Justin Reed is good. We'll ask Vanessa. Bantarello. That's right. Vanessa. Bantarello. Head partnership. Marketing at Pete's Coffee, who is the reason we are headed out to Vegas. So let's go into Fast Five right now, and we'll talk to Vanessa. Yay! All right, get out that frame, Lubman. Nobody wants to see you. We all want to see Vanessa. Vanessa, the head partnership marketing at Pete's Coffee. And Little Birdie's told us, Vanessa, you're making this happen. Let's get her mic on, Sam. Come on, don't leave. Where's the producing chops at?
Hit that on button.
Come on,
She's
hit that
good.
on. There she goes. There we go. Little Birdie told me, Vanessa. Good morning. Thank you so much for everything you're doing for us. You're a roaster?
I'm a roaster. I listen every morning and like all throughout the day.
Oh, let's go. Yeah.
I feel sorry for your ears.
No, you're great.
Do you guys have a bitter brew for Steiny?
No. I like Steiny. I just met him out there.
He's so much nicer in person, isn't he?
Yeah. He's like such a dad, like such a like a bear.
A granddad?
Yeah.
AKA, hey Steiny, Vanessa's calling you old, buddy.
No, in like the warmest way.
So you're a big time Niner fan.
I'm I grew up in the Bay.
Yes.
It's Niners, Warriors, Giants.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Big win last night for the Warriors.
Yeah.
We needed that.
We needed that big time.
So I want to say on behalf of me and Bonte, we are two psychopaths. Number one, sorry for, you liking the show every day. And thank you so much for sending us to Vegas. Why would you want to send us two knuckleheads to Vegas?
Well, first, I just want to say you guys are like sports therapy. I feel like it's just needed in the morning. Like I need to hear both sides of it and just instead of having the arguments in my own head, I can just hear you guys hash it out and it just makes, it calms me down. But
we calm you down?
Yeah, I guess that's weird to say.
Somebody told me that last week and I was like, you got to be crazy if you think we're calming you down.
Yeah.
He's the worrier. I get too cocky. We're calming people down? Yeah. Wow, Dr. Melfi's got nothing on us.
Well, I am the chill one, right? I'm the sophisticated, smart, thoughtful, reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah,
totally.
No. So, all right, Pete's Coffee. I go to the one on Sloat, all right? That's the one that I go to because it's right near the house. And I was seeing that you guys have a Saturday, Sunday thing going on right now. So if you're wearing your Niner gear, what happens when you go into a Pete's?
Well, this weekend, when you wear your gear into a local shop on Saturday and Sunday, you get a free drip coffee.
Let's go.
Or tea. If coffee isn't necessarily your thing, maybe you're a latte drinker, a cold brew, then we've got an offer for you too. 49% off any drink.
I like that. I like that. So why did this opportunity of sending us to Vegas pique your interest?
Yeah. So, Pete's is the official coffee or official partners with 49ers.
Yes.
So if you have a cup of coffee at the game, it's Pete's. Everyone at the facilities drinking Pete's, players, coaches, front office. We want the faithful and the morning roast to be filled with Pete's too.
Wow.
So we just wanted to officially be the one sending you.
And we've got this cool mug. This is from the original Pete's Coffee in Berkeley, California.
Yep.
The first one out there, yes.
Yeah.
And there's
Mr.
how many
Pete.
locations? Is there 2 or 3 in Berkeley?
I don't.
Maybe
There's
2, but
probably
the
a
original
handful.
1966.
Yep. Mr. Pete opened in first coffee shop Berkeley, 1966. Our roasting facilities in Alameda. The majority of our coffee bars are in Northern California, so we call the Bay home. We're 49ers fans. We want to, we're part of the faithful, and so we want to celebrate with the roasters.
So what's your location? Mine's Sloat. Yours is what, B?
Well, I used to go to Sacramento Fillmore. I used to work there at Sacramento Fillmore.
Oh, my God. Bonte the barista?
Hey, my cappuccinos are hitting. The wet ones, the dry ones didn't matter. You want extra foam? I got
Put
you.
your thumb on the scale?
Oh, man, I'm telling you, man, I took pride in being a barista.
So what's your location?
Well, I live in Castro Valley. I hit up the Castro Valley location.
I like that.
Many times a week.
Yeah, I go to whatever. There's a Pete's Coffee inside Molly Stone's by my house that I always go to.
It is Bay Hill.
The Bay Hill Community Center. I wasn't trying to give that away.
My
but
bad.
My daughter loves a banana bread, and I get me some coffee. Just straight Major Dickinson's, a little bit of almond milk. Boom, I'm set.
I'm always getting the pumpkin bread for my son, but this week there are football cookies in our Pete's Coffee. Yeah, so we have local bakeries that provide pastries and stuff to all of the, to the different regions. So we got wind that our NorCal bakery were big Niner fans, and so they were excited to do a special treat.
You know who else is a big Pete's fan?
Who?
I found out the first day I met him. Chris Mullen.
No way.
He came. He loves his pizza. Oh, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, we sent him stuff before.
Yep.
Yeah, we knew he's a.
Must be nice.
I think you guys sent me some stuff at NBC too.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago.
Honestly, on behalf of me and B and all the roasters, thank you guys so much.
We're so jacked.
Like seriously, thank you very, very much.
We're so jacked.
Pete's Coffee, baby.
We're so jacked.
Let's go.
We're going to Vegas. We're going to Vegas, and hopefully they win. Because I don't think Monday, if they lose, it will not be very therapeutic at all.
So when we get all the new shirts, I'm a roaster. We're sending you all the swag.
Okay, please.
All right,
I will take it. I will take it.
You might be waiting a year, but you'll get it. Vanessa Battarello.
I know where to find you guys now.
Partnership Marketing at Pete's Coffee. Thank you so much. Had to get you on the airways, and she's a roaster, so give her some love. Vanessa, thanks so much for stopping by. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with the dad and Darren Guru Johnson.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Stein and Guru, what's going on?
What's up, baby? You know I'm juiced.
Oh, I know you're juiced. I can tell. You've. It's been a big pregame for you, and I'm a little concerned, to tell you the truth.
Thank you, Spadoni.
What?
I need to leave a Red Bull alone. My hands shake. I get the mouse and try to fix the
you're
camera.
looking forward to Vegas. Let me tell you.
And they come in like they're changing my diaper. I don't like it, man. Evan, my bad. Talking to Bonte for 4 minutes. Fix your camera and get in the game.
If I could give you one piece of advice as somebody who's been an athlete and played in important games and done big things, try not to get too high or too low. Try not to get too high too early. Now, we're leaving for Vegas tomorrow at 4.
Let's go.
I know we have the San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kick off.
Oh, boy.
That's at 5 days, 5 hours, 26 minutes, and 45 seconds. But there's the countdown to our flight, which is 6:30 hours. So we still got 2 shows to do in the Bay, and
let's go. I'm ready.
Stay focused.
Mm-hmm.
Stay focused.
Your hair looks good.
It does. I'm getting a haircut today.
Oh, you Vegas ready, baby?
No, I had the haircut before I ever knew.
Well, it looks good. You look good.
You know what's funny is, again, and I was a little surprised yesterday when I got back. We didn't talk more about me, but what an effort by me.
We did the whole
surgery
crossover with Willard.
Surgery
and
2 weeks. Yeah, and then it shifted right back to Dibs as always.
Right.
2 weeks ago today, I had my surgery. I was going in for my surgery, and now here I am. Check it out.
And you feel better.
I feel great.
Because I'm going to say something to all you out there real quick, Steiny. Between the 2 parents of mine, they've had 8 combined surgeries, and there's nothing worse than 3 or 4 a week. 8 days later, they don't feel better, and it's like it didn't take.
Yeah.
So the fact that you feel good and your hair's fluffy, let's go.
Yeah.
You got bounce.
What's on your mind today? You came in today and said, Steiny,
I'm sitting at home.
I'm sick of you starting off every show with what you want.
No, I did not say that. Because it's always what we want, brother.
So what's hitting you today, buddy?
The fact that we all understand just how great Patrick Mahomes is. And Andy Reid. He's been there. He's got 2 and 2 Super Bowl victories, both of them. But I can't get past, it's the San Francisco 49ers, but they're quarterbacked by Mr. Irrelevant out of Iowa State. And if Sunday around 7 p.m. West Coast time or 7:30, Steiny, that game is over, and I see you and we come back here Monday, and Brock Purdy is a Super Bowl winning quarterback, I don't think there's no other story when you talk about return on investment greater than this one will be. And it doesn't boil down for me, what did he do? Stats, interception, yards, touchdowns. Obviously, it's going to take him to play well and the team. But, Steiny, I'm looking you dead in the face right now, and I'm shaking you. Do you understand what's at stake for Brock Purdy?
Like I don't think no. And honestly, that's not how I think about sports. I think it's the Niners against the Chiefs. And if the Chiefs win this game, that means they will have been to, what is it?
4 or 5.
4 or 5. Yeah. And they will have won 3 or 4 Super Bowls. And they'll have Patrick Mahomes, who will be able to lay claim to being the greatest quarterback of all time. Then I look at the Niners. And they've been knocking on the door. Can they break through? We'll see. I just don't think about it. If Brock Purdy and the 49ers win, and Brock Purdy's the starting quarterback on that winning team, cool. But to me, it's still about the Niners getting 6.
Well, I'm not saying it's not. Oh, my gosh, I'm not saying that. I'm just telling you it's like Magic Johnson and Larry Bird coming in together, doing what they did with their history in college, and then that followed them to the NBA, and you can make the argument they saved the NBA. Oh, Steiny, I'm not saying to you and the people listening that the 6 doesn't mean anything. It's not about the Niners. It's just about the Trey Lance debacle, because that's what it was. And for this guy to come save the day and basically be your guy for the future on a rookie quarterback is just amazing to me. It is truly movie-like is all that I'm saying. And the closer we get to that game, I just wonder how he's going to handle, the natural pressure and the natural jitters, but just the jitters of what he's done.
Like, how'd Garoppolo handle it?
Well, he was in New England. He wasn't in this situation. And he handled it to the point to where he was up 10 points in the fourth quarter of a Super Bowl.
Right, and that's.
But he wasn't Brock Purdy, Stoney. The last pick in the draft,
San Francisco,
previously never thrown a pass in the league.
But the San Francisco 49ers are up 10 points this Sunday, and here come the Chiefs, and they score and they go ahead. And it's the last drive or the second to last drive, I can't remember. Mm-hmm. And Brock Purdy fades back, and he's got Ayuk wide open, and he overthrows him by 4 yards, just like Jimmy Garoppolo did to Emmanuel Sanders.
Yep.
Then what?
He's still your. I don't like.
Here's the thing.
I just give up, man. I don't know what. Like I feel like you're not listening.
No, what I'm saying is. Everybody says Jimmy Garoppolo was one pass away from winning the Super Bowl, and he is no longer the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. All I'm saying is if Brock Purdy doesn't have a great game, and let's say he commits that sin of overthrowing Emmanuel Sanders 5 yards only, it's Brandon Ayuk, I'm just saying, believe it or not, I'm not ready to don Brock Purdy, the 49ers starting quarterback for the next 6, 8, 10 years.
I got you.
I'm just not.
No, I hear you. Well, as crazy as this sounds, I feel like
Jimmy Garoppolo was closer to winning a Super Bowl for the 49ers than Brock Purdy. Because he had a 10-point lead.
I got you.
So, and Jimmy Garoppolo is now considered a joke.
Yeah. And he never got back.
So let's see how that plays out.
No doubt. But I will say this. I feel like just from a Brock Purdy standpoint, Jimmy was on his 9th life, I feel like, Steiny, because, injury, best ability is availability, and he illustrated throughout his tenure here that you couldn't count on him that way. This is Brock's first really crack at it out the chute, and I just feel like there's nothing that's going to transpire Sunday to where I'm coming in or anybody's down there, I don't think, talking about Brock Purdy's not your quarterback moving forward. I'm just saying if he can cash this chip just from a personal standpoint of his in year 2, I just like, man, what more could you ask for?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
But you are right. I hope I'm not coming across that number 6 is not. That's everything. But the byproduct, the other story is, are you telling me you guys did this after the blunder with Trey Lance? You went and got a guy from Iowa State that nobody, an obscure quarterback, and here he is. Like, that's just how's he going to handle that, and how are they going to handle it?
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Super Bowl Sunday, 5 days away, 5 hours, 19 minutes, 43 seconds. That's according to the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Countdown to kickoff clock. What else? You wanted to talk about, I think you brought up the Warriors. Not that we have to stick with it, but just a couple other things.
Well, I'll tell you what. The Warriors needed that game. It's the first time since 2014-15 season they shot 18% or under, Steiny, and won a game. It was Brick City, but they won. But the Klay Thompson interview or conversation with Anthony Slater hit me in the cardiac muscle. Klay didn't close the game last night, nor should he had. But he was having a real moment in conversation. And I'll just say this. We all know what Klay means to the Golden State Warriors moving forward. I still will take him on my team. But I guess what I'm telling you, Steiny, is him not finishing the game or finishing the games shouldn't supersede them being 3 games under 500. And I think that's what Kerr has come to the realization is we need to win games. Times are running out, and it's not about feelings right now. But it was good to see him open up. It obviously, it's bothering him.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, it absolutely is bothering him, and it should, because he hasn't made an adjustment that he needs to make. Eddie McCaffrey is going to join us at 11:30. 3-time Super Bowl champion, father of running back Christian McCaffrey. He was an All-American wide receiver at Stanford. Yeah, we're not going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about his high school career, Eddie McCaffrey.
Is he
He's from Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Look at you about to you can't.
Oh, we got Vernon Davis. We got him.
VD.
Hopefully we'll be able to jump onto the Boxing and Gershon guest line. Steiny, don't you dare compare Purdy to Jimmy Garoppolo. Well, I can, and I will. Because Jimmy Garoppolo quarterbacked in the Super Bowl. The 49ers were a Super Bowl team, and they had a lead, as Guru points out a lot, and they might have been one throw away from winning that Super Bowl if Garoppolo can make it. And then I wonder if we'd be anywhere different had Jimmy Garoppolo won that Super Bowl. My point is that I will compare them, because you can compare them. And Brock Purdy may be a better quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo. He'll have a chance to prove that Sunday. But also, I think it's fair to say that Purdy's got a little better team to quarterback with more offensive weapons.
But Jimmy didn't I guess he didn't hit the scene like Purdy did, Stoney. Purdy hit the scene and was the starter. Jimmy had to sit back and watch, Tom Brady and quarterback when he was injured.
Vernon Davis joining us in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Vernon Davis, former 49er All-Pro and Pro Bowl tight end. All I'm saying is, we tend to have short memories. Jimmy Garoppolo had success as a 49er, didn't get it done in the Super Bowl, and he's gone. Brock Purdy's gotten off to a great start, got to the NFC title game last year. Now he's in the Super Bowl. Let's see what happens Sunday. Maybe he wins the Super Bowl and he's a made man. But maybe he struggles. Yeah. And then what? Then what if he struggles? The thing that I think is interesting is people are, why wouldn't you just acknowledge the fact that Garoppolo was a quarterback on the 49ers Super Bowl team and didn't get it done, and there's so much pressure on these guys. Well, what if Brock Purdy doesn't get it done on Sunday? Is it possible we'll start thinking less of Brock Purdy, just like we started thinking less and less of Jimmy Garoppolo?
But wouldn't that be unfair?
Why?
Because
we started thinking less of Jimmy Garoppolo the minute he overthrew Emmanuel Sanders.
Steiny, you keep forgetting Jimmy couldn't stay healthy. That was part of it, too.
But he won when he played.
Yeah, but you came down my road for saying that he blew the game on that pass, and now you're using it to your argument as like that was, as soon as that pass missed, we thought different of him. I'm just saying I don't think there's any parallel. Jimmy threw 27 passes in his first crack at it in 2014. Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant, third-string quarterback, got pushed in there, and is quarterbacked and is now in year one, fully healthy starting from week one, Stoney. Like, I don't even think there's no comparison. But if you're going to tell
Garoppolo's gone further,
he can fall off, that's there. That's naturally there.
But we didn't think, like, when Jimmy Garoppolo was quarterbacking the 49ers, and he was banged up a little, but when he quarterbacked, they won. Then they lost in the Super Bowl. It's like that's when we kind of started thinking differently of him, that maybe he couldn't get it done. Why? All I'm asking is why is that outside the realm of possibility for Brock Purdy?
Because it's not, to me, Stoney, let me make sure I understand you. He's had a great season, and he's gotten you to this juncture. It's year two, year one, whatever you want to call it. I mean, if he had a bad game, don't you think that would be overreaction to say, oh, boy, we got a problem? He's going to be your quarterback moving forward, regardless of how he performs Sunday.
I'd say he's going to be their quarterback moving forward next year.
And then you use another 17 games to see, if what we've seen thus far is real. But I don't think there's any, I feel like he's in the first quarter of his Jimmy Garoppolo scope.
Well, how old was Garoppolo when they got there in 19? Was he already
it was his first
25, 26?
4-5. It was his 6th year in the league, and he had thrown no more than 178 passes. Well, yeah, he threw the most passes, 178 in 2017. That's when he got here. So he hadn't even thrown barely over 100 passes his tenure in New England. He was on the sideline.
Right. So when he got the starting job in San Francisco, like that was his first opportunity, and when he was healthy, they won.
Then he got hurt, Kansas City, next year, 18, came back 19, they went to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we're just far away from that for Brock.
Well, I thought we were far away from that from Jimmy Garoppolo too, but we weren't. We were a lost Super Bowl and then an injury. That's all we were. And if you believe the 49ers, one of the reasons they came off Garoppolo was because of injury. Purdy hasn't been hurt in his career for the most part. I mean, he got hurt in the NFC Championship game, but he's played pretty much every down. 888-957-9570. You want to join the conversation? 49ers versus the Kansas City Chiefs, Sunday Super Bowl. Vernon Davis is going to join us in about 5 minutes. He's a former 49er All-Pro and Pro Bowl tight end, current actor, entrepreneur, philanthropist.
Wow.
I wonder why
VD.
I wonder how a player like that he played for 3 teams. He played for the 49ers, played for Washington, and then he played a little bit for Denver. Although he won a Super Bowl in Denver, right?
Yes, sir. He's got a ring.
How does a guy like that determine what his favorite team is now?
Almost like the Hall of Fame on what hat you're going in with. Or
For me, it'd be Denver because we won a title, right?
But he grew up here in SF. Remember Singletary sent him? Yeah, who was that? Yeah, Singletary sent him home.
Singletary.
Can't win with him.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
When he was saying can't win with him, he was talking about himself.
Oh, boy.
Boy, he was a bad coach. Mike Singletary was a bad head coach.
One of the best linebackers to ever do it.
So was Tom Sula.
Yeah, Coach Magic
Johnson.
Was
the guy from UCLA.
Oh, Chip.
Yeah, Chip Kelly.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that even if Jimmy G did not overthrow Sanders, he would still need to catch the ball to make that play, which is not a guarantee. I guess. Edward's in San Francisco. Let's go to Edward. What's going on, man?
Hey, man, it's kind of like, I'm telling you, that you guys had work down there. I don't call too much, but I had to call because it seems like it's always on.
Edward, you got to call back. Edward, I'll gladly take your call.
Because we're saying 2 different things, Edward, but he sounded like he was about to spray both of us.
He's talking about Purdy hate.
Oh.
No Purdy hate.
Well,
no Purdy hate.
I mean, how can you right now?
Why does everybody, what's wrong with remembering history?
Oh, no.
5 years ago, Jimmy Garoppolo was a quarterback on the 49ers Super Bowl team.
Yeah.
They lost to the Chiefs. He's not the quarterback 5 years later because of performance, because of injury. Brock Purdy's been terrific. He's going to the Super Bowl. They play the Chiefs. I'm not ready to say, Purdy's going to be the quarterback 5 years from now. Because, that's kind of not who Kyle is.
Yeah,
he might be.
Yeah, and I'm not even mad at you, but I'll tell you what, I will bet my last dollar if somehow they get this done and he wins this game Sunday, that that's how much this win would mean. It's like Joe Flacco in Baltimore. He lived off that one Super Bowl forever.
This is where you and I disagree. Yeah. I'm not convinced that if Garoppolo would have won a Super Bowl, he'd still be here.
Man. But I'll tell you what, Trey Lance wouldn't have been drafted.
But that's more what I think of Kyle Shanahan than Garoppolo, Purdy, or Trey Lance.
And it's nuanced, too, because you mentioned it and I said it. Jimmy's injury history, too, how much of that was, how do you slice the pie? Because Jimmy could not be relied on, Stoney.
Edward's in San Francisco. What's up, Edward? How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. Hey, listen. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've been listening to you guys, Johnny, and it looks like, on one hand, you be praising Brock Purdy. On the other hand, if you don't win the Super Bowl, y'all learn to tear his ass off or something, man. I mean, I don't get that, man. It seems like everybody hating on even the radio announcers, you guys, man. I mean, what is that all about?
Yeah, it's more about Kyle Shanahan. Here was my point, Edward. In 2019, Garoppolo was the quarterback of the 49ers. He didn't get it done. 5 years later, he's no longer the quarterback of the Niners. So the way Kyle Shanahan in my book looks at quarterbacks, do I think that Brock Purdy's going to be quarterback for a while?
I do.
Definitely next 2 years. I would say absolutely. But I'm not going to bet on Brock Purdy being this the quarterback of this team 5 years from now. Not after watching Kyle Shanahan for the first 7 years.
But,
I'm not convinced that he believes in Brock. His belief in Brock Purdy is only going to go so far as Brock Purdy continues to play well.
Well, if you heard him last night,
you got it?
No, yeah, you heard him last night. He talked about it.
Let's go to the Boxing and Gerson guest line. We're joined by Vernon Davis, former 49er All-Pro and Pro Bowl tight end. You can check out his new book, Playing Ball: Life Lessons from My Journey to the Super Bowl and Beyond. Vernon, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me, guys.
Hey, you played for 3 teams. You played for San Francisco, Washington, and Denver. You won a Super Bowl in Denver. How do you decide who's your favorite among those teams?
I feel like I feel like a lot of my time was spent with the San Francisco 49ers, and I think going from a young man to a man is really a great experience. One of those experiences that you always remember. But going back home to Washington, D.C. was special for me as well. But I feel like my heart is going to always be with San Francisco for sure.
Wow, Vernon, pleasure to talk to you. I always want to ask a guy like you that's played in multiple Super Bowls what this week is like, and the fact that this game is in Vegas. Vernon, do you think I know it's a business trip, but do you think that makes the task at hand on focusing and staying away from all the stuff per se in Vegas? Do you think it's more difficult because this game's in Nevada?
No, I don't think it's difficult, because I feel like when you have a bunch of men who understands the journey and understand that the process of making it to the Super Bowl is something that's few and far between. So you have to really make sure that you put your thinking cap on. You do everything you're supposed to do to be accountable to your teammates, and also know that you can't worry about what's going on the outside. You got to stay focused on everything that we have going on here. Stay off the streets, be in your room when it's curfew, and know what we have at stake.
Vernon Davis joining us on 95.7 The Game, former 49er All-Pro and Pro Bowl tight end. When I look at this 49er team, Vernon, they obviously have a ton of weapons, and they're all kind of getting fed, whether it's Kittle or whether it's McCaffrey, Ayuk, et cetera. But they also seem to have incredible buy-in. It's not necessarily about individual numbers. What's the difference between a team that has buy-in and a team that doesn't? What's the difference?
I think a team that has buy-in has they just have something they're just clicking on all cylinders. You know what I mean? It's just something special about that team. Something that when you walk in the locker room, you feel the presence, you feel the energy of everyone from the team to the upper management organization, and it's all about taking care of business, but at the same time having fun, enjoying the experience, enjoying the moment. But you're taking care of business, and the team that's not working in that manner it's just a lot of the energy is just bad. You can feel it, and I feel like the older we get and the more mature we become, you start to understand the importance of being able to sense and pick up on different energy types.
Vernon, you are a dynamic big tight end, and both tight ends in this game are dynamic. But one in Travis Kelce, he's asked to do more in the passing game. How would you compare and contrast Kelce and Kittle? Because I tell my partner a lot of time, Kittle could do what Kelce could if he were in that offense. But how do you see these two? How are they different?
Yeah, I feel like one's aggressive, one's passive. You always want to have aggressive and passive. When I was playing during the time that Antonio Gates was playing, they used to say I was more aggressive, Antonio Gates was more passive. So that's what we were looking at. Kittle is more of he's going to get his hands in the dirt, be more physical when it comes to the running game. He's also going to go out and be a viable target for his quarterback in the passing game. Then you have Travis Kelce, who he's always out, he's always running routes. He's smooth. He's savvy. He can get open when he needs to get open and create mismatches. So that's the difference between the both of them.
Vernon Davis joining us on 95.7 The Game, former 49er All-Pro and Pro Bowl tight end. We have two of the best play callers, obviously, in football, in Andy Reid and Kyle Shanahan. Can you explain to me what the difference is maybe between them as play callers, and then if you had an opportunity, which is the coach you would like to play for who's calling plays for you?
I mean, I would love that. I come from the same pedigree. I played under Sean McVay, who comes from the same pedigree as Kyle Shanahan, and I really enjoyed that offense. I felt like it's one of those offenses that when it comes to the tight end, you're really going to get utilized. You're going to get involved in the passing game, but you're also going to do some of the dirty work as well. I think it creates, from a tight end perspective, it creates you as the total package. The total package. I'm not really in it to just be a pass catcher. I'm in it to do all the work so that I can be, I just want to be that selfless player that my team relies on when it comes to playing the game of football.
Vernon, I'm curious to get your answer to this next question because we all know the greatness of Mahomes. Won 2 Super Bowls already. But on the flip side, Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, doesn't wear Gucci into the stadium or whatnot. And you got the likes of Cam Newton, other people breaking down, he's just a product of a system. And I'm like, damn, can't he get more credit than that? How would you answer why, or do you even see or hear what I do in regard to Brock? People kind of taking the credit away from him.
I mean, everybody's entitled to an opinion. Cam Newton has his opinion. He can say whatever he wants. I mean, people can say that Cam Newton is a product of a system. I mean, he didn't make the same impact that he did later on in his life than he did, like he did early on. Maybe that's the case. I don't know, but I don't think Brock Purdy is a product of a system. I think Brock Purdy he is the system. He's the system in any offense he plays in, and I say that because of the way when I'm looking at him playing ball, he's dropping back, he's making his reads, he's letting the ball go when it's supposed to, and he's accurate. I mean, he's making accurate throws, and not only is he making accurate throws, his instinct to run the ball versus passing seems to be always be there. Yeah, every great player have their rough games and they're not on track. But what do you do after that? And he showed that. He went out and had bad games and came back and did the unthinkable. I mean, so I'm not going to really say he's the product of the system. I think he's a great quarterback. I mean, he has potential to be one of the greatest quarterbacks, yes, based on how he's playing. You can't put him in that category yet because he's too young. But if he continues to stay on track like this, he can be considered one of the greatest quarterbacks to play over time.
How much, and we're joined by Vernon Davis, former 49er All-Pro and Pro Bowl tight end. When you look at Brock Purdy, Vernon, do you kind of project out and say, well, he's not making any money right now, and that's not a knock. He's just not making a lot of money. So 2 or 3 years down the line, when he needs to be paid, he's probably going to have less a weapon or two. Would that scare you at all with Brock Purdy?
I don't think it scared Tom Brady when he had less of a weapon. I think Brock Purdy is one of those guys that, look, if you give him a few players, he's going to go out and make his throws. He's going to complete his targets. He's going to complete every pass. He's going to go through his progression, right? All of his progression. He's going to do everything he was taught to do and beyond. It's going to be up to the organization, the general manager, and the coaches to surround him with the talent that he needs to be successful. Maybe it does. Maybe it never happens. Maybe they keep the wide receivers and they make adjustments on the defensive side of the ball, the offensive line side of the ball. Yeah, there's going to be struggles within every team, every organization, every quarterback is going to always have those. No matter where you play, you're going to have those struggles. But let's see what happens to him when he doesn't have those things that he needs. Can he still excel and make everybody around him better?
Wow, good stuff, Vernon. We're going to get you out of here I'm going to put you on the spot and ask for a prediction. But before I do, my partner and I have a dynamic on this show. Everybody that has a championship ring, I ask them, what do they do? Do they wear it? Because, Vernon, if I had one, I'm wearing it to the family reunion bowling. Before you give us your prediction, how often do you wear your ring?
You know what? I never wear my ring, man. I never wear it. I'm being honest with you. I just never wear it. I don't wear it. I don't.
Wow, Steiny, my partner was right there. How about a prediction for the game Sunday?
I would love to say that the 49ers are going to win this game, but I'm kind of at the fence because I just the way that Kansas City Chiefs been playing, and then this whole Taylor Swift thing, she's the good luck charm. I didn't believe it at first, but now I'm like, man, these guys made it to the Super Bowl, so maybe Taylor Swift is the good luck charm. So we're going to see. We're going to see. I don't know. It's up in the air for me right now.
Hey, Vernon, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the game on Sunday, and thanks again, man.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
All right, that's Vernon Davis, former 49er All-Pro and Pro Bowl tight end, current actor, entrepreneur, philanthropist. Check out his new book, Playing Ball, Life Lessons from My Journey to the Super Bowl and Beyond. It's such a trend with this jewelry situation I'm finding.
Which is?
Oh, just a lot of these classy.
I'm shocked with that.
A lot of these classy guys, Vernon Davis, it's not about bringing attention to themselves all the time.
So you're profiling. If somebody wears jewelry, they're bad?
Oh, no, not bad at all.
Well, I'm just saying.
Oh, no.
You said classy, so if you wear jewelry, are you not classy?
Oh, no. But
speak on it.
No, most guys don't wear their Super Bowl rings, it feels like.
I hated that answer. Damn it. He said he don't wear it at all.
You know, if you're going to wear your Super Bowl ring out too, Guru, you're
now
going to be a target.
Yeah, no.
I got you. You can stand up to that heat?
No, I don't want that heat.
You think you want to walk down the Las Vegas Strip tomorrow night?
No, boy, no.
With a Super Bowl ring and you wear it high?
Well, I probably wouldn't be walking down there to have security, like Jeff Garcia had at Dick's. Yeah, he had his people with him. Hey, but what up the Taylor Swift thing? Stanley, she's not God. I like her, but why is he? What? She a good luck charm? We'll see, man.
The Taylor Swift thing, and when you have a tendency to do this too, be like, Steiny, 49. I just Destiny.
I did say
Destiny.
That. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then there's nothing really to talk about. No sense in talking about the game. It's Destiny. The Niners are going. Taylor Swift. Cares.
He did say Brock is young, Steiny. That's why I was kind of thrown off when you said it because it could happen the Jimmy route for Brock Purdy, obviously, but we're so spectacular and young and early in what he's doing in year two. No matter what happens in this game, this is his job for the next couple of years, regardless. We both agree on that, but. I mean, Steiny, my point is you got to like what you see. And the last 2 weeks, he's come back, 1 from 17, took you down the field to drive. And I know it's a team game, but I don't see a Jimmy G exit sign nowhere near, not for miles on the freeway right now. We're just riding and cruising and everything's good.
And I just, again, my only point is, don't you remember how we were cruising in 19? Would they get off to a 9-0 start, 8-0 start with Jimmy Garoppolo? Yep. They were 13-3. Yep. Listen, I get it. The eye test is Brock Purdy looks better. Of course he looks better. The 49ers, I think, has a better team. 49ers are a better team right now. Cash in.
Yep.
Let's go to Dennis. Dennis is in San Francisco. Hey, Dennis. How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
All right.
Doing well.
I talked to you yesterday. I don't know if you remember. I was giving you my couple of reasons why. I'm a big Niner fan. I love them, and I want them to win, but I just don't think they're going to because of. I just can't get past Kyle Shanahan. He drives me nuts. I'm a big Shanahan and Lynch fan. I want them to succeed, but I just feel like Shanahan, when it comes to the moment, it gets too big for him. If you want to compare him, maybe they want to call him a genius. The only genius that I never knew was Bill Walsh. As far as play calling. I mean, you look at the defenses seem to have caught up with Shanahan's offense. The offense isn't playing. They're not as dominant as they were early on. So the defenses have caught up with them, and he doesn't seem to adjust. Walsh always adjusted. I mean, in game, during the season, I don't see Shanahan adjusting. I really don't. The offense has not gotten better. Purdy, in the beginning and the middle of the year, was throwing a lot more deep balls. He was playing a lot better than he's playing now.
Thanks for the call, Dennis. You're starting to break up.
High standards there, though, Stein.
Okay, so what's your biggest worry? Is it Shanahan?
It sounds like Dennis was saying
Is it Brock Purdy?
But give the coach
what's your
credit
biggest
for
worry?
getting you to the Super Bowl.
Is it
Damn.
the defense? Is it the kicker? What's your biggest worry? Clearly, Dennis in San Francisco thinks that the biggest obstacle for the 49ers to win the Super Bowl is Shanahan. What is it? What's the biggest challenge the 49ers are going to have to overcome?
Mine is defense.
Is it Shanahan's coaching? Is it Brock Purdy's youth and maybe inexperience? Is it the kicker? Is it the defense? What part of the defense? Oh, I got a prediction. Put that in the cap. Let me tell you who will have. Dre Greenlaw will have one late hit. Dre Greenlaw will commit a personal foul. Anybody want to bet me on that?
I'll take that.
Lucas.
He'll be on his best behavior.
Dre Greenlaw will commit a personal foul in Sunday's game. Would you like to bet me on that? Yes or no? Nope. Evan, would you bet me on that? Nope. He's going to do something. He's going to do something.
He's a dog, man.
He's going to do something. 510. Steiny, the offense is way more explosive with Purdy. It looks different. No doubt about it. Looks much different.
He's got better players, too.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, look, two things can be equally true. One is Purdy could be a better quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo was, and he's making 1/20th the money that Garoppolo was, which allows you to have an extra weapon that Garoppolo never had. So Purdy's a better quarterback than Garoppolo, and he's got one more weapon. Yes, I agree with both those things. Let's go to Mike in Hayward. What's going on, Mike? How you doing, man?
How you guys doing, man? I just love you guys. You guys are great. I love to talk to you guys.
Right on, Mike.
I just want to say one couple of things. I was watching the interviews up in Vegas about with the Chiefs and the players and the 49 players. I think the Chiefs, they got a lot of swag to them. They've been there lots of times, right? But I think just one time that the 49ers, they're going to get to Mahomes. We're going to see the pass rush, right? We're going to see what we're going to see because I think Wilson's going to come up with a plan to slow Mahomes down. And I think it's just slow him down a little bit. And if we can run the ball, then I think it's a close game, but I think that we win. So I think so the swag is what they got over us. But I think that the 49ers, I watched them play the last two games, right? They come back. So if they give Purdy what he needs, they protect him, do what he got to do, Purdy going to be here. But like I said, I watched how the Ravens lost, right?
Yep.
And Mahomes can be stopped. Their offense is questionable because they drop a lot of balls. They make a lot. Mahomes don't make mistakes, but the rest of them do, right? So I think turnover is going to be the main thing, too. So if I'm assuming that the 49ers don't turn the ball over, right, and I think the Kansas City is going to turn the ball over more, I think that the 49ers going to come out ahead just a little bit. I'd give it maybe 3 points, 49ers. That's it.
Wow. Now, the big question is what defense from the Niners will show up because I told Stoney this.
They're going to come up with that defense,
okay,
the same defense that the Kansas City put on the Ravens.
Okay. All right. Well, it's a must.
So is it fair to say, hey, thanks for the call, is it fair to say that the 49ers offense is better this year than it was in 2019?
No doubt about it.
Okay, but what about their defense?
That's the million-dollar question. And right now, you just asked me a question. Stoney, I have my confidence. I'm at 55% confidence level on the Niners defense. And you're telling me, because you were gone, Evan and I touched on it last week, now all of a sudden we're talking about effort and quit plays? What's that about? We're too late in the game to me, Stoney, to be all of a sudden that kind of stuff rearing its head. But again, you've had 2 weeks to get ready for this game. It is a must, imperative that the Niner defense get disruptive.
888-957-9570 is the number. Talk to Dennis in San Francisco. He's a little worried about Shanahan in this Super Bowl. What's your biggest worry going into this game? Is it the head coach? Is it Kyle Shanahan? Is it Brock Purdy? Is it the defense? Is it the defensive secondary? I'll tell you who I'm worried about.
Greenlaw.
Ambry Thomas.
Yeah.
Oof. Yikes.
He ain't by himself, though, Stoney.
I got to believe Patrick Mahomes knows who that guy is.
Right, but if you got to, Stoney, they got to get pressure on P. Mahomes, man, Patty.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. Super Bowl Sunday is Sunday, 3:30 kickoff. What's the thing worrying you most if you're a San Francisco 49er fan? Is it Moody? Is it Purdy? Is it Shanahan? Is it Ambry Thomas? 888-957-9570. That segment brought to you by Flag and Anthem.
Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
The biggest day in football is right around the corner, and we've got the ultimate game plan.
people can say that Cam Newton is a product of a system. I mean, he didn't make the same impact that he did later on in his life than he did, like he did early on. Maybe that's the case. I don't know, but I don't think Brock Purdy is a product of a system. I think Brock Purdy he is the system.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was Vernon Davis. He joined us before the break talking about Brock Purdy. And we're talking about what happens when he's going to get paid and will he have fewer weapons. And he basically said he thinks he's good enough to be successful even after he gets paid. It's just a matter of the 49ers continue to put good players around him.
Yeah, and he also said he's not the product of a system, which I agree with too, Stoney. I'm not saying it doesn't help any quarterback, but we've seen Brock Purdy use his legs, mainly that last game against Detroit, to close that one out. And just right now, to me, in regard to Brock Purdy, I mean, everything's been just roses pretty much. So we'll see if he can finish it off, if they can finish it off come Sunday.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to we got some lines here. Let's go to Super D in San Francisco. What's up, Super D? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys?
D.
Hey, what's up, Tiny and Guru?
What's up?
Super Bowl, baby.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh. Yes, sir. So I wanted to give my predictions and why. And it's going to be nice and sweet. I think it's in the 49ers to give Kansas City a good old stomping. And I'm saying by 2 or 3 touchdowns. And the reason why, double Kelsey.
Appreciate the call.
Double Kelsey.
I didn't hear him.
Yeah, he said that was his plan of attack, Stoney, double Kelsey. So I'm sure that's in the playbook led by Wilkes, but it's going to take more than that too, man. Get Mahomes off that spot.
Hey, the Warriors are on the East Coast for a road trip, and it continues Wednesday in Philly, but it is Super Bowl week, so Willard and Dibbs won't be taking any days off. Warriors Live and the Warrior games will be on the radio at 95.7 The Game, while Willard and Dibbs continue live on the Odyssey app and our own YouTube channel. That's Wednesday and Thursday this week right here on 95.7 The Game.
Bang.
So you can continue to hear 49er talk, and you can continue to hear Warrior games, depending on what you want. It's all at the ready for you. Let's go to Perry. Perry's in San Rafael. What's up, Perry? How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, sir.
All right, both of you guys have pretty good points today. I like everyone's take. Yeah, my topic was it was about Brock Purdy, and it was the good and the questionable. And
okay.
And there's a lot, I'm listening to, the radio, watching TV, reading the paper, online, and there's a lot of takes about Brock Purdy. He's getting the job done. He's well liked. And then you get on the field and you talk to the players on the team, and, you talk to these guys like, or you hear on TV from like Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Ayuk, and they're saying he's throwing darts, and then you watch the game,
yes,
on the couch, and you're like, he's going through the progressions, right? So,
yes.
We're like, and he's winning games, so that's all good, so it's all good, right? But then there's a questionable that we just don't know, right? So it seems like he has his head pretty strong. There's been a lot of, he sees all the negative talk out there, and it's not like he's immune to it, but it seems like he's been able to have the strength and the mental tenacity to kind of beat that and play above and beyond that. And I think we did see that a little bit in that NFC Championship game when I believe that he kind of took the game into his own hands, saying that he didn't want to go out like that. He didn't want to lose like that. And then listening to Kyle Shanahan last night, that was a pretty interesting take, because he really wasn't going for it with the question about if he's a system quarterback or if he's a product of the system, or
right.
is he just a game manager? And he said, Kyle was like straight up. He's like,
you know what he is.
When you have,
all right, thanks, Perry. Appreciate it. We're breaking up a little. It wasn't really, but That was 2 minutes. And Perry, you said some good stuff. Really appreciate the call. I mean, Brock Purdy's done everything he's been asked to do. My question is does it matter? Let's say who's the best team? Who's the best team in football during the regular season? You make case it was the Niners, right? Favored every single week. Mm-hmm. Who's playing better now? Who's playing better football right now? It's probably Chiefs. Does that matter? Does it matter? 49ers probably best team over 17, 18 weeks. 49ers probably best team in the NFL. They were Baltimore. But does it matter that right now, I think we can say Kansas City's playing better than the Niners? Does that matter?
Wow. Great question. I'll just say we'll find out Sunday because they haven't played, as far as impressive, beating Baltimore at Baltimore, that was more impressive than what we saw from the Niners, even though they came back at home against Detroit. But to answer your bigger question, Steiny, when the game's over, I'll be able to answer that question. But going in, I got to believe it doesn't mean diddly squat.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
they are playing their best ball of the season, Kansas City.
I mean, if you'd ask me why, if I had a bet on the game, I'd take Kansas City. Mahomes is the number one reason.
Man.
Andy Reid's the number two reason. And then the number three reason is the Niners' defense has looked like
normal.
A guy like Patrick Mahomes may be able to do some damage.
Baldy joined the guys in the morning. Great interview. And Steiny, as much as he said, I'm paraphrasing, he wanted to pick the Niners, he couldn't pick against Mahomes, Andy Reid, and threw in Spagnuolo. He threw in Spags. So,
here's what he said.
I just can't go against Mahomes. I can't do it. Like, I want to pick the 49ers, and I think, like, they have everything it takes to win the game, but I just can't go against the combination of Mahomes, Andy Reid, and Spags right now.
Damn. It's kind of what you said yesterday. The Niners are the better team, better roster, but the Patrick Mahomes thing, man.
Mike's in Richmond. What's up, Mike? How you doing?
What's going on, fellas?
Talk to us.
Good to get on the horn with you guys. So I haven't been on for a minute, but when I was just listening, and I think one thing that's kind of underrated in this whole conversation is the 49ers interior rush defense versus the rush attack from the Chiefs. If you look at Isaiah Pacheco, the past 3 games, over 60 rushing attempts. Last week wasn't pretty, but he keeps them on schedule. First, second down, he's getting 4 or 5 yards. It makes it a lot more manageable for second and third down for Mahomes. So I think the key is here, if Eric Armstead and the rest of those guys, they can stop them on the early downs, keep Pacheco in check. And, as you know, the Chiefs' interior line is probably the strength of their offensive line. The tackles certainly aren't. I think that's going to be a huge factor. If you can get Mahomes behind the stick, keep him off schedule, it's going to be a lot easier to get Chase Young and get Bosa in their ears back and go after Mahomes, put a little more pressure on him. So if they can limit the rushing attack and they can win at the line of scrimmage, especially interior-wise, because Pacheco, he's been a huge weapon for them. I think that's a huge factor in this game. I think that'll help the Niners win if they can stop that.
Let me ask you this before you leave, because you said the if word. Just real quick, in regard to the defense, why do you think collectively they've taken a step back in 2 games in the playoffs? I don't have the answer.
I think it's one, Eric has been injured, so it's been limiting them in their rush defense. And I just think they kind of been soft interior-wise, where you look at 3 or 4 years ago when they had DeForest, him, and they had Kinlaw in there. Those guys, man, they were monsters, and you couldn't run the ball on them. But
good stuff, Mike. Good stuff, Mike. We're up against it here a little bit. But that segment was brought to you by In at the Tides. Relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Winter is magical in Bodega Bay. Come experience it all at In at the Tides. Winter midweek rates start at just $179 per night and include breakfast and a bottle of wine upon arrival. Book ahead at inatthetides.com, 888-957-9570.
The week that we've been waiting for is finally here.
Oh, a bear.
Who was that?
Our girl from Pete's.
Oh, Vanessa. Hey, she brought me a nice...
she said you're such a dad.
Nice coffee mug. That's a nice one.
Yeah.
These things run like $40 now. It's not a joke. If it's a Pete's one, it's worth it. But these things like this, these are a joke. You spent like $50 for like a Yeti.
I'm still thinking about Dad. I need you to do us a favor. We don't want to look like dads out here in Vegas.
Let me tell you.
Stop by, get you a nice little shirt, because I got one, just in case we fall off into something.
Hey, Evan.
We don't want to look like dads.
Hey,
yeah,
Evan.
boy.
Goo, I got to tell you something right now, and I feel like, I don't want to put it. Now, my return has been nothing short of miraculous in 2 weeks. You need to understand something, though. I'm on a pitch count in Vegas.
Oh, boy.
I
hear you.
I'll do the best I can, but it's like when Draymond comes back from the 13-game suspension. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I got you, Steiny.
I'll do the best I can, but
no pressure from Evan and myself and Lowe. We got you, no doubt. And I'm forgetting that. I'm just seeing
you buying new clothes? Is that what you're saying?
It's already done. A couple little fits, Evan's gonna pack his suit just in case.
A suit?
Never know what we might fall into. Lowe knows everybody. Goodell, we might hit Brady. Come on now. We don't want to look like Dad. She called you a dad. And you might want to. That's fine. The Brock Purdy fit. Yeah.
It's
Vegas, Steiny.
Yeah, we got a lot of work to do down there. Let's go to Samuel in Nevada. Samuel's in Nevada. What's going on, Samuel? How you doing?
Hey, boys. How you doing?
Hey.
How you doing?
Doing well.
Long-time listener. Love you guys.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, listen. I'm hearing all these callers coming in, nervous, worried.
Yeah.
No. You got to remember, this is a home game for the Niners. This is a home game. We're going to Vegas. We're going to the Super Bowl. Boys, we're bringing home. We're bringing home the Lombardi. I'm telling you.
Look at him.
One thing I'm
about
worried
Mahomes, man. Mahomes.
Oh, no. Guys, there's only one thing I'm worried about. What type of champagne I'm popping at the end of this game. We are coming to Vegas. I'm going to Vegas. We're winning. Let's go. Bring out the good energy. Let's go, boys.
All right.
Get that on Cooks.
Hey, anybody, do we know anybody who's going to be down in Vegas? I mean, I know you're going to.
Oh,
I don't think it's fair that we put pressure on Lorenzo Neal.
Well, it's already done. He did a couple shows with Evan and I last week. We laid the groundwork. We'll be fine.
Who else is going? Do we know anybody going down there outside?
You are Steiny, I'm Guru, and that's Evan G. Play-by-play extraordinaire, producer. Come on, we don't need to know anybody. A matter of fact, I don't want to know anybody. I like that. Yeah. Who is that? Let's go, Steiny.
Tony's in the Yoon.
My hometown.
What's up, Tony? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing, Guru? This is Ant from class of '88.
Yeah, look at Ant.
Okay, that's what we're doing now.
KC, nobody's talking about their defense. They gave up less than 24 points per game. Okay, the Niners, every game they lost, they got passed on, except for Cleveland. Every game they lost this year, Cincinnati passed all over them. Minnesota passed all over them. The 2 playoff games, they got passed all over, plus the running game. You got to watch KC's defense. Mahomes won't sit there in the pocket. He'll scramble. So, if the Niners don't win this year, are they the modern-day Bills? 4 out of 5 years, getting to the championship but can't clinch it?
Nah, because they went to 4 Super Bowls.
Yeah, they did. But
here's the other thing.
It was Heartbreak Hotel.
Listen, 49er fans,
give it to us.
This is okay. All right, this wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Now, the NBA's had a player named Michael Jordan. Won 6 titles with the Bulls.
Yeah.
During the course of Jordan's career, there were a lot of players that never broke through. Ewing, Barkley, Malone, Stockton, Gary Payton. I mean, is it the end of the world if Mahomes pulls another rabbit out of a hat in this Super Bowl?
You do know you're talking to a fan, for fanatic.
But you know what? Hey,
They don't want to hear that crap.
To be unfortunately,
honest,
we're in the Jordan era, and it's known as Patrick Mahomes.
I'll tell you what, the last time you faced Jordan in this game in 2019, you went toe-to-toe. Some say the Niners blew it. So you can play with this guy.
There's only one guy who rallied his team from down 10, and that's Patrick Mahomes.
Well, Mosley got lost on a... Yeah, but
Patrick Mahomes led a phenomenal comeback in the fourth quarter. So maybe it's, Let's go to Robin in San Francisco.
Girl.
Hey, Robin, how you doing?
Well, the bigger question is, how are you doing?
She's talking to you.
Doing great, Robin. Doing great.
Yeah, because, my knees are giving out, and I might need... knee surgery, and I can't sleep on my left hip.
Yeah.
It bothers me. And, this getting older thing, it ain't cool, son.
No, it's not. No, but you know what? The knee's trickier, Robin, than the hip, so I'm a little worried about your knee.
Oh, yeah. And I have fat tissue in my right arm that I have to luckily, it's benign, it's malignant, and I'm going to have to get it cut out in March. So I just wanted to get on the air and make sure you're okay, take care of yourself, and all of us. And the message to you, Dee, is that as you watch us age, you need to learn from us so you take care of yourself.
Exactly.
It don't get better, it gets worse. Okay?
No, that's beautiful,
right,
Robin. Thank you. Give it to us.
The second thing I want to say is this. Yeah, Mahomes is great, and I don't want to take anything from his physical abilities, even though here's some shade, you guys. He plays in a quarterback-driven league, and he plays with headsets, but okay, that's my hate right there. Here's the deal. If the Niners play to their potential, right?
Okay.
Then I don't think there would be any question of betting against Mahomes in Kansas City. But because they have not played to their potential, okay, this is why people are doubting. I don't think it's because Mahomes and Andy Reid and this difference is so much greater, but you got to recognize who's playing the best. 95% of life is about perception, and I believe a lot of Niner fans are scared too because of that perception. And then the last thing I want to say is this, and I hope that makes sense. The last thing I want to ask this question. If Christian McCaffrey's mom, and I think there's context needed there, could not afford a suite, and I think there's some context there because maybe, the suites that they wanted was taken, I don't know, but she says they can't afford it. And then you look online and the average seat is $9,000, the cheapest nosebleed is $4,000. Who the hell is going to be in that stadium? Because it ain't going to be me. It ain't going to be Joe Blow next to me. It ain't going to be the damn season ticket holder. Please explain to me who's going to be in that crowd. Peace out.
Oh, there's money out there, Robin.
Yeah.
Oh, there's money out there.
Well, and I heard something about that. He makes a nice coin.
Who?
McCaffrey.
I can't stand when guys do that. I can't stand when McCaffrey. So Christian McCaffrey said he can't afford a suite. See, to me, that's first of all, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, and he's probably joking.
It's kind of It's like when hey, Ohtani doesn't like the taxes in L.A. I mean, really?
Yeah, I hear you.
Read the room.
It's an insult to the regular folk
read the
like
absolute
us.
room.
But I'll say, go ahead.
Coming up in 15 minutes, Ed McCaffrey's going to join us. He's Christian McCaffrey's dad. First of all, Eddie could help pay for the suite. So Christian McCaffrey said he couldn't afford a suite. Let's see what his dad says.
I think that was material.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we know better.
Eddie McCaffrey, and I call him Eddie because I go back to Pennsylvania days with him.
We're doing that.
He's from Allen. Oh, we're doing that for the first 10 minutes. Ed, he played on 2 high school basketball
You
championships.
brought up the game, if I'm correct, on your laptop.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, he won a state title in '84. He's a little younger than me.
All right.
But Ed McCaffrey played 13 seasons as a wide receiver. He only won 3 Super Bowls, including Super Bowl 29 as a member of the 49ers. You can also hear Ed McCaffrey hosting the opening drive weekday mornings on Sirius XM NFL Radio, the NFL radio channel. Eddie McCaffrey could catch
He was a badass.
Great receiver.
And remember the salute Denver used to do and they'd get a first down or a touchdown, Steiny? They do this, him, Shannon Sharp, and the rest of the gang.
You know what has stood the test of time?
Pops being from the Navy, that meant a lot to us.
Sometimes people think that's a little condescending, though. Your dad never felt that?
Obviously not.
Like the only people that should be saluting are the people the real deals who were there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling on Norm. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, he had no problem with it.
You know, they always, if I go up and salute Norm, I didn't want him to take it the wrong way. It would be a sign of respect, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Anyway, Ed McCaffrey's joining us at 11:30.
Real quick, Robin said something. You asked me a question last segment. You said, "Goo, does it matter who's playing better right now?" And I believe when the ball's kicked off, it does not. But in the realm of sport fans, Niner fans, and they feel and are honest with themselves, I believe, Steiny, to where the last two performances in the playoffs defensively are not the Niners we're accustomed to seeing throughout the season. So I guess from a fan standpoint, it does matter. And I'm sensing some trepidation because we're not going to lie to people, tell you the defense looked great. They got it done. But Steiny, I'm just telling you, that performance we've seen against Green Bay are those performances, and Detroit is not going to get it done Sunday. So I don't know what they're doing as they practice at UNLV, Steiny. It looks like that's where they're going to be at. No changes. Wilkes and company, they got to come up with something.
Christian McCaffrey's mom said she couldn't afford the suite. She's a world-class athlete. Did you ever see the McCaffrey family?
I didn't know.
Everybody's like a 4-star athlete.
What does mom do?
She was great at something.
Well, there is a bright spot to this because Olivia Culpo, which is Christian McCaffrey's wife, surprised the family by buying a Super Bowl suite. So they will be watching the game from above.
Dope. Wifey.
Or fiance, sorry. Soon to be wife.
Yeah.
Gotcha. The suites are going for $1 million, Steiny. That's chump change. Come on, McCaffrey makes what, 14, 15, Christian? His dad used to coach at Northern Colorado, I think, Eddie.
Who's going to be an Odyssey suite? Yeah, that's what we need to do. Holler at somebody.
You think there is a suite there?
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm not sure.
Hey, I'll tell you what, if there is one, I'm going to holler at the higher-ups.
Oh.
Steiny, just get us a shirt. Get us a nice little John Travolta, Danny Terrio shirt for the
I'm going to be honest with you.
No, I'll buy you one.
It's been a day and a half since I've been back. I don't like the way Guru's talking about this trip to Vegas.
Dude, we're done. We're going to work.
Guru, we have 2 shows. It's not about the shirt.
We're not accountants. We do sport talk radio. We're entertainers. We talk about sports. We got Low Neal with us. Let him hang.
Why do I feel like we're going to wake up on Friday morning and I'm going to say, where is Daryl Barrett Robbins Guru?
Norm would, Steiny, if that would never
Barrett
happen.
Robbins me. That's all I'm saying.
Evan knows me. Spadoni knows me. I would never leave my crew like that.
Well, he didn't know he left the crew. It just kind of happened.
I'm going to show up, Steiny. I'm going to be there. Yeah, how about that?
Oh, no. Brian Baldinger was on with the morning show earlier today, but there was a couple other things I wanted to play from him. This is more Brian Baldinger on Brock Purdy blocking out all the noise. He is a young quarterback after all.
I think one of the reasons why he's been as successful as he's been, Joe, is because he has not let any of that stuff affect him. The outside noise and the detractors and all the stuff that's out there. I mean, he's the center of the universe right now. And I think he's just as level-headed as always. We've all seen the clip last week of Nick Bosa in the locker room saying to him, like, man, how are you always this confident? Like, Nick is asking him. Like, I was second pick in the draft, and I'm not this confident. I wasn't always this confident. So I think the way he's wired, and one of the reasons why Kyle fell in love with him early, was because he seemed like he was just detached from all of the noise. And so I think that's part of it. I think some players that have played in this game, George Kittle, whatever, have played in the Super Bowl, they can tell him certain things, but I don't think they will. I don't think they're going to there's a 30-minute halftime in the pregame, with the flyovers and the national anthem and all the, it's different. Like, they can say that to him. I think he's I think he kind of knows already when the kickoff happens and we take the field, like, I know what I'm doing. And I think all the other stuff that goes on that can be part of the atmosphere, that can really take away from what your concentration should be, I think he's got this figured out.
That's Brian Baldinger on Brock Purdy.
And what if I told you this, Donnie? I think this is just, and the boss was talking to us before the show in the green room about
when I told him what you do. Like, this is where I do. It is fun working with like you and Matt Nahegan, because I can't offer perspective on what Purdy's going through. Go ahead.
I forgot what I was going to say. I was so rudely interrupted. Something about the.
Well, you were going to say, man, Purdy, hasn't had a lot of experience.
Yeah.
Here he is in the Super Bowl.
What if I told you, Steiny, I believe this kid is so not fazed by the longer halftime, this stage, because all these games, the game he was thrown in on the fly last season was his Super Bowl. So, yeah, there's noise. It's growing louder as he becomes greater or they win more. Steiny, I mean what I'm saying. I'll give you our predictions Friday, but what if I told you I really believe Purdy is not going to be fazed by this stage because he's been doubted at every turn up until this juncture?
Yeah.
Now watch him throw 4 picks. Then you're going to be like, "Good, what about that?" That could just still be a bad game, but we can't come in here and say it was just specifically because he was nervous, Well,
who knows what people are going to say if they win or lose the game. It's like I was telling Nahegan, having been an athlete and been in competition, this is, you just rely on your routine right now. That's all you do. This is where you rely on your routine.
Yeah. No, I got you. Keep telling
Brock Purdy played 30 games in high school as a quarterback. He had a routine. He went to Iowa State. He played 55 games. He went through his routine every single game. He's been in the pros now 2 years. He's played 30 games as quarterback. He's got a routine. He's going to go into the Super Bowl. This is where you rely on your routine, plain and simple.
Did you just compare yourself to a potential Super Bowl winning quarterback?
Well, I'm just saying, like, let's just say Purdy's playing in the Super Bowl on Sunday, and let's just hypothetically, my last game in college was the NCAA tournament. I just relied on my routine when we went up against Susquehanna. Now we got beat, but it was the routine was the same.
Serious.
It was very serious. The routine was the same, even though it was the NCAA championship game to get to the Elite Eight. I prepared for that game just like I did game one. And just like I had done in high school.
I did it at the 24-hour fitness intramural
championship. Not quite the same because there were more at stake for these games.
My boy.
But
tell us you're playing. Come on, Steiny.
Oh, I'm not. I'm not. This is where pro athletes and guys who have sniffed it.
Sniff what?
They rely on their routine.
Oh, boy. Evan's a college athlete of the show, not you.
Brock Purdy. No, seriously, Brock Purdy's going to go prepare for this game like he's prepared for the 100 he's played before it.
I believe it. But this dude was third-string quarterback. People would have bet their right arm he wasn't going to get in. And then the 2 quarterbacks dropped like picnic flies. And now you're up. And now this dude is on the threshold to start.
Now here's where I nitpick, but
go where?
Who would have ever thought? Don't you remember? For the longest time, we talked about how Kyle couldn't keep quarterbacks healthy. So it wasn't.
But was that really his fault, Kyle?
You said it was. You said he got Trey Lance hurt.
And that's why I brought it up, because it's just funny in our relationship how now you fought me on that. Now you use that when it's convenient.
No, what I'm saying is you just said, who would have ever thought Brock Purdy, a third-string quarterback? Well, don't you remember 2-3 years ago we were talking about how Kyle just runs through quarterbacks left and right?
Right, but Kyle wasn't responsible for Jimmy's DNA, just him getting hurt every 8 games.
But he's had 2 Garoppolo got hurt and Trey Lance got hurt under.
Well, Lance once and it was over.
Yeah, and Jimmy 2 or 3 times. We were talking about
Jimmy's was chronic. Dr. Dre was chronic. He continued to get hurt.
888-957-9570 is the number. Joining us on the other side, Ed McCaffrey. Played 13 seasons as an NFL wide receiver. He won 3 Super Bowls, including one as a member of the San Francisco 49ers. Ed McCaffrey is Christian McCaffrey's dad. Christian McCaffrey's dad.
Jeans,
so Ed McCaffrey played in Allentown. He played high school basketball.
Your dad ref a game?
I did, yeah. Wow. I saw McCaffrey play in high school.
But was he guard?
He was about 6'5", so he was probably more of a small forward.
Boy, I can't wait for this
I wonder
interview.
why he didn't play at Stanford. He could have played basketball at Stanford. Ed McCaffrey.
Deion Sanders, huh? 2 sports.
Did he play 2 sports at Florida State? Deion Sanders?
No, he played it in the pro. That I don't think he played. No, he didn't. Your boy, who was a point guard for the Knicks and the quarterback.
Charlie Ward?
Good call. Charlie Ward.
Charlie Ward?
Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570. Last segment, we talked about what worries you going into this game. What gives you confidence? We're going to have Ed McCaffrey on the other side, and then we'll get back to your calls on 95.7 The Game. By the way, we got something new, and it's the BreakingT.com store. It's where you can find new merchandise. We have a new merchandise store up and running just in time for the big game. Head over to BreakingT.com, BreakingT.com to grab your red and gold gear right now. That's BreakingT.com for all your 95.7 The Game merchandise. On the other side, we got Ed McCaffrey, 3-time Super Bowl champion, and won a Super Bowl for the San Francisco 49ers. That segment was also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromise. If you want to jump into the conversation after Ed McCaffrey, you know the number, 888-957-9570. Yes, Gil.
No, I was just going to say when we get back after our guest, McCaffrey, you didn't answer what worries you from a Niner standpoint.
Mahomes.
Ooh.
Mahomes against this defense that looks like it's been vulnerable lately. You know, I mean, this is
what if I'm interrupting? I know we're up against it. I want to hear your why
Brady.
You think this defense is taking a step back. Because I don't, Steiny, I'm like
secondary stinks at times. How about that?
But what about the
Thomas is not very good.
But the money is on the front. The D line. We'll get to it. Go ahead. We come back.
888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. On the other side, Ed McCaffrey, 3-time Super Bowl champion, former 49er. He's also the host of Opening Drive, weekday mornings on SiriusXM NFL Radio.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you, and let's head out to the Boxer and Gerson guest line right away. We're joined by Ed McCaffrey. He played 13 seasons as an NFL wide receiver, won 3 Super Bowls, including Super Bowl 29 as a member of the Niners. You can hear him hosting the opening drive weekday mornings on the SiriusXM NFL radio channel. But Guru, he also... This guy won 2 high school basketball state championships in the mid-'80s.
He got game.
For Allentown Central Catholic. And just so happened played in one of the greatest high school gymnasiums.
Come on
the East Coast, I would say, Rockney Hall. Wow. What's up, Ed? How you doing?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for having me on the show.
Yeah, I'm from Reading, Pennsylvania, so I'm a little older than you, but I know I knew those Allentown Central Catholic teams, and I still can't believe Whitehall didn't get you with Scott Koval.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, we had some battles, man. We played, I think we played 3 times against each other in my senior year. But they were the big public school in town, and we were the Catholic school, private school. But you know a little bit about Rockney Hall, man? Those metal bleachers? We used to make some noise back in the day.
Yeah, it was the first game I ever had in double figures for Holy Name High School out of Reading. I had 10 as a sophomore. We got beat by 18, though. They had a great program, Allentown Central. All right, we'll get to more pertinent stuff for most people. Ed, first of all, I appreciate you joining us. Kyle Shanahan, obviously you've got a great relationship with him. My partner and I go back and forth. You know, he's 44 years old, and he's been there. He's been knocking on the door. Do you think he's got a monkey on his back? Do you think he's got to vindicate his big game, struggles in the past? Where are you with Kyle, even though he's just 44 years old and maybe just starting his coaching career?
Yeah, I think he's one hell of a coach. This kid, I mean, he's an adult now, but when he was a kid, he was the ball boy with the 49ers. If you remember back in 1994, I remember him like helping Jerry Rice, like standing in front of him while Jerry practiced releases and catching the ball from Steve Young. And he was a kid at an early age that grew up with a future Hall of Fame coach in Mike Shanahan and a football family. He played the game. He loved playing the game. He was a receiver, and watched him play at Cherry Creek High School and then at Duke and then at Texas. And he, had a quick tryout with the NFL and then decided he wanted to go into coaching. But I think he was born to coach, and he's been incredibly successful. Look at the success he's had. And when you look at a coach like Andy Reid, how long did it take Andy Reid? 13, 14 years before he went to Kansas City, and then you go and you win a Super Bowl, but it took him a really long time. And it's because coaches alone, right? Coaches alone can't win a game. I mean, it takes players making plays. So you're not going to find a better coach than Kyle Shanahan. In my opinion, it's a matter of time. I'm hoping not too much time.
Yeah, no doubt, Ed. Hey, we got some sound we want you to hear. Take a listen to this, Ed.
First of all, his dad was my hero. I cut my shoes like him. I wore my shoulder pads like him. I had Tourette's like him after he caught everything in Farmer Blowed every time he cut a pass and shook his head. So, I've always loved Ed, and I just knew he had a bunch of crazy boys.
And when you hear that, come on, share what goes through your mind. You got to feel good.
Yeah, no, I got a lot of love for Kyle Shanahan. Like I said, I remember the thing I remember him when he was really young is his smile when he was a kid, and I'm like, who's this kid? I kind of knew he was Mike Shanahan's son, but it was my first year with the Niners, and I was just like how happy he was to be on a football field. So go and catching passes from Steve Young. How cool must that have been, right? You're a young kid and you're catching passes from Steve Young at practice, and you're like helping Jerry Rice with his receiver drills. And I just remember looking at him and thinking he looks so happy, and they would keep him there for like an hour after practice, just working with players and doing whatever he had to do, and he couldn't get enough of it. So that's what I remember of him, and I'm glad I didn't know he was looking up to me at the time, because he probably picked up a lot of bad habits. But no, it is pretty cool. And for things to come full circle like this, you guys know, right? This is a business. Like, nobody does anybody any favors. Nobody does anything because they like you, or your families know each other. And that's one of the tough things about this business. I mean, Mike Shanahan is an incredible friend of mine to this day. We weren't as close when I played as we are now, but he had me take a pay cut. You know what I mean? Like, I love you, but this is what we have you valued at. So, I mean, in this business, whether you're coaching or playing, it's a business, and you're doing it to win football games because everyone's careers depend on it. But I got to admit, it's pretty cool that it's worked out the way it's worked out. And I know these guys got one more game to go, but this last year and a half has been a blessing.
Ed McCaffrey joining us on 95.7 The Game, father of 49er running back Christian McCaffrey.
Ed, I got to ask you this. I want to get to the game, but life is truly amazing. Your son has all the talent in the world. You've won multiple Super Bowls. He's in Carolina. They're not doing too well collectively. Then he gets traded. Now he's on the Niners, about, to get his opportunity to win a ring. Can you just speak to what that trade to San Francisco has meant, not just for your son, but your family?
Yeah, well, I can't help it, man. I played a long time and coach. I'm dialed in too. Like I'm looking at this next. I can barely even talk, right? I'm just like, hey, we got one game to go. Let's talk after the season. But as a father, it's just a blessing because I know how much Christian loves football and how much he wants to be part of something bigger than himself and how much he wants to win as a team. And that's what's so fun about it. You make all these sacrifices with your teammates to go out there and compete, and you put just as much time into it, whether you win or lose, right? I mean, so winning's a whole lot more fun. And he had a lot of experience winning in Little League and high school and a Pac-12 championship. And then they just went through so many different changes in Carolina, right? New ownership, new head coaches, new general managers, new quarterback every year that he played there. And when you go through all that change, it's hard to maintain a level of consistency. But he loved his teammates. He's such a loyal person in general to people, to family, to friends, and to his teammates. And so he was very loyal to Carolina, and it was a little bit of a shocker to him that he got traded. But Lisa and I, having known the Shanahans and knowing Anthony Lynn, who was a teammate of mine, who's his running back coach, and Bobby Turner and Brian Greasy and John Lynch and the Kubiak boys, we knew what he was getting into. So we were super ecstatic that he was going to go join these guys in San Francisco with a veteran roster of guys that have been to Super Bowls and played at a high level because, it's the greatest team sport in the world. A player can't win any games. It takes a whole team to win games. And so we knew he was going to a great team that was extremely well coached, and we knew they'd know how to use him and fit him into this offense and onto this team. And he loves his teammates, and he's so darn loyal. So it's a blessing. I'm dialed in. I know there's one more to go, but regardless of what happens, this has been just an incredible experience for us.
Ed McCaffrey joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's the father of Christian McCaffrey. Let me ask you this, because we were talking about, so you go to high school in the mid-'80s and you play on a championship basketball team in Pennsylvania. Obviously, you played football. When did you first, and then you went to Stanford, when did you first think to yourself, I can play in the NFL? And then when did you first recognize that Christian could not only maybe play in the NFL, but could be really good?
You just want to talk basketball, don't you? So the answer is 29 points in our state championship in Hershey Park Arena.
Okay.
So Wilt Chamberlain and I combined.
Who'd you get, Aliquippa?
Yep, we played. How did you know that,
Because
man?
I know.
You pay attention.
I'm from Reading.
Do you know who I had to guard in the game?
B.B. Flannery.
Sean Gilbert. Does Sean Gilbert ring a bell?
Yes.
Sean Gilbert, first-round draft pick, played D-line in the league. And so back then, we didn't have social media. I'm like, okay, we're playing Aliquippa. I don't know who we're playing. I don't know these dudes. I get up there and see Sean Gilbert. I'm like, you're kidding me, right? I got to guard that dude? I got to guard that dude up and down the court? And he went on to become a phenomenal NFL player. But that's when I got introduced to Sean Gilbert. They had a heck of a football team as well. But anyway, we had some fun playing basketball and football. Pennsylvania was a great football state, still is. When I grew up, a lot of legendary players, Hall of Famers, and players that made the league. But how do you know? I didn't even know who all my teammates were at Stanford when I went out there. I'm like, you find out when you get there, and then you start sizing guys up. And then, I didn't know what the other really talented receivers around the country looked like.
Right.
Back then, there was Parade magazine would put out a report, and you'd see listings of people in paper booklets about how the receivers were ranked. But there was maybe one TV show a year that talked about them. But what do I know? So luckily, I played in the East-West Shrine Game in the Senior Bowl, and that's where I got to kind of size some guys up, and that's where I realized, you know what, I'm looking around, and I think I got a pretty good chance to play in this league. But even then, I got drafted by the Super Bowl champion New York Giants, and I'm going on to a team that just won the Super Bowl. And Bill Parcells made it abundantly clear. It's like, you know what, we just won the Super Bowl, so we don't need any of you guys. But some of you may make the team. We hope you do and can help us win another one. And so it wasn't like a red carpet welcome for me into the NFL. But luckily, I kept competing, working hard because there's a lot of talent in the NFL, right? And I was able to make a team and last long enough to become a pretty good player.
Oh, this is great stuff. Ed, we were just talking about the McCaffrey family in the suite, and we got word your daughter-in-law has a suite for you. Is that where you're watching the game at?
Yeah, well, we have, I'm not going to give away I don't need to be panned to in the stand. I'm not going to give away my seats, but,
Nobody knows a guy from Allentown. Who knows anybody from Allentown?
Well, Lisa and I, luckily, I've been around this league forever and have coached and played forever and know A lot of the private equity guys out in the Bay and agents and coaches and everything else. So people have been so nice to us. We're always offered tickets to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
We never really go. The only Super Bowl we ever went to that I didn't play in was we go to the week before every year, but we don't actually go to the game. But we did go to the one in Pasadena when Michael Jackson performed at halftime because Lisa wanted to watch Michael Jackson perform at halftime. Dallas beat up on the Bills in that game. But we go out every year, but obviously we're going here to root for the 49ers and Christian. And but we get offered tickets all the time. So we're taken care of. But this year we wanted to take care of our whole family. All of our boys are coming in. We hardly ever get all 4 boys together at the same time because they all play football and they're all, now working and Max is coaching with the Dolphins and Dylan has a job and they can't all get here till Saturday, but we're going to have everyone together, which is really cool. So even though we had tickets, you can't really ask someone for half their suite. So Christian was very generous and gave us all of the tickets for Olivia and our family to sit. And the 49ers did an incredible job of taking care of the families and giving them the opportunity to purchase tickets. But we also, we're picky. Like, I'm a former player and coach. Like, when I watch the game, I watch the game. I want to see everything that's happening.
Yeah.
So, we didn't really want to sit in the end zone. So Christian, last Tuesday, Olivia and Lisa jumped on the phone. I jumped on the phone. And he goes, look, I want you guys to have a great experience. Here's all my tickets. And, if you like these seats, great. If you don't, here's my credit card. You guys figure out what you want to do. I want you to have a great experience. But after tonight, I'm out of the ticket business. So you guys figure it out. So luckily, Olivia found us some really good seats. But I got to thank Christian for being so generous. I know when I was a player, that's what you do, right? You take care of your family. Hey, here's all the tickets. You figure it out. But you also learn as a player, you got to get out of the ticket business. Like after the second day, right? You're out of you play the game. We'll figure the rest out. So Olivia made a lot of calls and found us some pretty good seats where I think we're going to be able to watch the game and see every play without being stuck on one side of the field and keep our family together. So Olivia and Lisa and myself and all our boys will all be sitting together. And now, hey, Niners, just go give us something to cheer about.
No doubt. Ed, I was going to ask you about the quarterback situation, which is beautiful on both sides. You got a young up-and-comer in Purdy. Mahomes, we know how great he is. But, Ed, I got to tell you, I'm nervous, and people are calling the last 2 weeks, the last 2 playoff games, your son's defense has not looked like themselves. You being a former player, or how concerned are you? Or was this just a blip on the radar because they got to be better if they're going to knock off the Chiefs?
Yeah, look, it's a heavyweight fight. You don't go in a heavyweight fight thinking this is going to be a walk in the park. I mean, you're playing against the number 2 defense in the league. They haven't given up more than, they're averaging 14 points a game, but a couple of teams have put some points up to them. They got Patrick Mahomes, right? Everyone's heard of that guy, who can do some miraculous things, players like Kelsey. And so, there's just a ton of talent here. But you know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see Coach Wilkes bring in that second-half defense versus Green Bay and bring in that second-half defense versus Detroit, and let's put a game together. I think if they put a game together like that defensively, we'll be in pretty good shape.
Hey, Ed, before I let you go, and thank you so much for your time. You've been very generous. Christian's playing in his first Super Bowl. You played in 3. I don't know how often you talk, and I'm not. What advice would you give him if you talk to him?
Go do your thing. He's ready. He knows what to do.
He's got to rely on the routine, right? Just the routine of every Sunday he's ever played, right?
Yeah. One of the secrets I learned a long time ago from, again, future Hall of Fame coach Mike Shanahan, and that's how I'll refer to him until I refer to him as Hall of Fame coach Mike Shanahan, was that when, you play the way you practice. So if you prepare and practice the same way all the time, when you get to a big game like a Super Bowl, you don't do anything different. You do all the same things you've been doing that have got you here.
And thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man. And good luck to you and your family. Have fun this weekend.
Thanks, guys. Go Niners.
All righty. That's Ed McCaffrey, courtesy of Boxer and Gerson, the Boxer and Gerson guest line.
Man, so much.
Eddie McCaffrey, father Christian McCaffrey. He only played 13 years in the NFL. 3 Super Bowls, including one with the Niners.
Their last one. He was a part of the team.
Hear him on the opening drive weekday mornings on the Sirius XM NFL radio.
Did you get how he said, Wilkes, you got if the defense can put a complete game together, Steiny, and that's what they have not done. They've been Jekyll and Hyde and have saved their ass. But this Sunday, Steiny, they need a complete first half, second half.
Let's do a little quick on-air experiment. Evan, you have your headset on so you can hear me? You can't. 49ers defense. What was their signature game this year? Signature game.
Oh, Dallas. The Sunday night game against Dallas.
What happened that game? I forget. It was
42
like 40
to
10.
Yeah.
Was that the defense that game?
I think Dak didn't even throw for 100 yards.
Yeah, no doubt.
Did that one jump to your mind?
Yeah, it was one of them.
Well, didn't they handle the Eagles too defensively?
Jacksonville gave up 3 points on the road.
What?
Yeah, Jacksonville was after they got chased after the bye.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But
what was your point? Been a long time?
My point is did one jump to mind?
Oh, yeah.
That's all.
Well, what Evan and I discussed is, Steiny, if it is Dallas or take Philly, that's a long time. You know what I mean? Like, damn, give me something. Man, McCaffrey was great. Steiny, he balled. What was the gym name?
Rockney Hall.
Okay. I'm thinking of Hersey.
Rockney Hall's the same place that my father watched Wilt Chamberlain finger roll a free throw.
Yeah, that's the one. And then he said you only want to talk hoop. That was great.
I was asking about football when I asked him.
Well, don't take it out on me. He said it. That was pretty good. No, he was awesome, man. Man, he's in the league. He was good, and now his son's a stud.
So he won 2 high school championships, Eddie McCaffrey, and he played for a guy named Bob Schlosser.
What a name.
At Allentown Central Catholic. Bob Schlosser went on to coach at Elizabethtown College in Central Pennsylvania, which was in our conference where I played college basketball. D3. Yeah, Franklin and Marshall.
All right.
So I actually played against Ed McCaffrey's high school coach after he got to college. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. I didn't lose to Bob Schlosser or Elizabethtown.
Look at my
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Kobe!
Eddie McCaffrey was good. Let's go to Greg. Greg's in Lodi. What's up, Greg? How you doing, man? Rockney Hall had a second level. Rockney Hall was not dissimilar from Kezar.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Had some similarities to Kezar for sure as a gym. What's up, Greg?
How you guys doing?
Okay.
Hey, I'm just thinking it's pretty obvious or simple. Playoffs, you got to step it up. And that's what those teams have done in the playoffs against our Niners. And the Niners, had a slow start, I believe, and they've proved they've been a second half game a team even during the regular season. So I want them to win, of course, but yet it could always go either way of the ball. It just depends on how the ball bounces.
Let me ask you this. Donnie asked a question about, does it matter if you feel like the Chiefs are playing their best ball right now and the Niner defense, not so great the last two? Do you care about that, or you just throw that out, best team wins Sunday?
Well, I'm giving them, like I said, a second half, looking at the second half part of them, even during the regular season. But I think they could show up, and if they show up, I mean, that's it. I just think that.
Appreciate the call. And Ed talked about it, Steiny, the set. We can't argue the fact that the Niners have looked, again, I hold them to a high standard defensively, partner, but the second half of both games, they've looked better. But Steiny, I don't think that's good enough to beat this man, Andy and Patty. I'm going to call him Patrick. I don't like Patty. You all right?
You
good?
I'm fine.
Oh, okay.
I'm back early.
No,
what are you talking about? Am I good?
No, yeah, you were. I didn't know something was going on.
I'm just glad to do all over again. Maybe I would have the surgery next week.
I don't like the second guessing. What if I told you that?
So
what's your life?
Do the Super Bowl, then have the surgery next week, then take a month off.
Okay.
Instead,
I got you.
No, but I wouldn't trade the way my hip feels for $1 million.
No, that's all it's about, bro. Yeah. We were worried about you. Evan made a cane joke about you. I said, you think he's on a cane? I'm throwing Evan under the
I got a cane for one day.
Yeah. Oh, no, we got it. You deserve that.
Do you need one?
No, not.
Does anybody else? Listen, I got a walker.
I got to try out with the Panthers this Saturday, Steiny. So
you may need the walker after.
Please.
Try out.
You see me throw a ball.
Like these guys are throwing pads on.
What about me throwing the ball?
I would love to see Guru over the middle. against
Who's
the
running
Panthers.
into this? You're going to feel something. You're going to
I
knock
would
me.
love to see you try to come up with something over the middle, Alligator.
You seen me throw a bowling ball.
I'm talking about, I would love to see you try to go over the middle. And actually.
Those days are over. Send me deep.
Can it be a tryout if you're not hitting?
Yeah, they want it.
It's kind of a show, right?
No, they're having tryouts at the.
It's
SAP
a little dog
Center.
and pony show, right?
Dude, you need to ride with me.
See, when the Santa Cruz Warriors had one, they actually played basketball.
No, that's what this is.
Oh, so they're hitting. Are you going to wear a helmet?
I don't
so
know
it's
that.
combine. It's combine. Okay, so you're going to the combine.
There you go. But I'm gonna be throwing 40 yards, Donnie. I can
Don't
throw
let him be Vince
yards.
Papale.
Well, I would hope so.
That is my one of my favorite movies. You should for Philly don't even know who that is. Huh?
Okay.
I know that was low. Okay. Donnie, your boy can throw it.
Not accurately.
Now that I'll bring my press clipping since we're Harry High School and you're talking about what you used to do. I struck out 14 TLC,
like
baby.
What?
Shout out to our P1 listener. That's his name. He sent a box to me with Roberto Clemente's, Donnie, a plaque. And then he sent your high school, college write-up. Dude, thank you. And he don't want no recognition. He's just, gosh, some people in this world, man.
Yeah, not everybody wants to wear and has to wear a Super Bowl ring to draw attention.
Vernon hurt me with
Sometimes
that.
people just like to live their lives.
Well, he's acting.
Live their lives.
Yeah, he's doing something.
Without it being all about them. Hey, a reminder that you can, one thing you can do is catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I'm sorry.
I'm rusty.
Somebody said I'm Jamarcus Russell in regard to accuracy. No.
The one thing we can talk about on the other side is like getting a lot of texts, and I'm feeling it myself. I know I've only been here a day and a half.
Hitting the wall?
We haven't clicked. There's no doubt about it. We've not clicked yet.
What's
95.7, The Game.
Staples Print Big Sale means the more you print, the more you save. Get $20 off your print purchase of 100 or more. $50 off your print purchase.
Yay!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, you want to be featured on our Red and Gold hotline? Give it a ring now and leave a message and let us know how excited you are about your team being in the big game. 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880. Brought to you by Som Station Wine, the wine company. Experience some of the best wines you've yet at somsation.com. That's SOMMSATION.com. Som Station.
There he is. How dare you?
Yes.
Gave you a big test yesterday during the crossover and you failed.
Okay, what are you talking about?
When you click, naturally, you don't have to click. So I know we click naturally. Just when you and I talk, it's natural.
Yeah, we just haven't since we've gotten back.
Well, that's how you feel. I feel we have because you've been more overzealous talking about yourself in your career since you gotten back. But I know your life flashed before your eyes. But listen, I'm telling you this. I gave you a test yesterday, and all you kept passing the ball to was Dibbs. Dibbs passed it back to you. Hey, Willard. Willard passed it back to you, and I'm like, here comes my boy, John Stockton, Magic, about to give me the ball so I can shoot. Hey, Dibbs. And then you went back to Willard. So I sat out.
Yeah, I know.
And I was furious.
I know you pouted. No, you pouted.
I did not.
I used to do that in 10th grade.
I was talking to Low Neal. He was texting me. But dude, I'm your guy. You change when Willard and Dibbs come in here. I don't like that. Don't change on me in Vegas, baby.
Yeah, that's not
but you didn't do it last time.
No, that's not true.
You went corporate on me in Vegas.
Sometimes, you know.
Let them hang.
We're a sports talk radio show, and we get guests, and the guests are great. And we just had Ed McCaffrey on, 3-time Super Bowl champion.
You just want to talk basketball,
Ed's great. Ed's great. Ed's great. And he is great. And I find myself, after talking to Ed McCaffrey, I walk around and think, he said everything I've said for the last 3 days. Got to rely on your routine. Eddie McCaffrey, 3-time. I'm giving you the same insight as Eddie McCaffrey, 3-time Super Bowl champion.
Pee-wee coach would tell you.
No, I haven't heard anybody else say it. No.
It ain't
the Hegan comes out like a basset hound this morning, like a little puppy dog. Can you imagine? And you too. Can you imagine if you're Brock Purdy and oh my God, and you're in the Super Bowl and it's overwhelming? And how do you even function? And how do you hyperventilate? And da 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 da. But this is unbelievable. And I said, well, this is when you rely on your routine. So that's just what I'm saying. Like this is where, hey, it's Tuesday of a game week.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy is doing whatever he ideally did at Tuesday at this time. Week 7.
I'll tell you what.
That's what the greats rely on. That's what we rely on.
You're awesome. But I'll tell you what, an hour ago, and I'm not mad at you because there is truth in what you said. we don't know what's going to come of Brock Purdy in his tenure here in San Francisco. And you brought up Jimmy Garoppolo, and rightfully so. All I'm here to tell you is, and I'm waving like the greatest train conductor, both hands up in the air, that if this young man can lead this team, I don't care what happens, Moody makes the field goal. If he's a Super Bowl winning quarterback, Steiny, the Niners don't have a question at quarterback for some years.
What if he throws 3 picks and they win?
Now, okay, all right. But that victory is going to mean more than any stat line, and you know what? We'll talk about that then. But we know if he throws 3, they're not winning. But it could happen. But you feel what I'm saying, man. This dude is about to be made. That's all, and it's a good thing. And I'm sure he's thought about it. And I'm telling you this because I mean it. If he loses, he's not getting replaced. I'm impressed with where he's at. Jimmy was on the bench for years in New England. No shade. This kid is out the chute, driving a Ferrari, got him to the NFC Championship game, got hurt, blew up his elbow, reconstruction of the elbow, comes back. I'm thinking, does he got noodle arm? And it's none of that. Now he's, days away from beating the current GOAT. Okay. Resume-wise, and a parade here in San Francisco, Kyle.
And you can do that.
No, I'm a guy that likes to give props to people.
And I'm sorry, and I'm not a hater.
Yeah.
And I think he's been great, but he's also got an unbelievable arsenal around him. And guess what?
Facts.
They had 2 weeks in a row where they got all the breaks.
No
they got a lot of breaks.
No doubt about it.
They got a lot of. I mean, look, the bottom line is this. If they lose, let's say the Chiefs beat them 30-20.
Go ahead.
At that point, we may not just be talking about the Super Bowl. No. We may be talking about, they didn't play well in any of their games in the postseason.
Boy, and if those 3 interceptions arise from him, then I'm real enough to tell you, Steiny, I'm not changing. I'm telling you, hey, that's reality. That's what we do.
So that's when that's why I always buck or fight against looking too far down the line.
But
no doubt, if Brock Purdy, depending on what he does tomorrow and next year, yes, it's all going to determine whether he's here long term.
Right.
But I don't necessarily think he's going to be their quarterback 4 or 5 years from now.
Okay. And you say that's macro, but Steiny, he's off to a hell of a start. How about that?
Of course.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's what this is all about. And it's like, is it too good of a start or too much to ask from the football gods for him? If he does win the Super Bowl, the Niners, we're asking him to be Patrick Mahomes, the guy Baldy, you, I, and damn near the world are saying is the standard. And he might be the Michael Jordan of this era to a lot of other quarterbacks.
Yeah, the one thing, but it's always teams. It's never individuals. And that's why when I think about this game, I don't think
quarterbacks get more of the glory.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think about. I think about who's going to win, who's going to lose, who's going to play well, who's not going to play well. And I guess it's going to be a great story with Purdy, but that's not where my mind goes right away. To Brock Purdy winning a Super Bowl as 2 or 3 years off Mr. Irrelevant, because it's okay, well, I've seen him quarterback for 2 years now. He's pretty good, and you know what? Whether people think it's hating, they are loaded around Brock Purdy.
Oh, a quarterback's dream.
Okay, so it's no. The two things can be equally true. He can be pretty good, and they can be loaded around him.
But I tell you what, and you said you don't want to get too far down the road here, but that is the case. But you want to make sure that you got the right guy driving the car. Steiny, I do feel like if we're talking about one Super Bowl, at least for Brock Purdy, and that could come this Sunday, when those 2 years come up and it's time to re-sign him, he'll have a blank check. That's how much.
Well, really?
I honestly believe so.
You're going to pay. He's going to be the top paid quarterback in the NFL. I don't think Brock Purdy will ever be a top 3 to 5 paid quarterback.
Okay, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying he'll get enough to solidify him being the quarterback here for the next umpteen years.
Well, I need to see the salaries.
Yeah.
Like what's.
But my point is, they're not moving off of them. That was the greater good of that point. Is they got their guy.
Well, you know what's interesting, and I guess this is also what I'm talking about, because now you say that so surely. I think it was, and I forgot to give him grief about this. It was Shasky. I can't remember if it was the Packers game or the Lions game.
He tweeted at halftime.
It was halftime. He tweeted about Kirk Cousins.
It's the greatest tweet ever. The Packers. It was the Packer game.
Right. He tweeted about Kirk Cousins.
But he was beating Belichick was in the tweet. It was like everything that was going to grow. He wasn't advocating for it, but he was real enough to know.
So a half a football ago, Joe Shasky was saying,
2 games ago,
we could see Kirk Cousins next year.
No, see.
Like, that's kind of my point.
You're taking it out of
we're
context.
one game from Kirk Cousins. So, like, I'm not one game from Kirk Cousins, and then Brock Purdy's going to be the franchise quarterback for 8 years.
He wasn't saying that was there was validity to that, Steiny. He was just being real on what was coming out of had they lost that game and home to Green Bay and the way Purdy had looked shaky.
Right. So why, when I say, well, I don't know that Brock Purdy's going to be the franchise quarterback, or, you know, I mean, Garoppolo, they went to the Super Bowl and Garoppolo was there, and they didn't get it done. Like,
I got an easy answer. The ending of that said game, him taking them, Green Bay, taking them down. That drive was humongous. Obviously, you don't want to be in that situation. So he answered the question there for me. And then you're down 17. I'm not saying he was perfect then, but Steiny, they were in the coffin. And Brock Purdy, however much credit people want to give him out there, you get it. I don't care what the quarterback's name is. He didn't. The Finkster muscle didn't get tight. So those were 2 opportunities to where I look at Brock Purdy and my admiration grows in the sense that it wasn't 30-10, we're the best team. It was easy. You couldn't stop us. It was he could have mentally went down the toilet and they would have lost. And Shasky was just merely, I believe, pointing out all the everything that would have came and the noise.
If the 49ers lose the game to the Packers.
Oh, my gosh, Donnie. And the way he looked, Purdy, because that was bad.
Right.
Yeah.
But
he got up out of that.
Who did?
Purdy.
Well, okay, so what if it happens in the Super Bowl?
I still feel like people will be, oh, man, blah, blah, blah. But I don't think you're not advocating or thinking people will say, oh, we need a new quarterback.
What I'm saying is I think any kind of long-term thinking is, like, I don't understand why people think it's outside the realm of possibility that Brock Purdy might not be the 49ers starting quarterback 3 or 4 years from now.
You're not the only one saying that, but I guess I'm saying.
And it's no shade at Purdy. I'm just looking at their history.
But my thing to that is if you win this game and he's proven he can be the guy in a great offense, but I can be the guy, you kind of wonder, well, what are you looking for if you're happily married?
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying, why would
those people don't go to the club?
Joe Shasky's a legitimate fan, and Brock Purdy played a bad half in the playoffs, and he was already talking about Kirk Cousins, so it's not crazy to think he might not be the long-term quarterback of the 49ers because obviously Shasky was thinking about it and some other fans were thinking about it at halftime of the first playoff
and then
game.
That's the beautiful thing about sports. There was another 2 quarters and another game.
Yeah, right.
So I'm asking you, there's no wrong answer.
But the game was halfway done.
Did your infinity or did anything grow? Or did Brock Purdy earn any more points to you about that comeback?
He's a gamer. Okay. Brock Purdy's a gamer.
All right.
That's, you know what? I get their styles are different, but to me, he's about the same kind of level quarterback as Goff. Same level, top 10-ish. But he's a gamer. Like Jared Goff, even though he put the ball in the money, is not capable of bringing you back 3 scores. In the way Purdy did. He just can't quarterback like that.
I said infinity, it was affinity, Stoney. You gotta help me.
But that's the other thing that this is what's bound to happen is, Brock Purdy has made some big plays along the lines for the 49ers in the last 2 years. And if he doesn't make some big plays Sunday and they get beat, I just know damn well what's gonna happen. And he's going to get a lot of heat. And all of a sudden, we're not going to be talking about him like he's Joe Montana.
Hey guys, just
but he's going to essentially be the same
we have a YouTube super chat, guys. $5 from Sabo.
Sabo.
It's funny how Guru calls Shanahan a choker for the Super Bowl, but gives credit to Purdy for his comebacks against the Lions and Packers.
Well, you two can break that down. I don't know what the hell that means. I'm tired.
3 Chains. What's up, 3 Chains? How you doing, man?
3 Chains is in the Bay Area. And Steiny, you're doing a great job. And before I get to my point, I wanted to let you know that my cousin is in the Reading Phillies Hall of Fame.
Nice. Reading Phillies.
So,
we pronounce it Reading, but
Reading.
I appreciate it.
Reading. So he went into the Hall of Fame the same year as he went into the Hall of Fame the same year as Craig Lezinski. So anyway, Earl Gene Rounsonville. But now let's get to playoff football and our team. Guru, set this section out and go ahead and get on MLB.com and get yourself a Pirates hat. This is about guys whose teams are competing for the Super Bowl championship. I just wanted to say that 3 Chains thinks that Brock Purdy has all the stats. They're hated on by guys who are Cowboy fans, who have to live with Dak Prescott, who looks like a quarterback, built like a quarterback, but has the mind of Leon Spinks. Anyway, when I called you, I was in East Antioch. Now I'm in West Antioch. I enjoyed the show. It's great to be back in my hometown, meeting people. I was in Vegas yesterday. I'll drive to L.A. tomorrow and then back home. I'm doing the West Coast circuit.
Oh, nice.
Man, you should have came by and hollered at us. We'll be there Wednesday through Friday.
Thanks,
I think he was lying. Wasn't in Vegas.
People are a little upset that we didn't. Guy pays money for a chat. He's just saying, do you give. How about
Evan read it.
Right.
Yeah.
But we ignored it. Do you give Shanny any credit for the comebacks the last 2 weeks? I'll do it that way.
Yeah,
I don't need to instigate.
Yeah. Of course. Do you? He's the
absolutely.
head coach, right?
Sure. But how much you give to him? How much you give to Purdy?
Well,
I mean, if you have to dole out the responsibility or the credit.
Well, I'm always give the coach more than any player. And I've said this to Kyle Shanahan. It comes with the territory, regardless if we like it or not. Quarterbacks get more credit than they deserve, and they probably take more blame. And we've heard that before. But the fact that and I told you this last week, or a couple weeks ago, Steiny, the fact that we talked about Brandon Ayuk and whatever situation was going on with Kyle, and Brandon took that lesson, never went to the mic and threw Kyle under the bus to let us know something might be awry. That never happened. I told you and the listeners, I give Kyle credit from that because in my world, that is the ultimate sign of respect. So with the comebacks with Green Bay, the Niners could have went in the tank. And the fact that they didn't, I give Brock Purdy, all the players in the world credit, and I also give Kyle credit for putting or saying whatever to the troops to have them not quit. That's just standard for me.
See, maybe this is at the core of our debate because, you said, like, if you're asking me, I think Purdy's way more responsible for the Niners coming back against the Lions than Shanahan. I think a player's way more important than the coach. Like if you're saying I'm giving Kyle Shanahan 60% and Purdy 40, I would say, I'm giving Purdy 80 and Kyle 20. Because to me, it's always about the players. But I'm not
I'm thinking of Belichick and Brady, and you are right there because it looks like, things are more difficult without Tom for Bill, but. Yeah, obviously you got to have Jimmy Johnson, the great coach, said from Miami and Dallas, said if you don't have the horses, you're not winning the race. But Kyle had to call those plays, and the players had to execute it. But this analogy.
I think it's a good question because coming into that game or coming into the playoffs, Shanahan had the non-comeback streak, right?
Yeah.
And Purdy had a small part of the non-comeback streak.
No doubt.
So now they win 2 come-from-behind games, so that stat goes to what? I don't know.
Yeah, got 2.
2 and 28.
They're on a roll.
So, yeah, I think it's interesting.
But don't you think they could have just...
That, to me, means more to Purdy. That's more Purdy than Shanahan, if you want to say the 2 wins.
Wow. But...
Because I think he made plays. To me, Purdy made plays in the last 2 weeks that other quarterbacks would not or could not have made.
I believe it.
So as to possibly mean the Niners could have lost a couple of that game, 1 or 2 of the games. Like, I think Purdy, and again, there's no right answer, but Purdy, to me, showed me a couple things. One is he can come from behind, and 2 is he may make a mistake that costs you the game. He may. He may throw a ball across the middle. It's intercepted for a touchdown.
I got to be careful.
And he's got 2 touchdowns, 1 pick, and you got beat.
Sounds like Brett Favre, Stoney. He's a gunslinger. And you are right. And I remember we hadn't got a chance to talk or react to the Green Bay game, but that 3rd and 5 in the rain, that low throw or perfect placement, whatever you like to call it, to Ayuk was big to keep, to keep them from a 4th down. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you, Stoney, or the listeners, because now you do it so crafty. A player is more than a coach. I would rather have Michael Jordan than Phil Jackson.
As it relates to Purdy, so he's quarterback if you're quarterbacking of the last 8 quarters, they've been behind for 7 of them.
7 points at halftime in both games.
Right. So
that is kind of, I ain't putting it all at his door, but
people, you do understand that if he continues to play from behind and continues to be asked to make plays from behind, it's probably not going to work out one of these times.
You would think.
Now, the one thing that Purdy showed me is he is able to make plays with his feet and his arm.
And mentally,
when they're down, and he's not afraid to make a mistake.
Yeah. I call it turtle up, Stoney. He did not turtle up.
I mean, if he throws an interception at 24-10 or 24-14 or whatever, and game's over. But it hasn't happened.
And Detroit, I mean, that guy was like, oh, this is over. Then it wasn't. And he used his legs to get out of it a few times to keep the drive going and burn the clock and have them use their timeouts. So
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk Super Bowl. 3:30 Sunday. Steiny and Goo with you. By the way, Patrick Mahomes, 6 straight AFC title games. This is unbelievable. 4 Super Bowls in the last 5 years. Man. To me, the one thing, I don't know if we have any rules to this, but it is kind of interesting. So the Chiefs have been to 6 straight AFC title games. They've won 3 Super Bowls. The Niners, this is their 2nd Super Bowl in 4 years, and they've been to the NFC Championship 4 straight years. There's a dynasty. There's a seesaw dynasty thing happening here. You know what I mean? Like the winner or loser of this game can start. You can start saying, well, where does the one start and where does one end and what happens now? It'd be fascinating if the Niners were to win this game on Sunday. You could say, wow, well, this could be a start of a dynasty. Well, the Chiefs isn't over yet. It would be right.
Cast their chips twice. They got 2 championships.
888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Stein, Matt Darrell, the Guru Johnson with you. And by the way, we have a Super Bowl stream. And here's what's going on this week because of these Super Bowl. The Warriors, they're on the East Coast, and they continue a road trip tomorrow in Philadelphia. But because it's Super Bowl week, Willard and Dibbs, they're not taking any days off. Warriors Live and Warrior Games will be on the radio, 95.7 The Game, while Willard and Dibbs continue live on the Odyssey app and our YouTube channel. That's Wednesday and Thursday, tomorrow and Thursday this week, right here on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. It's Super Bowl week. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
Bang, bang, night of gang up in this thing. Let's go.
Call it anytime. Get excited. Go crazy. years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com.
You got a little cop to you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, dude on the YouTube chat yesterday said, well, wasn't Steiny and Guru's best show, but at least they're back together. You good?
Yeah. I don't know what to say to that.
You say...
I could get a flying you-know-what. I don't care. Who was that? And how you know it was a man?
I don't.
Yeah,
I can't remember the name.
Quit being thin-skinned. I got that from you.
I tell you what I've let slide, and...
Oh, boy.
It's just because I'm trying to, go along to get along. What do you mean I need to buy a shirt?
Just a jazzy one. We might step out.
Buy a shirt.
We might step out. You don't want to look like Mike Brady. The lady called you a dad. I'm just looking out for us.
I mean, that's cold.
I got one for you.
No,
I got one for you. I know you. I got one for you.
That one cut.
No,
that one cut. That's so much different. That's so much different than any of my,
You're buttoned up in here right now with your jacket like we're deer hunting, and I get it, and I love the jacket. If we step
out,
have fun. That's all. I can hear
seriously, you guys have fun.
No, I can hear you saying, I don't have a shirt, I ain't going. That's all I was saying, partner. Roll with me let's hit Nordstrom's or something. And you look like you want to. Just if we go somewhere to a party, we don't want, you know what I'm saying? We don't want to look like Richard and what's my boy? What was his white friend? Come on, Richard Pryor and
Gene Wilder.
Gene Wilder. We want to look dapper. Come on, you got young Evan with us. I'm taking a suit just in case.
Good for you.
Low gonna have us with the folks.
We don't know that.
I've been talking to Low. You know,
hey,
Low.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Don't make Low uncomfortable. Don't say, hey, Low, can you get us into that party?
It's already.
Can you get it? Don't.
He's texting me. He already
just
texted me yesterday.
Let him invite you.
He wants us there already. Well, I truck sat for Low. He forced me to do it. I said, Low, I don't want to drive your truck. He's going out of town. It was Debo. He made me take the truck to my house. I was like, man, this thing can't get broken into.
Let's go to Manny and Benicia.
You got to run. When
hey,
you play
Manny.
Football newsflash. You got to be able to run, dude.
How you doing, buddy?
Oh, boy.
I'm right here, but can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know what? I got a bad line. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to hang up.
Now, that's the...
She was really good. It's like the best line we've had in 3 weeks.
But you like the initiative, though. What has the caller ever said? You know what? Let me start over. Good job.
Right.
I didn't mean anything by the
Did we just get hung up? Hang up?
We did. That wasn't a Dick Vermeil, which was a drop line for the Smarties.
Speaking of Dick Vermeil.
Oh, I'm going to watch it. Believe me. I really love the...
It was like he was kidnapped. We got to check on old Dick. Come on, man. He didn't. I think Div said he hung up. That was a drop call.
Hey, real quick, and I don't want to necessarily get away from the Niners too long, but you said you came in feeling some kind of way about Klay Thompson this morning?
Yeah.
And so let me just set it up because I think we do have the
audio
sound. I can tell you what, man.
Right before we do that, though, we do want to mention another super chat we have from JJ in San Francisco because the Mahomes love is getting out of control. Why are we acting like they blew out the Bills and Ravens? This year's Chiefs was all defense. So thank you, JJ.
Well, I'll go first, Donnie. He's got 2 championships under his belt. You just talked about the visits, and all but 1 year he's not played in the AFC Championship game. So, Evan, I don't think it's too far-fetched in regard to this love story. I think we are all watching a quarterback of the ages on the cusp of trying to get his 3rd championship, and this dude is not even 30 years old. I mean, the Niners didn't play their best game defensively or offensively, and they're here. I'm just saying be consistent if we're going to do that, but please don't hate on America's I mean, if anybody had to say who's the best quarterback in the league right now, Steiny, give me another name.
Oh, Brock Purdy.
Well, it ain't going to be Dak. And let me tell you who else it ain't going to be. Lamar. You know what I'm saying? So put some respect on Patty's name. 2-time champ, that's all.
To me, Mahomes is like a cross between Curry and Michael Jordan.
Man.
He's got a chance.
Man.
Like he's got what? He's got 2 Super Bowls. Curry's got 4, and Jordan's got 6. So obviously, Mahomes doesn't have as many as Curry or Jordan yet. But if
he was to add
Curry, if Mahomes gets a couple more,
man,
then that's the stratosphere. Then he's the best quarterback I've ever seen. Patrick Mahomes
over Brady.
Yeah, he's better than Brady. I mean, sure, Brady's going to. Okay. I'm sure the numbers are going to be Brady, and the Super Bowl's going to be Brady. But it's like, hey, Brady's great, but Mahomes is different. I just think he's multi-dimensional.
And the other day he said he wanted to modern his career as far as longevity. He wanted to play as long as Brady. So I'm just saying,
who would you take?
Oh, man,
I mean, Brady's like the GOAT. I get it. He's to me, Brady's Bill Russell.
Physically,
he's Bill Russell, but Mahomes is Jordan.
There's no doubt about it, man. And Tom can't get away. He don't have the skates Mahomes has. So no shade at Tom. I love Tom. I still would take Montana, but that's another story.
Well, from a talent perspective, like who would you take, Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady?
Aaron Rodgers.
But I think we'd say Tom Brady's a better quarterback than him.
Doubt.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the conversation with Mahomes and him.
Well, I think isn't the other thing that Mahomes has ushered in an era of a little more mobile of a quarterback.
No doubt.
So
and he's winning, though, Steiny. He's
winning.
That
he's added, so he's taking advantage of a dimension that not only Brady couldn't do, but they didn't really ask Brady to do that.
Well, I mean, the dual threat quarterback also wasn't really a thing. Like, if you were a running quarterback when Brady was coming up, that was almost a knock against you.
Yeah, exactly.
28 years old.
I mean, Brady's been to 10 Super Bowls. I know he won 7, but
this is Mahomes' third, Stoney, for now, guys. You know what I'm saying, Evan? You're right.
Third what?
4th. No, Mahomes is, this is 4th visit to the Super Bowl.
Yep, in 5 years.
Evan was saying 10,
in 5 years.
Let's just say
4 Super Bowls in 5 years.
That's crazy. Hey, Rick Barry,
Jordan
that's
didn't
crazy.
Even do that, did he? No.
That's crazy.
Jordan didn't make 4 finals in 5 years.
This dude's balling, man.
Right? He won 3.
Left.
Then another
couldn't
3
hack
it.
Well,
they didn't.
Birmingham Barons.
Never won.
I hated watching him bat.
Sparky in Alameda. What's up, Sparky? How you doing, man?
Sparky.
Fellas, been a minute.
Yeah.
All right, so let me start with 2 things. One of the things is game time, and no better time to watch the game without the Cowboys there. Whoa, awesome. Second of all, great ideas for shirts. I wasted a lifetime being a Cowboy fan. Oh, that's great. Then, hey, been in the middle of the season when the kid was losing. I made a call saying, you know what, the kid needs to lose. The kid needs to lose in order for him to get better. Look at that. Look at that. Where are you at? Mistakes make the best out of you, innit? So there he goes. Not all fun. It's not all great, but I'll tell you what's great, though. Listen to 95% of the game.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Steiny, on the spot, take one thing out of that. I heard cowboy shirt.
You need to translate that.
Boy.
I must have had a bad connection.
No, I don't know,
Something was cutting out.
Yeah, I went in the control room.
I don't. I was struggling there to be honest.
To keep up. But Patty Mahomes, man, like it's Brock Purdy versus Patty Mahomes. That's the quarterback. Hold on.
No.
Finish. That's the quarterback matchup in the Super Bowl because it is nothing Trump's Chiefs-Niners. But if you're Brock Purdy, Steiny, who would you want to not beat more than Patrick Mahomes, the best player? You know what I mean?
I think you would rather beat who was the 7th seed in the AFC going into the playoffs this year?
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, I think Purdy'd rather face the Steelers with
but it wouldn't.
Whoever their quarterback.
Yeah,
is.
but this is the man.
We have a super chat.
Read it.
Put my glasses on.
Oh boy.
Bobby Moon. Sabo was done dirty because Guru is tired before Vegas. I don't know what that means.
They were coming. I was tired of people coming for me. That's what I meant, not physically.
Oh, nobody's coming for me.
And then he put smile emoji, so he's having some fun.
Absolutely.
Well, I got into it with Victor Saragosa this morning. You guys didn't have my back. Goo boy, man. I really relate to Michael Irvin, man. Because if I really wanted to go off, we wouldn't be friends. I wouldn't have a job. But you guys just sat there and watched that drive-by he did on me, and nobody had my back. Mm-hmm. And that's the stuff I deal with on a daily basis as a black man in America.
Evan, can I ask you a serious question, Evan?
Please do.
Do you have any idea what Guru's talking about now?
I'm going to be honest, Goo. I was digging
I got you.
For something in Shanahan's interview that we could use for the show. Well, I think that you were going through whatever you were going through. So I apologize.
So you're off the hook, Evan.
That means
Evan's off the hook.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
I know
it's a
Tony
credit.
Syracuse.
It's a credit to me to even be back 2 weeks after surgery. I'm dealing with Simone, my personal health, but trying to put on a good show. I was preparing. So what are you talking about? No. What happened?
He had some words for me about my outfit yesterday. I was like, dude, if we were in the schoolyard, this would have went different. You better be glad we were at the job.
Are you talking to me?
No, I was talking to Victor.
Oh.
When he walked by and then he just...
Okay, so Victor comes in.
Yeah. Called me a sellout. I might go viral.
Okay, called you a sellout because...
said you wouldn't say that to me if we were in the schoolyard.
Oh, because you wore a 49er shirt yesterday.
That was made for me, and I made a bet.
Okay.
But he didn't put that on there, but we've been texting back and forth, so it's good.
So let's recreate it, because I was preparing.
With that morning
Victor
irritation of being
goes,
at work, looked at me up and down. Yeah. And
you said...
No, I gave the good laugh, the smile. Yeah. They ain't as white as Monte. I gave the smile, and then I said, is he for real? So it was on, but I went in, but you didn't say, you just sat there. Like, when you ever had my back?
I was preparing for a show.
But when your partner needs your help, you drop everything.
I didn't know you needed my help.
Well,
let's go to Nick in Berkeley.
B-Town.
Goo did kind of back down there.
Please.
What's up, Nick?
Hey, Goo. Hey,
what up?
Hey, Goo, I know exactly what you're talking about with the Michael Irvin thing, bro. I appreciate you. I'm emotionally invested. I say that all the time. Steiny, you should get a trophy with the crutch, being the number one recovery guy from a surgery. And let me tell you something, man. All this scary talk about Mahomes, Tampa Bay dog walk. Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. That's what we about to do to that cat. He's gonna be running like Russell Wilson, running backwards and making these little S patterns, man. We're not playing, dude. Like, I don't understand why people don't see that this is our year. This is our year, and we're taking it to him, man. We didn't have McCaffrey before. We didn't have not like Ayuk before. We're about to put it down on these cats, man.
Listen,
I don't even I'm sick of the Chiefs, man. I'm sick of Andy Reid. Like, you don't want them to tear your practice field. Way to motivate us even more than we needed to be, buddy. We're going to put it down on you.
All right, listen, let me interrupt because I want you to answer this on air. I'm being so real. I love your passion. I believe you. But please just walk us through how you were feeling 24/7 at half against Detroit. Just be so real with this. You might have felt the same way, but come on, man. You had to be like, what the hell is this?
No, I was like, we're going to win this game. And I kept telling all the fans around me, believe. Because this little kid was stomping up and down on a Niner towel before the game. I walked up to his dad, and I said, that's cute. I said, but your son just jinxed you. And he looked at me and said, no, don't say that. I said, he just jinxed you. Good. And I knew the Niners had been playing better in the second half.
All right.
I kept yelling the whole time. And actually, I'm going to be honest with you, a Detroit fan that I talked to, there's four of them. They're really nice, you know what I'm saying? And one of the dude busted open a little Sucrets box, and he had a gummy in there for me. So I ate the gummy, and it kicked in about the time Journey was halfway through. Anyways, that being said, the whole second half, I was like yelling, believe. And then all of a sudden, the third quarter's over, and the game's tied.
Wow.
And the fans were super hyped. But I never... not one time didn't believe we weren't going to come back and win that game. And when the coach didn't kick that field goal and then went for it both times on 4th and 2, I was like, what an idiot.
Wow.
You got to be kidding me, bro. You're up all these points, and all you got to do is tack on a couple more field goals and switch field position. But he didn't. He just gave it up.
Yeah.
He gave it up.
I appreciate it, brother.
Thanks,
wow,
Nick.
Donnie. And I'll tell you what, nobody cares about this, Donnie. I don't think I'll ever forgive Dan Campbell if I'm a Detroit fan. Like, we can lose the game, but there's a way to lose, man. Take that 3 in a playoff game on the road. Just saying. He helped them come back.
He's got a monkey on his back now.
No, he's got a mathematician problem.
What do you mean?
He need to go to a tutor. I'll take 3.
By the way, and I think I'm the first, I don't know if I'm the first guy to use this, but this is how I'm talking about. This is what I've learned. And I know some guys need to be first, and I saw it first. I saw you first. What was that song?
I kind of like it.
I saw you first. What was that? It was not Taylor Swift. Anyway, it was a pop song. Maybe, who's the other one?
Janet?
No, it was a white girl. Not Taylor Swift, but Katy Perry.
Look at you.
I saw you. I can't remember what it was. Now I forgot what I was going to say. Go ahead. Go.
No, some guys are clamoring that they seen something first.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Brock Purdy. Yeah, people are, you guys think he stinks. You guys didn't. No.
Kyle's the guy.
2 years. I've watched Brock Purdy play for 2 years. You know what? And this is my word. This is what I call him now. He's a gamer. He's a gamer.
But yet
good quarterback.
You're
gamer.
not committed to him. Like 2 years some could pop off.
No, I'm not.
I said that earlier.
Neither's Kyle. My point isn't me. My point is Kyle. My point is that Kyle Shanahan, I don't believe that. You're just saying Brock Purdy's going to be entrenched as a franchise quarterback for the next 10 years. And I'm like, well, I don't know.
Well, I'm not saying that.
Okay, what are you saying?
If he gets this Super Bowl, it's 5 for show.
Okay, fine.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. Well,
all right. And I'm also saying, why would you want to veer away from that if he's proven he could get you to the Super Bowl even if he loses?
What is Kyle Shanahan? What over the last 7 years? What do we say Kyle Shanahan's biggest weakness is?
Situational play calling.
See, that's one of them. To me, it's arrogance. We all agree he's arrogant. Like, if you think that Kyle Shanahan, I'm not saying he might not appreciate Brock Purdy, but the idea that Kyle doesn't feel unbelievably secure with what he can get done at the quarterback position, whether it's Garoppolo, Purdy, or another guy, that's what I would not underestimate if I were 49er fans. That's all I'm saying. Kyle Shanahan, he might put a ring on Purdy's finger. He might not. He might not.
Okay. I'm not mad at that, but I will tell you this, because there is arrogance in it. But the fact that he went and told his boss that our third-string quarterback might be the best quarterback,
okay,
that doesn't reek of arrogance. That lets me know that Kyle was so real in regard to the debacle, which was Trey Lance, and it wasn't even a debacle at that point. For him to go up and tell his boss, basically, what did York say? So what are you telling me? What does that mean? Kyle basically telling you I botched it.
No, I'm saying he's saying I can win with anybody. I happened to get him out. Guess what? I got him out of order. But you know what? The guy who's the best, I can win with him.
I got him out of order.
Who's the second best? Jimmy Garoppolo? Guess what? When he played, I won with him too. See, that's the part where I do not think it's outside the realm of possibility that Kyle Shanahan may view the quarterback position differently than. Now, listen, if he stumbles on Patrick Mahomes, nobody's saying he's going to kick Mahomes to the curb.
Right.
Of course.
Because he had high hopes for Trey Lance, Donnie. Let's admit that.
And they had high hopes for Garoppolo. And they have high hopes for Purdy. So let's see what happens if he delivers.
Looks good right
Let's see what happens if he doesn't deliver.
And some may say, Steiny, in year 2, his first year starting from Jump Street, he's already delivered. That's battling you every day. Remember, you talk like, Goo, yeah, they might not get it done. They might lose to a quarterback that's one of the greats of all time, and I do get that. But then when you try to break it down about 49er fans, it's been since 1994, Stoney. They don't want to hear that. They want to know when the next championship is. Right. And now you got a chance to get Mahomes again because you let him off the hook when he came back.
I don't look
the
at
first
it
time.
that way. Yeah, it's greatness. It's greatness. Like, nobody says to the Houston, nobody says, the Utah Jazz, man, Karl Malone got the ball stolen from him, then Jordan pushed off. Like,
but
it's
those
Jordan's
were hard
greatness.
games. Yeah, no
it's Jordan's
doubt.
greatness.
Yeah, but it wasn't 130 to 98. If those were
Jordan's
hard games.
greatness. To me, it's not Karl Malone's failure. Jordan made a great play.
And Steiny, the truth of the matter is, this is what we love football for. Mahomes could be okay, and Brock Purdy may be okay, and something else or somebody else decides the game. Could be coaching. Like, it's not just going to, we're not guaranteed to come in here, you would think, two guys that touch the ball every play. But, Stoney, something could pop off. It could be an Ernest Biner fumble, something that you remember forever, another episode of the catch by a receiver. There's so much on the table, but I'm just saying, man, you can't deny that this kid, Brock Purdy, is at the doorstep of pulling something off that nobody saw. Mr. Irrelevant previously has never thrown a pass in the league. Now, as Brock Purdy, what's the guy that broke?
What was Kurt Warner's deal?
Free agency. Kurt Flood.
What was
is
Kurt
he now
Warner,
going to get guys?
Quarterback Kurt Warner.
Yeah. What about him?
When was he what was his story?
Well, he was bagging groceries at whatever the supermarket.
So he wasn't even drafted?
Nope.
That's a pretty good story.
No, it's a movie's out of it. But this is just Mr. Irrelevant, the last draft. 200 and what is it? I forget the number.
Do you want to get into this Klay sound on the other side?
No, I would love to.
Let's I
heard Bonte and
Let's quick go to Shaka. Yeah. We got time for Shaka in Berkeley.
Shaka.
What's up, Shaka? How you doing, man?
Hey, well, I'm all right. How you doing, man? Glad you're all right, man. You're back.
Thank you.
Hey, man, I saw you in. Hey, the guy, Kurt Warner was drafted in the third round by Green Bay. Just for the info.
Okay.
Hey, Guru, I saw you in a 49ers jersey. You switched allegiance. I know the game was at Allegiant Stadium, but this is ridiculous.
Shaka, I know you from B-Town. I'm from Union City, California. A listener made Steiny and I a personalized jersey before the season started. I said, you know what? You went, made, and paid for this. If y'all make the Super Bowl, I'll wear it. So, Shaka, I was just paying off a bet, family.
Right, man. I know. I know you're a great guy.
I know. Yeah.
I just wanted to say this, man. I also want to just put up one thing about Kaminga, man. Remember I told y'all that he was going to come through? Look at him now, man. He's looking like they would have traded him. My God, that would have been like the Robert Parrish trade, huh?
Man, no doubt about it. He'll be in the Warrior uniform for a while.
Thanks for the call, Shaka. Appreciate the call. Well, good. You can laugh about it.
Laugh about
the jersey.
Oh yeah,
the jersey.
Oh yeah, me and Vic are.
Because I thought it felt like you were a little sensitive about it.
I wouldn't have worn. We gotta go.
I know, and I'm getting situated here. Did you host when I was gone?
Evan did.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Hey, a reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Goo came in today. He wanted to share this sound involving Klay Thompson from after last night's game. We're going to take a listen to that. Also, Super Bowl Sunday. It's never off the radar on 95.7, The Game.
You got a little cop to you.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring.
Guru, I love you. I love you.
I lost. I'm out.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Guru with you on 95.7 The Game.
Why did I say I'm out? If I'm lost, I'm out. Why did I didn't have to tell people
It was in
what
the
ramifications
it was in the
were.
knockout game.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't have to say I'm out. I lost. So you're out. We know the ramifications.
I think it was appropriate.
I'm mad at myself.
Do we have that whole call?
Oh, God.
This is the official 95.7 The Game knockout round. Guru at the foul line.
So, Steiny, I don't know if you know Keith Mr. Jennings.
Remember, you only have 10 seconds to shoot a free throw.
Be quiet, Steiny. Here we go.
All right, Guru's shot is up. It misses.
You gotta get it, Guru.
It misses, and the other guy has made it. And Guru is eliminated. Down the Guru Johnson has been eliminated. He has been eliminated.
I lost. I'm out.
Down the Guru Johnson has been eliminated.
Another boy. Steiny Nance. Boy, you've never been so Evan. I let
No, it was one of my finest calls. I stuck to the facts with no emotion.
Oh, please. That was glee.
That was the lead.
Yeah, but you
were
were
eliminated.
You were happy.
Not the guy who beat you. We don't know who that is.
And ever
could have been
Evan
named
on the
Harry
color
or Sam.
commentary. Go get it. I was mesmerized, man. Damn it.
We've been talking 49ers. We're going to get right back into them for sure momentarily. But the Warriors game last night I watched, they played the Brooklyn Nets. They won.
Yeah.
They are now 22-25. Klay Thompson did not finish the game, but, we talk too much about individuals. Can we talk about the teams? Warriors had a win last night in Brooklyn. But anyway, Klay Thompson, after the game, was being interviewed, and he had another, he was 4 for 9, 0 for 3 from the line. He was so-so, but he didn't close the game, and he was asked about it by Anthony Slater of The Athletic and 95.7 The Game NBA Insider. Take a listen.
What are they talking about? You ain't played to finish the game? I got to finish the game. Follow the finals. Who the cares?
Well, I haven't asked that yet, but I don't know.
Huh?
I haven't asked it yet.
Oh, you like your boxer. I'm asking you for it. Already.
You didn't feel so. That's obviously going to be a story. It's all good. These guys played great. He played great. DP, Jonathan, and Dave. Winning trumps all. Is this an adjustment for him a little bit? I mean, he's done it in a few games, obviously. Yeah. You kidding me? Go from one of the best players. It's hard for anybody. I'll be honest with you.
So that was Klay Thompson after the game talking to Anthony Slater of The Athletic, and he said, it's hard. He used to be one of the best players. He doesn't have it anymore.
Wow.
But he was happy to see the team win, and he's working on it. Trying to keep working at it and make some shots, and it's all he really can do.
Yeah, and I want to say I feel bad for him, but we're already past that because we know he's fighting. He's given us a glimpse in his life and where he was at. But, Steiny, it's just like this dude's a Don. He's done a lot for this team, and I get Anthony when we love Slates. He's doing his job, but, Steiny, it's almost like you're pressing the bruise, like you're rubbing on it. Like, do we want him to snap? At what point? Okay, he's not finishing. Now the coach is not playing into not the scholarship that you're above not finishing the game. It's about we're 3 games under 500, 4 going into that game. And Klay did say something, Steiny, to where I'll be watching. Thank God they won, because maybe had they lost, maybe his reaction is different. So that could be problematic. And maybe I'm off base if that's what I took from Klay, but he says it makes it easier to digest the fact that the team won. So I think this is what it is moving forward, and I respect and love Klay Thompson, but at the end of the day, the Warriors, Steiny, if Coach feels like you should be in over Klay, it ain't about Klay's reaction more so than the score of the game. That's where we're at now.
Well, the bottom line is but it is about Klay's reaction. Because we know Klay.
We love Klay.
We've known him for 12 years, and we have a relationship with Klay Thompson. So we are worried about his reaction. because he's earned all the respect that he gets. So when I played that sound, I thought it was going to be something a little different. The sound that I heard, we heard Klay Thompson talking to Slater, then Draymond Green jumped in, and then we heard Klay finish up. First of all, like, you didn't have a problem with what Slater was talking to Klay about, did you?
No, but that's all the social media and everybody is talking about. It's like it's bigger than Klay, and Klay will tell you that. And if I were a doctor, which I'm not, clinical, I would say to Klay Thompson, if this is going to be something that's going to happen moving forward, I think Klay would be better in another uniform, Steiny. For me to know what I've been and the heights I've reached in this uniform, because I still think he can shoot, I would take Klay.
That's a totally fair question by Anthony Slater.
I didn't say it wasn't.
Oh, I thought you were saying like Slater shouldn't be going down his road.
The reaction is they're almost the ones that are anti-Klay are like, they love this. They want to see him down and out, or what they feel down and out. And it's like, dude, you're late to the party. He's already told you he's not the same player. He still can shoot. I'm saying if it were me, Steiny, and I'm on this Warrior team, maybe you put me in a Laker uniform or another uniform, I might be a better version of myself because I'm not watching guys play before me that I know a couple years ago had no chance to hold the candle to me.
Klay Thompson's a champion, four-time champion, and over the course of his entire career, we as Warrior fans have always known there's a mental component to Klay's game that is absolutely, positively part of who he is. How's he going to handle things? He talked about not sacrificing, all those kind of things. So it's absolutely fair to wonder how Klay Thompson's doing on a night when he doesn't finish because he's not playing well enough to finish. Like, to me, what stuck out about that was Slater's talking to Klay Thompson, and Klay Thompson's been around here for 13 or 14 years, whatever it is. And Klay Thompson starts answering the question,
opening up
in a way that only Klay Thompson can. And I'm starting to listen to Klay Thompson talk about how, yeah, it is tough. It's tough not closing when you used to be a great player. And all I want to do is hear more about Klay Thompson, talk about where he's at, and he's being sincere about it. He's being truthful about it. He's not agitated at all with Slater in the video. And then out of nowhere, Draymond Green just comes in and takes over the conversation that he's not a part of and said, hey, they benched me in the fourth quarter of a game in the finals. And it just, I don't know. It just was another reminder that Draymond, no, man, he's a lot of work.
And maybe he thought
Klay,
was
to me, was in the middle of something.
No doubt.
He was in the middle of something.
So Draymond actually interjected before the conversation even happened. Like, Draymond sensed that someone was going to ask him that question. So before Slater even asked Klay about not closing, Draymond interjected with what you heard. So Slater followed up by saying, hey, Draymond, I'm about to ask him, but he hadn't asked him yet. So he got in front of it.
Okay. Does that change anything?
Well, I think it points to Draymond being in his, like, he didn't even give Klay a chance to, I don't know if you take that as him trying to defend him or him trying to insert himself or what, but we didn't know what Klay was going to answer with.
Like, I just wanted to hear more of Klay in that moment.
Klay hadn't even talked yet.
So I didn't need, but Draymond Green did at some point midway through, I believe, re-enter the conversation, if I'm not mistaken.
Draymond said, what are they asking you? They asked, I got benched. So the conversation had already started about that. Right. And then when he was getting ready, he was really opening up, Dre starts singing verses to a song nobody cared about, knowing that he was being loud and we couldn't focus in on Klay. So some could look at it like Evan, Dre was coming to his rescue. I thought, like, Dre, let this man open up. This is his moment. It ain't got nothing to do with you. Let him finish what he's saying. Damn. Have some respect.
That's where I was on.
What are they asking you about? Nobody asked about when you got benched. Damn.
I agree. Like,
this ain't even about this. My journey. Can I finish answering the question?
We agree on that wholeheartedly. especially because it was Klay.
He was opening up, man.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Kaminga.
What is there to say, man? He may be your second best player right now.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to get into rankings or people, it's about the Warrior team, I get that. But right now, Steiny, something's clicked. He's balling. And you just, like I said, they got to win tomorrow. Because this thing can't keep going back to 4 or 5 games over the under. And you know what I'm saying? There's got to. What did you say the other day? I'm paraphrasing. I don't give a damn who's playing well, Goo. They're not gaining any traction.
Right.
So now it's about the record. And if they can somehow beat Philly tomorrow, who got dusted by Dallas last night, you got to start somewhere. No doubt about it. That helps. But
you know what's crazy?
I don't like the Indiana game. The night will be they got a back-to-back. They got Philly and then Indiana.
I know you're going to think I'm crazy, but you know what's weird? If you look at the standings, it's a good thing the Warriors won that game last night. Like the 6 teams all ahead of them won. So here's one thing. What was I thinking about with the Warriors? Not Kaminga. Oh, let me just throw this out at you. And we don't have to get to the bottom of it, but the trading deadline's coming up in 2 days.
Yep.
2 days. Where's your 22 and 25? So I'm watching that game last night against Brooklyn, and they're win the game. It's a game, okay, right? It's a game. And I'm looking at the Warriors, and I'm thinking of Steph Curry. He's coming off his 60. But I'm looking at the Warriors.
All right.
And here's what I'm thinking. Like, okay, why don't one time in your life, Steiny, you look at something from the other side, and maybe it's that the Warriors do owe Curry. Okay, so I'm watching this game last night. Like, how much longer can the Warriors put Steph Curry out there with Lester Quinones, Pods, Santos, Jackson, Trace Davis.
But you got to.
Trace Jackson
I'm gonna use
Davis.
your words, Donnie. It's nuance. They're not that. That's not what they were aiming to do.
But they're doing it. But my point is,
guys are okay.
Okay, fine.
All right, Steph's still playing, right?
The question remains. So how much longer can you kind of put that type of team around Steph?
Well, GP2, I believe, is going to start practicing today or sometime soon.
Put Saric in there? Fine. Put Saric in there. Right. You want to put Moody in there? Fine. Put Moody in there.
I'm not being a smartass, Donnie. I guess until he revolts, and that's not going to happen. Like, obviously, he can't say this is not good enough. I'm better than everybody. I'm talking about Steph.
Right.
So it looks like, going off of words, they're not going to make a move in 48 hours. They're dancing with who they brought. And Steph's playing his ass off. Nobody's perfect. That was the first time since 2014 they won a game shooting 18% from 3 or less. And you got away with that because it was Brooklyn. Like, just moving forward, they got to collectively be better than that. And Podziemski, Steiny, I don't even – this guy's IQ on the court is just Oppenheimer. Like, he's just – I'm not saying he's got all the talent in the world, but he's smart, man.
Yeah, I think he's half and half.
7th, 6th, 7th, 8th man in the rotation.
No, I mean, I don't necessarily think he's a super smart player.
Oh, wow. So you're not impressed, or?
No, he's a nice player. But I wouldn't say, like, I know he leads the league in charges.
And
or
he has an
like
impact, Donnie. Look at him rebounding.
You said smart, and I think he does some stuff that's not very smart.
But for a rookie,
I think he reaches a lot.
For a rookie,
right, but you said smart. I think he's good.
Yeah.
I think he's been a solid contribution.
So you're giving him nothing in the smart category.
I'm saying he's half.
Oh,
like, he's clever. He can slide in
farther
than
that for me, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what is he? Is he an all-star?
No, I'm not. I don't feel comfortable going.
Is he a starter? Or a rotation player?
Give me one more season of him, and I'll be able to tell you. But right now, he's helping and important to this team and closing games with the likes of Draymond and Steph Curry. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know. I don't feel comfortable telling you.
Can they win? Can they win enough of these games consistently as they overlap with Steph Curry?
That I don't know. And the one thing about Pods, I don't like finishing, Steiny, and I don't want to put it all at his doorstep. They hunt him on defense sometimes in crunch moments. He's not the biggest dude.
He's a rookie.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's going to come with the territory.
But there's more bang for the buck than, if you say, it's half, but there's some other stuff that's way past half. And that's his IQ, his passing, his cutting ability, his rebounding. Free throw shooting got to get way better, 60%, somewhere around.
So does the other kid, the other rookie. They all do. They all need to be better free throw shooters.
I hope Wiggins is back sooner than later, man, because Vanderbilt had the same injury. I'm not saying it's severe, but he's out 4 to 6 weeks with a sprained foot, and that's what Wiggins allegedly has.
Steiny, you still think J.K. is a future third option? Yeah, I do, on a really good team. Why not? Why not? Like, when I think of the great Lakers team, I think of Magic, Kareem, and Worthy.
Wow, Wiggins probable for tomorrow, so that's good news.
Is he?
Yep.
Ooh, showcase. Legacy game? Could be a legacy game for Wiggins.
Who's been playing better, Steiny?
Could be his last.
Oh, my gosh.
Treading water, though.
I hear you.
Still 3 games under.
God,
how do you explain that? How's Steph playing? Seriously, how's Steph playing?
Here lately, great.
How's Kaminga playing?
Great.
How about Wiggins?
Better.
Draymond?
Better.
Pods?
Better.
How come they're not making any? How come they?
Because it's more than
why no traction?
Because they're not the biggest team. They got a problem with size. They got a problem with turnovers. They got a problem with shooting. So they got a problem with defense. That's bigger than just one man.
But if you think they're playing pretty well right now.
Well, I won't say well. Atlanta bothered me. That was a game you could have won. You didn't win. You beat Memphis. We could beat Memphis.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. It is Super Bowl week on 95.7 The Game. And the San Francisco 49ers, they take on the Kansas City Chiefs, 3:30 start.
Yes, sir.
You know where you're watching the game?
That's concerning. Yeah, low kneel to go a long way if I'm still in Vegas.
Wait, you don't even know where you're going to be.
Right,
Sunday.
That's up in the air.
Oh.
But the odds are -150. I'll be back in the Bay. But Stein, I'm ready to do. I'm doing something. Life's short, man. This year has shown us that. I want to do something big for the Super Bowl. I'm out the lab.
I want to do something small.
I want to have some margarita.
I want to do something tiny
at the house. Have something. We've been over there. I'm inviting myself. Willard ain't having this function. They're on the road. Evan and Dibs were there.
Guru and I and Evan heading to Vegas tomorrow, 4:00.
You get a haircut today.
That's right, I do.
And then you're going to get that shirt. I'm playing with you, but I will bring it up to Willard.
Well, here's the problem. You know what?
Just in case we fall into something.
You know what? As long as I'm talking fashion. Yeah, we haven't really clicked yet. It's mostly my fault. I'm heavily medicated too. Don't forget. So
I don't like when you say
button-down shirt. Okay, so like a button-down shirt.
Yeah,
College, not this one because this stops. This is like a golf shirt.
Almost like you were going on a date or taking the missus out to get a dinner. That type of
right. Yeah. So you have a button-down shirt. It's got 8 buttons.
Yeah, gotcha. There it is.
Here's the problem with those shirts.
All right.
You can't tuck them in. Because nobody does that anymore. But you can't leave them out because it looks sloppy.
Oh, no. It's not.
No, yeah.
If you got the right belt buckle and you're trying to be that and you ain't got no gut, you can tuck that baby in.
The only way I'll tuck it in is then I must have a jacket over it.
No, Stoney, wait. It's not the 70s.
Every time I tuck any shirt in, the people on the text line and the YouTube chat laugh and say, look at that.
But I'm real quick, you're half-assing when you do it because you'll come in with jeans and then that type of shirt and it's confusion and confliction. You got to go all in like I'm trying to go to the club. So then you have maybe some slacks instead of jeans and you tuck that bad boy in with some Cole Stacey Adams. And then we rocking with no socks and some Gucci shoes. And then
I don't have any Gucci shoes.
Whatever you got, dress shoes.
I'm definitely putting socks on.
Boy.
Gets cold.
I can't wait for Evan. Evan said he mentioned the suit, Stoney. I've seen Evan when he calls games. He cleans up good. So I ain't worried about him. But if you see your boy Steve Weish and they invite you to a function, we don't want to look like we're camping.
Doesn't sound like we're staying at the same kind of place as they are.
Please don't give where we're sleeping at out. Don't do that to us, Donnie. I hate you give our address out. Here.
Is 49 Frankie going to be there?
Nah.
What about Rutherford?
Nah.
Do you know anybody who's going to be there?
Low Neal. It's all low.
Okay. By the way, if you've just joined us, check out the Odyssey app. We had Ed McCaffrey on earlier, Christian McCaffrey's dad.
Man.
And he's a great interview. Great interview.
We also talked to Vernon Davis.
Yes, we did.
VD.
Yes, we did. What are you thinking, Gil? Look like you were going to read that text?
I didn't see the donation. See, you got me thrown off because saying we ain't clicking when you know we're clicking. Anyway,
let's get to some more of this sound from Brian Baldinger. I'm going up the sound because it's he wants to talk about the biggest matchup in the Super Bowl.
2 minutes. Yep,
fine.
This is the matchup of the game: Kyle Shanahan against Steve Spagnuolo, and how you get Brock into good positions. And where they attack with the ball,
right?
And how often McCaffrey gets it, and how he gets it, and what runs take off. So I think this is the matchup of the game that's going to dictate the game, and I think it's really important for Kyle to kind of read the tea leaves of what Spags is doing to figure out. Obviously they came out in the second half against Detroit. It was like, let's attack.
Right.
We're attacking. We're down 17. We got to, and they did. Now I don't think they're going to start the game like that, but it will be interesting to see how Spags matches up against the formations and shifts and motions that Kyle's going to throw at him.
All right, it's Brian Baldinger from the Morning Roast talking about what he thought the key matchup was going to be.
Chess, not checkers, and I appreciate him, Stotty, but I'm petrified of the Kansas City offense versus this Niner D. Steve Wilkes is going to earn his money, man.
From which perspective? You're worried about Mahomes. If you're the 49ers defense, you're worried a little bit about Mahomes?
And Pacheco and Kelsey, Taylor's boyfriend, everybody's, Donnie.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, we have a new merch store up and running just in time for the big game. BreakingT.com. That's right, head to BreakingT.com to grab your red and gold gear right now. That's BreakingT.com for all your merchandise. Also, Willard and Dibbs coming up in about 10. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The Red and Gold hotline is up.
Coach Shanahan has taken the 10-man and Jimmy Garoppolo and got him to a Super Bowl.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What's the weather like in Vegas right now? Does it matter?
I'm going to say
Is it
no,
raining?
it doesn't.
Is it hot?
Steiny, I don't have
take
those
some shorts.
answers, bud.
Shorts and flip-flops, baby. Hawaiian shirt.
Well, we're at Radio Row.
Let's get after it.
Look at you.
Bucket hat with sunglasses. Woo!
What's the stuff on the nose? What is sunblocking on the nose?
Yeah.
I don't know the weather. People saying Vegas is not a place for married men. We know, but we'll be professional.
I tell you what. If I never see Dennis Smith play again, it'll be too soon.
What about Spencer Don'twitty? Dude, that dude was horrible last night. What happened to you, Spencer? That was bad.
I mean, he's up there with
Nick.
He's in Nick Young territory.
No, he's in the league. It's chilly, about 50 degrees. Uncle Looney on the.
Let's go to. I got some calls. So let's go to David in El Cerrito. Wants to talk 49ers or Vegas. What's up, David? How you doing, buddy?
Well, how are you guys?
Oh, dynamite!
Hey.
Great. Have either of you been in Vegas during a Super Bowl?
This is their first one, so no.
No.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, I worked for the UFC for about a decade. I was probably in Vegas for about 7 or 8 Super Bowls. There are very few better places to be to watch any sporting event than Vegas during a Super Bowl. It is, I would suggest staying. I know you got to get back for work, but it is a ton of fun to watch the games there. It's just the energy level is off the charts. I would highly suggest watching the game there.
Give us a venue if we're not going to the game to watch a Super Bowl there. Like, you got anything come to mind?
Well, the thing is, I'm not a big gambler, but I would place bets on all the prop bets during the games because it's just fun to do. But because it's so difficult to go to places and actually watch games, a lot of times we would just go and get a large suite ourselves and bring people into the suite
I got you.
and watch the games in the suite. And then after the suite, we'd go downstairs, and during halftime, we'd go place more bets. So it wasn't so much the experience of watching the actual game. It's just actually being in Vegas, being in the sports book, placing the bets, the before and after energy. It really is a ton of fun.
All right. Good stuff.
Thank you, David. Appreciate it. I'm looking forward to who the Warriors playing Thursday.
Philly.
Who are they playing tomorrow?
No, excuse me. Tomorrow they play Philly. Thursday, Indiana.
Okay, so we got Philly tomorrow. So we'll be on the plane for that.
I feel like we got access with our phone.
Okay,
I paid the $8 Wi-Fi.
But then Thursday we're going to do the show. We'll be done at 2.
Yeah, we're ready.
And then the Warriors play Indiana.
We'll go somewhere and watch it and eat.
Is that a 4:30 start?
I got to believe
4 o'clock start?
Yeah.
Oh, what do you say we will load up on the Pacers?
Please. The Warriors about to. Come on.
Who's guarding Halliburton?
Who's guarding Kaminga? Who's guarding Curry?
Please.
Who's guarding Klay?
He'll be on a back-to-back.
Who's guarding Dre? Dre in the first half with his first quarter threes, he's shooting 90%.
Is it true he's not made a three-pointer in the fourth quarter of a game?
Evan, you were phenomenal last night.
I mean, do you know those numbers off the top of your head, Evan? God. Because I'm
that's
thinking,
not his job.
No,
he
that's
shoots them early. Those are the money makers when they come in the
I'm sorry. You know, you
give Dre his proper for improving his shot.
I'm actually not gonna.
I'm
actually not gonna, because I think
he has been.
If you're telling me that he shoots 50% in the first quarter and 30% after that, and including he's not made one in the fourth quarter, that's not good.
I know, but
that's not a great stat.
But how many does he take in that?
It doesn't matter.
But he's improved.
Make
his
one
shot.
that counts.
But that ain't.
He's improved his shot in the first quarter.
He plays with the Splash Brothers.
I have him in front of me.
Oh.
In the first half, he shoots about 55%.
Oh my gosh. Dre.
4%.
Damn.
Right. Okay.
Go ahead, Evan.
In the second half, he's 0 for 14.
Oh, that's a small sample size. Interesting. But here's where he's okay. So he's 0 for 14 second. Oh, but we can't talk about clutch there, can we?
It
doesn't matter. It only matters. It matters for Steph. Doesn't matter for
Stop it, Stoney. The assignment was, son, go improve your three-point shot percentage, and he's done that. It wasn't about when.
This is, oh my gosh, this is the quintessential. This happened all the time growing up.
42% on the year.
Let Draymond Green shoot. What's the best thing that can happen? He can make his first one. He'll make his first one. Because then, after his first one, he drops down to 30%.
So you go on my high school coach, Will Biggs.
Yeah.
He goes, why'd you shoot it, Johnson? Exactly. I said I was open. He said, son, you're open for a reason.
Draymond, I mean.
That hurt my heart.
Well, no, I mean.
What you mean I'm open for a reason?
Because he's playing with Klay and Steph. That's why he's open.
Well, my coach
Draymond Green would have never been able to make enough threes to ever be guarded.
But he's shooting 42% on the year, tip of the cap. I don't want to break down 0 for 14.
Of course
he has been in the lab working on it. Yeah, 2 big
The other
games.
thing is unbelievably small sample size for him, right? Because he's missed 16 games. We don't talk about that, though. No, don't talk about that.
I'm going to give you a 2.
By the way, how's Dre? No, let's not do it. Anyway, what'd you think of the Curry 60-point game the other night?
Stoney, honestly, it was Picasso, man. Yeah. And the way I was getting chills on the call. And then he had a chance to win the game. I know you can't make everything. No,
what do you think of when you
one of those you're not going to forget. And to his credit, the only other dude, 35 and older, to score 60 is there's only one other player that's ever scored that's been 35 or older.
An individual stat. I'm not great at
scored
these.
60 points.
There's only one guy older than Curry who scored 60 or more?
Yep.
What, Kobe?
Yeah, against Utah.
Interesting.
Kobe's getting a statue unveiled tomorrow.
Good.
Well, they're wearing the Black Mamba uniform.
Good. I bet it's a solo statue.
Boy, you better stop.
What?
It's one of the best to ever do it.
Yeah. Top 10. I put
higher on my list.
I would put, what do we got?
Everybody loves them. Curry loves them. All the kids, everybody was still wearing his shoe.
Hey, listen.
Mamba was a real one.
Let me be honest. Hey,
Was he perfect?
Hey,
nope.
You don't have to tell me that. I don't know if you noticed this, but this is the beauty of it. You think I don't respect Kobe Bryant. 2 weeks ago to the day, I came out of surgery.
Oh, boy.
For a total hip replacement. They said, Steiny, you'd be lucky to be back by April.
Oh, boy.
I said, Pike, hit it. You ever heard of a guy named Kobe Bryant?
I heard of Evan Giddings.
He brought something
and we
called
held it down while you were out.
The Mamba mentality.
He's the man.
And you know what? Why am I back right now? Because I respect Kobe Bryant. And the fact is,
all right.
I have a lot of his traits.
Oh, boy.
In terms of gutsy.
Yeah.
Do we have to go?
Yeah.
We have to go. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Find savings on freshness and warmth this week at Safeway. Honey Crisp Apples.
like Steiny. I just met him out there.
He's so much nicer in person, isn't he?
Yeah, he's like such a dad, like such a like a bear.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Big thanks to Eddie McCaffrey. I call him Eddie. Allentown, Pennsylvania. It's just something.
Did you ever get to football?
Oh my gosh, yes.
You did?
Yes.
Okay.
And
You heard
the whole thing.
In fact, basically, I said to
I
him,
turned it
what
off.
advice?
No, I'm kidding. I wasn't listening.
What advice would you give Christian? He's playing in his first Super Bowl. You played in 3. And he basically gave the Bay Area the same answer that I've been given on how you approach this game if you're a pro athlete.
But I don't want to put Evan on
which
the
one?
Stick to your routine, Mark.
Stick to your
It's
routine.
about the routine now.
If you get a chance,
Rob Purdy's got to simplify it. It is Super Bowl week. Don't get me wrong.
Does it feel like the
But he
49ers are
needs-
sticking to the routine so far?
But Purdy needs to stick to the routine.
What's the routine?
It's any Tuesday of a game week in his entire career.
Okay.
That's where you stick to the
Well,
basics.
Tuesday you do nothing.
Well, then he should be doing nothing.
Okay.
But
Mhm.
Willard, he
You
did
see what I'm
say this,
saying?
Ed McCaffrey. This
Got to
was
rely on routine.
This was the goal of the interview. If you could play it,
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
Yeah, that's the job.
He was hitting with the
When
Allentown.
you could use that, you could use that 365 days a year on
we
this
know
show.
we made that a
basketball Stein Mets.
Eddie and I, Eddie's high school gym that he played in Allentown was one of the best high school gyms in the country. It's also where I played once because it's in Allentown. It's very similar to Kezar, but it's a high school gym. It's great. It's called Rockney Hall. The greats have played there. Will Chamberlain.
What'd you do at Rockney
Hall?
Hall?
I had 10.
He remembers.
Off the bench?
I started. This was as a sophomore.
Oh, boy.
I played a little sophomore. Then I got sent back down to JV halfway through the season.
But you started at Rockney.
That was my first double-figure game. It was like my 4th or 5th game.
And you still got sent down?
Yeah, because we were very bad. We finished 6-21 my sophomore year. So they said, you know what? Let's just let him play on the JVs, and we'll have the seniors finish out a bad year.
Sent him to Santa Cruz. He needed reps.
Dibs, I don't
Exactly.
like this term, Dibs, propping him up. I feel like you're
Thank you,
propping him
Dibs.
up in his career.
What do you mean I changed in front of Dibs?
Right. Dibs been throwing you some lobs lately.
The only thing that I praise him for, there are 2 things. One, his high school basketball career, and 2 would probably be his work off the tee.
Oh, wow.
Not his willingness as a partner to help me
Willard,
find my golf ball,
right.
because that he's not good at.
No?
No.
That's an important part of
Especially
playing.
when he's playing well.
You gotta
playing
at least,
well.
You got to go.
He'll
act
go head
like,
down.
You got to go act like you're trying to help somebody look for their ball.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's the deal.
And he said,
you got at least at least.
You and I
You
have
at
now
least
played
act
golf
like
together twice, I think.
Yeah.
And you're very good about and some people are better than others, and I'm really good at it because my ball is always off the fairway. But Steiny, especially when he's playing well, he's
locked in.
Locked in.
Dub Nation.
He helped me look for mine when he chaperoned me that day.
Of course.
Yeah. He was like FBI. He was looking for Guru. Come on.
It was your first round. It was your first. I mean, yeah.
It haven't happened
in
again.
theory, you should lose every ball.
By the way, we have a listener in San Jose who made a bet with it. We've forgotten like 2 months ago. He said the Warriors would be in the number 5 spot by the start of February.
Oh,
okay.
geez.
Or we would golf in Half Moon Bay on him because he's got some
Half Moon
people out there.
Which course?
Tell him, Steiny.
Hey, Mark.
What are we doing?
He tried to make
It's got to be the stadium course. It's got to be the stadium.
This
what
guy.
course? Which one?
86.
You're sitting next to Goo.
Yeah.
Tell him
Which
the name.
one?
I don't know. I don't know the difference. But
There's the stadium course, which is the one where you come up 18 and you've got the beautiful hotel in the background.
That's it.
It's a wonderful park.
And the ocean on the right.
And that's what
Maybe
he
it's
said.
the ocean course. I'm not sure. I thought it was the stadium.
I didn't think
Might
either
be
of
the
them were
ocean.
called the stadium course.
Might be the ocean course.
And
The
what's
other
the other
course
one?
is wonderful.
Yeah.
It
Is
takes
it called
you,
the old course? It's just the old course.
Yeah,
it's the older course.
It takes you down the south.
Yeah,
He said the scenery is
they're both
immaculate.
they're both incredible.
Oh, yeah.
they're
Great.
just
They're
a
great.
different vibe.
Yeah, he's like, oh, bring my
One of
friend
them's
Tony.
a
I'm
little
going.
one of them's a little bit more like, ooh, we're on a fancy vacation, and the other one's like, we've been here
All
for
I
a
need
minute.
is
When you come up
margarita.
the ocean course, and you're right, it is
Yes.
the ocean course.
Yeah.
When you come up 18, you've got the 8-story hotel,
Oh
and you've
my
got the
gosh,
ocean
I
to your
can't
right,
wait.
and you've got people in their Adirondack
can't
chairs.
wait.
Yeah, see, this
I
is
birdied the hell out of that hole one
Look
time.
at you.
Look at Willard,
Right
drop
in front of
something.
all those people
Yeah.
sitting out on the patio, and I
Yeah.
just plopped one like a foot next to the hole, and nobody noticed.
I banged in
was
like a
looking around everywhere.
47-foot putt.
Right.
You always do.
For bogey.
it's like
Exactly. Anyway,
Anyhow.
what are
it's
we
like
doing?
it's yeah.
Live stream's over.
Back
What are
to
we talking
Steiny's high
about?
school.
Yeah.
No, I'm
We've
thinking
done that 4 hours.
I'm
Diz.
thinking no. I'm thinking more and more about this golf and. Yeah,
I'm going, bro.
Yeah, I know you're going, and then that means.
Did you find the
that
guy?
means it's a that
Yeah,
means
he
it'll
called.
be up
He
to me.
called.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's it's
Well, we're waiting on his hip now.
it's two different kinds of experiences. One would be golfing, and one's golfing with Goo. And I've golfed with Goo, and it's fun. It's
So,
fun.
Look at the agony.
But it's a different kind of golf.
Right.
So,
right.
Dibs, you want to go with Goo?
I
Have
would
you ever
love
golfed
to go
with
with
Goo?
Goo. Never. Never.
What do you
it's
mean?
no disrespect. Goo.
No, if
You know what it is?
Was it
Why'd you
never
o-
in front of
Why'd
you?
Why'd you
Oh,
offer it to Dibs? I'm sitting right here.
okay, you can.
Because I've never had the offer.
Neither have I.
I've never
Bro,
had the
he just
pleasure.
gave it to
Why don't you guys?
turned
One
it
of you
down.
guys, either you guys work it out. And take
I
my
was,
spot
yeah.
with
See,
Goo.
we're going to
go ahead.
Vegas, and this is what we got.
No,
going
you go
on.
ahead.
We're already
I
separated.
already feel bad. This guy, and when I say this guy, to those of you who are listening, I'm pointing to my left, and
This guy.
this is Guru. This is Daryl
Dressed
the
in
Guru
black
Johnson.
today.
He's been cruising around here for 45 minutes, lamenting the fact
Oh, this
that we
is
are
real.
not hosting the Super
This
Bowl
is
party
real.
this year. And I am riddled with guilt.
This is real, man.
I'm riddled
Tell
with guilt.
Christy I'm hurting.
No, I am because we did.
I had it all year.
Yeah, and
I told you.
we imagined all year that this is how it would go.
Part 2,
And
Dibs.
the confluence of
Yeah,
factors, which I will not bore. Well, you were already going to be out
Right,
because
there's
you were
no
going to try to
party.
bring a baby, and I was going to put
Not
the Heisman
try.
up.
Oh,
and
you were bringing my niece.
That-
Your special lady already said, bring the baby or else.
Right, and I told her the baby stays or else. So you can either have Willard or Dibs.
Oh, boy.
But you ain't having both.
Willard or baby
Willard or
Dibs.
Dibs. So anyway,
Total
no, I
gaga.
feel that the
She's a
confluence
lot
of
right now.
factors.
Willard, I don't know what's
the
going on.
factors that have led to the I don't even want to call it a
Yeah.
cancellation because we never set
You
the
know what
party.
that is, right?
It would be a cancellation sensation, but
Thank
I like
Cha-ching!
the factors that have led to this.
I got you,
led by the fact that the 49ers are in
Well-
it, which come on changes it.
Man.
I don't want I'm not afraid to admit. I don't want to sit around
Oh, now that is
and
big.
cook.
Okay.
I don't, during breaks, I don't want to explain to people where the bathroom is. I want to freak out.
That went over my head, Will. I forgot.
I want to stress out.
They call that lab work.
I do not want anyone
Yeah,
talking.
I get it, man.
I do not want people telling me that Kyle Shanahan's an idiot in the second quarter.
Can't believe they
wanna be
ran
in the
it
lab.
there.
I can't do it. I can't do it. And then there's other factors that just like we just did one 2 weeks ago, and that when you stay in town, the kids
Right.
got flag
I got
football,
it. I
and
got
people are running in every direction.
Damn.
So we're just getting the hell out of Dodge, dude.
All right.
We out.
So I'm trying to get this
Undisclosed
man to buy a
location.
new shirt because we're headed to Vegas. But you know, the Danny Terrio in case Lowe
guy's
gets us
unreal.
in and we
Yeah.
fall into something, and he got mad.
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but you're not going to fall into anything. Low Neal
And he's
is
happy. I'm gonna go ahead, dear.
Low Neal is going to put you on witness protection. He's going to ghost you. He won't be taking your call. When I actually got to the Ray Lewis Super Bowl party,
You got there.
it took about 7 calls. It took us being in the same hotel, and it took me being in the lobby, all but stalking him.
Oh wow!
To get the
Yes,
invite.
I did not know.
So
this.
to think that he's going to go out of his way in Las Vegas. We're talking about Vegas.
Thank you.
We're not talking about Indy
Thank you.
oh, Willard,
or
we gotta get
Dallas.
some trouble.
Vegas, baby.
We're not talking
It's gonna
about.
be,
Now
it's
you-
gonna be Goo Who in Vegas.
That's a rare 5.
Oh boy!
That's a rare 5. Daryl the Goo
Daryl the
Johnson.
Who Johnson?
Yeah, and we both know this. Steiny's going to do the show. And
Not this time, no.
Yeah.
Now I ain't gonna let him.
He's going to crutch his way into the lobby and crutch his way to the room. And
That
he's
happened
I
in
can tell you
August,
exactly
not
how it's all
this time.
coming down.
You won't even go sit down at a blackjack table or anything?
Yeah, no, but the show's over at 2. Show's over at 2.
Yeah.
Of course, these guys will be like, stay till 2:30. Stay till
2:15.
And then we'll stay. And then at that point, I'll probably go make some bets on the games that start at 4 o'clock, NBA.
Yeah, sure.
Have a couple drinks.
Because we already got a date for Thursday. We're watching the Pacer Warriors. We just talked about it. Keep it real now.
I would think if you're in Vegas, you would stay till at least 2:30. I mean, for the trip all the way out there, you might as well get the bang for the buck.
What do you mean stay till 2:30?
For these
on
two.
the show.
On the crossover.
I would imagine that
Don't forget about the crossover.
Odyssey would appreciate it if you guys could be the men on the scene a little bit more than. Oh, Steiny's got his bag on his shoulder. He's got to head up to the room so he can stare at the wall.
I'll work on it.
He'll never
I'll
forget
work
about
on
it. Wow, I've been texting
Dude,
him.
Casper, the friendly fullback, is.
Have you no shame?
Dude, this is my
Let
guy.
him go.
Let him go.
Years ago, I'm telling secrets. Snitches get stitches. The Raiders, when we messed with the Raiders, they had in Napa, they had the training camp.
Yeah.
So I went out there on Lowe's. Word. I was with Mark Davis. Eating some, Lowe took care of me.
Yeah.
So I'm going off of that.
Right.
Like, yeah, he'll take it. He won't
At that
forget
same camp, it's funny you say that because I got a chance to. I was doing updates for a guy who you may or may not know. And
That's a 3.
Cleveland. Actually, it's a 4. Cleveland Furl was a rookie, so I got to meet Cleveland Furl when he was a rookie at that Raider camp in Napa. Oh, your levers, your reach. Oh, you're tough on the edge. And I think I got one question in.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Cleveland. Never mind.
Like my
him.
Jeff Garcia original interview.
Dude, seriously, talk blocking. Anyway, go ahead, Steiny.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Here you go, Goo. Let's do a meetup with Bonte on Saturday night at Resorts World.
Well, we got to find out if we're going to be there still.
No, you
we're
are.
out. We're supposed to be out
I'm
Friday.
gone. I'll be gone.
Gone.
I'm gone.
Yeah.
And what's
I'm
your
out.
Super Bowl plan? Because
I don't know.
we have our mutual friend Dana.
I don't know.
We know Dana occasionally will open up. My friend Justin
doing.
Sanchez, who I think you know Justin.
We had kids go to preschool a long time ago, I believe.
Exactly. He's got a big fun, and he's a Niner fan.
Willers.
So if you want to go there,
I get it. Your team's
that's
playing. I'm okay.
And it's Oakland.
I don't
It's
feel
a
bad.
home game for you.
Listen.
It's a home game.
If they're not in it next year, I promise we'll make it up to you. But like when you say big, I'm already out. You lost me at big. He's got a big, I'm out.
What would you consider big?
Well,
like
30
30 people? Is that big?
Oh, my gosh.
Anything 20 or north.
Yeah.
Wait, what are you talking about? Super Bowl parties?
Yeah, when your team is in it?
No, I'm in the
Go
lab.
away,
Yeah,
people.
I got it.
Don't tell me about the Cheez-It commercial. Like, shut up.
Yeah. Willard, that went
We're
over my
losing
head,
our minds right now.
This
The
is your
Niners
team.
are down 3 in the third
team.
quarter.
The beauty of Justin's party, and I don't want to overhype it. I'm not going to give out the address.
I was like,
it's 5 TVs in
Lord,
5 different rooms. So
I'm
the living room is the big room. The buffet is there. Multiple couches. That's where a lot of people are. He's got an outdoor patio TV, which is where I was last time when the Niners, when Kyle Shanahan choked that one away.
So don't go back.
Yeah.
I was back in the patio.
Yeah, but don't
He's got
go
the
back.
downstairs bedroom. He's got the kitchen
So
TV.
it's a party for real.
And it's multiple venues, though. So if you need to, lock in and, 3rd and 2, I need to rub my lucky beads, you can go do that. Or you can be in the common area, or you could be outside. You could be where you want to be. It's like the Army.
I'm a people person.
But not when your team's
364 days a year.
I get it.
Not this day.
I get it, Will.
I don't want people.
So where will you be? Solo dolo?
I'm not telling you where we're
look
going.
at it.
No, but I mean, it'll be you and the lovely Christy
That's it.
sequestered
That's
somewhere.
it.
I get it.
Somewhere. Yeah, somewhere out there.
Can I give you? I ran four
wild
corners
blue yonder.
on you guys yesterday, but can I just tell
Into
you
the
why
great
I'm
wide
tingling
open.
about this game? You got the great Mahomes going for his 3rd, not even 30 yet. And then on the flip side of that, Mr. Brock Purdy trying to beat the GOAT, the current GOAT, to get his first and solidify, hello, I'm here. It is amazing.
The whole thing's wild.
It is just incredible. I told him, this is 5 years worth of quarterback in the next 5 years if Brock can get this one.
Yeah,
and nobody can tell me anything otherwise.
I heard you guys talk about this. It was an interesting conversation. Like Goo, you're probably okay. Let's say he wins this.
Okay.
Then,
oh my God.
I mean, in a way, the whole he's definitely going to be the guy for the next 5 years. I would argue it's silly to ride that on one game. Like that should be true even if he loses. However, you're also not wrong. You want to know the name that's bouncing around in my head while you guys were talking about
Flacco.
this? No.
Oh.
Carson Wentz.
Because he bought some time with that one.
Carson Wentz. Because the point is this.
He never won it, though.
No,
Foles did.
Not about who wins the game or wins the Super Bowl. It's about, hey, this guy's really good. And then a year later, you're like, I don't know what the hell happened. Now he's not. And I can't, and I'm the last one y'all would expect. I can't promise you that that's not going to happen to Brock.
I got to be honest.
I have no idea if he's good. What's he good?
Steiny didn't got into Willard.
What's he going to look? No, the point is that you have to open up for the possibility of the unknown. I wouldn't expect that. I wouldn't predict that. But
I mean,
it's pro sports, and Andrew Wiggins is I don't know where, and Carson Wentz was going to be the MVP, and then not only
he got hurt though, he got hurt.
But not only was he never good again, he became a locker room cancer everywhere he went. Like, I wouldn't expect any of that for Brock Purdy.
Well, he doesn't have Shanahan.
But wacky stuff happens. I don't know when
it's
the
happening
slipper
right
is
now.
going to fit and when it's suddenly not.
Mr. Irrelevant is your starting quarterback, and you're on the cusp of possibly winning it from Mahomes. That's wacky in it already.
Right, but what quarterback has ever had his career implode in a system like this? And just hearing you talk made me think about Baker Mayfield, who was in a bad situation, then a reclamation sensation, then he goes to Tampa and he does well, and where's he going next? And so he hasn't had the same stability that Brock Purdy's had with Kyle Shanahan. So Carson Wentz in his spot, you had Doug Peterson, who was there and then gone.
And that year, that was an offensive genius. So we were told.
And then he got hurt, and Nick Foles won the bowl, and then Carson Wentz turned into Carson Wentz.
Right.
But he did not have the same countenance and the same demeanor as Brock Purdy.
And I have no reason to think that any of this would happen. But the point is to project, quite frankly, anything in sports 5 years from now is really hard.
Well, before Steiny goes, how about this, Mark? How about this? Forget the Super Bowl. How good do you think or staying power do you think Brock Purdy has? How much of what we've seen since the inception of Brock do you think is real?
Almost all of it.
And I do too.
Yeah, this is not, there's plenty of stuff there for those of us who have been watching and don't want to get into emotional hot take debate. There's plenty of stuff there, both data and with eyes, to prove that this kid has talent. He's got talent. He's got arm talent. He's got leg talent. He's got decision-making talent. He's got moxie. He's got head screwed on straight.
Great system.
He's got all of that stuff. Does that make him a star? Does it mean it will travel to any organization? Can't answer any of that stuff, but the kid is clearly better than his draft stock. Clearly.
I mean, I think this is who he is. And if the Kansas City Chiefs get up 2 scores against the 49ers, and Purdy leads, he leads them up, and now he cuts it to 1 score, and then he makes one of those plays where he throws the ball across his body over the middle and it's picked off instead of caught. That may be the difference in the Super Bowl. But he's the exact same quarterback he was before he threw it and after he threw it. If he keeps having to come from behind, he might not be able to do it a third time against Kansas City. But okay, so now what do you do?
It would take something.
You don't fire him.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm not advocating for that.
No, it would take something very, very odd to see a scenario where he's not the QB for at least 2 more years after this one. But based on all of the things that happen between now and then that we don't know, and what the contractual situation then is, I would bet that he's going to be the quarterback for a while. I would certainly bet on that.
That's all of it. Yeah, 5 is a long time.
But I don't know if you could guarantee anything.
I mean, if Purdy, so he comes back against Detroit. Let's say they get down against Kansas City, and he comes back, but then Mahomes wins it there's so many different ways it can happen.
Right.
And I just think, Like, my feelings is, well, if you get down to Kansas City like you did in the first 2 games, you're probably going to lose.
You think?
I mean, they're better.
It depends on how much time. I mean, you're down 17 at halftime against Kansas City. If you're down 24-7 at the half, it'll be tougher than it was against Detroit.
Right.
Because they won't make the same mistakes, you figure, and their defense is better. So those 2 things combined would make it tougher this time than it was last time.
Yeah.
But I think, to Mark's point, no matter what happens, and we talked about this before, if he goes out and plays like he did against Baltimore, where he had 4 picks, one of them tipped at the line, 3 other picks that were just, not good.
Yeah.
If he has that game, well, he still starts week 1, and he gets a whole year.
Of course.
And, I mean, so for me, the stakes for Brock are pretty low in terms of his future. But for Kyle, they're much higher.
Don't you think for a lot of this stuff was also, we talk about, did you get one and how'd you perform in this game? It quite frankly, it's much more about finances than any of that.
Right.
The Baltimore Ravens came this close to moving on from Lamar Jackson.
No doubt.
And quite frankly, if half the other teams in the league had a brain, they would have moved on from Lamar Jackson, because those teams should have given up the entire kitty of draft picks to get him. But the Ravens did that. Why? Because they were arguing about money. And so where does this great 49er roster go 2 years from now when they've got to pay Brock Purdy? What is that number? What is the trickle down? What is the data? What are the 3 playoff, years of data say at that point? There's room for who knows what to move in there.
You want the Niners next 3 years or the Chiefs next 3 years? Maybe you and I will talk about that tomorrow.
Okay.
On 95.7 The Game. I have to get a haircut before.
Your hair
Look
looks
at
great.
it. They getting it fresh, though.
Looks great.
What do you guys have coming up?
Before you go to Vegas?
Peter King, 3:15. Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock.
Steve. Nice.
4 o'clock.
Steve Kerr, 4 o'clock.
Steve Kerr, 4 o'clock.
Steve Kerr
My
is
bad.
on the move, like Guy Santos' career. He is on the move.
Look at you.
Steve Kerr to
4 o'clock.
Doc Pandia to 4:45.
Oh, Doc.
Okay.
This just in, by the way.
And a host of replays coming. I don't know if you heard the stream show yesterday, because we were live on the stream for 2.5 hours, but that thing got seriously racy. Yeah. I was cussing. Mark took
I said the word
a
ass.
leak live in the air.
Wow, look at the leak.
I'll go back and check the tape on 95.7 The Game.
Bye, Steiny.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So, you know how you were just describing what the stream was like yesterday? I thought this was appropriate. It sort of feels like that's what the 49ers trip to the Super Bowl has felt like so far.
The stream?
It's a little loose.
How's your stream?
It's a little loose. It's a little all over the place. Let's be real here for a second.
Come on.
So the 49ers go out there, and I don't know if you read Mike Silver's article in the Chronicle.
I did.
I think
a little too overdramatic to me.
Well, really?
Yes.
Okay, first of all, let's set the table, let people know what we're talking about. This whole UNLV field thing goes actually back at least a week and a half. Soon as the 49ers know that they're going to the Super Bowl, they've got advanced scouts, advanced moles, heading out to Vegas to check out the field. Well, the NFL just hucks a bunch of grass on top of turf and says, we're good to go here. And the Niners moles look at it and go, it doesn't feel good. We don't like this at all. This is not right. And so on we go to the controversy that comes out yesterday, which I now believe the NFL floated that. They put that out to the public, not the 49ers. Goodell tucks a fakakta press conference in before the player availability. Normally they do that on Friday, then they moved it to Wednesday. Now they moved it to Monday, right before player availability. And the best part of all, guess which media members showed up to Roger Goodell's press conference? Only the ones who were invited. That's not a press conference if you have to be invited. So this whole thing was a show. And Rodgers saying, well, it meets all the standards of our fields. And that guy, you don't even know this, literally referenced in this, air quotes, press conference, the field at MetLife Stadium.
Of course.
It's just as good as that. Oh, you mean the one where everybody tears their ACLs?
Well, that's an NFL field.
It is.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be.
For 2 teams.
Correct.
For 2 teams.
Yeah, it is, but it shouldn't be. So he's got the nerve to go do all of that. And the 49ers are now kind of loose. Like, are they going to practice on that tomorrow? Probably at light speed. Are they going to practice on it Thursday at full speed? Probably not. They're probably going to go over to the Raider facility. So there's that. And then the player and coach availability starts last night, and the internet starts buzzing because it appears that Kyle Shanahan, while answering questions about Brock Purdy and more,
Loose Kyle
has had a couple of pops.
At least.
Had a few pops.
And did you notice no and no stuff? So
Listen,
we can play all the Kyle sound you want, and I want you to listen for content, but I also want you to listen for and stuff and because your boy, I've never loved him more.
Well, that's my point. I'm like, I don't know.
Kyle Thirstahan.
I don't know if you've had 3 margaritas. I don't know.
Me or him?
But neither. I don't know. But I do know whoever you were last night, Kyle, I kind of dig that Kyle. Not only
laminated menu. Am I right?
Not only did the and stuff go away, he wouldn't stop talking. He was very expansive.
Yeah.
He's going like frame by frame through the whole Brock Purdy story. It was pretty entertaining.
It was awesome.
Meanwhile, Chase Young's over in the corner being asked about effort, telling Jennifer Lee Chan 8 times, we can't have that. We can't have a lack of, I can't do that. And I'm looking at my TV screen or my laptop going, did you just figure that out? So now you're in the Super Bowl and it just dawned on you, you know what we shouldn't do? We shouldn't not try. That's what I'm thinking. So we got our game plan and get ready for it, Jennifer Lee Chan. Here it is. We're going to try.
Yeah, no jogging.
I'm like, what's going on out here?
It's crazy.
We got soft sod. We got arguments with Roger Goodell. We got a head coach who might have had a few margies and effort. And I'm like, it's been one day of Super Bowl week. What are we talking about right now? It's a little loose. It's like the Niners were on the live stream.
And they should be because it's Monday of the Super Bowl. And I look at the San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock, and we still have 5 days.
5 days.
And an hour and 14 and various seconds to go.
21.
Right. So 21. So we're still good in terms of like needing to really buckle down and get after it. And the whole thing about the turf we can talk about because I think the whole thing was a non-story.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a non-story till somebody does you know what.
Well, it's a non-story because the Niners are mad, and then now the word is, well, they're going to practice, and it's getting better. And so now they're going to practice on it.
Well, there's like a little, listen, I don't want this to be boring or lame, but there's a little score that every field gets. It's got an initial, it's an acronym,
sure.
GWAC or something. Everything's got a GWAC score or something like that. And a normal NFL field, and it's about how much it absorbs. Hits and collisions and falls and things like that. And however they put this together, the number is supposed to be between 70 and 80. Well, the UNLV field was about 48, and now it's up to about 53, which is, I don't know, not enough. Like, it's not what the other fields are. But Goodell will come out and go, no, it is what the other fields are. And then he referenced the 2 worst fields in the entire NFL where tons of injuries have happened. So I get what you're saying. It makes the 49ers look soft and whiny, which is actually, I think, why I think the NFL leaked this. The 49ers don't want it out there. They've actually handled it pretty well. They don't want to disrupt what the Chiefs are doing. They're like, this is not the Chiefs' fault. But the bottom line is this is A, being handled very poorly by the NFL, and B, a terrible look. It's a terrible look that one team is in a brand new state-of-the-art three-field indoor-outdoor facility, and the other one is down the street at a college where someone threw grass on the ground. That's stupid.
Well, that's the bigger issue, honestly. And, you're talking about a game that's going to be played indoor, and one team gets to play and practice indoor, and the other one has to be outdoor. That, to me, is the real big issue because it's been raining in Las Vegas. So maybe you didn't expect it to be rainy there in February, which I know it doesn't always rain there, but it's been rainy, and it's going to continue to be rainy because of the bomb cyclone and the atmospheric river and all the rest of it. So that, to me, is the bigger issue. And the Niners should have raised this last week if they knew going in that, hey, we're outside and they're inside. This is a bunch of bullshit, quite frankly.
Live stream tomorrow and Thursday.
I'm working it.
Tomorrow and Thursday.
Not today?
Not today.
That's right. Peter
No
King.
live stream, 95.7 The Game, all 4 hours today live on your radio.
This thing is on.
It's on.
Yeah, my fault. Let me rack that back. I think it's patently unfair, Mark, that one team is indoor and the other team has to practice outdoor at the very least.
But no one's whining about the weather. They're whining about the facility.
No, but if I were the Niners, I would be whining about the indoor-outdoor split because the game is indoor. So even if there was no weather and there was no turf issue, I still am at a disadvantage knowing that I have to practice outdoor, they're indoor, and the game is indoor. That's a bunch of...
Yep.
That's patently unfair, Mark.
You want to hear your boy?
And stuff?
All right. No, you're not going to hear that boy.
No,
It's a brand new boy. All right. 888-957-957.
Turns out I like triple sec more than I thought and stuff.
First of all, we can be super sophomoric. I'm sure we will.
And we have been.
And decide whether or not Kyle has had some pops here. Let me get this out front. I don't care if he did. 6 days till the game and you're in Vegas. I'd have had a bunch of drinks the first night I got there, too, and I don't even drink that much.
Yeah.
I totally would have had some pops the first night I got to Vegas.
Mooney Ward said the very thing.
Yeah.
When he talked about their trip to Vegas.
I think they should be rolling dice, but the NFL won't let them. It's the best odds in the casino, by the way. Always back up your pass line bet. But anyway.
I heard they flew in Jock Peterson for some in-house gaming.
Nice.
Unconfirmed.
Nice.
You're welcome.
Nice. Nice in the ballroom at Lake Las Vegas playing Pusoy. Anyway, so Kyle goes to this thing, and he remember the Jed York thing from last week where he's like, so Kyle comes to me and pulls me aside in training camp, goes, we need to talk, and I'm going, uh-oh. And the story goes, he says, I think our third-string quarterback is our best quarterback. So as soon as Kyle becomes available, which was last night, they asked about him, and so here's Shanahan talking about his conversations with Jed York about Brock Purdy, and tucked into this, you can make your assessment on the all-new Kyle and how you feel about that. Here it is.
It's funny to hear Jed say that because it wasn't the smartest moment I've ever had. I mean, when an owner comes in after training camp practices and is like, hey, how's the quarterback? And what he means is the starter or the second. And you in irritation go, I don't know, but our third guy's the best. Like, that's not what he wants to hear. So that's why he remembers it very strong. But that was just more, Brock was so good right away with every rep he got. He was always the same. And he only got a couple of them. So it was easy for me to say. Because in his few reps, he was the best. But if you know that for a fact, I mean, then you do what you do right away. But he was the best, but you ease that on. And every time he got a little more reps, it was the same as when he got two. And so when it was all said and done and he got a lot of playing time, it was like, oh, this looks exactly like what I told you when I was irritated. And he only had 3 reps. And I said, no, he's the best, but that's what was so real about Brock. That's why after his 7 games, his rookie year, even when he got hurt, we knew what we had because he'd been that way in practice every day, and it was the exact same way in the games.
That is 1 minute and 7 seconds long. Not one stuff.
No.
Not one
No.
None. Kyle, went on to say, let me tell you about the last time I was in Vegas.
I told him, Brock, hang in there, big guy. They'll be brighter
lights ahead. Now, hold on.
Hold on.
Hold the phone.
Dude, tomorrow you can complete that.
Shut the front door.
Thank you.
Because hear what's going on in the background. This is very different. They changed this now, it seems like every year. Since COVID, they're trying new things. Media Day used to be something that happened in the middle of the day, and the media would be there, and there'd be weird people doing. Like
right.
It was always just like Jimmy Kimmel is there, and right here's Chewy, and he's going, "All right, how long is your?" And just whatever. Like everybody's waka waka waka.
Totally.
Now it's at night. I can't really there's podium set up, but it also felt very chaotic and fans. And so Kyle is also projecting over screaming 49er fans who are chanting "Bang, bang, Niner gang"
right
up in the stands and yelling at Travis Kelce, who, by the way, Chiefs and Niners kind of all there at the same time. Also different than they used to do it.
Yeah, Mahomes and Brock together.
One team, then the other team.
Yeah.
Now it's just like everybody's on the field at the same time.
I like it this way.
I do too. Yeah. But, do you give Kyle a nod for this is not a controlled press conference and stuff.
And he's off the clock.
Right. He's laid back. There's no podium. He's being interviewed, and it's loud inside Allegiant Stadium.
He gets full latitude. He gets the pass that he needs. He doesn't need the pass, but he gets whatever he wants in terms of how he comes across. You're in the Super Bowl, and you're 6 days away at that point from the game. So, you know what? If you want to let your hair down, let it down. As long as you don't come out and say, well, we're going to give it to Christian a lot early, and, we're going to save Kyle for the second half.
Andy Reid is overrated.
He's
overrated.
All that stuff.
He's never won without Mahomes.
Spagnola couldn't hold my play sheet. As long as he doesn't go too far off the reservation, but...
Okay, here's the thing, though.
I loved it.
I've never been more with you. However...
Oh, Jude. Oh, no. The big butt.
Mr. Mix-a-Lot style. However, this is not where we usually go. And I wonder, world, if you're all ready for this. It wasn't that long ago that, for example, Tony Romo being on a trip with Jessica Simpson was unacceptable before a playoff game. Odell Beckham being on a boat with friends and having a picture taken. Unacceptable.
He was shirtless.
Unacceptable.
Had his clothes on.
So I hope the answer's yes, but I don't know, Dip. Have we arrived at a place? Has our Uber delivered us to a place where we're now okay? I don't even know if this happened, but are we okay with the head coach 6 days before the game going to public appearances, having a few pops?
Well, we don't know that.
We don't know
it's
that.
Unconfirmed.
And always will be.
Right.
I don't expect Kyle to hold another press conference and let us know what the menu was at 6 o'clock prior to going over to the stadium.
And I don't believe they breathalyzed him on his way to the podium. If they had, he's probably about 0.11 or 0.12. Not completely schnockered.
It's unconfirmed.
That's my...
that is a speculation sensation.
That's a buck. Yeah. And if you put the DraftKings... If Johnny Avello, friend of the program, set the over-under on his BAC, he probably would have put it at 0.095.
He is Vegas' top odds maker, and he's knows how to make... He's the market maker.
He
knows how to make a line.
Yeah.
All right. So... the Niners are out here just getting loose.
Let's go.
Some of it under their control, some of it not. What do you think? We'll take your calls. 888-957-9570. Peter King, we expect sober, will be joining us at 3:15. Steve Kerr at 4. Want to be featured on a Red and Gold hotline? Give it a ring right now. Leave a message. Let us know how excited you are about your team being in the big game. And you can have as many drinks as you want before you make this call. 628-400-9880. 628-400-9880. Brought to you by Somsation Wine, the wine company. Experience some of the best wines you've yet to discover at somsation.com. This is Willard and Dibbs.
The love affair is on at Whole Foods Market with sizzling sales on animal welfare certified New York strip steak.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I'll tell you the story. And I'll share a little bit of the story. But at one of our favorite places, Crystal Springs Golf Course.
Yeah.
Right off 280 up there, going Hillsboro, Burlingame-ish. We stopped there for a drink on our way to the Mountain House in Woodside, celebrating Christy's birthday on Saturday night.
The lovely Christy.
The Mountain House is unbelievable. If you've never heard about it, and I'm not like, I didn't get anything for this. They don't know me. I don't know them. I just heard about it, and I'm like, let's check this out. They've got a room where like it's just glass on every side, and you're in the forest, and it's incredible.
Yeah, I saw the pictures.
And the
amazing.
chef knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
the chef knows what he's doing. So it was a great. But you got to get there early if you want to get the full experience because the sun goes down. So you can't make a 7 o'clock reservation. It's just dark.
Right.
So we made a 5 o'clock reservation, but it doesn't open till 5. So you can't get there at 4:30. You can't get in. So what do? Well, you're like, wow, what do I know around here on the way where we could stop and get a pop? How about Crystal Springs Golf Course? So we went in and we saw your boy.
Nice,
and
wink.
He's like, hey, let's do something. Let's do something. So summer's coming, 95.7 The Game listeners.
Yeah.
And we'll see what we can put together.
We got something cooking.
We'll see what we put.
It's funny because I have my spies, and you know me, Mark. I know about 8% of the people in the Bay Area.
It feels like 98.
Right. And so you can't go anywhere without me getting, hey, I saw your partner. And I usually respond with, which one? My radio partner, my life partner,
my lovely partner,
my golf partner, which partner?
Yeah.
And then Wink responded with, your guy. With his lovely. And I said, oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
And I was thinking to myself, the hell's he doing in my spot without clearing it with me first?
It was a complete, it was just a right turn. It was like, let's go over there. It had no plan whatsoever. So went and had a Manhattan on the rock. She had some bubbles. We had some good conversation.
Perfect.
We were on our way to the next spot. I'd like to dedicate the next 10 seconds of radio to Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
It's media night.
Cheers, everybody.
Dude, Kyle.
Yeah, boy.
And I loved it. I thought that it was a mix of relaxed with honest. And, the answers he gave were all forthright and stuff. And
but no and stuff.
And no
man, whatever he drank, it knocked the hesitation right out of him. He was a smooth talker.
Yeah.
Let's test it again. Shall we hear his next commentary and find out if there were any stuffs or ums in there?
What's the topic, I wonder?
Brock Purdy and whether or not he's a game manager. Ready?
I'm so ready.
Here comes Kyle.
Well, it's such a weird conversation to hear the whole world talk about this, but in my opinion, there's no such thing as a great quarterback if you can't be a game manager. So I don't get how being a system quarterback and a game manager is a negative. The job of a quarterback is to manage the game, and it is to run the system. The system's what you work on all week. That's what the O-line works on. That's what your 5 eligibles work on. That's everything. And the quarterback, if you want to be great, you better be able to run that system, and you better be able to manage the game. But if you want to stay in that position, understand that no system is going to be perfect. There's going to be times where you have no answers. And if you want to stay there, you better make some plays. And that's how you become a consistent quarterback. You're a game manager, you run the system right, and you can make plays. And if you don't have those 3 things, it's a matter of time. 1 game, 2 game, 2 years, it's a matter of time. But Brock does all 3 of those things, so I don't get what we're talking about.
That was 1:08. The first one was 1:07. That's 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Not one stuff.
And no ums.
And not one
He was so right in that answer.
This dude turns into Obama after a couple of beers. He's he's delivering the greatest speech we've ever heard in our lives.
Without the pauses and the choppy delivery.
I mean, and by the way, and again, I would like to firmly state 2 things. I have no idea if Kyle had anything to drink last night.
Fine.
And I am great with it if he did. Kyle, celebrate, dude. You're in the Super Bowl and you're in Las Vegas. What the hell else are you supposed to do?
Totally.
Everybody else there is drinking.
And he's so uptight, and he's uptight in the right way.
Comes
the
off
course
that
of the
way.
year.
We actually don't know. We don't know him.
Right. I'm sure when he gets home with Mandy and the kids, he's dad and he relaxes and all the rest of it. But in his job, you have to grind.
Right.
And his laminated play sheet, if you've ever looked at it, it's in 4-point font. And there's about 1,700 plays on both sides with 4 different highlighter colors. And he's constantly marking it. That doesn't happen by accident. There's nobody who does that for him.
I was just going to say, though, so let's get that part out of the way. But with all that said, here's the other thing. If you do have, I don't know, 1 too many, or if your speech pattern starts to change a little bit, the word system is a tough one.
And consistent.
How many times did he say system in that answer? Count them up.
Well, it's such a weird conversation to hear the whole world talk about this, but in my opinion, there's no such thing as a great quarterback if you can't be a game manager. So I don't get how being a system quarterback and a game manager is a negative. The job of a quarterback is to manage the game, and it is to run the system. The system's what you work on all week. That's what the O-line works on. That's what your 5 eligibles work on. That's everything. And the quarterback, if you want to be great, you better be able to run that system, and you better be able to manage the game. But if you want to stay in that position, understand that no system is going to be perfect. There's going to be times where you have no answers. And if you want to stay there, you better make some plays. And that's how you become a consistent quarterback. You're a game manager, you run the system right, and you can make plays. And if you don't have those 3 things, it's a matter of time. 1 game, 2 game, 2 years. It's a matter of time. But Brock does all 3 of those things, so I don't get what we're talking about.
I don't get what we're talking about.
My favorite part is the end. I don't get what we're talking about.
Well, and he answered the whole thing.
He
and
did.
It was
These are great answers, by the way.
6 systems and 6 either manage the game or game managers.
Right.
And he's absolutely right in terms of what he's saying.
He's totally right.
Like the offensive line, they have to adhere to the system. And the 5 eligibles, they have to run the system. And then the quarterback has to run the system. And when things break down, if he can't make plays, well, he can get away with it for a game or 2, or maybe a year or 2. But after that, he's going to be exposed. You have to be consistent. His answer was absolutely spot on.
I like his answers better when he's had a few. I'm just saying.
No doubt.
I like his answers better. Kyle loosened, and by the way, haven't you all had these moments in your life? And it's kind of a funny thing to say, but people do this. Alcohol brings out the real you. Well, you're naked in the street. So that's not what I would call the real you. Let's go shoot free throws in our underwear. No, that's not the real you. But it breaks down your inhibitions. To me, that's the number one thing it does, right? Oh, I can't go talk to her. I can't go talk to her. 2 pops. Now I can talk to her. It breaks down your hesitation. It breaks down your fears. And so sometimes that feels more honest because it breaks down your barriers. And yes, Kyle Shanahan has barriers up. Does Bill Belichick sound like he's ever got barriers up when he's talking? Okay, great. Good answer, Coach. Thanks.
Well, and you've talked to like Rich Ohrnberger, who played for him and says he's the life of the party.
Bill is not that guy, right?
Lampshade.
He's sarcastic.
Yeah.
He
comedy,
gets after it.
All that.
Yeah, he's all those things. So I guess what I'm saying here is that it does feel to me like whether it was Kyle had a few or Kyle was just in his bag or whatever it was, Kyle was really letting it rip. And so there was less hesitation with what he was saying. And I think you got some really lengthy, honest answers.
For sure.
And that's great.
And that last answer to me puts the whole thing in context in terms of what we've talked to so many people about. The idea of game manager or system quarterback and all the rest of it. They all are game managers and they all are system quarterbacks. It's a question of whether or not you can operate in the system and still be good.
I'm sorry. This is just a comment that just came through on our YouTube page that I think captures it perfectly. If you've seen a certain movie and know it well. Life's Lemons just texted in, through the quad to the gymnasium. Exactly.
It's old school.
Exactly. You're in Vegas. But listen, I mean, Dibs, you know this. Like, this is going to, I'm actually surprised we haven't seen more of this. This is going to bother somebody. And maybe it's not bothering anybody yet because you don't know the final score.
Right.
But if the 49ers go out and lose by 10, yesterday's going to come back. That's my only concern about this. My concern is not whether or not the Niners are going to be ready. My concern is not the behavior of anybody involved with the traveling party whatsoever. My concern is that this is unfairly going to be thrown back into the faces of the 49ers should things not go well on Sunday.
Or the fact that they weren't able to prepare properly because the field wasn't good enough and the Niners felt that the field was too soft and so they couldn't get properly prepared for the big game. Whatever happens, there's always going to be something that fans point to as the reason why they lose. And if Kyle Shanahan gets loose on a Monday night, if he did, and we don't even know if he did or not, if that's the reason why you think that they lose, well, that's a you problem.
Agreed completely on this one. But I also got to say, like, this has been kind of a surprising start to the week. I remember we're all watching online. I think a lot of us were, as the Chiefs and 49ers both landed in Vegas on Sunday night. Great video from both of the planes as all of them walk off. And look, you're looking at two teams one of them in particular seems like they're here almost every year. 49ers have at least been flirting with it a lot in the last 5 years, and their second trip here, even though there are some players who have never done it before. But as these two teams are getting off the plane, you're like, dude, this is the Chiefs and the Niners. Like, this is a serious matchup. These are two organizations that know what they're doing, and they're buttoned up, and they're professional, and this is going to be high-level stuff. The more I think about it, I just really didn't expect the Chiefs to be here. But now that we're here, the more I think about it, this probably should have been the matchup we all wanted. This is probably the matchup America should have wanted. It's got a rematch feel to it. It's got the face of the league involved in it, going up against Mr. Irrelevant. There's nothing more poetic or movie-like than that. It's got Kyle Shanahan versus Andy Reid. For most people's money, that's the two best play callers in the game. Anyway, with all that said, they arrive, and 48 hours later, we're having conversations about effort. We've got sod on a field at a college, an argument with the commissioner of the league, and Kyle Shanahan, who potentially had a few pops before a press conference, which we've never seen before. That is not how I expected the start of this week to look.
Right, but it's always something. And
Sure.
You've been to enough of these to where it's always something. And whether it's deer antler spray or if it's a player who goes off the reservation and goes to Mexico or another one who goes in the strip club and gets arrested or whatever it is, the snow in Dallas, or every week there's always going to be something in the Super Bowl that is going to be something that sends us off the rails in terms of what we're actually talking about.
888-957-9570 is the number. We'll take your calls on anything going on with the 49ers, with the Super Bowl as we build toward this. Peter King joins us in a half hour. Steve Kerr in an hour and 15 minutes. So don't forget the Warriors. We will have a conversation with Steve for sure about what I thought, talk about uncomfortable press conferences. Klay Thompson in the locker room last night was a whole situation. And I thought that was a pointed yet at times uncomfortable conversation between Anthony Slater and others, and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green with a cameo. Yes.
More than a cameo. Draymond Green did everything but take that thing over, basically telling Anthony Slater who gives a bleep about who finishes the game. And I do think there's a lot to that, but it takes on a little bit more weight knowing that the trade deadline is now less than 48 hours away, and Klay Thompson's name has been thrown out there, and now Klay's not in the finishing lineup, and Wiggins wasn't playing. So what are we doing in terms of, the Warriors 3 days from now as opposed to where they are today? And
I will say this, and we'll talk more about it coming up a little bit later on, but Chris Mannix, somebody I know we both really respect, Chris Mannix, for Sports Illustrated, just posted an article not that long ago today saying that the Lakers and Warriors are among the teams most desperate to make a move before Thursday's trade deadline. Desperate to make a move before the trade deadline.
Wow.
This after about what feels like 2 weeks of us sort of readying ourselves for, there's not going to be a deal. There's no deal out there. Chris Mannix, who is dialed in, and we respect him, says they are among the most desperate teams in the whole league to make a move.
And I wonder what that desperation manifests itself into in terms of the Warriors, where, if you're desperate to make a move, are you desperate to trade Klay Thompson and break up the big three? Are you desperate to trade Chris Paul, who isn't even playing in his expiring deal? Or Andrew Wiggins, a guy who's been up and down more times than a yo-yo, not only this year, but the last 2 years?
I will say he threw out a name that is the Warriors' top target. The Warriors' absolute top target is coming up next. No, I'm kidding. No, we'll tell you right now. Alex Caruso.
Okay.
Alex Caruso of the Chicago Bulls.
Okay.
Size and perimeter defenders are supposedly the characteristics the Warriors are searching for.
And I wonder what it would take to get Alex Caruso. And, if it's Wiggins and maybe Moody or it's interesting because the Warriors youth movement has taken on new life of late with Quinones and Santos now getting minutes and looking pretty good. So maybe you feel like you've got more young players than you had a week ago.
More on that coming up because he does throw out what the Warriors might be willing to give up, what they're not willing to give up, all of that. So we'll have that for you coming up next hour. Again, Steve Kerr joins us in just over an hour. Billy in the city with us here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Billy, what are you doing?
Hey, what's going on? I'm here to talk about Niners, but first, before I get into that, you got to be nuts if we're giving up Wiggins and whoever for freaking Caruso. I'm sorry, no.
Well, no, it may not be Wiggins. It may not be Wiggins. I think it would probably be more.
You would give up Klay for Caruso?
Well, look, the Warriors have two.
No.
The Warriors, Billy, the Warriors have two large expiring contracts. And for certain teams, those are attractive. And you know exactly who they are. They are Klay Thompson and Chris Paul.
I'll give up Paul.
Well, yeah,
anyway,
yeah.
I've been waiting online to talk about the Niners.
Let's do it.
And my concerns there. Okay, now the defensive coordinator. Was he a DB coordinator before this?
Steve Wilks?
Yes. Many years ago.
Yes.
Many years ago. Okay. It makes more sense now. Dude, we got to get more exotic on the line. I get it. We want to keep everything in front of us, right? So we can make a play. But we got monsters in the front four, right? Why are we just going straight up? Just keeping their pieces in their exact spot. Why don't we switch them up? Put Chase on the other side. Why don't we put Chase and Bosa on the same side? Put them up near Armstead. Do something a little different.
It's an interesting question. Billy, I'll say this, and Billy, thank you. You're bringing up what I think is the linchpin to the game, and that is the 49ers prefer to rush with their base four and be a zone team in the secondary. That has led to some weak points, and everyone's got an opinion why. The question will be, is that Steve's plan again in this game? And if it doesn't work, how long do you stick with it? Because we all can agree that there's one thing and one thing only that has to happen for the 49ers to win the game, and that's pressure and then contain Patrick Mahomes. You've got to pressure him. He's obviously too good. If he's got time, if he breaks contain, no matter who his receivers are, he will eat you alive. He's the best in the game.
Right.
So how does Steve Wilks go about attacking that is, to me, is question number one.
Well, there's two different ways to do it. There's the way that Tampa did in the Super Bowl when Tampa absolutely dominated Kansas City.
Yep.
They rushed 4, and they beat their offensive line badly each and every play. Mahomes had no time, and you dominated Kansas City. The other way to do it is the way the Bengals have done it in beating Kansas City in the playoffs and in recent years, where they rush 3. You rush 3, you cover with 8, you spy Mahomes, and you make him beat you underneath. I think that's the way that Wilks will go about it. Not rushing 3, you rush 4. You spy Mahomes, and you rally up and tackle like you did against Detroit in the second half.
Well, they've got the linebackers that you would want if you're worried about Mahomes and Kelsey. They've got two of the absolute best in the game who are good. They're good tacklers. They're good run defenders. They're good pass defenders. Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw. So that, to me, though, that's the thing. That's the thing that frustrates 49er fans also, because with the greatness of the names they have on the defensive line, they've not been able to get that front 4 pressure in a base package that you want and that you sort of expect, at least not so far in these playoffs. San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says we are 5 days, 0 hours, 35 minutes exactly away from the big game. And we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Time for more of your calls on the loose start to the week for the 49ers, and Peter King joins us in 20 minutes on Willard and Dibs.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, we're working on the job, in between the job, and working through all the finer details of Peter King's Football Morning in America column right now, because it is 49er heavy.
Heavy.
Very heavy. And Peter...
That's great.
He even addresses his laugh cough.
Oh, my God.
His laugh cough issue, which apparently he's been getting notes from readers all over America about his laugh cough.
10-week cough is what he referred to.
Well,
are you kidding me?
I think Grandy had it at 12 weeks, but we're going to give Peter the benefit of the doubt on that.
Oh, my God.
It's his cough, not ours. But for those of you faithful Willard and Dibbs listeners, and many of you on the YouTube feed, dang, Peter, get a lozenge. Hopefully Peter's doing better today. And I would say, getting out to that Las Vegas air would help. But Vegas is like Seattle. Dude, it's cold and wet.
I know.
I'm being told.
According to sources.
Yeah. According to sources.
Who knows?
Sources.
But this is some fascinating stuff. And I learn so much every time I read these. So first off, Peter did a ride-along with Kyle Shanahan. He rode to work with him, hopped in the passenger seat of a Tesla, and drove to work with Kyle Shanahan, peppering him with all of the hard questions, holding his feet to the fire, Dibbs.
Totally.
As they were making their way to Levi Stadium one day. First thing that comes out is the story behind the story of drafting Brock Purdy. And I'll tell you one thing that stood out right away in this story. Kyle Shanahan, before the draft, had a 4th-round grade on Brock Purdy. A 4th-round grade on Brock Purdy. I think that is significant, considering how much is made about where he was drafted. Mr. Irrelevant, he's a 7th-rounder. Well, if he was so good, then how come nobody wanted him before the 7th round? Kyle Shanahan assessed him as a 4th-round grade, but also, based on his knowledge of the league, believed that he would not go in the 4th round and thought it was possible they could get him later. As things started to move toward their pick in the 7th round, Kyle's looking at this, and what he calls an intense environment breaks out of all of the different scouts as that pick is coming up, going, my guy's still there. No, but my guy's still there. But my linebacker, but my running back. And everybody starts going off for their guys. And it comes down to a conversation between Kyle Shanahan and John York. And Kyle says to him at one point, look, I get it. We just drafted Trey Lance, but we're not going to get him in free agency. Brock has since told Kyle, I was not going to sign with you if it had gotten to Brock not being drafted. And Kyle says to John, look, I get a lot of the debate here, but there's no doubt in my mind that that's the best football player left on the board.
And this is John York.
John York.
Jed's father.
Correct.
Yes, co-chairman.
So Kyle says that. Look, I understand a lot of the different points, but there's no doubt in my mind that that's the best quarterback. John York says to him, well, if that's what you believe, I don't even understand why this is a discussion. Why are we sitting here thinking about this? And that was the end of that. Brock Purdy becomes a 49er, and as Kyle said on this ride along with Peter, we made the pick, and thank God we did.
It's crazy, too, because I'm reading the quote to Peter King, and he says, quote, John and I, we took Purdy, and thank God we did.
Mm-hmm.
John and I. And
which John is he talking about?
Exactly. Is it John Lynch?
Yeah.
Or is it John York? Because John York, according to the story, empowered Kyle as if to say, you guys think he's the best player, then you take him. John York, and this is from Kyle, he said, John looked at him and said, I don't get why there's discussion if you guys think he's the best player. And that's Dr. John going to Kyle, basically saying, forget these are the scouts. If you think he's the best player, Kyle, then go ahead and make the pick. And John and I, we took Purdy, and thank God we did. I think he's talking about John Lynch, but there you go. And the fact that that pick came out of another quarterback pick that they've already made, that to me, Mark, is the sneaky part of this whole story. Because the reason they had that pick was C.J. Beathard.
C.J. Beathard signs a small contract with the Jacksonville Jaguars, and the 49ers get a comp pick out of it, the lowest valued pick in the entire draft, and that becomes Brock Purdy. It's a fascinating story that we all agree, especially if it gets the capper this weekend. If it gets the capper, I mean, it truly becomes one of the greatest stories in the history of the league. I don't think that's overselling it. I don't think that's overstating it. This is one of the best stories in the history of the league if Brock Purdy wins this football game. You can take Rudy and throw it in the trash. As far as your campy little sports movie, this story is way better. Way better than Rudy gets in garbage time of his last game and gets a sort of a faux sack at Notre Dame, which, by the way, is a story that Joe Montana has already tried to debunk a whole bunch of times. But anyway, be that as it may, this is really, really great stuff in terms of how this came together and the questions that were asked of Kyle Shanahan. And I'm champing at the bit right now to ask a ton of questions to Peter about this specific ride along. He gets into his Super Bowl experiences in the past.
Right.
I love this. Which one bothers you more? 28-3 or 20-10?
It's a great question.
20-10.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
And by the way, I'll take this one to my grave. Dude, he's not the head coach in the 28-3.
No, in 28-3, you're the offensive coordinator, and you were the 28. You weren't the 3. So it's not like he was sitting on the 3 as the DC thinking, yeah, we got them by the short hairs. You put up 28, and you're up 28-3 as the offensive coordinator. So, yes, and you weren't the head coach. So that one definitely would bother me less as opposed to up 20-10 with 7 minutes to go against Mahomes. That would definitely bother me more.
No doubt.
And the fact that you gave up not 1, not 2, but 3 touchdowns in the final 6:30.
I mean,
ouch.
I look back at that Patriots-Falcons game, and sure, there's 1,000 things that you could question, and then there's a bunch of other just weird, wonky stuff that happened. The Edelman catch.
Right.
I mean, they're just, right, sometimes that snowball gets going downhill. It's almost kind of like what the Niners did to the Lions last week. It's like 23 things need to happen, and they all need to go in the direction of one team, and they do, and you sort of shrug your shoulders and go, what are you going to do? But I bet Kyle Shanahan, especially A, he's the head coach, but B, he looks back at we've got 6.5 minutes to go, and we're up by 2 scores, and you look at the things that had to happen, and it's not just Kittle being called for a penalty and Bosa not, but there's the throws that Jimmy missed, and then there's the ones that he didn't even throw.
Exactly.
Like this is the most under-discussed thing about that. There were openings, things that Kyle schemed open that Jimmy didn't even see. And so I got to imagine that Super Bowl 4 years ago, and I think he basically said it directly to Peter, that eats at him like nothing else in the history of his career.
Of course. And now he's back here in a spot where he can not only avenge the loss to Kansas City from 4 years ago, but he can win the first Super Bowl, and he's doing it with Brock Purdy. And another thing we can ask Peter about is the evolution of the Tom Brady conversation, because they were circling back just this last offseason to Tom Brady again.
Yep. That was the one, and Peter used this as a little tease in sending out the article. What question caused Kyle Shanahan to look at Peter and go, I'm glad you asked that question? Well, the question was, did you tell Brock Purdy that you were trying to sign Tom Brady last offseason? Kyle goes, I'm glad you asked that question. And then he answered it. And we'll let you know, along with the help of Peter King, exactly how he answered that coming up next. So glad you're with us. The Warriors continue their East Coast road trip tomorrow and Thursday. That means we'll be continuing our show with the super secret Willard and Dibs Super Bowl party, free Odyssey app, and on Twitch and YouTube the next 2 days, tomorrow and Thursday. So we want to make sure you're listening and watching at that time because, A, it's a whole lot of fun, but B, we'll also tell you how you can win a trip to Vegas to see Billy Joel later this year. We're going to fly you out there. We're going to get you tickets. Just make sure you're with us when we continue our show on the Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, both tomorrow and Thursday, while the Warriors are playing back east. San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says we are 5 days, 0 hours, 17 minutes, and 33 seconds away from the big game. We're a lot less away from Peter King, who joins us next, Willard and Dibs.
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm almost upset that Peter's on. And I know he's listening, but just let me explain, Peter. I'm almost upset that he's on because I'm like 90% of the way through Football Morning in America, and it's riveting. It's riveting, and I have to interrupt this reading to actually talk to the man, which is a gift. And he is live in Vegas, and he is joining us right now on Willard and Dibs, as he always does. The great Peter King, Boxer and Gerson guest line, Odyssey NFL Insider. Peter King, Insider Calls brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin too. Hello, Peter.
Hey, good to be with you guys. Hello, how are you?
We're fantastic, and we're reading all about it, and we were talking about it a short time ago. You're right along with Kyle Shanahan. We want to hear all about it, but one line in your article so far stands out to me. You write, you can hear it in Kyle's voice. He's excited to have the last pick in the draft on his side in this game going against Patrick Mahomes. Peter, what exactly was it that you heard?
What I heard, he talks about his own, first of all, he loves Pat. You know, he thinks he's fantastic. Who couldn't? You know, who wouldn't think that? But one of the things about Brock Purdy that we talked about is just a simple fact. You know, he brought it up that, you know, he said it's comical how many people are down on Purdy and don't think he's that good and think that they're winning in spite of Brock Purdy. You know, and he made this point that if Joe Montana played now, how do you think people would view him? He doesn't run around like Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes. So they would view him like, oh, how good can this guy be? He doesn't have the greatest arm, you know, and all this stuff. And then he made the point that, you know, it's comical. And the reason why he thinks that all these people just minimize what he does, the reason is that, you know, he was picked low in the draft. He's not Mr. Tools. He's not the 5-tool superstar. And look, you know, even though he did run for 52 yards in a 15-minute span last week in the championship game, he's not as good a runner, obviously, as Mahomes is. But I just got this sense that we got what we need, and he's happy to have this guy as a quarterback. And look, one of the things, obviously, we talked about is the whole Brady thing. But his point, and I mean, you probably read it, and I'm sure it's been clipped out of my story and run in the media there in San Francisco, is that, listen, he wasn't positive that Purdy and Trey Lance, although I think he really meant Purdy a lot more than Lance, he wasn't sure whether he's going to be healthy at the start of the season. And so this was Tom Brady, even though if you sign Brady, Brady's playing, they signed him basically because Brock Purdy, or they tried to sign him basically because Purdy had surgery, major surgery, exactly 6 months from the first game of the season. So anyway, those are a few things that were interesting in the ride.
No, fantastic stuff. And the idea of a revisit with Tom Brady, I think, caught many of us by surprise. And now here we are some 4 or 5 months later, and Kyle Shanahan's there with Brock Purdy. And where do you think the confidence level is, not only with Brock Purdy, but for Kyle Shanahan in general with this team the second go-round after the heartbreak that happened 4 years ago?
Well, you know, I know that there's an awful lot of people who believe that, oh, Kyle's got to win this game. He's going to get branded with the, you know, can't win the big one if he doesn't win this game. And, I mean, obviously, anytime you're in a Super Bowl, you want to win. And if you don't win, it's crushing disappointment and all that. But I don't think Kyle Shanahan looks at any game where the quarterback on the other side is Patrick Mahomes and says, if we lose, we're a bunch of losers. I just don't feel that he believes that. Now, clearly, I'm reminded, this is my 40th Super Bowl. The first one I ever covered was in 1985 at Stanford in Palo Alto, January of 85. And that was the Montana Marino Super Bowl. And obviously Joe won the game, outplayed Marino. And after the game, everybody was saying, hey, Dan, don't worry about it. You're going to get back here. You'll be back. He never got back. So that's why every time you get in this game, you can't leave anything undone. You can't leave any stone unturned. And that's why I just believe that, the 49ers are going to be ready to play their best game. And, the other team is going to have a lot to do with whether they actually are able to play that best game.
We're talking with Peter King. Insider Calls are brought to you by Old Spice Gentleman's Blend Body Wash, providing exfoliation plus 24/7 moisturization because men have skin too. Another great nugget in there, Peter, is Kyle's telling you about when he was the guy holding the wire behind his dad in the Super Bowl many years ago, and this is coming on the heels of the NFC having won 13 Super Bowls in a row. And so Kyle's like, well, the AFC always loses. So he says to his dad the day before the game, Dad, do you really think you have a chance to win this game, Broncos versus Packers? And Mike Shanahan is like, are you kidding me? We're definitely going to win this game. And they do. And, Peter, I've learned this through the years, too. Coaches sometimes, they sort of have a feeling, right? They're doing the game planning, and it's like, I think we got – so I'd love for you to speculate. You sat with Kyle. Did you notice anything? Does Kyle think they're going to win this one?
Well, I'm going to defer that question, and I'll tell you exactly why. Because I rode to work with Shanahan last Tuesday. So he told me he hadn't even finished watching the Kansas City-Baltimore tape yet. And he had so many things going on.
Right.
Obviously, when you win the Super Bowl, you got all these logistics to worry about. But I will be shocked if right now, if I made that ride with Kyle, if he didn't figure we have the recipe to win this game, because that's who Kyle Shanahan is. He's just like his dad.
And thinking about that recipe, what do you think it is, Peter, in terms of facing Kansas City? Is it as simple as keeping Mahomes off the field, or is there something more that the Shanahan offense can do against the Kansas City defense that's much improved from 4 years ago?
I know what I would be thinking, okay? You want to give Patrick Mahomes the fewest number of possessions that you can. And in order to do that, what you saw late, what I thought that Josh Allen did very well, they just didn't finish it late in their game against Kansas City, is milk the clock very effectively because they didn't want Kansas City to be able to get the ball back if they scored. So anyway, the deal is I believe that they will want to essentially they will want to milk the clock as much as possible and limit the number of possessions. And I think in order to do that, the thing they're going to have to do, the thing that I believe is really important in this game, is limiting Isaiah Pacheco. He has been an absolute piece of gold in these playoffs. And in my opinion, Mahomes is going to do his thing. He's going to make some plays. Kelsey and they're going to get good things done. But the problem is, as I see, if they have a diverse offense that day, I think that it's going to be hard for for San Francisco to win unless they limit the number of possessions that they allow Mahomes.
Peter, you know how many eyes are on this 49ers defensive line, and especially in these playoffs, it has felt at times like they are underperforming all the way to the point where we're having conversations about their effort level with Chase Young and others. Did you talk to Kyle about that at all? Because to me, Super Bowl week should not be the week where a player has to be reminded about effort.
No, I didn't. I didn't talk to him, but you can tell from what the Niners have said, he's been talked to, and he knows that that's not going to be tolerated. So I don't think you're going to see that in the Super Bowl, personally.
Are you surprised that was even a thing for a team that had such a great defense for the better part of the regular season? Then you got to the postseason, and that kind of reared its ugly head in that spot?
I thought it was shocking. And, I think if you talk to people in Washington, they'll tell you that that doesn't surprise them. So, look, I just don't think that's going to happen again, and I just don't think it's going to happen again. And if it does, the world will be watching because CBS has 165 cameras at this game, and I will bet you they will ISO on Chase Young quite a bit in this game.
Peter King with us on Willard and Dibs, as he is every single week. Peter, what did you make of this entire conversation about the practice facility and the sod at UNLV? To what level do the 49ers have a gripe?
I don't know enough about it to comment intelligently. I just know that the Niners were ticked off by it, and they were looking at the at how Kansas City was handling things. And Kansas City has a luxurious facility. And for a while, I think they said we need to double up in that facility, which I just don't think the Chiefs were ever going to agree to, in part because it was going to affect their schedule. Now, everybody wants to sing Kumbaya and think, oh, Kansas City was, bad to not let that happen. But if you put the shoe on the other foot, I doubt if San Francisco had the great facility, I doubt they would want to share it with Kansas City. But again, look, I don't think that's going to be a big factor in the game.
What do you think the biggest factor will be in the game? Is it as simple as the Niners being able to contain Travis Kelce and make the wide receivers beat him on offense?
I think it's the Niners being able to contain Isaiah Pacheco, because I think he has been a huge difference maker in this postseason. And I mean, look, everybody, it's so ironic, because obviously Purdy, the 262nd pick in the draft, the 251st pick in the 22 draft was Pacheco. And now those two guys, and I'm not one of these gambler guys, but I would bet those guys would be in the top 5, those two players, if you look at the odds for who's going to win the MVP of this game.
Peter, let's go back to the ride along with Kyle Shanahan, and here's something else that I didn't know, and I found this really interesting, and I wonder if it's a perception changer. This idea that the Niners got lucky with Brock Purdy because he's sitting there at the very end in the 7th round. Kyle sharing with you that he had a 4th-round grade on Brock Purdy and essentially had his eye on him the entire week. For you, does that sort of change the whole narrative around the Niners lucking into him based on the fact that Kyle kind of had his eyes on him early?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I think the more accurate way to put it, honestly, would be that Kyle may have had a 4th-round grade on him, but because they traded the house for Trey Lance the previous year, they just couldn't. They had so many other needs that they ignored by making that huge trade for Lance. They just couldn't pick him in the 4th, and he didn't think they could him at all. But then, as they got going and they saw how incredible it was that Purdy was still there, as you get into the 250s, and then obviously John York, the chair of the 49ers, York the elder, at one point just said to him, hey, because they were arguing about who they should pick, and York basically said, hey, who's the best player on the board? And Kyle said, no doubt it's Purdy. He goes, what are we arguing about? What are we saying here? And so I think that honestly got to be something that it had the potential of being something that was divisive, and I think John York diffused that divisiveness.
I love the fact that the John York part of the story was injected, Peter, because many of us have thought that John and Denise, by proxy, have been completely out of the picture. But knowing what we know about Brock Purdy and pick 262, is that a bigger coup, or is it the Christian McCaffrey absolute swindle by trading 4 picks for a guy who you listed as one of your top 53 players of all time?
Yeah, I think the thing I would say about this that is so interesting is that you have to know when to make a decision. And look, Kyle and Shanahan and John Lynch would admit, very readily that they've made their share of mistakes. You look at the first round of their first draft, and they made 2 of them. So a lot of this is basically, the Carolina Panthers gambled that if they had a back who, because of injury the 2 previous years, had been devalued. And so because he had been devalued, the 49ers were able to get him for, a lesser, make a lesser trade for him. But I just think that anytime you pick a quarterback with the last pick in the draft, and in his first year, he leads you to the conference championship game, and in the second year, he leads you to the Super Bowl. I mean, that's one of the great stories of all time. So, I think as great as the McCaffrey story is, I think the Purdy story eclipses it.
Peter King with us here on Willard and Dibs. Peter, I'm going to leave all the names on the board and just ask it open-ended. Of all individuals, who has the most to gain by winning this game Sunday?
Brock Purdy. Imagine you're in your second year in the NFL. You're the 262nd pick in the draft, and you come in and you have a head-to-head matchup with far and away, easily, no doubt, the best quarterback in the game, with a brilliant tactician in Andy Reid, and you do enough against a brilliant defensive tactician and a really good defense run by Steve Spagnuolo, and you win that game. I mean, Brock Purdy is never buying a meal again for the rest of his life in any community in the northern coast of California.
My partner is glass half full, Peter, and I'm the glass half empty guy. So
Yep.
In counterpoint to his question, who has the most to lose in this game?
See, I'm one who doesn't believe it's Kyle Shanahan.
Oh.
I just don't. And I'll tell you why. Dan Quinn is the guy in the first game when you say, how do you blow a 28-3 lead? And I get it. Shanahan they got 2 first downs in the last 28 minutes of the game. So that's bad. But he's not the one who allowed a team to score 31 unanswered points, in the last whatever, 19 minutes of the game, whatever it was, I forget. But so I don't think it's Shanahan. I honestly think that the person who would have the most to lose would be a guy we don't really know right now, because I don't think on the surface, if it isn't Shanahan, that you can pick a guy right now. I mean, what if Purdy throws 4 interceptions? What if he kind of revisits his performance, when they played Baltimore? Well, that would be quite a bit for him to lose. And then you're going to have all the people who analyze this game basically saying, okay, bubble burst, they got to get a new quarterback. Which, by the way, I can tell you this right now, they will not do. No matter what happens in this game. This is Brock Purdy's job.
Peter King, great stuff. And from your article, boldface names, you write 81 readers. That's how many of them have written in to give you tips to get rid of your 10-week cough. Which tips are you using, Peter?
The biggest one is that I'm on a sort of a nuclear acid reflux medication, which has helped, but it hasn't solved it. I've been on that now for 6 days, and I'm better, but I'm not great. And so I'm sort of hoping that, when I get back from this, I'll go back to the doctor and I'll basically say, okay, what are we going to try now? So, we'll see. It's just one of those things that is annoying because it really, really impacts my sleep. And I maybe get 4 or 5 hours every night. So, you wake up and you're tired.
Ugh.
So that's what's been a bummer about it. But anyway,
it's been a tough winter.
Life goes on.
Yeah, it sure has. Well, Peter, just the perfect thing for a cough. Las Vegas. Have a great trip, and thank you so much for hopping on as always.
All the best, guys. Thank you.
All right, to you as well. That was Odyssey NFL insider Peter King. Insider calls are brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin too. We'll react to that coming up, and Steve Kerr is going to join us in 18 minutes. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs. The road to Vegas is
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr in 10 minutes. Got questions.
Yeah? I don't know if he can answer them.
Got some questions.
Questions about the deadline? Because that's a Mike Dunleavy thing.
Well, and that's what he would say if we. Actually, I don't even know what he would say. He'd probably just stop talking for like.
Questions about Klay?
So, Steve, you going to make a trade?
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm here.
Yeah, in stereo.
Yeah. Give myself a 4 for my me.
It was good.
Steve, did we lose you? Yeah, no.
Yeah, you did.
Steve, are you benching Klay to?
I definitely have questions about that. We'll talk about it here in just a sec. Do you need to get some red and gold and station merch ahead of the big game? Visit breakingtea.com/957. That's our merch store, breakingtea.com/957. McCaffrey, Purdy, Debo, show-specific merch and more. Go check it out. Look, the word that I would use, and the audio is a little wonky, so we can't play it for you. If you're a big Warrior fan, you probably heard it. If not, you can go find it online. But we'll sort of encapsulate the whole thing for you. Anthony Slater talking to Klay Thompson about not being in the finishing lineup. And Klay is like, yeah, it stinks. Yeah, I'm happy for the young guys. Guy Santos is in the closing lineup for the Warriors. Like, what on God's green earth are we talking about? But they got to win, and Klay is inconsistent at best, and he is absolutely frustrated, and all that's normal and okay. But the one I struggle with is when Klay looks at Anthony Slater and goes, of course this is hard. I mean, to go from one of the best players to this, that's the tough one, man.
Well, that to me is the natural answer. That's the good, honest reaction.
That's the natural feeling, but it's not the natural answer. For 2 reasons, for me. 2 reasons. Number one, what Klay Thompson has struggled with this entire time is A, making it about him, and B, living in the past. Those are the things that I think are the big struggle. Super easy for me to sit here and say.
Well, the question was about him.
Understood.
So I'll forgive the first part of that.
Understood. But by the same token, when your team has won the basketball game and you have continued to go through stretches where it's one thing to miss shots, it's another to just make horrible decisions. You know, the game last week over the weekend when Klay throws up a brick and then steals the ball and then comes down the other end, and a lob to Kaminga is like as obvious as the sun coming up in the morning. And instead he stops and fires another 3 that barely grazes the rim. You can't do that stuff. No matter what injury you've had or where you've been or how much everybody feels for you, Klay Thompson is royalty in this city and never won't be. But the problem with it is everybody's sort of waiting for him to emotionally turn the page. It's as if we're all watching reality and Klay won't accept it. That's what's tough. I understand how hard it must be, and everyone's on his side. I'm not calling for him to be traded, benched, or anything else. He's Klay flipping Thompson. But the bottom line is, at a certain point, reality has got to be accepted. This feels to me, when you say that after a win, I mean, to go from the best player to this, it's no different than holding up 4 fingers at the Phoenix Suns when you're down by 27. It's like, my man, you're right. We know how great you were, and we know how great this run has been, but that's not now. And at a certain point, you got to start living now and being angry that then doesn't exist anymore.
Well, and I'll respond in terms of Klay. Who are you to decide what now is? Because Klay's had games that have looked like the Klay of old. And so if you're Klay, you're thinking that Klay is just a couple of shots away. And we know that Klay Thompson's a guy who can shoot his way into a Klay maker game. Now, it hasn't been as often as it has been in the past, and I have a back and forth with my friend Billy Domhoff, Billy D. He's a Klay apologist through and through, and we've had a full-on back and forth on IG, on text. It's been in person. It's been on the phone. It's been passionate, and last night is a game where you look at it and he goes 4 of 9, 8 points, and yeah, he was not in the finishing lineup because he shouldn't have been. But from Klay's standpoint, he is not willing to accept what you're putting out there in terms of the reality of now. For Klay, he still thinks that he's capable of being the Klay that he was in the past, and he is capable of that, but how often? It used to be 3 of every 4 games. Now it feels like it's 1 of every 4 games. And I give Steve Kerr credit for being able to, in times like last night, say, Klay, you're not going to be playing in crunch time because you're not doing it. You're not doing what we need. And you go to Guy Santos, who is playing great.
Look, I have no problem admitting what this must sound like. Here we are with microphones in front of our face being like, Klay, don't act like that. Like, oh my God, shut up. I totally get it. If I'm Klay, this kind of stuff would annoy the living hell out of me. But I can also only speak for me and for us and the fan experience. And I went off about this 6 weeks ago on one of our shows. It is wildly uncomfortable to watch how angry Klay seems all the time. Yeah. And that anger, you know, like smart people once said, once upon a time, I remember reading this quote, when you're constantly feeling angry, it is a sign that the world is not open to your energy. If you're constantly feeling angry, it's a sign that the world's not open to your energy. Like, in other words, why are you always angry? You're banging your head against the wall because something that you're continually trying to do isn't working. And that's where I feel like we've arrived with Klay. Sure, this sucks. I get it. It really, really sucks that you're not who you used to be. It stinks to high heaven that it went the way that it did. It's not fair that these things happen to your body. It stinks. And there's no way to wiggle your way out of a dynasty in a perfect fashion. That doesn't exist. But the other thing is that life goes on. And here we are. And there are games on the schedule and wins to get and all of these things. And I just think Warrior fans, for the most part, are getting to a spot of where we get pulled in 2 directions because we love the living hell out of Klay Thompson. But how long do we go on the journey of Klay refinding himself instead of moving on to, can we just play Warrior basketball now?
Well, they moved on last night. And I didn't sense that Klay was that angry. He was frustrated. And I think that the message I got from Klay was he understands why they went in a different direction. He's frustrated by it. And, you know, Draymond chirping in from the 3rd row made it seem like maybe Klay was more frustrated than he really was because Draymond was leaping in to defend him with, who gives a blank? I didn't finish game 5 in the NBA Finals and this and that. It's like, yeah, it's not about then. It's about now. And this happens more often now than ever before with Klay not finishing games. I think Klay is getting to a point where he's resigned to the reality of where his situation is. And I'm sure he's frustrated over the fact that he got a contract offer, reportedly, and he turned it down. And now the offer that he might get in the offseason could be smaller than the offer that he reportedly got a couple of months ago.
Last night might not be the perfect example, but it's exhibit
sure.
G.
He's been frustrated.
You know what I mean? And by the way, Draymond, who the bleep cares? I got the answer. Klay. That's who. Like
right,
those
Warrior fans care.
But these comments didn't blend. Like, Draymond's in the room going, who the bleep cares who finishes? And Klay's next sentence is, it totally stinks that I'm not finishing.
He cares.
It's like, that's who cares, Draymond. He does. And so that's what I'm getting at. You're looking at this discord. We're watching multiple events go on at one time, which is the big 3 navigating this constant, like, how are you now? How are you now? Are you okay with this? Are we going to do it that way? Are you okay? And blending it with Warrior basketball, which goes on.
Yeah.
And I get it. Fans are like, that's what's the discomfort of this. And, woe is us. I'm not saying that. Don't feel sorry for us. But the discomfort from Warrior fans is that you get pulled in two directions. We love Klay Thompson. He's royalty. I want him to be awesome too. But if he's not, then what do? Are we still allowed to root for the team to win games and do the right things to win games without having to do like mental health checks on everybody in the locker room after every game? It's just like we won. Is it okay that we won this way?
Right.
It's difficult. It's really difficult right now for a Warrior fan to find their lane. That's how I feel.
And I think a lot of it, Mark, is that Warrior fans, when we talk about the big three and we talk about the end of the big three, we all would assume that the end of the big three would happen at the same time, where all three would be playing at a certain level and then all three would be done at the same time and we could all pivot from there. But that's not the way life works. And maybe this is the end of the, quote, big three when you have Klay Thompson subbed out of the game with 7:19 to go and the Warriors up 4 and he doesn't return again and the Warriors go on to win. And then he has those comments post-game. The big three ending will not necessarily happen all at the same time.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. The other thing that's tucked underneath this, when you mentioned Draymond Green's name, super interesting to dive into the NBA analytics right now. Since Draymond Green's return, the Warriors are one of the most productive teams in the league. Like, it hasn't perfectly worked in the standings as of yet. Those 2 1-point losses at home a week and a half ago really stand out as to what's prevented this from actually being a special run. But by the same token, you can sort of feel something. It's not everything yet, but you can feel a little tremor in the negative system, if you will.
Yeah.
They look a little bit better. 2-1 on this trip. Sure, you lost in overtime when Steph scored 60. That's the kind of stuff that still makes you go, are you kidding me? Right? But here you are, 2-1 on the trip, and a game in Philly tomorrow night against the Sixers with no Embiid.
Yeah, and it feels like Draymond Green unlocks a lot of things, as Steve Kerr has told us many times on this very show. Draymond Green unlocks a lot of players with his basketball IQ, his selflessness, his passing, and his defense.
It's tough, man. I've tried to make this point all year, and I don't think that a lot of Warrior fans want to hear it, but I feel for the night in and night out decisions that Steve Kerr has to make. I really do. Take, for example, what we're looking at from last night. All right, so how do you play tomorrow night? Do you need to do a Klay check?
No.
Do you need? Well, my point being, do you ride with him again?
Well, we'll see.
And then if the shots are going in, you stick with him, and if you don't, you pull him. And then if that doesn't go right, then Warrior fans are mad. You're supposed to have predicted who was going to make shots in the fourth quarter.
Well, that's his job.
It's his job, but it's a little different this year, let's be honest.
It's tougher than it's ever been.
No idea who's doing what quarter and when.
Well, you got Podziemski and Guy Santos in your closing lineup. We all saw that back in November.
Exactly, man. I've been saying it all year. Can we give Steve Kerr a little bit of a nod of like, yo, there's some decisions this year in a game in and game out moment that are tougher than normal. And he's with us now. So let's head out to the Boxer and Gerson guest line. Steve Kerr, sponsored by Xfinity. The Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream live sports. And presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort. And the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. I was just at Great Clips over the weekend and saw my guy Ty, and I loved it. He did a great job, no matter what all of you think who are watching on YouTube. So I loved it. Steve Kerr joins us now, Coach. It's great to have you, and I know you don't want sympathy from anyone, so I'll ask it this way. Like, how has in-game decision-making for you been different this year versus years past?
Well, I think we have a very deep roster, which has been really helpful. Being able to survive a lot of injuries this year. I would say the tricky part is just the lack of clarity in terms of who to play from night to night, because our guys are very closely matched. To be honest with you, we've got a lot of guys who are good players who haven't really separated from one another. Now, Kaminga clearly has over the last month, which has been great to see. And we're starting to get consistent closing minutes from Brandon Pujemski as well, which is really exciting. But we got a lot of guys. You saw it with Guy and Lester last night. There's a lot of guys who could close the game, who could play well, who have the ability to be out there when we need them. So, it's a great challenge. It's great to have the number of guys that we have, but it is at times, it does make for some difficult decisions.
Well, let's just stick with Guy and Lester for a minute as we're all starting to get to know them a little bit better. What's impressed you the most about Guy Santos and Lester Quinones over the last couple of weeks, Steve?
Well, they've been with Santa Cruz now the last couple of years, and so we know both players really well. Lester is very athletic and bouncy. I thought his defense last night was fantastic. He had the big offensive night in Atlanta. He's capable of creating a shot and getting to the basket and being pretty explosive. So he gives us a nice quality there in that backup point guard role. And then with Guy, he reminds me a little bit of Juan Toscano-Anderson. It's all hustle and awareness and cutting at the right time and getting the offensive rebound, sprinting back in transition. He's a connector. The ball moves when he's out there, and he just makes everybody around him better. So it was really fun to see those two guys the last couple of games. After all the hard work they've put in Santa Cruz, it's great to see them rewarded and for them to reward us too.
Steve, I do wonder what kind of a surprise that is to you, though, since we're on this topic. Like, if we had said to you at the beginning of the year that Guy Santos would be in a closing lineup of a victory in February, what would your response have been?
We loved Guy in camp. We recognized the kind of player he is, an energy guy and someone, like I said, who can connect lineups, make people better. I don't think any of us saw that coming, closing a game, particularly with the depth that we have that I just talked about. But he was that group that he was with was really clicking, and I just felt like it made the most sense just to keep them together and let them finish, and they did a good job of it.
Minutes for some come at the expense of minutes for others, and it was Klay Thompson last night not in the finishing lineup. Where's Klay in terms of his overall confidence level and his game here now that he's been not in the finishing lineup in a couple of these games?
Yeah, we've talked, and that's all part of it. The communication that happens with each guy based on his own circumstances, and so right now Klay's going through a little bit of a rut. He's still a hell of a player and a guy that we're going to need and we're going to count on. But this last week, there's just been a few games where it just felt like it was the right thing to do to close with someone else, just based on how the games were going. And he's embraced it. He's accepted it really well. I thought his comments after the game last night were perfect, talking about the young guys and how happy he was for them. So he's handling it really well. But it's just kind of part of it for him. This has been a rough patch for him.
Yeah, Coach, I'd say the comments were definitely good teammate comments, but at the same time, he's definitely frustrated. And with everything that the two of you have been through together, I wonder what this has been like to make decisions like this. How much of a challenge has that been for you?
Well, when you know somebody for a decade, there's a lot of trust that's built up, and we've been through everything together. And the same goes for Steph and Draymond, and when these relationships are really grounded and founded in trust and respect. So these are, as I said, difficult decisions, but they're ones that that I have to make as the head coach, and that Klay has to accept as a member of the team. And doesn't make it easy, but it does mean that we just have to keep communicating, and we'll for sure do that.
Well, Steve, this is a difficult question to ask, but I'm going to ask it. Do you feel like Klay has an accurate acceptance of where he is in his career, particularly after what he's physically been through?
I just think Klay is going through what most, if not all, athletes go through at some point, where you're not quite the same guy as you were 5 years ago, and it's okay to admit that, and it's okay to accept it. And one of the things that we've talked about a lot this year, not only for Klay individually but for our team, is as we get older, how can we win in the margins? What can we do incrementally better this year to make up for the fact that we're a little older? And so those are conversations that I have with players, conversations I have with our team, and they definitely apply to Klay. That when he becomes a playmaker out there and moves the ball, he is at his best, and I think he's still an elite shooter. I mean, even during what for him is a down shooting year, he's still 37-38%, which is really good from three. But when he's coming off screens and hitting Looney or Trace Jackson Davis for a dunk, or swinging the ball to the weak side, we become a better team. And so we talk about things like that, and I think sometimes Klay is just so hard on himself, and he expects so much that he just wants to make every shot. And it can't be about the shooting. It's got to be about everything else.
Does that make it harder on Klay, though? Because, we all talk about the Claymaker game and the Splash Brother and all the shooting that he's done. And when the shot's not there, do you see that it might be difficult for Klay to really find his footing on this team?
No, I don't think there's any problem with him finding his footing on this team. I just think that, and I wouldn't know what it feels like to be Klay, but imagine being that good, scoring 38 and a quarter, 60 and 3/4, and then two career-threatening injuries later, and you're trying to find it. That can't be easy. That can't be easy. So I think that the main thing is he's still a very good player. He still represents something for us that's very important, which is the floor spacing, the defense, the versatility. He still has that. It's just different, and I think that part of the challenge for him and for us is just to adapt to that, to adapt to those changed circumstances, and still be a player who impacts winning, which he always has.
Steve Kerr with us here, Willard and Dibbs. Coach, what's the role of Steph and Draymond in a situation like this where Klay might be, feeling that frustration? Steph is still playing at the height of his powers. Draymond's been amazing since he's returned, and they've all been through this together. So what are they doing for Klay?
That's a question for them. I don't say anything to those guys. They have really powerful relationships, and you saw Draymond last night walk by Klay's locker and said, "Who cares? I got benched in the finals." And that's what a great comment from Draymond to remind Klay that he's not alone in that regard. And those guys are also close. That I have no doubt that Steph and Draymond are both giving Klay the support he needs behind the scenes.
One guy not getting benched too often is Jonathan Kaminga. Can you liken his eruption to any player maybe that you played with, or anything else that you've seen from a player who's gone from where he was last April and May, where he was not even playing really in the postseason, to now he's an absolute double-double machine?
Yeah, I mean, he's just had a breakthrough, and it's been so fun to watch. You see the way he's attacking the rim, the way he's cutting to the rim. He had several cuts to the rim last night for dunks. And, the breakthrough has happened, and it's exciting to see. The thing that I've just tried to remind people of the last couple of years is just how young a lot of these guys are. I mean, J.K. just had, I think, 10 games in the G League bubble before he got here. And so what we're doing now in the NBA is what college coaches used to do, 20 years ago. We're coaching freshmen and sophomores now, and so they have to become juniors, before they're really ready to feel and understand the game and understand winning. And I think that's what's happening right now with J.K. The foundation that he's been building the last couple of years is really clicking, and the game's slowing down. He's starting to see where he can attack and when, and he's minimizing his mistakes, and we've changed things for him too. We've opened up the floor. We've gone away from the two big lineup with Looney and Draymond, so he's got more space out there with playing with Steph and Klay and Wiggs, and he's really using it, and he's attacking well. So it's fantastic to see his growth and his development.
First of all, Coach, congratulations on getting a Draymond review correct.
That's right.
And secondly, take us through the anatomy of that with how forthright he is. I'll use that word in requesting your review when it involves him. Like, how do you guys balance that? Take us through what happens in those moments.
Well, Jacob Rubin is our coach who's got the monitor behind the bench. I always look to him, and sometimes the monitor either isn't working or he doesn't have a good angle, and these things happen pretty quickly. Draymond happened to be right along the baseline last night when the ball went out of bounds. But he jumps up. He says, review it. It went off them. I look at Jacob. Jacob shakes his head. He says, I don't have a good angle. And Draymond is desperately pleading with me to take the timeout. And it just felt like the right thing to say, all right, I trust you. We got this. And so it worked, and then like 10 minutes later, I had the whole bench erupting and telling me to challenge the foul on Lester. And that one didn't work. And I was joking with Jacob afterwards. We've had this process in place for a couple of years now, where I don't listen to anybody but him. And I told him after the game, our process is completely destroyed now. It's a total free-for-all.
Well, and those are almost impossible to overturn. The kick out, was it a kick out or did he impede the leg and whatnot? And those are, I think, much more difficult. But in terms of the Draymond factor, when he twirls that finger in the air, is part of you to just look away like you didn't even see it? Because Draymond probably wants you to challenge 8 to 10 a game, right?
Yeah. I think the time and circumstance do, help me make my decision. Like it just felt, everything was going great last night in the second half. We really were controlling the half. The team was playing so well. There's a great energy on the bench. It felt like a really good time to just say, yeah, you got it. I'll trust you on this one. If the opposite is true, if the game's going in the other direction, he does it out of frustration, I'm much more likely to pretend I didn't see him.
Good honesty.
Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, how's Andrew Wiggins' foot?
Good. He practiced today, and he's probable for tomorrow.
Okay, and along those lines, and I know he's been there most of the time, but along the lines of, for instance, Draymond's back, Moody is back, other guys are going to be coming back soon, GP2, Chris Paul, and you've mentioned a number of times that you love the team's depth, but we're also, of course, clearly aware of all of the minutes conversations that have gone on this year. So is there a point where that depth almost becomes a bad thing or a challenge for you?
It's never a bad thing. The opposite is way worse. I think the challenge is just trying to keep everybody on board and happy. And I give this team and every individual in this team great credit this year for sticking together in what has been a difficult season, below 500. We've lost a lot of close games. And a lot of guys have not received the minutes they've wanted. And this team has stuck together and kept things going. It's why I actually have a very positive outlook on the rest of the season. I really think we can turn this around and have a great year because we just have quality guys. That doesn't mean they're happy not playing, but they have embraced this idea of you support your teammate and you take advantage of your opportunity when it comes, and you just stay ready, and that's what the guys have done.
Trade deadline about 45 hours away. I'm sure you've had conversations with Mike Dunleavy. I don't want to betray the trust that you have between the GM and yourself, but what are these days like as a head coach, knowing that the team's starting to play well and starting to really gear up for a run, yet you may lose some pieces and add some new pieces in the next couple of hours?
Yeah, it's all, part of the rhythm of every season. You get to this week and you just don't know exactly what's going to happen. The fact is usually nothing happens. I would say definitely more than half of the times in my, 10 years here, nothing's happened. But the possibility of it is there. The players feel it. Their families feel it. So you don't really know what's going to happen, and you just have to keep moving forward. And but yeah, I'll be talking to Mike every day the next couple of days, and we'll see how it all plays out. But I don't anticipate anything happening.
Yeah, Steve, it's interesting, and you've been very clear in the past with the way reports come out on social media at times and whatnot. There's a report a couple of hours ago that termed the Warriors as desperate to make a deal. Like, what would you tell fans who listen to what you just said but see that on social media?
Well, be careful what you read. I mean, it's I can tell you there's been no desperation on our part whatsoever. Mike is doing his job. He's staying in touch with everybody from around the league. So, there's plenty of conversations, but there's zero desperation, I can tell you that.
Is it safe to buy a Curry jersey, Steve, or is Steph on the move?
Yes, splurge and go buy it. It should be fine for many years to come.
I had to put you on the record, Steve, not to corner you. It's not usually my bit.
It's a huge relief because I already bought one for my kid for Christmas, so it's a huge relief. Coach, thank you as always. Philadelphia tomorrow, Indiana on Thursday. Big finish to the road trip. How are you feeling about those two matchups, by the way, back to back, and fatigue and everything that goes into it?
Yeah, we've had a lot of games. So I think it'll be 5 and 7 days by the end of this trip. So not an easy trip, but our guys are really doing a great job of competing and staying together. And I think we have a chance here to get on a run, and I'm excited.
Final score: Niners Chiefs.
24-23 Niners.
Oh, crying out loud.
That's not cover, Steve.
That's what? Jake Moody at the buzzer? Are you trying to kill us?
I mean, I don't. I just you ask me, I give an answer, and then you're going to critique me. I mean,
I'm just telling you.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Point,
I don't know if I'll be back for next week's interview. I'm going to be in the hospital if it's that close. That's all I'm saying.
Go Niners.
Yeah, there it is.
Well done,
Steve. All right, Coach. Thanks as always.
All right. See you guys.
All right. We definitely
Steve
will.
likes the under, apparently, but barely.
What is it, 47 and a half?
I think so, yeah. Or 48.
24-23. My guess was 24-13, but that's not a good guess. That's just me trying to be like, double digits, y'all. Let's chill in the fourth quarter.
Up 24-6 and Mahomes gets a cheapie late, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Ottoman.
Yeah. So they can show Taylor, yay!
Travis got one.
Travis cut it to 11.
Right.
Something like that. You know what I mean? I don't need more stress in my life.
Moody from 47.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Niners down 23-21 with 2 ticks left. Moody from the left hash. Snap, hold, kick.
Okay, fun question.
All right.
If I offered you that right now.
Moody from 47 for the win.
The Niners are down 2 with 2 seconds to go. and Jake Moody is lining up from 47 yards in a dome.
Yeah.
I offer that to you. Do you take it?
I'm taking it. I'm taking it.
I am shockingly with you.
Yeah.
Because that means
Can't do it.
No, that means that means you are like 75% chance to win the Super Bowl.
I was going to say 80, but I think you're probably
yeah,
right.
like even though it would freak us out and he might miss, and yeah, he's not the most trustworthy kicker I've ever seen.
They just had one blocked in the postseason as well.
But I'd argue that it's more likely to go in than not. So I'm offering you right now a better than 50-50 shot to win the Super Bowl.
How about this?
I think you got to take it.
How about this as a counterpoint? Down 5, 3 seconds left with whatever down from the 9-yard line.
Oh, crap. No, I like the Moody one better.
Yeah.
The percentages are better.
How about from the 5? It gets better. I mean, if you're at the 5-yard line.
Give me the 1. Then I'll take it.
The 1, I think, is more like a 30-yard field goal.
No, but the defense knows what you're going to do in those situations. Like, you're basically taking me back to Niners-Ravens, who had 4 shots.
Damn fade route.
From inside the damn 5 or whatever it was, and they couldn't get it done.
From the 2.5-yard line would be a fair equivalent because you could run it.
Right.
You could go McCaffrey. You can't really sneak it from the 2.5.
If there's 2 seconds left and you're outside the 5, that defense knows exactly what you're doing.
Good point.
And I think you're less than 50-50 to get it. Dan Campbell from the 7-yard line. You're going for 2?
Dummy.
There you go. I don't want that. I don't want that bet. I'm not saying they can't do it.
Would you rather have Moody from 47 or Brock from the 2.5-yard line? That's really the question. One play. Let's say it's a great question. It's an untimed down. You had PI at the 2.5-yard line.
I still think your percentage play is to take the kick.
Interesting. With the rookie kicker?
Well, again, if you're going to say 75 to 80%, I think we would all agree. You're basically asking me like a 2-point conversion
which is about 55%.
Which is 55.
Yeah.
I think if I'm playing analytics, give me the kicker. Give me the kicker.
But Brock.
I know.
The highlights.
But Brock got him into field goal range.
Yeah, good point. In theory, unless it was a pick or, a fumble. But
this is all nauseating.
It's great.
I'll be honest with you.
We'll save some of these for the stream the next couple of days.
Grandy looks
Are you kidding? Listen to me.
Yeah.
My gosh. It's nauseating.
Grandy looks like he's turning white as a ghost right now, even listening to this stuff. Kid's never even seen his team win the Super Bowl.
Right. Yeah, win or lose might not matter because I don't think I'll survive.
Yeah. Like, I'm gonna faint. I'm gonna faint. I will say this. Here's one thing, and we could ask this one. All right, 1-score game, either way, 3 minutes to go.
Right.
And someone's about to get the ball. Niner fans, would you rather be down and have the ball with Brock? Or would you rather be ahead and give the ball to Pat?
Oh, that's an easy one.
Is it now?
That's an easy one.
What is it?
You want the rock, Brock. You don't want to see
big.
You don't want to see Patty Ice again.
Rock.
You don't want to see Patty Ice again.
You better be careful.
Thank you.
All right. You know what? We take some calls on that. Let's have some fun with this. I like that one. 888-957-9570. 3 minutes to go in the Super Bowl. Would you rather be down and Big Rock Brock's got the ball? Or would you rather be ahead? And like they used to say on SNL, here comes Pat. We're sponsored by Safeway. We'll take your calls. It's Willard and Dibs.
Find savings on freshness and warmth this week at Safeway. Honey Crisp apples and navel oranges just 97 cents per pound. Signature Farms Picnic Pack Chicken buy one get one and Chunky or well.
Exactly.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's right, Mark.
It's a tough question to ask in any form at any time of life.
That was not a great question. That was just probing crap.
Well,
Actually, this is not probing crap.
No. Like, essentially, this comes in many forms, but the question is, what about me?
Oh, I thought you were going to say an even more, like a powerful question is like, how you feeling? And normally how you feeling is like...
What, am I on a couch?
Well, hey, how you feeling, Mark? Normally when I ask you how you're feeling, I'm just hoping and waiting for you to say, I'm good. How are you? And then I can just say, oh, I'm good too. And we move on. But to really ask, how are you feeling? Well, do you really want to know how I'm feeling?
You don't. Go ask your grandparents.
Exactly.
Watch what happens. Hey, Grandma, how you doing?
Oh, it's my bunions and totally.
I mean, an hour and a half later, you're like, that was not.
Can you help me fix my phone?
Thank you. Yeah.
I love your Ellen. That's a damn 5, and I've never met her. I don't even need to meet her.
Oh, God. We will be asking pointed crap questions to Larry Krueger. Is that going to be on Thursday? On the live stream?
Yeah.
We're going to do that for a while because he's in Vegas. And
Thursday.
Larry Krueger in Vegas.
Stop whopping me.
It's one of the biggest dichotomies ever. I mean, honestly. Larry Krueger in Vegas. You know what I mean? You want to go to Vegas with someone who's like, all right, I want to go with like Kyle Shanahan. Like, I want to go with somebody who's going to be like, let's get loose. Okay? Let's get after it a little bit. Instead, no doubt, Larry Krueger is like, all right, we're in Vegas. Time to go to the business center and study up for the draft.
I know, right?
Like, dude, play some craps. Do something out there. Stop looking at film.
Stop whopping me.
No. Stop looking at film of LSU because you think you found an offensive lineman for the Niners in the 4th.
Stop whooping me.
Jeez.
Stop.
Get out.
You don't want to go to Vegas with me right now because
I'd love to go to Vegas with you.
Well, I would
think it'd be hilarious.
Be a lot of sleep for your boy. Having a young baby.
That's true.
Be a lot of a lot of TV, a lot of room service.
This is how I describe parenthood. Like when it's for people who haven't been parents before and it just starts like that first year of parenting.
Oh, God.
A trip to Europe by yourself and back sounds amazing.
Yeah, flight only.
I'd be like, fly me to Germany. When I land, turn around, come back with no one. Sounds perfect.
Oh, yeah.
I would love that.
Couple of Ambien and see you on Tuesday.
Night.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be good.
So that's me in Vegas.
Yeah.
March Madness is going to be a lot of.
It's exciting.
Yeah, a lot of horizontal time for your boy.
San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says that we are 4 days, 22 hours, 53 minutes, and 11 seconds away from the big game. Inside of 5 days.
Yeah.
We're inside of 5 days. How you feeling, Dibs?
I'm feeling more nervous than I had been feeling in terms of the matchup.
Nothing bad can happen.
Well, not for 4 hours, 22 minutes, 22 hours and 52 minutes, 4 days, whatever. I butchered it. Sorry to the SF Sheriff's Office and your countdown clock.
We'll call you Butcher Boy. It's fine.
I'm starting to I want to go back to the playoffs. I'm starting to think more and more about the matchup and, what could happen and how things could go. I'm thinking about Chase Young jogging or yogging, depending on what you like.
He does yoga.
After Isaiah Pacheco. I'm thinking about them not being able to contain the run on the edge. I'm thinking about Patty Mahomes slicing and or dicing like a Ginsu infomercial, but wait, there's more. I'm worried about Travis Kelce and his bad blood singing girlfriend going over the middle for 6 yards on 3rd and 5, 8 yards on 3rd and 7. I'm getting a little bit worried, Mark, about this Kansas City team, a team that I've been telling you to worry about for a long time.
Nothing to worry about. They're really good. They're really good.
They're really good.
Yeah.
And
the Niners might lose.
I predicted a win over Buffalo. I predicted a win over Baltimore.
You did.
And I think that the Niners are going to win the game, but my confidence has gone from an 8 down to about a 6.5 today.
Right. Well,
it's going down a little bit.
Might just be what you ate because there's no reason for that. Like nothing happened today.
No. Well, the Niners can't even practice, Mark, on some mushy field.
Well, it's Tuesday. You don't.
And the
practice
Chiefs
on
are
Tuesday.
indoor.
Yeah. Also not practicing today.
That's true.
It's Tuesday.
And I think Thursday, the Niners might actually practice where the Chiefs are practicing.
Yeah, there is that word that the Niners, because that'll be their hardest practice of the week. They'll go hard, and they may not want to do that at UNLV. So they may do it over at the Raiders practice facility. They'll just have to do it around the Chiefs' plans, which means they may have to do it later or earlier in the day than they want to, but they're big boys and they will survive. We're going to go to the phones on this. Fun question. If you were in a one-score game, 3 minutes to go, Niner fans, would you rather be down by one score and you get the ball at your own 20 with Brock Purdy at the helm, or would you rather have the lead by one score, 3 minutes to go, and Patrick Mahomes gets the ball for the Chiefs? So we can answer that. We'll take the calls. I do want to get this off the chest, though, because I think it goes hand in hand with two of my answers here. First of all, I do think the 49ers are going to win the game. I think they should win the game. I think they're the better team when they're at the height of their powers. Will they be? I don't know. They haven't been so far in these playoffs. I'm hopeful that they will refine that. But the other reason I think that they're going to win is because I think Kyle Shanahan is masterful. I think he's absolutely masterful. And so therefore, with that said, I got to get something off my chest. And he's probably everybody's favorite here at the station. And I'll text him as soon as this segment is over so that I can let him know I do not mean for you to catch strays here, Guru.
Man, I'm catching strays.
I do not mean for you to catch a stray. But there was something said earlier today, and it was just a quip. It was a quick side comment. And but it made me laugh because it perfectly displays, at least for me and him, the difference in the way we look at Kyle Shanahan. Steiny was trying to build a point, and he was talking about Kyle Shanahan's arrogance. But before he used that word, he goes, all right, traditionally, what is Kyle Shanahan's biggest weakness? What he wanted Guru to say was arrogance, so that he could make his point about the way what he says lands with people. But it's not what Guru said. What Guru said, without any hesitation, I mean, just as if the answer was right there. What's 2 + 2? It's 4. What is Kyle Shanahan's traditional weakness? Oh, situational play calling. And I thought to myself, that's Kyle's weakness? I would argue it's literally what he does better than anybody on planet Earth. It is why he is Kyle Shanahan. It is why he's a head coach in the NFL. It is why the 49ers are in the Final Four for the fourth time in 5 years. It is why around the league, if you put Kyle Shanahan up for sale, no less than 25 to 27 teams would buy immediately, because he is widely known as the most innovative, genius play caller on planet Earth. Yet, Guru represents many who will, with zero hesitation, say that situational play calling is apparently his biggest weakness. It's what he does. It's what he does every time Debo breaks free. That's situational play calling as well. I found that interesting, that anybody would think that play calling of any form is in some way Kyle Shanahan's weakness. It is clearly it's his biggest strength.
I think his biggest weakness is clock management. And I think that we have seen it at times at the end of first halves. And I think that you might have that rear its ugly head in terms of timeout usage and whether or not you go for it at the end of the first half, knowing you're going to get the ball to start the second half or not, whether or not you lay back. That, to me, is the one thing that you can criticize.
And I'm so glad he's listening. Guru, I love you so much.
He's weighing in.
Quote, it's why they lost the 19 Super Bowl. Look at the play calling in the fourth. And I would argue what I look at in the fourth is, for instance, George Kittle running down the seam wide open in a beautiful play call by Kyle Shanahan that Jimmy Garoppolo didn't see. Didn't see it. I would also argue that when you have a 10-point lead, we often look at play calling over what's happening on the other end. If the score is 20-10 with 6 minutes to go and the other team ends up with 31, I'm going to argue something's going on the defensive side of the ball. Maybe a little bit more than what's happening on the offensive side of the ball. Never would I argue that Kyle Shanahan's play calling is perfect. That doesn't exist. Remember the what we played earlier. Listen to what Kyle said just last night. He's being asked about Brock Purdy and the game manager narrative, but listen to what he says about systems in the NFL.
Well, it's such a weird conversation to hear the whole world talk about this, but in my opinion, there's no such thing as a great quarterback if you can't be a game manager. So I don't get how being a system quarterback and a game manager is a negative. The job of a quarterback is to manage the game, and it is to run the system. The system's what you work on all week. That's what the O-line works on. That's what your 5 eligibles work on. That's everything. And the quarterback, if you want to be great, you better be able to run that system, and you better be able to manage the game. But if you want to stay in that position, understand that no system is going to be perfect.
Right there.
There's going to be times where you have no answers. And if you want to stay there, you better make some plays. And that's how you become a consistent quarterback. You're a game manager, you run the system right, and you can make plays. And if you don't have those 3 things, it's a matter of time. 1 game, 2 game, 2 years, it's a matter of time. But Brock does all 3 of those things, so I don't get what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm with you, Kyle. And when he says no system is perfect, sometimes you don't have answers. I wish we would all watch football in a way of realizing that when a play gets called, there's a millionaire on the other sideline who's trying to stop you, and sometimes he's right.
Right.
Sometimes
the players who execute the play
make a play.
Or they don't make a play.
Or your players mess up and don't see it, or what have you. It's just so hindsight 2020 to look at a play and be like, well, that was the play call. Well, actually, it might not have been.
Right.
Brock Purdy, those 3 runs, that wasn't the play call.
I think what Guru is referring to, and many people have pointed this out, in the Super Bowl, Kansas City scores, and you get the ball back, you're up by 3, and you run it once, and you pass it twice, and you punt it, and you only took 1:03 off the clock. That's what a lot of people look at as the big issue with situational play calling. Mostert gets 5, 2nd and 5, you throw it incomplete, 3rd and 5, you throw it incomplete, and then you punt it back to Mahomes. Instead of 3 runs, take time off the clock. Even if you have to punt it, you at least take time off the clock.
Right, but that opinion is based on the passes being incomplete,
Correct.
Which they could have been complete.
They could have been.
And if they were complete, and then we
But if you run the
and they
ball,
would have worked.
Even if you run it and you fail, you at least take 40 seconds off the clock twice as opposed to no time off the clock.
But that feels like a loser mentality that fans hate. I don't want to, even if you fail, then we get to punt, but there's less time.
But if you're running it effectively, and they had been, for the most part.
I mean, Patrick Mahomes does not need a lot of time.
Right.
He does not need you give him, ask Josh Allen, give Patrick 25 seconds and he can ruin your dreams. So,
well, they gave him 5-10 and he scored twice.
Exactly. They scored
3 times in the final 7 minutes of that game.
So a lot of people who have that same opinion, you should have just run the ball, are the same people that are saying that Dan Campbell should have gone for the jugular before halftime.
Right.
Why would you do that? So sometimes you fight aggression with aggression, not I'm going to submit that you're going to beat us, so allow me to bring the clock down and lessen your chance to beat me. No, keep the ball. Get a first down. That's how you keep Patrick Mahomes completely off the field.
But if you don't execute with a quarterback that you don't really have a lot of faith in, is that really putting your best foot forward?
I guess I'm just saying.
I'm with you in terms of...
The phrase is if you don't execute, which means it doesn't matter. That could be pass. That could be run.
Of course.
That could be flea flicker. If you don't execute, you punt.
And that's where this discussion for me always falls a little short, because if Dan Campbell on 4th and 2 has his wide receiver, Reynolds, catch the ball, if he catches that pass and you move the chains and you go on and you win it, it's, oh my God.
Genius.
He's biting kneecaps.
That's right.
He's got the biggest rocks in the building. Dan flipping Campbell. Oh, the courage on this guy to go for it in that spot. Man, Dan, coach of the year, coach of the decade. But Reynolds drops the ball and the Niners score on a doink off a face mask, and then you fumble and the game is tied. So now all of a sudden, we're not biting kneecaps. We're chopping off our own leg to spite our face. And it's the same thing here with Shanahan. So I know what Guru's saying, and I'm citing the sequence that Guru, I would imagine, is talking about. But if Garoppolo hits Kittle and you move the chains, and then you go back to running it, and then he hits, Kendrick Bourne, and you move the chains again, and Mahomes never gets the ball back, and you win the Super Bowl, we're not saying a word about the play calling.
And that is my belief. If Garoppolo sees Kittle and hits him, the Niners win. Third down.
Well, and he had Emmanuel Sanders, and that was in the subsequent drive when they were down by 4.
No doubt. But that's a tough throw. That's a tough throw.
He overthrew him by 5 yards, Coach.
I know.
Coach.
Brock Purdy overthrew Brandon Ayuk by 5 yards. It hit a helmet and they won.
Right.
So,
the difference.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all. That's all I'm saying, man.
No, and I think that's a great way to parallel it.
He knows how to call a play. No?
Yes, but I do think at times, and I'm thinking about maybe it was the NFC Championship against the Rams where he brought Trent Williams in motion and he tried to run that wham block
Sure. Stuff has not worked.
You wham block and you give it to Juszczyk and he gets stuffed. It's like sometimes he gets a little bit too cute for his own good.
Don't you feel like as arrogant as he is, he'd be the first one to be like, yeah, that didn't work. I wish I had that.
Depends on what he's been drinking.
Yeah, there you go.
You give him 3 or 4.
Let me say it again. That didn't work. Whoa.
The way I drew it up, I thought it was going to be pretty clever.
Come on, man. We're all living here. Sometimes you call it and it blows up in your damn face.
And if all the
doesn't
play
make
calls,
you bad at what you do.
So Shanahan had, and I'm going to look at the box score to get it exactly right, 31 passes and 22 rushes. So 53 plays from scrimmage. Do we expect him to go 53 for 53 in terms of good play calls? And even if he calls 53...
If he's a genius.
If he calls 53 correct plays, are you going to win on all 53 of those plays?
No. Someone's going to blow some of those up.
Well, Jimmy threw 2 picks.
Yep.
And, you had a couple of runs that didn't work, and you had some drops and the rest of it. So
And the refs messed a couple of them up.
Okay, there it is. I'm wearing stripes tomorrow.
Well, then I'll do it on Zoom. Let's go to Vince in the city. You're right, I won't. I'm not missing this week. Are you crazy? Vince, what are you doing, man? You're over Willard and Dibs.
Hey, guys. Stuck in traffic.
Damn.
Aside from suffering a cardiac arrest with the scenario you guys dreamt up, I do have a question to ask regarding this scenario, and that is, where is the ball on the field?
Okay, so it's a fake scenario, so we can just make this up as we go. Let's call it the 20.
Hypotheticals.
Yeah, you get it at your own 20. And by the way, I'm going to take a field goal out of play. Let's call it a 4-point game. Use a 4-point game.
1 timeout.
3 minutes to go. A timeout. The 2-minute warning is live. And do you want the ball with Purdy down 4 at his own 20? Or do you want the 4-point lead and Mahomes has the ball at his 20?
I've got to say, I got to take the points on this one. I would rather our defense go up against that offense and have them drive 80 yards down the field. Now, the biggest worry I would have is pass interference, but
yeah,
I would take the point, and I think our defense would hold, definitely.
You know what, Vince? As much as, because Dibs, you answered, give the rock to Brock.
Give the rock to Brock. I don't want Patrick Mahomes on the field running around, throwing underhand and behind the back. No, thank you.
I think that's the first, and this is the Mahomes fear, which is building every day right now.
Yeah.
With good reason. He's so flipping good, it's ridiculous. But I think that's the first reaction for a 49er fan. I don't want Mahomes with the ball. However, I'll give Vince this. If you ran analytics on what I'm saying, I think the percentage play is to take the lead and be on defense. I would argue that is, if you just look, and again, that takes out, but who has the ball? Not just anyone. Pat has the ball. But I would argue, if you opened up, a Game Center file on the internet that tracks the analytics win probability, if you're the Niners and you're up 4, 3 minutes to go, and the Chiefs have the ball at their own 20, wouldn't you argue that the Niners' win probability would be above 50%?
Oh, yeah. It'd probably be closer to 80. It'd be 75 or 80.
And what about the other way around? Chiefs up 4. Brock Purdy's got the ball at his own 23 minutes
It's the same.
to go. Yeah.
I mean, it might be a little bit higher for the Chiefs because it's Purdy and not Mahomes, with all respect to Brock Purdy. And I know he's done it here in the playoffs where there were 6 minutes left and he led the team down the field. Much different when you have 6 minutes because the threat of running is a lot greater than if it's 3 minutes in our hypothetical scenario. But for me, yes, the lead is great, but I don't want the lead with Mahomes on the field. I'd rather have the deficit. And let's go, Brock. Let's go, Mr. Irrelevant.
Let's have the Chiefs have the ball, but sub out Mahomes and go with Chad Henne.
Is that who their backup is?
I don't even know if that's their backup.
I was going to say Chase Daniel, but I know it's not.
Is it Blaine Gabbert? I don't
Gabby,
even know.
Gabby.
I don't even know. Let's go to Eric in Napa. Hi, Eric. What you doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Big fan of the station here. Love listening to you guys.
Thank you.
I just want to say something about Sunday, man. I see a lot of people are heavily favored in Kansas City, and that's cool. They got Mahomes, they got the coaches. They've been there, done that. But let's not forget, Barack is in his second year. Back in 2001, Brady was in his second year, and he took down the greatest show on turf. So I think we're going to see a lot of similarities. I'm going Niners 24. Niners 27, Chiefs 24.
Eric, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I like it, Eric.
I think that's really high scoring is what I think. I've long thought 24 is the magic number in this game. Lawler's Law, first one to 24 wins.
Nice.
Although, if somebody gets, obviously, if the Chiefs go well over that, the Niners are dust. I don't think you want to get into a back and forth with Patrick Mahomes, but traditionally, the better defense is the one to bet on in a game like this. I just don't know if that's the Niners anymore.
It's not.
Yeah, it should be.
But it's not. It's just not. And if you look at the metrics and you look at the season in totality and what the Chiefs did in Baltimore, I think the Chiefs defense right now, with 4 days and 22 hours and change to go, the Chiefs defense is better than the Niners defense.
I get where you're coming from. That's matchup dependent, though.
It is.
It's dependent on a whole lot of things. All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More of your calls next. Our conversation with Peter King. This is Willard and Dibbs.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Now, I don't know that this works, but
105.7 The Game.
I got an announcement.
Yeah?
I got some information.
Ooh, really?
No, the Giants didn't sign anybody.
Yeah, they did. They traded for somebody.
Yeah, it was great. Just remember, they're talking to Jorge Soler.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're
Damn it,
talking.
Farhan.
They're talking. They are talking. Okay. So I'll give you the announcement in a second. It's a fun one. But first, the Warriors continue their East Coast road trip tomorrow and Thursday, which means we will continue our super secret Willard and Dibbs Super Bowl party. Means as soon as we kick it over to Warriors coverage, which tomorrow will be at 3:30, and then Thursday will be at 3.
Woo!
Okay?
Yeah.
Soon as we get to those moments, the show continues on the Odyssey app and on YouTube and Twitch, commercial free, and like Kyle Shanahan at a media event, loose. We get loose, okay? We'll do some drinking and some talking and interacting with you, and it's going to be a ton of fun. Now, to add into that, you're going to want to make sure you're with us during that time because we'll tell you how you can win a trip to Vegas to see Billy Joel later on this year. We're going to fly you out. We're going to get you tickets. This is not rinky-dink. We're going to get you all taken care of. Make sure you're with us when we continue our show. Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube the next 2 days, 3:30 tomorrow, 3 o'clock Thursday. That is once the Warriors get started with their back east games, Philly tomorrow, Indiana on Thursday. So that leads to this announcement. Want to know what's going on tomorrow with Willie and Dibby? First of all, at 2:30, the great, and I mean great, Michelle Beadle is going to join us on the show.
I love it. Beadle at 2:30.
Beads.
I mean, because we know that Ramona Shelburne's Momo.
I've actually never.
Beads.
I've never met Michelle.
Okay.
I've never met Michelle.
So I can't drop a Beads?
No.
You won't?
Yes, you can. You absolutely can. I think she rides that way.
Well,
I think she'll be cool with it.
I dropped a Momo on Ramona Shelburne
She didn't
only
like
because
it?
no, she
No,
did
yeah,
only
she's-
because you know her, and I
No.
felt like
I don't
therefore
know.
I know her.
Yeah, but you're a risk taker. Do it. Do it.
I won't.
Call her Beads. No, but I've never met Michelle. I do not know Michelle, but I'm very, very excited to have her on. And then we'll do Cleared to Play and get the injuries with Doc Pandy a short time after that. And then once the stream gets started at 3:30, guess what's happening at 4 o'clock tomorrow?
Tell me.
Bob Weir, Grateful Dead.
What?
Massive 49er fan, 4 o'clock, extended Deadhead hour.
Whoa.
On the stream. So make sure you are with us for all of that. Tomorrow at 4 o'clock, Bob Weir, Grateful Dead,
Whoa.
Niner Talk. What does Bob Weir think about Drake Greenlaw's behavior? We're going to get into it.
BYOB. Bring your own
Bob. Exactly.
Yes. He thought I was going to go, but no. That's not how I roll.
Exactly.
Anymore.
So, yeah.
Bob Weir?
That's happening tomorrow.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah. And then on Thursday, we're apparently going to get a full hour live in Vegas with Larry Krueger, and we will go over every single player projected to be drafted later on this year.
Pick by pick.
Exactly.
Can't wait.
He was the one who knew. He knew. He was the wackadoodle who kept telling people, even though they made fun of him, hey, this Brock Purdy guy looks pretty good. Yeah, that's nice, Larry. Thanks.
I don't think he had it before the draft. I don't think anybody did.
No, not before the draft.
But after the draft, once he saw him, yeah.
In camp, he was looking at it and he goes, looks pretty good. It's not like he was out there being like, you should start. But he's like, no, he's not a chump. This guy can play. And people were like, if we get to do you remember those comments?
Oh, yeah.
And people were like, look, if we get to Brock Purdy, it doesn't even matter because the season is over.
Completely. And here we are 2 years later. Super Bowl.
In the Super Bowl.
And Brock Purdy's, they met the media earlier, and apparently there was a gaggle of reporters around Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Surrounding the poor guy.
I know.
Mr. Relevant. Suddenly he's more relevant than almost anybody down there in Vegas.
A little 23-year-old cute guy, no idea what's about to hit him. Just the sweetest little pie there living next door.
I do think he knows exactly what's about to hit him.
I do too.
I think that his attitude, his countenance, his faith, all of it combined is going to lead him to a spot where he's going to be as calm as anybody will be on the field on Sunday.
He likes Steve Wilkes, man. He's built for this.
Yeah.
He's built for this.
I think so.
So's the other guy, though.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Yeah. So's Pat, though.
He's a flash in the pan. Come on, Mahomes.
Our conversation with Peter King, a good one, and we'd like to share it with you again. And I began by asking Peter about one line that stood out from his column, which you should check out. It's very Niner heavy, Football Morning in America. In there, he detailed his ride-along with Kyle Shanahan on his way to work a little bit over a week ago. And Peter said that it was clear that Kyle's excited to have the last pick in the draft on his side in this game against Mahomes. So I asked what exactly Peter heard that made him feel that way.
First of all, he loves Pat. He thinks he's fantastic. Who couldn't? Who wouldn't think that? But one of the things about Brock Purdy that we talked about is just a simple fact. He brought it up that, he said it's comical how many people are down on Purdy and don't think he's that good and think that they're winning in spite of Brock Purdy. And he made this point that if Joe Montana played now, how do you think people would view him? He doesn't run around like Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes. So they would view him like, oh, how good can this guy be? He doesn't have the greatest arm, and all this stuff. And then he made the point that, it's comical. And the reason why he thinks that all these people just minimize what he does, the reason is that, he was picked low in the draft. He's not Mr. Tools. He's not the 5-tool superstar. And look, even though he did run for 52 yards in a 15-minute span last week in the championship game, he's not as good a runner, obviously, as Mahomes is. But I just got this sense that we got what we need, and he's happy to have this guy as a quarterback. And look, one of the things, obviously, we talked about is the whole Brady thing. But his point, and I mean, you probably read it, and I'm sure it's been clipped out of my story and run in the media there in San Francisco, is that, listen, he wasn't positive that Purdy and Trey Lance, although I think he really meant Purdy a lot more than Lance, he wasn't sure whether he's going to be healthy at the start of the season. And so this was Tom Brady, even though if you sign Brady, Brady's playing, they signed him basically because Brock Purdy, or they tried to sign him basically because Purdy had surgery, major surgery, exactly 6 months from the first game of the season. So anyway, those are a few things that were interesting in the ride.
No, fantastic stuff. And the idea of a revisit with Tom Brady, I think, caught many of us by surprise. And now here we are some 4 or 5 months later, and Kyle Shanahan's there with Brock Purdy. And where do you think the confidence level is, not only with Brock Purdy, but for Kyle Shanahan in general with this team the second go-round after the heartbreak that happened 4 years ago?
Well, I know that there's an awful lot of people who believe that, oh, Kyle's got to win this game. He's going to get branded with the, can't win the big one if he doesn't win this game. And, I mean, obviously, anytime you're in a Super Bowl, you want to win. And if you don't win, it's crushing disappointment and all that. But I don't think Kyle Shanahan looks at any game where the quarterback on the other side is Patrick Mahomes and says, if we lose, we're a bunch of losers. I just don't feel that he believes that. Now, clearly, I'm reminded, this is my 40th Super Bowl. The first one I ever covered was in 1985 at Stanford in Palo Alto. January of '85, and that was the Montana Marino Super Bowl. And obviously, Joe won the game, outplayed Marino. And after the game, everybody was saying, "Hey, Dan, don't worry about it. You're going to get back here. You'll be back." He never got back. So that's why every time you get in this game, you can't leave anything undone. You can't leave any stone unturned. And that's why I just believe that, the 49ers are going to be ready to play their best game. And, the other team is going to have a lot to do with whether they actually are able to play that best game.
We're talking with Peter King. Insider calls are brought to you by Old Spice Gentleman's Blend Body Wash, providing exfoliation plus 24/7 moisturization because men have skin too. Another great nugget in there, Peter, is Kyle's telling you about when he was the guy holding the wire behind his dad in the Super Bowl many years ago, and this is coming on the heels of the NFC having won 13 Super Bowls in a row. And so Kyle's like, well, the AFC always loses. So he says to his dad the day before the game, Dad, do you really think you have a chance to win this game, Broncos versus Packers? And Mike Shanahan is like, are you kidding me? We're definitely going to win this game. And they do. And, Peter, I've learned this through the years, too. Coaches sometimes, they sort of have a feeling, right? They're doing the game planning, and it's like, I think we got – so I'd love for you to speculate. You sat with Kyle. Did you notice anything? Does Kyle think they're going to win this one?
Well, I'm going to defer that question, and I'll tell you exactly why. Because I rode to work with Shanahan last Tuesday. So he told me he hadn't even finished watching the Kansas City-Baltimore tape yet. And he had so many things going on.
Right.
Obviously, when you win the Super Bowl, you got all these logistics to worry about. But I will be shocked if right now, if I made that ride with Kyle, if he didn't figure we have the recipe to win this game, because that's who Kyle Shanahan is. He's just like his dad.
And thinking about that recipe, what do you think it is, Peter, in terms of facing Kansas City? Is it as simple as keeping Mahomes off the field, or is there something more that the Shanahan offense can do against the Kansas City defense that's much improved from 4 years ago?
I know what I would be thinking, okay? You want to give Patrick Mahomes the fewest number of possessions that you can. And in order to do that, what you saw late, what I thought that Josh Allen did very well, they just didn't finish it late in their game against Kansas City, is milk the clock very effectively, because they didn't want Kansas City to be able to get the ball back if they scored. So anyway, the deal is, I believe that they will want to, essentially, they will want to milk the clock as much as possible and limit the number of possessions. And I think in order to do that, the thing they're going to have to do, the thing that I believe is really important in this game, is limiting Isaiah Pacheco. He has been an absolute piece of gold in these playoffs. And in my opinion, Mahomes is going to do his thing. He's going to make some plays. Kelsey and they're going to get good things done. But the problem is, as I see, if they have a diverse offense that day, I think that it's going to be hard for San Francisco to win unless they limit the number of possessions that they allow Mahomes.
Peter, you know how many eyes are on this 49ers defensive line, and especially in these playoffs, it has felt at times like they are underperforming all the way to the point where we're having conversations about their effort level with Chase Young and others. Did you talk to Kyle about that at all? Because to me, Super Bowl week should not be the week where a player has to be reminded about effort.
No, I didn't. I didn't talk to him, but you can tell from what the Niners have said, he's been talked to, and he knows that that's not going to be tolerated. So I don't think you're going to see that in the Super Bowl, personally.
Peter King with us on Willard and Dibs, as he is every single week. Peter, what did you make of this entire conversation about the practice facility and the sod at UNLV? To what level do the 49ers have a gripe?
I don't know enough about it to comment intelligently. I just know that the Niners were ticked off by it, and they were looking at the at how Kansas City was handling things, and Kansas City has a luxurious facility. And for a while, I think they said we need to double up in that facility, which I just don't think the Chiefs were ever going to agree to, in part because it was going to affect their schedule. Now, everybody wants to sing Kumbaya and think, oh, Kansas City was, bad to not let that happen. But if you put the shoe on the other foot, I doubt if San Francisco had the great facility, I doubt they would want to share it with Kansas City. But again, look, I don't think that's going to be a big factor in the game.
Peter, let's go back to the ride-along with Kyle Shanahan, and here's something else that I didn't know, and I found this really interesting, and I wonder if it's a perception changer. This idea that the Niners got lucky with Brock Purdy because he's sitting there at the very end in the 7th round. Kyle sharing with you that he had a 4th-round grade on Brock Purdy and essentially had his eye on him the entire week. For you, does that sort of change the whole narrative around the Niners lucking into him based on the fact that Kyle kind of had his eyes on him early?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I think the more accurate way to put it, honestly, would be that Kyle may have had a 4th-round grade on him, but because they traded the house for Trey Lance the previous year, they just couldn't, they had so many other needs that they ignored by making that huge trade for Lance. They just couldn't pick him in the 4th. And he didn't think they could pick him at all. But then as they got going and they saw how incredible it was that Purdy was still there, as you get into the 250s, and then obviously John York, the chair of the 49ers, York the elder, at one point just said to him, hey, because they were arguing about who they should pick, and York basically said, hey, who's the best player on the board? And Kyle said, no doubt it's Purdy. He goes, what are we arguing about? What are we saying here? And so I think that honestly got to be something that it had the potential of being something that was divisive. And I think John York diffused that divisiveness.
Peter King with us here on Willard and Dibs. Peter, I'm going to leave all the names on the board and just ask it open-ended. Of all individuals, who has the most to gain by winning this game Sunday?
Brock Purdy. Imagine you're in your 2nd year in the NFL. You're the 262nd pick in the draft, and you come in and you have a head-to-head matchup with far and away, easily, no doubt, the best quarterback in the game, with a brilliant tactician in Andy Reid, and you do enough against a brilliant defensive tactician and a good, really good defense run by Steve Spagnuolo, and you win that game. I mean, Brock Purdy is never buying a meal again for the rest of his life in any community in the northern coast of California.
My partner is glass half full, Peter, and I'm the glass half empty guy. So
Yep.
in counterpoint to his question, who has the most to lose in this game?
See, I'm one who doesn't believe it's Kyle Shanahan.
Oh.
I just don't. And I'll tell you why. Dan Quinn is the guy in the first game when you say, how do you blow a 28-3 lead? And I get it. Shanahan they got 2 first downs in the last 28 minutes of the game. So that's bad. But he's not the one who allowed a team to score 31 unanswered points, in the last, 19 minutes of the game, whatever it was, I forget. But so I don't think it's Shanahan. I honestly think that the person who would have the most to lose would be a guy we don't really know right now, because I don't think on the surface, if it isn't Shanahan, that you can pick a guy right now. I mean, what if Purdy throws 4 interceptions? What if he kind of revisits his performance, when they played Baltimore? Well, that would be quite a bit for him to lose. And then you're going to have all the people who analyze this game basically saying, okay, bubble burst, they got to get a new quarterback. Which, by the way, I can tell you this right now, they will not do. No matter what happens in this game. This is Brock Purdy's job.
Peter, have a great trip, and thank you so much for hopping on as always.
All the best, guys. Thank you.
All right, our conversation with Peter King, and it went to a place where I know a lot of conversations go right now. I think it's natural, especially when you have 2 weeks leading up to this. We start to massage these things from all kinds of different angles, of course. But when we start to talk about pressure, who has the most to gain, who has the most to lose, Peter's not wrong. You could answer it a number of ways, but the idea of who has the most to gain being his answer, Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Sure. Stardom awaits. And again, one of the greatest stories in the history of sports, if that guy wins the Super Bowl. But to a degree, I agree with when he says the idea of who's got the most to lose or the most pressure, it's not really Kyle Shanahan. It might be in the minds of some just because it feels frustrating that coach doesn't have one yet. But you could look at it through a completely different lens. It's only 44 years old.
And he's not going anywhere.
He's certainly not going anywhere, and neither is Brock. He's only been coaching in the NFL at the head level for, what is this, year 7?
Yep.
And he's already in his 2nd Super Bowl, and he's been to the NFC Championship game in more than half of his years as a head coach. So I do think that this playoff run could have been pressure creating. It could have been a negative experience if the 49ers had lost either of those games that they looked like they were going to lose. But they didn't. And so now we've arrived at a place that I think is pretty safe space for all these guys. I know you all don't want to hear this, but they've made the Super Bowl. That matters. They're playing Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. There's no shame in losing to them if it's a close game.
Right.
I mean, we'll see how the whole thing plays out. I just think this whole thing is maybe a little less pressure-packed than we're making it out to be. It's the Super Bowl, so obviously it's a big deal and there's pressure. But the consequences that are bouncing around in a lot of our heads, I don't really know that they exist.
Well, I don't know if it's consequences, but this is never promised to anybody, and there's no guarantee that Kyle Shanahan ever gets back to this spot. So if he doesn't win this one, this may be his last best chance to win a Super Bowl. So to that end, yeah, there's no real pressure on him in terms of consequences, because if they lose this game 70-0, and Brock Purdy throws 5 interceptions, they don't score, and it's the biggest loss in Super Bowl history, Brock is back, Kyle's back, and it's your tired slogan, Super Bowl or try again. That's right. And they will try again. But it's no guarantee that they get back to the Super Bowl, and he's had a great run. So to that end, there is some pressure on him to get one, and there's no better chance to get one than when you're actually in the game. So to that end, I do think that there's some pressure on him, but I think the pressure lies more, and this might be a little bit of a stretch, but a guy like Trent Williams, who doesn't have that many more years left in his career. I don't know how many more he has.
Yep.
This is his first crack at it, so it's hard to say there's pressure on a left tackle, but this might be his last best chance, right, to get one done.
What if we used a different word, like urgency? I mean, all the pressure. The pressure that you're talking about right there, I think, is inherent in being in the Super Bowl. Like,
of course.
Everybody who I've ever talked to who has gone to one of these things says the same thing. You have to cherish these opportunities because, A, even if they do come again, you don't know that they will, but even if they do, they don't come often. They don't come often. And the Niners are not showing up here as a touchdown underdog or whatnot. Like, they have a legitimate chance to go win this football game, and so you have to cherish those opportunities, and you do. You have to get them across the goal line if you want that label. I just think, though, this gets talked about in a different way. Nobody is embarrassed. Nobody is kicked out of the club. Nobody is the social outcast. If the 49ers lose this game 24-21, it's not, oh my God, choke artists, we got to switch something up in the organization. Can I address a YouTube comment that just came in to what I said?
Sure.
Coach O. Williams, I see you. Thank you for being on our YouTube page. We love that you're here. Willard is being a homer right now. I've never heard that one before. The pressure is on Shan. This window won't be this open next year. What is he talking about? 3 question marks. 3 question marks. Yeah, the window will totally be this open next year. I don't know if they'll get here. There's nothing that happens next year that suggests the 49ers will not still be favored, good, loaded, all of those things. And what happens after Brock needs to be paid is a big open question mark. I can tell you what I have faith in, though. I can tell you that I have faith in Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. They built this program from nothing. As Kyle even told Jed York, now famously, in his interview for the job, this is one of the worst rosters I've ever seen in the NFL. But if you give me the job, I think we can guide this to be a contender in 4 years. Turns out it only took 3. They were in the Super Bowl in 3 years, and once they got to that mountaintop, they have been in the Final Four 4 times in 5 years, and the only time it didn't happen, the quarterback's knee exploded. And actually, they got there.
Yeah, the knee and then the elbow in the last time.
The elbow, yes. And then last year, they had 3 quarterbacks' bodies explode, and they still ended up in the NFC Championship game. So, pardon me, but I could not disagree more. Like, this is a quality coach and a quality program that's been built from the bottom up and the top down in both directions that I firmly believe is sustainable. But my gosh, your example of next year, what on earth do you think's happening this offseason that won't make the 49ers the favorite? I'd argue right now, in fact, the Chiefs could beat the Niners. Vegas will open the Niners as the favorite to win the Super Bowl next year as soon as the game's over.
Well, you look at their roster, and they don't have a lot of decisions to make. Brandon Ayuk would be just about the only one.
Exactly.
You pay him, and you've got a ton of cap room. So the window is open, but you're not going to be looking at a long time for the window to be open, and there's no better opportunity than the one you have in front of you because you're in the game. It's February, and you're playing football, and you've got 60 minutes to win a Lombardi. And if you don't, well, the offseason comes, and you've got to start it all over again.
Yeah, it's tough.
Will you be favored? Sure, but think about this year on what went right versus what went wrong. And what went right was way, way greater than what went wrong. You were healthy.
No doubt.
Your quarterback who came off of elbow surgery not only stayed healthy, but turned out to be good. Your running back stayed healthy.
Played them all.
Everybody, for the most part, I know you lost Hufanga, but all of your key guys stayed healthy. Nick Bosa eventually reported, got better, and had a couple of sacks in a big playoff game. And you go around the team across the board. Yeah, you had some low spots. Your kicker missed a kick that would have won you a game. You had a 3-game losing skid, the rest of it. But a lot more went right than went wrong. And you think about last year, you just mentioned it, the Brock Purdy injury, the Jimmy injury, the Trey injury. You had quarterback injuries that left you without a quarterback in the biggest of moments. This year, you didn't have those problems.
I'm not saying I wouldn't bet against it. I would, because I would take the field over any one team every time, always. I'm just arguing the idea, the comment that was made is the window won't be open next year. Oh, yes, it will. Oh, it's completely, it's Creed.
Now, the
it's
year after
open.
that, and rest in peace, Apollo Creed, but, the year after that.
Not the band, which, by the way, makes an unbelievable cameo in that Tua commercial.
Oh,
have
wow.
you seen the Tua commercial?
No.
They released one of the Super Bowl commercials.
Oh, wow.
It's for Paramount Plus. It's with Tua. It's hysterical.
Okay.
Go watch it.
I haven't seen any of the commercials yet. No.
Next commercial, I'll show it to you.
I wasn't.
Incredible.
Normally, I have the Creed references here because Creed makes you cringe a little bit. But I think the window would be open next year. The year after that, whatever, we can have that discussion down the road. But I'm with you in terms of the window. But I also know that these appearances, these runs are not guaranteed. So
of course not.
I do think in terms of the pressure, it's more on Kyle than it is on Brock. And certainly it's not on Andy or Pat. The only thing that Pat is looking down and Andy, they're looking down legacy. If Andy's going to somehow catch Bill and if Pat's going to run down Tom, well, this is a big one for both of them. This would be number 3 for each of them. And they're 60 minutes away from taking a big step toward all-time greatness.
No doubt. I just think, again, the likelihood is, if somebody wins by 40, then we'll see. But the likelihood is everybody's coming out of this game with the utmost respect. Nobody thinks Patrick stinks. Nobody thinks Andy's a choker. Nobody thinks Kyle Shanahan can't coach. And nobody thinks Brock Purdy doesn't have a job. Like, everyone's going to come out of this.
All that's intact.
Okay.
Agreed.
I will agree with you. Opportunities don't grow on trees. Yes, it would be awesome to go get one, but this is not the kind of pressure that people are normally talking about in sports. And Coach O even said, and again, you don't know if Trent Williams is coming back. Yes, we do. He has already stated publicly that he is not retiring at the end of the year. And as far as Brandon Ayuk, you're right. Technically, we don't know that he's coming back. But outside of DeForest Buckner, this 49er regime has never let a homegrown, drafted player who succeeds at a high level out the door, and I have no idea why they would suddenly start with Brandon Ayuk. He's fantastic. He's 1,300 yards, and if you're the Niners, of course you're paying that guy.
And he's under contract.
And they have room.
And he's under contract.
Well, right.
So
it's extension. That's another good point. It's extension off season. It doesn't mean he's not. It's not expired. He's not a free agent.
You're not going to let him go into the year 5
correct.
In a walk year. That's not going to happen. But if we want to get semantic, and I just looked at the roster based on my favorite Spotrac.
Here we go.
Do you know how many expirings they have next year?
The 49ers?
Yes.
How many expirings?
Or even this year. I'll give you.
You're asking because the number is incredibly low,
and it's lower than you think.
0?
Correct.
Yeah,
correct. They all gonna be back.
So let me say this real slow. The window
it's wide open.
Open.
I love it.
It's open.
The cap's wide open.
That's right.
The portal's wide open. Yeah. You hate that so much.
Let's do David in San Jose. Hi, David.
Well
what
done,
are you doing?
Willard Dibbs, what's up, fellas? I'm just driving on my way home. How you guys doing today?
We are fantastic, David. We're so good. It's Super Bowl week. Are you kidding me?
Oh, I'm excited, but what are you guys doing? We're talking about next year. We're in the middle of Super Bowl week when our team is in the Super Bowl. I'm sorry, fellas, but I can't do next year right now with a what-if loss. First of all, I don't know how our team could get any better from this year to next year. And so if we don't get it done, I'm concerned. But let's go back to the most pressure, right? Who has the pressure on them right now? And I think one of the key pieces from last year was, in Philly and the Niners, buddies all, I want Philly to win because whoever beats us, I want them to win the Super Bowl. I'm like, no way do I want the NFL to let Patrick Mahomes go 1-3 for when we go in the Super Bowl and meet them next year. And now that he's 2-2, I'm not saying the NFL scripted, but he is the new golden boy with Brady out. When he's 2-2, there's that element for error. And so I think the pressure is actually, there's a lot of pressure on Mahomes. I know he's the best QB. I know he's a Super Bowl winner, but you want to go down with the losing Super Bowl record? Because, again, there's no guarantees. So obviously, Brock has the most to gain, but I feel like more pressure on Mahomes than anybody.
Well, David,
step up and get pressure.
I get what you're saying. I don't know that there's any huge narrative changer for Patrick Mahomes. He's going to be the face of the league no matter what. I guess I could only answer it this way. Look, there's pressure on everybody. It's a flippin' Super Bowl. It's the Super Bowl. Do you remember Jalen Hurts fumbling the ball? I do. It didn't mean that anybody wanted to fire him. It didn't mean that he wasn't a favorite to come back and do it again next year. But, dog, we remember what you do in the Super Bowl. Good, bad, ugly, otherwise, indifferent. We are going to remember what you do in the Super Bowl. All of you. That's pressure.
Yeah.
The world is watching.
It's pressure, but if you already have 2 under your belt,
sure,
the pressure is lessened. And if we think about Mahomes, we don't think about the meltdown against Tampa Bay. We think about the 2 Super Bowl wins that he had. And that's just human nature.
San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says we are 4 days, 21 hours, 50 minutes, and 17 seconds away from the big game. There is one person with the Niners that has actual pressure. We talk about that coming up next. Keep taking your calls, 888-957-9570. And this is Willard and Dibbs.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Butch is right. We're sponsored by Flag and Anthem. Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us. I want to remind everybody one more time that tomorrow and Thursday, Warrior road games on the East Coast, therefore, 95.7 The Game listeners, tomorrow starting at 3:30 and Thursday starting at 3, you'll get what you always get, which is Warrior basketball. However, if you want to do the Odyssey app, or Twitch, or YouTube, you will get the extended, secret Willard and Dibs Super Bowl party. And just as an example, tomorrow at 4 o'clock, Bob Weir of the Grateful Dead, and an amazing Bay Area sports fan, is going to join us, and we just hang out. This is commercial-free now. 2.5 to 3 hours of commercial-free, hanging with you, getting loose, might pop some tops, not sure exactly how it's all going to go. We'll interact with you a lot more on the chat windows and whatnot. So be with us. It's a party. We did it yesterday. It was a whole lot of fun. We're going to do it again tomorrow. We're going to do it again on Thursday. And oh, by the way, if you are tuned in during those times, on either day, we'll tell you how you can win a trip to Vegas and tickets to see Billy Joel a little bit later on in the year.
Yeah, and all those details and more straight ahead. And you actually might get to hear Mark Grandy talk tomorrow, unless Lucas Alexander, our producer, talk blocks him again.
Yeah, no, that's definitely going to happen because remember, in this clam bake, I've baked them in. I talked to the bosses, and there are bathroom breaks. There are, because how could there not be? And so, yeah.
I didn't take one yesterday.
You didn't?
I had the forethought to go before the long segment.
I went before, and I got to go again.
Yeah,
I'm over here drinking coffee and water, and I'm out. I'm not sitting here for 3 hours without getting up. So Grandy can talk a little bit, now.
I do have some news for you. There will be no talk blocking between Lucas and I tomorrow because I'm going to be competing with you guys. I'm doing Warriors Live.
You're doing Warriors Live.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
No competition. We're all working together.
That changes everything.
Who's going to play the pithy drops from nowhere?
Yeah, we'll see if Luke can figure that out.
I doubt it. He can't. He won't.
So many buttons.
Yeah.
So many.
Yeah, that changes everything. Never mind. I'm not going to the bathroom. I'll just pee my pants.
Yeah.
Forget it. Because I don't want to leave you and Lucas together. That's going to turn into a big fight in 3 seconds.
No, we actually get along better than you think.
Get out of here.
Now, we went in there and had a discussion about the excitement level that I have for Bob Weir and, famously of the Grateful Dead. So I'm really looking forward to that conversation tomorrow.
No doubt.
Talking football with Bob.
Yeah, it's going to be great. So pressure for the 49ers is actually like the pressure that we often talk about in sports, I'd argue is on one person. And some of you are not going to like this, but if you really talk about sports pressure, like in other words, if it doesn't go well, now you're on the hot seat or we're having an off season discussing your status, a la Mike McCarthy, Dallas Cowboys. You played a playoff game. It didn't go well. There was a national debate about your job, right? There's nobody except for one person that fits that description with the 49ers. And it's Steve Wilks. It just is. If the 49ers had not turned that thing around a week and a half ago, and they had just sort of like meekly lost 34-14, and David Montgomery is gashing at 8.5 a carry. You don't think there would have been an offseason conversation about Steve Wilks? Let me tell you something. There'd have been an offseason conversation about Steve Wilks.
I think there will be anyway.
Well,
and I would.
You might be right.
I already made the prediction, and I'm going to stand by it that win or lose, I think that they're going to have a new defensive coordinator next year.
Interesting statement.
I don't think that Kyle Shanahan and Steve Wilks have seen eye to eye.
You might be right.
And, I don't think that Steve Wilks is going to get a head coaching job immediately, but I just get the sense that there's a disconnect between the two in terms of how they go about it. I mean, Steve Wilks started in the booth, and then he came down on the sideline, and subsequently they were good, and then of late the defense has not been good.
Well, and we remember the Vikings game. Like, again, I will forever be confused at how a press conference ends up sounding like that, where Kyle Shanahan comes out and is like, Steve knows that he messed up.
Right.
Like,
with the zero blitz.
You don't, it just doesn't, I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but it doesn't go to the press conference 2 days later, like, just absolutely get hucked under a bus. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it with the call, but the point is like, hey, that's just not the way that teams operate. Yeah. And so that speaks to something being amiss. And I don't know if they figured it out. I certainly felt in the first half last week that they had not figured it out. The bottom line is when you've got that amount of talent, whether it's fair or not, as a coach, that group's got to produce or else eyes are going to be on you.
Right. And even if they do produce, maybe they win a shootout in the Super Bowl, or maybe they win a defensive tight struggle of a ball game. I just get the sense that this relationship will have run its course. And if you win the Super Bowl, it's a lot easier to then mutually agree to part company if they do decide that. Off a loss, it would be hard to look at it as a mutual parting of the ways if, in fact, Steve Wilks does move on and go elsewhere.
Well, I mean, if they win the game, I think it's hard to move off of them even if you don't see eye to eye. I mean, what if the 49er defense performs well Sunday and they win? How do you move on from your defensive coordinator?
Well, maybe he wants to move on.
Maybe.
Maybe he wants to stay and Kyle wants to move on. I don't know. I just get the feeling, my gut feeling is that this relationship will have run its course by the time we reach the end of the Super Bowl.
It did not feel clean all year. I'm with you completely on that one. Let's go to Jose in Oakland. Hi, Jose. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Commuting home. Okay, I'm trying to make my point quickly, but I'm just going to ask you a quick question. Have you guys seen that podcast with Travis Kelce and his brother?
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, the new, what's it called? The New Heights podcast.
Yeah, he had one where they had Julian Edelman, and Julian asked Travis what teams gave him the most problems. And he wasn't specific about teams, but he said mainly those teams that decide to wear red gloves when they play against us. And his brother asked him, really, why? Because they start holding and grabbing you, and the refs won't call it because they can't see it.
Oh.
We're wearing red shirts. So with that in mind, I think the pressure is on Kyle Shanahan and Wilks to tell his defensive backs and safeties, quit giving 3 yards away to other teams, especially to Patrick Mahomes, because he knows this. It seems that the refs have this idea that the Niners have the tendency to hold and to grab, so they're going to call it all the time. They have to do something about stopping that, okay? Because Patrick Mahomes is going to try to bait them into giving 3 yards away. And you're going to be doing that, then wear red gloves. Okay, do like every other team does. Maybe they won't catch them that way. Seriously, because, it's getting tired. It seems like in every single game, I see that a defensive back or a free safety giving a 23 and 15, a third and 25, and they end up getting like 30, 40 yards for free. It's like, oh, really, man? You could have just, trip him if you have to, okay? But don't hold the guy. It seems like it's a constant. So the pressure is on Kyle Shanahan. Purdy, you know what? He's playing with house money. He has no pressure at all. If he wins, they're going to say, well, we won just because the team is that good. If he loses, they're going to say, well, see, we told you he wasn't that good. So as far as he's concerned, he really doesn't care.
Hey, Jose, what would you say about the idea of a bunch of penalties on the 49ers in the Super Bowl?
You know what? Sadly, I think it's going to happen anyways.
Jose, I thought we were more simpatico than that. Let me give you one more try. What would you say about a bunch of Niner penalties in the Super Bowl?
I think Shanahan needs to go out there and tell him that's enough for me, Doug.
There you go. There you go, Jose. Woo! That's what I'm, boy.
Man, that was close.
Snuck that one in before
that's
the buzzer.
Enough for me, Doug.
Thank you, Jose. It's a buzzer beater.
Exactly. I don't think it's the Niners' reputation any more than it is some of the other teams. But, hey, Ambry Thomas, stay with your man. It's easier said than done. I get it. All right, great stuff today. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. It's Warriors Roundtable, everybody. Here comes Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean for a full hour of Warriors talk. We got the live stream coming up tomorrow and Thursday along with Warrior games. We are getting closer to the Super Bowl. Would you like to do it again tomorrow, Dibs?
I would, Mark.
All right, let's go ahead and do it again tomorrow. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark.